Chapter 76 The Road to Making Money. Shi Ziming picked up the wine gourd and took a sip.
When you came to Jinyang City last night, you didn't explain to me why you are willing to do so today.
Yang He was helpless.
Zhang Tianen is stubborn. I have told him to keep a low profile along the way. But when Lin Mang appeared, he still subconsciously took action. I can feel that everyone is wary of the two of me, which is not good for the rest of the journey. So I can only be honest.
When Zhang Tianen on the other side heard this, he paused for a moment while feeding the water bag to the horses. And then, as if he hadn't heard anything, he fed the horses again. Shi Ziming nodded and asked no more questions. Although Qin Feng and the others have not completely let go of their guard, the gap between them and Yang He has indeed been reduced.
Since we are going to send back the dragon-suppressing monument, why is it not the safest thing to stop and rush to Qiyuan City non-stop along the way?
Qin Feng raised such doubts beside the campfire. Yang He took out some dried meat from his arms and took a bite with difficulty.
If the enemies invading the city are wiped out, the two of us will naturally rush back quickly. But those enemies were only repulsed once they found out that the stolen dragon-suppressing monument was fake. They would definitely return to look for the real dragon-suppressing monument. So I was careful and treading on thin ice along the way. I see.
Qin Feng nodded. And then he thought of something. And his face became extremely ugly. If the enemy really finds out that the dragon-suppressing monument is fake, wouldn't it be very dangerous for their group? You must know that even the Spear Immortal, one of the 12 divine generals, and several 36 stars shot at the same time, they were unable to kill the enemy and could only repel it. Qin Feng looked at Yang He with resentment. If it weren't for this guy, why would he have ended up in this muddy water? Because the meat was too dry. Yang He had to drink a large amount of water every time he chewed it. He felt strange eyes on him. And when he looked around, he saw Qin Feng's eyes burning.
Dr. Qin, do you need me? One bite.
No need. Qin Feng didn't want to talk to him. No dog would eat this kind of food. After a while, he asked again.
If I cook something in this array, will the smell spread outside the array?
Yang He shook his head.
Don't talk about the smell. Even if a monster passes by within a foot outside the formation, if its strength does not reach the 4th level of calamity, it will not be able to sense that we are here.
This formation is simply a weapon for cheating. Qin Feng murmured in his heart, then took out an iron pot from the sumer ring, prepared the base ingredients, added water, and placed it on the bonfire. After a while, the red soup boiled, exuding a charming aroma. Qin Feng put the innards of the monsters that he had put away when he went to the Black Mist Forest for barbecue one by one into the pot. After a dozen breaths, he picked them up and put them in his mouth. The juices flowed across his face, with a satisfied look on his face. When Yang He saw this, the dried meat in his hand immediately lost its aroma. Oh! This dried meat had never been aromatic before. Qin Feng invited Shi Ziming, Zhang Tianen and Song Filan to eat together. But he did not call Yang He. Shi Ziming was naturally not polite, and enjoyed drinking and eating meat at the same time. Zhang Tianen was a little hesitant, but he just glanced at the dried meat in Yang He's hand. And this hesitation disappeared. When he finished chewing the first piece of meat, he became out of control. Of course, these two guys were just passing by. The only person Qin Feng really wanted to treat was Song Filan. After all, this was a good opportunity for him to take off his black scarf. But it was a pity that Song Filan shook her head and rejected his ill intentions. The three of them gathered around the iron pot and never stopped using their chopsticks. Yang He watched from the side as he kept swallowing his saliva. And the dried meat in his hand had long since disappeared. Finally, Yang He couldn't bear it anymore and asked,
Dr. Qin, I wonder if I can eat some together.
Of course Qin Feng didn't want to. He just wanted to discuss the guy who put him in danger. But he couldn't refuse directly. He could only say politely,
Sorry.
I don't have any extra chopsticks here.
It's okay. I have it. Yang He looked excited and actually took out a pair of chopsticks from his arms. You are awesome. Qin Feng opened his mouth. Yang He came to the pot and touched Zhang Tianen with his foot, who was eating meat. After all, they had the important task of escorting the dragon-suppressing monument. It is impossible for two people to take off their guard at the same time. Even if there is a four-sided spirit sealing formation to protect them, one person must ensure that they are watching over the surroundings. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tianen just raised his head and glanced at Yang He, then lowered his head again and quickly picked up the animal meat in the red soup, mouthing non-stop.
Zhang Tianen, don't go too far.
Yang He said through gritted teeth. Zhang Tianen swallowed the monster meat in his mouth and looked up again. Seeing the other party's expression of gnashing teeth, he finally stood up reluctantly and jumped to the top of a big tree, observing the surroundings. And Yang He finally got his wish and stood next to the iron pot and ate the delicious food in the red soup. Ugh, this meat. Yang He's eyes widened. The taste is a bit pungent, but it is extremely fragrant. When you chew it, your mouth is full of soup. It's delicious. It's really delicious. What the hell is this? Yang He sighed while moving his chopsticks quickly. He was afraid that he would be too slow to grab the food from the other two. This thing is called hot pot. Shirziming took a sip of wine and replied slowly. Hot pot. Yang He was stunned for a moment. But he didn't stop. He chewed the meat slices in his mouth and said vaguely, "The person who invented this thing is really a genius." "You are quite discerning." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and added with a red face, "He is more than a genius. He is simply a genius. How could he invent such delicious food without a vision and brain far beyond the world?" Hearing this, Song Filan glanced at Qin Feng with a strange expression. Shirziming couldn't listen anymore and spat. "You brat. Can you show me some face?" Yang He was stunned and quickly realized. "Dr. Qin, did you invent this hot pot?" "That's right." Qin Feng coughed dryly. "At least in this world. I invented it. It's amazing. It's really amazing. I have never tasted such delicious food in Qiyuan City." Yang He admired sincerely. Qin Feng had a flash of inspiration, and a business opportunity appeared in his mind. Wang Yu lived in Jinan City, and his status as the #1 brother in the catering industry could no longer be shaken. But Jinan City is a small city after all. No matter how prosperous the business is, there is an upper limit to the profit that can be earned. But Qiyuan City is different. It is a celestial city with a large population and a vast area. If Wang Yue's branch could open as far as Qiyuan City, the profit that can be obtained in the city. Qin Feng's whole body trembled with excitement just thinking about it. He glanced at Yang He and asked tentatively, "If this thing enters Qiyuan City, what do you think the business will do?" Needless to say, it will definitely be full every day, with constant flow of customers. Yang He did not hesitate. Qin Feng nodded slightly. The other party was the Jade Demon Slayer, so he must be well informed. He had said so he must not be lying. But it is not that easy to enter Tiancheng, because the water there is deep, and if you accidentally touch other people's interests, it is easy to offend the powerful and get tripped up by the other party. This matter needs to be considered in the long term, and we will think about it carefully after this trip is over. Shirziming saw Qin Feng's thoughts and raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but didn't say anything more and took a sip of wine. Zhang Tianan, who was on the treetop, couldn't help it anymore and jumped down, eager to meet Yang He. Next, Yang He and the two exchanged hands faster and faster, and they refused to stop until the meat in the hot pot bottomed out. After eating and drinking, Yang He dealt with all the traces, and the 5 people mounted their horses again. The task of escorting the dragon-suppressing monument must not be careless. They had to take advantage of the night to continue on their way. The reins of the horse were pulled. The horse's head was raised. Dust flew, and the figures of the 5 people disappeared into the night. But none of them noticed that on the dark tree bark, a centipede as thick as a little finger slowly crawled across. And on the black carapace, strange red lines flashed away. Chapter 77: The Attack of Strange Insects. Light and shadow intertwined. Powerful aura stirred, and the red gun shadow pierced the night sky. It moved forward with the momentum of breaking the army, but was instantly swallowed by a bloody mouth halfway. Jinyun, who was flying high in the sky and wearing a ghost mask, clutched his stomach and complained, "It doesn't taste good." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black monument made of shadows fell from the sky. Seeing this, Baichong, who had the number 9 tattooed on his chest, made a crackling sound under his black and white robe. Then he saw a huge scorpion tail growing out from under his robe. It swung upwards and smashed the black coffin into pieces in the blink of an eye. Baichong was holding a statue of a ghost Buddha with 3 heads and 6 arms. The belly of the statue squirmed and spit out a pile of debris in a short time. "This dragon-suppressing steel is indeed fake," the ghost Buddha statue spoke, as if everything was expected. "Where is it really?" Baichong asked. "I can't calculate. It must be that bad old man who blocked the secret. But what is certain is that the dragon-suppressing monument is not in Qiyuan City." Guifu chuckled. Baichong said calmly. "They knew that the dragon-suppressing monument was fake, but they still pursued us fiercely. It seems like they were escorting the real dragon-suppressing monument back to Chiyuan City. After all, the dragon spirit cannot leave the land of dragon veins for too long. Guifu had already expected it and asked again. Baichong, have you gained anything from your spy? Wait a moment. Under the black and white robe, rustling voices came and went. After a moment, Baichong spoke again. I think I found it. Uh-huh. The powerful sword energy was like a raging wave, layer upon layer, slashing towards the 200 insects flying through the air. Jinyan's bulging belly moved, and the big mouth of the void appeared again, swallowing up all the sword energy. It's not delicious. It's not fun, Jinyan complained, stroking his belly. Guifu chuckled. Now that we have found them, let's play with them again. While speaking, the middle pair of the 6 arms of the statue clasped their palms together. In the void, a dark line divided the space, opening up a dark and boundless door. The Buddha said that all living beings are ignorant. Deep in the Polaris, a strange roar sounded, deafening. Countless monsters that looked like humans but not humans, and looked like beasts but not beasts, swept out of Yumen and attacked the group of people chasing behind them. This is the supernatural power of ghosts and Buddhas. The 6 paths of reincarnation, the animal path. At the same time, Baichong and the 2 stopped their movements, turned around, and the battle started again. On the other side, Qin Feng and his party were still on their way. In the mountains and forests at night, the vision is always dim, especially in the deep mountains and old forests. The moonlight is blocked by the branches and leaves of the towering trees. Only a small amount of light shines through the gaps, leaving mottled light and shadow. Fortunately, Yang He used the method of the 100 ghost tradition to continuously light up the bright green ghost fire along the way, so that everyone could distinguish the direction and move forward. Perhaps because of the cover of night, Yang He took the lead at a much faster pace. But he would still stop and investigate every step of the way to confirm that there were no problems before setting off again. Along the way, Zhang Tian always stayed at the back of the team and never moved his position. Of course, Qin Feng's mask of pain has never been taken off. The night was extremely quiet, with only the gentle breeze blowing and the rustling of the leaves making any sound. Suddenly, the horse neighed, and someone tightened the reins and forcibly stopped the horse. But it was not Yang He who was in the lead, but Dong Tian who was at the bottom of the team. When the others heard the noise, they reined in their horses one after another. What's wrong? Yang He asked with a frown. The sound is wrong. Zhang Tian dismounted his horse and carefully observed his surroundings. This was the first time he spoke. He is a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of concentration, and his eyesight and hearing are unmatched by ordinary people. Even in the winter, even in the middle of the night, the entire mountain forest cannot be so quiet, and the sound of the wind rustling the leaves is too frequent. After hearing the words and listening carefully, the others soon discovered something was wrong and got off their horses one after another, looking wary. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement around, but the rustling sound became more and more frequent, as if it was ringing in the ears, which made people feel bored and made them nervous for no reason. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and carefully hid next to Shi Ziming. To be on the safe side, he used the eye-opening technique to look around. It was okay not to look at it, but his heart was in his throat at the sight. In the field of vision, there is green yin qi permeating the air, and apart from the yin qi, there are only dense red dots, gathering more and more, getting closer and closer. That is, insects, Qin Feng reminded with a low growl. As soon as he finished speaking, an insect that looked like a wasp, but was as big as a palm, attacked from the right side. The sharp mouth parts and the sharp needle at the tail glowed with a faint green light under the reflection of the will-o'-the-wisp. Makes your scalp numb. This insect was extremely fast. As soon as the buzzing sound started, it came in front of the 5 people. Unfortunately, it picked the wrong opponent. Song Filan took out the dagger from her waist, and the silver light flashed by. The wasp-like insect split into 2 halves instantly and fell to the ground. However, everyone did not relax their vigilance, because in this moment, they were already surrounded by piles of insects. They were of different sizes and shapes, and they were ferocious and terrifying. Qin Feng instantly thought of the words of the strong man in the middle of the moon, and said with an ugly face, "We were discovered by the guys who attacked Yuansheng." Click, click, click. Bah! All kinds of insects chirped one after another, just like poisonous snakes standing up and neighing before spraying venom. They are also warning before attacking. Yang He took out the 8-sided white flag and threw it into the air. With a whoosh, The 8-sided white flag fell to the 8 directions in an instant. He didn't stop, and quickly bit his finger. The blood dropped into the formation, and the white flags glowed red. Whenever an insect stepped into the formation, it would be crushed into powder by inexplicable power. This is the formation of the 8-sided forbidden wall, which seals ghosts into the white flags and connects them with essence and blood, which can prevent all things from entering the formation. However, this formation is not invincible. The insects outside the formation vary in strength. The 8-sided forbidden wall formation can only block the insects under the power of the second rotation at best, but it cannot instantly kill more powerful beings. Sure enough, after countless bugs were killed and injured, the bugs whose calamity power was not enough for level 3 got out of the way one after another, and bugs that were larger and more powerful appeared in front of everyone. There are adult-sized scorpions inside, glowing with purple light. There are flesh ball-like bugs covered with spikes. A huge bee with 8 pairs of wings. Among them, the thing that made Qin Feng's hair stand on end the most was a huge centipede surrounded by insects. Even if it didn't open its body, its erect body made Qin Feng look up. The giant centipede's hooked feet swung. Its sharp teeth collided, and it let out a sharp scream. Those menacing and powerful bugs suddenly attacked the 5 people. Chapter 78 Insect Master. Zhang Tianen was the first to take action, with golden light coming out from his fists. It was a means of gathering strength, concentrating the energy on one point to achieve maximum power. He punched out violently, hitting the fastest 8-winged bee. However, as Qin Feng expected, a devastating scene did not appear. Instead, there was a golden roar, which seemed particularly harsh. One of the wings of the 8-winged wasp was knocked off, and the remaining 7 wings flapped rapidly, setting off a hurricane. Zhang Tianen suddenly closed his palms together, and the strong palm wind not only dispersed the hurricane, but also knocked down the 8-winged bee to the ground, making Qin Feng swallow his saliva. Although the Shinwu Taoism is not magical, its sheer power is indeed unreasonable. The flesh ball covered with spikes rolled into the room, and was held in place by Yang He's soul-binding method. However, the spikes all over its body shot out, like pear blossom needles in a rainstorm in Tang Sect. Fortunately, Shi Ziming used the puppet method, and several shadows turned into walls and stood up from the ground, blocking the attack. The giant purple scorpion flicked its tail violently, and the spikes on its tail actually corrupted the wall made of shadows and penetrated inside. Seeing this scene, Song Filan, who had not made any move, immediately stepped forward and blocked the scorpion's tail with her dagger. Then she raised it upwards, and the scorpion's tail was instantly knocked back. Shi Ziming narrowed his eyes and wasted no time. The shadow turned into a huge palm and fell suddenly, smashing the insects into pieces. But when it touched the giant purple scorpion, the shadow was corroded again. Qin Feng's face was solemn. It was a bone-transforming scorpion, and the poisonous needles on the scorpion's tail could corrupt the Yin energy. As we all know, the skills of the 100 ghosts are based on condensing Yin Qi, and the same is true for the puppet's methods. If the Yin Qi is corrupted, then the offensive methods of the 100 ghosts will naturally be disintegrated. However, in Qin Feng's surprised eyes, the corrupted part of Shadow's palm healed quickly, and then he tightly grasped the purple giant scorpion. The crunching sound was endless. When he came back to his senses, the ground was full of disgusting juice and giant scorpions. Broken body? Perhaps understanding Qin Feng's expression, Shi Ziming explained casually. In the face of the absolute strength gap, there is no such thing as restraint. As soon as he finished speaking, the insects that could step into the 8-sided wall formation stopped testing and poured into the formation one after another, and the battle officially began. Shout Song! Protect this kid, Shi Ziming said, and then began to kill. And Yang He and the 2 were naturally not to be far behind. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Juices splashed everywhere, and insects screamed one after another. Thinking about it, one person is at the top of the 5th level, 2 are at the peak of the 6th level, and with the blessing of the formation, no matter how many these bugs are, they can't do anything to them. Song Filan protected Qin Feng and knocked away all the fish that slipped through the net. In order to increase his sense of presence, Qin Feng looked at the dying insect at his feet and was about to die. Although his behavior was meaningless, it gave him a sense of satisfaction in grabbing people's heads. Well, I'm not completely useless, Qin Feng thought as a matter of course. The situation was excellent. It was only a matter of time before the insect swarm was cleared and a road was opened. However, at this moment, Shi Ziming seemed to feel something and shouted, "Back off!" The others didn't know why. But they still did it. It was too late. But soon enough, the black shadow on the ground instantly turned into 3 walls 1 foot thick, blocking the front. However, in just an instant, the 3 walls were shattered. Shirziming groaned, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yang He was shocked. What Shirziming used just now was the 3 layers of shadow wall. It was a powerful defensive move that was extremely difficult to use. What kind of existence could break it into pieces in an instant? The shadows were like running water, slowly dispersing and blending into the darkness. And everyone hurriedly looked ahead. The giant centipede that was previously surrounded by insects had its carapace shattered inch by inch, and its size was also shrinking. But after a few breaths, the giant centipede transformed into a human shape under everyone's eyes. He has a slender figure, wears a black and white robe, wears a ghost mask on his head, and has the number 9 tattooed on his chest. This person is naturally 100 insects. After the hundreds of insects appeared, the surrounding insect tides receded one after another. Seeing this, Yang He and others frowned. The vague pressure on the other party made their scalps numb, and they did not even dare to have a confrontational mentality. But they are also extremely curious. How can a good-looking centipede turn into a human form? After all, Shirziming was well informed, and he said with a heavy face, "Insect Master's method of melting insect clones." "Insect Master?" Yang He exclaimed. Zhang Tiannan's pupils widened and his muscles tensed. When Qin Feng heard these 2 words, he was immediately horrified. The so-called Insect Master is also a sect. But compared to the cultivation methods of Baigui, Shenwu, and Wenxing, the promotion path of this sect can be said to be crazy. First of all, if you want to step into this Taoism, you need to stuff the natal insect into your belly when you are young. As age increases, the native insect in the body will also grow, and it will devour the host's internal organs until the host is left with only his skin. In the process, the insect master will integrate his soul into his natal insect and replace it. Therefore, when a person steps into the insect master's orthodoxy, he is destined to become a monster that is neither human nor insect. And people will not distinguish the strength of insect masters based on their rank, but will use the catastrophic power of demons and monsters to rotate. Judge it. The method of melting insect clones is for the insect master to give the soul to the insect and use the insect to subdue the clone. However, this method will greatly reduce the strength due to the incomplete soul. However, Yang He recalled the content in his mind. His face was extremely ugly. The opponent's strength is obviously greatly reduced, but he can actually break Shirziming's 3-fold shadow wall in an instant. If the opponent's true form comes, what kind of terrifying strength will he have? Bai Chong said without any nonsense. "Hand over the real dragon suppressing monument. Don't even think about it," Yang He said firmly. Shirziming took off the treasure gourd he was carrying and smashed it on the ground with a solemn expression. "This person is difficult to deal with, but there is no chance. He is an insect master, and the soul is his Taoist method. We will use the method of soul confinement at the same time. Maybe it can be delayed for some time." "Okay." Yang He agreed immediately, and a soul-calling flag instantly appeared in his hand. "Ju," the 2 of them said in unison, and the treasure gourd and the soul-calling flag simultaneously emitted blue light and flew towards the insects. The latter was shrouded in blue light, and his soul was constantly being pulled, but he could never get out of his body. At the same time, Shirziming sent a message to Qin Feng and the others. "Run!" With Shirziming's strength, he could naturally tell that the opponent's clone was at least in the 6th level of calamity. He was no match. So the only thing he could do at the moment was to control it, and buy time for the 3 of them to escape. The dragon-suppressing monument must not fall into the hands of the opponent. Qin Feng looked hesitant, but Song Filan picked him up from the waist, and with a slight movement, the 2 of them instantly landed on the horse's back. Looking at Zhang Tianan again, the struggle in his eyes lasted only a moment. He kicked the ground with his toes and jumped onto the 1,000-mile horse. The reins were pulled, and the horse neighed. But just as the 3 were about to set off, a terrible pressure enveloped them. The horses were weak on their hooves and fell to their knees. The 3 staggered off their horses. "What you just said, I agree with very much," Bai Chong said lightly, and the blue light around him fell apart. "In the face of the absolute disparity in strength, there is no restraint." After the words fell, the towering trees around him fell one after another. The moonlight could not shine for a moment before it was blocked by a huge black shadow. Everyone looked up and looked horrified. At a glance, they saw huge centipedes covering the sky and the moon. Chapter 79 The True Interpretation of Destiny. Red Flame Fire Feather. The centipede coiled in the air and swooped down. The powerful pressure directly cut through the air, crushing the trees into sawdust and the mountains into flat ground. Shirziming guided the treasure gourd into the air, then used the 3 layers of flowing shadow wall again, shouting, "Stand behind me!" When everyone heard this, they didn't dare to neglect it. Bao Gourd and Baizu were knocked away after just one encounter, and the huge centipede head shattered the 3 layers of Luing wall with overwhelming force. Shirziming looked at the speeding Baizu with his eyes wide open. He had just activated the treasure weapon and used the powerful puppet technique twice in a row, but he was no longer able to mobilize the Yin Qi. Seeing Baizu rushing in front of everyone with terrifying power, Zhang Tianen stepped forward with his arms crossed, and the golden light was dazzling. This was the effect of concentrating all his strength on his arms. He had to resist this force. Hit! When the two came into contact, the golden light on Zhang Tianan's arm dimmed at the speed of light, and the sound of bones breaking instantly sounded. But Baizu's speed did not stop at all. "Get out of the way!" Zhang Tianen roared hysterically. The 4 people behind him hurriedly retreated. Zhang Tianen gritted his teeth. His body was like a bow. His right foot suddenly stepped on the centipede's head, and with the help of the reaction force, he stepped back desperately. Centipede's huge body was like a continuous mountain. It kept swinging, chasing 5 people. In just a few breaths, the mountain forest was in a mess, and it could no longer look like before. Looking around, Qin Feng and the others' faces were extremely ugly. At some point, Baizu's body had coiled into a circle, surrounding them in the middle, making it impossible for them to escape. The huge insect raised its head and looked down at the 5 people. But it still didn't take action. It was waiting for the order from the ghost-faced man. "Suppressing the dragon monument." Baichong extended his palm. "Dreaming!" Yang He answered without any hesitation. Baichong didn't say anything. With a flip of his hand, Centipede's huge head suddenly pressed against the 5 people, as if the sky was falling. Faced with such a battle, even the strongest Shirziming had no way to deal with it. He smiled bitterly and said, "I was tricked by your Xijing. I shouldn't be the one who feels the most wronged. After all, you are also a demon slayer. It is your mission to sacrifice your life for the country. And I am just an ordinary citizen." Qin Feng looked at the dark shadow above his head and said, "I'm done." Worse plans. At this moment, Yang He suddenly said, "I've been waiting for a long time." Long wait. What long wait? Before Qin Feng turned around, he felt a hot breath coming from behind him, followed by a loud cry. "That's the phoenix cry." I was surprised for only a moment when the red flames flew into the air and hit Centipede's head. The dark night sky suddenly lit up with a flash of fire. The huge centipede was knocked back by this blow. The fire was dazzling, and within a moment, it turned into a flaming phoenix. Its wings spread out, and its size was comparable to that of a giant centipede. Baizu straightened his head again and opened and closed the sharp mouth parts of the fire phoenix. The latter flapped its wings. The wind suddenly rose, and the flame surged. Neither of the 2 sides was convinced by the other, and they were soon torn apart. Powerful energy overflowed, and fire exploded like fireworks in the sky. Qin Feng turned around and saw Yang He's face was pale, with a dazzling crimson feather floating in front of him. "What's this?" "This is the true meaning of the red flame fire phoenix red flame fire feather," Yang He explained with difficulty. Qin Feng was stunned. The red flame fire phoenix, the legendary monster with 7 levels of calamity power, once evaporated a vast ocean in an instant, just to create a place for himself. But what is the true meaning of life? I haven't seen it in the book. Could it be a magical object similar to the original treasure or treasure of Wendao? Shirziming saw the confusion in his eyes and explained. "All monsters and monsters in the world have to go through a catastrophe. And every time they pass through a tribulation, it is called a tribulation. And this true interpretation of life is a magical thing left behind by those powerful beings who transformed into several bodies when they passed through the 6 heavenly tribulations and above. By stimulating it with special means, it can activate the power of the original owner. It is a rare thing in the world." I just said that for such an important and dangerous task. How could the top management of Chiyuan City not prepare anything, and just let 2 6th-grade escorts come out to escort it? It turns out that there is this layer of killer Qin Feng secretly thinking. Even if the power inspired by the true destiny left behind by the 7th-level monster, Red Flame Fire Phoenix, is not as terrifying as the 7th-level monster, it would still be good to have a 6th-level one. After all, what Yang He said earlier was that the opponent used the Insect Master's insect melting clone method, and the strength he could show was greatly reduced.
Qin Feng looked high into the sky again. The battle had become intense, and the red fire phoenix clearly had the upper hand.
Why didn't you take out such a powerful thing earlier?
His tone was a little displeased. If he had taken it out earlier, Zhang Tianan would not have been severely injured. Yang He's face was bloodless. His whole body was trembling slightly, and he could no longer reply.
Shi Ziming said solemnly. The true interpretation of life is not like a treasure. It is precious not only because of its power, but also because it is a consumable item that can only be used once. Moreover, different methods of stimulating the true meaning of life are different. Some require blood energy, some require literary energy, some require yin energy, and some will even devour the lifespan of the initiator. Could it be?
Qin Feng looked at Yang He. His displeasure expression faded away, and instead, he showed an expression of emotion and sadness. This person actually used his longevity energy to activate his true understanding of life, just to help them win a chance of survival. This kind of fearless spirit. At this time, Shi Ziming added,
the Phoenix Fire Feather needs to be activated by Yin Qi. But Yang He's cultivation is only at the 6th level, so it won't last long. We have to think of other ways.
If you don't practice well at ordinary times, you will fall behind at critical moments. The emotion in Qin Feng's heart disappeared after the fire phoenix suppressed by Zhu for a moment. The fire around him dimmed a lot. It was obviously because Yang He had run out of Yin Qi and could no longer activate the red flame fire feathers. Bai Chong pointed a finger in the air with his right hand, and the huge centipede suddenly reared up, instantly crushing the fire phoenix's wings, and the fire phoenix let out a miserable cry. Puff! Yang He was also severely injured, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth.
I can't do it anymore.
As the words fell, the red flame fire feathers burned every inch and disappeared into nothingness. And the huge fire phoenix fighting with the centipede also turned into ashes in the flames. The centipede let out a roar that was deafening, and the powerful air flow was like a bone scraper, carving out carvings on the ground. Shi Ziming gritted his teeth and once again used the puppet method to build a black wall. Although it blocked the strong airflow, the centipede swung its body and the black wall shattered, and Shi Ziming also flew out upside down. Qin Feng's face turned ugly. Now that the matter had come to this, 3 of the 5 people had been injured and could no longer fight. The only remaining fighting strength was him and Mist Song. No. Qin Feng was very self-aware that he was not capable of fighting, so his expression became even more ugly. Chapter 80 The Pursuit ends. Song Filan did not hesitate and protected Qin Feng.
If there is a chance, run away first, and I will try my best to buy time for you.
There was a hint of determination in his tone, as if he had made some kind of determination. Qin Feng looked at the other party in disbelief, with mixed feelings in his heart. Miss Song is only a 7th grade Baigui. How can she buy time for him? It's just a useless fight to the death. Qin Feng, you are such a hacking waste. You can only hide behind women forever. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Then he raised his head, and his eyes became extremely determined. The centipede stood up, waving its pointed toes over there, looking at the 2 of them with its huge scarlet pupils. And then it was like a thunder attack, shattering the rocks along the way, leaving a deep ravine like a valley. Seeing this scene, Song Filan's chest rose slightly. She took a deep breath. There was no wave in her eyes. The soft cyan tips were covered with a touch of silver. Her heart began to beat rapidly. Every time she beat, a chi machine emitted out. But just when she was about to face the ferocious attack of the centipede, she was pulled behind her. Qin Feng, dressed in black, did not run away, but stood in front of her resolutely.
Run quickly!
With these 2 simple words, the centipede's attack came instantly. The strong impact knocked Song Filan away, and the pupils in her cyan eyes suddenly widened. The mountain collapsed and dust and smoke rose everywhere. Seeing this, Shi Ziming and others were filled with jealousy. They couldn't bear the blow just now, let alone Qin Feng, who was only in the 9th level. However, along with Bai Cheng's light moan, an unexpected scene appeared for everyone. In the dust and smoke, apart from the centipede, another huge and long black shadow appeared. Everyone held their breath and stared at it. When the dust and smoke cleared, they all looked shocked. A huge giant snake covered with pitch black scales was swallowing the letter and looking at the centipede. Behind the entrenched giant snake, Qin Feng was holding a black scale in his hand, his face full of excitement for the rest of his life. This thing is exactly the snake scale that 3rd Aunt Imo left to Qin Feng. Sister Imo, my brother loves you. Qin Feng cheered in his heart, after seeing the red flame feathers and learning the true meaning of his destiny.
He had a guess about this snake scale. This thing is Sister Mo's true interpretation of life. Just now, the centipede came rushing towards him. So he took out the snake's scales and started moving them. Fortunately, the snake scales that Sister Mo gave him happened to need the literary energy of the literate saint to activate. Otherwise, everything would really be over. The true meaning of destiny? Yang He was very surprised. What kind of true meaning of destiny is this? It can actually compete with that giant centipede. Shirziming opened his mouth slightly, and he could tell at a glance that the snake scales were those of the winding black snake in the Black Mist Forest. He had also made guesses about the strength of that powerful monster. But now it seemed that his original guesses still seemed too small. But what surprised Shirziming even more was Qin Feng. The more powerful the true understanding of life, the greater the consumption required to activate it. But this kid clearly only entered the 9th level of literary saint not long ago. How could the literary qi in his body activate such a powerful true understanding of life? Are you okay? Qin Feng held the black scales in his hand and quickly retreated to Song Filan. He did not want to be affected by the battle between the giant snake and the centipede. It's okay, Song Filan replied lightly. She glanced at Qin Feng. Her light blue eyes were gleaming. It was obvious that her energy had dissipated, but her heart was still beating faster than usual. She didn't know why. On the battlefield, the giant centipede and the huge black snake looked at each other. The pressure of the two sides collided, causing air fluctuations visible to the naked eye to burst out. It's coming, Song Filan reminded. This also means that Qin Feng needs to invest more literary energy into the true interpretation of his life. Don't worry. Qin Feng looked calm. He was not confident for no reason. But after a series of analyses, to activate the snake's scales, about a quarter of the Wen Qi in the body is used. The remaining Wen Qi can be used by the manifested black snake to take action 3 more times. Right? The centipede swung its body and slammed into the giant black snake. When Qin Feng saw this, he didn't care about it and tried his best to induce Wen Qi to flow into the snake's scales. At the same time, the scales all over the black snake actually lit up with green light. In just a moment, the green light gathered into the black snake's mouth and spat out towards the centipede. Boom! The huge sound shook the sky and the earth. And the centipede was severely injured. And its body fell backwards and fell heavily. Okay! Seeing this, Yang He couldn't help but cheer. Zhang Tiannan's eyes also showed a little hope, thinking that he might be able to survive this disaster. But Shirziming's focus did not fall on the battlefield, but on Qin Feng. Oh no! What's wrong? Yang He and Yang He were confused. Following Shirziming's gaze, they saw Qin Feng's body already crumbling. I miscalculated. I thought that the literary energy in my body could make the snake attack 3 more times. But I didn't expect that one shot would drain me dry. Qin Feng's face was pale, and his head felt extremely heavy. After a few breaths, his eyes turned black, completely passed out. At the same time, the black scales in his hand shattered into dust, and the body of the big snake also dissipated. Song Filan hugged him immediately, and came to Shirziming and others in a few flashes. Shirziming took a look at the status of several people. Due to Qin Feng's unexpected dealings, they took the opportunity to regain some mobility. Let's escape quickly before the other party recovers. A few people nodded without saying anything, and were about to leave. But Bai Chong, wearing a ghost mask, had already arrived on top of them at some point. Under the black and white robe, a huge scorpion tail appeared instantly, and with just a flick of its tail, it knocked 5 people away. Hand over the dragon's suppressing monument. Yan Hiku, who fell to the ground, vomited blood and was speechless. But his expression clearly said that he should give up. Kaka! Kaka! The knocked-down centipede stood upright again, glanced at the crowd with its huge eyes, and then pressed down hard, looking at the pressure that was like the sky falling. Everyone knew that death was the only outcome. But at this moment, the centipede suddenly let out a miserable cry, and then its huge body was completely knocked away. Everyone was stunned and looked high into the sky. They saw a figure wearing a black robe and a white mask. He reached out and grabbed the centipede from the distance, and actually strangled the centipede's figure. The hard black carapace was shattered inch by inch. Green juice fell like rain, and screams continued one after another. To everyone present, that mysterious figure was as powerful as a god. There's no time, Bai Chong muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying pressure locked onto him, instantly crushing his body into a pulp. But there was no blood flowing out of the remains of the body. Instead, it turned into countless insects, running away in all directions. Bai Chong's voice came from nowhere. That's all. I'll fight you next time. As soon as these words were spoken, the giant centipede disappeared out of thin air. The mysterious white-faced man sensed a circle around him and did not choose to pursue him. This was just a clone of Bai Chong. He glanced at everyone, stayed on the unconscious Qin Feng for a moment, and then disappeared from the spot. On the other side, the battle between Gun Xian and others and Ghost Buddha and his party continues. When the offensive collided, Bai Chong in midair suddenly said, "Failed." The Ghost Buddha statue in his hand pondered for a moment and shouted, "Jin Yun is hungry. Finally we can go." Jin Yongxing was obviously impatient. He punched his abdomen. On the black and white robe, a bloody mouth appeared, which kept opening until it exceeded the size of Jin Yongxing's body. At first glance, it looked like a door. Bai Chong held the Ghost Buddha statue and slowly walked into the bloody mouth, until their figures disappeared into it. The bloody mouth suddenly closed, and the figures of Bai Chong and the others disappeared into nothingness in an instant. "The method of the void," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice with his eyes closed in midair. "Master God Immortal, do you still want to pursue me?" asked a 36-star. "No need." Chapter 81 Arrival. A touch of fish belly white appeared on the horizon, and Qin Feng, who was hazy, also regained consciousness. The fragrance surrounds her, and the side she leans against is very soft. Women's body fragrance. Why are there women? Where am I? Why is it so up and down? Could it be? Qin Feng thought of something, slowly opened a slit in his eyes, and then the excitement in his heart disappeared. Oh! It turned out to be on a horse. Wait. No. Where does that woman's body fragrance come from? He turned his head slightly and looked up again, seeing the black scarf, the flawless half of his face, and the breathtaking blue eyes. It turned out that he was being galloped on horseback by Song Filan with one arm in his arms. If it's a dream, please don't let me wake up. Qin Feng closed his eyes again. "Are you awake?" A faint voice echoed in my ears. Oops. They were discovered. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, but deliberately pretended not to hear, and even snored there. After a moment, feeling the intense gaze of the other party, Qin Feng could no longer pretend. He could only rub his eyes and pretend to be surprised. "Huh? Is it Miss Song? Where are we?" "On the way to Qiyuan City. I guess it won't take long," Song Filan replied calmly. The group of them had walked out of the mountains and forests and were now running on the plains. Looking from a distance, one can already see the outline of the outer wall of Qiyuan City. Most of the city gates were damaged, and the dilapidated city walls were all silently telling everything that had happened. The people on the other horses heard the sound and looked over one after another. "Yang," he said excitedly, "you finally woke up." Apparently, Qin Feng couldn't eat any more. He sat up reluctantly and asked, "How did we escape from that centipede?" After his literary energy was drained by his true meaning, he fell into a coma, and naturally had no memory of anything that happened after that. Yang, he told the general story of what happened, his tone full of joy of escaping from death. "The white-faced man in black robe," Qin Feng murmured to himself, thinking of the description in Yan's mouth. He must be the mysterious boss who supported Qi Yuancheng. "It is said that we were able to turn the danger into safety this time, thanks to Brother Qin's true understanding of life. If you hadn't delayed the other party for a moment, we wouldn't have been able to wait for support." Yang, he was sincerely grateful. When Qin Feng heard this, he immediately showed a look of pain. It would be great to survive a disaster, but he had consumed the snake scale. I wonder if Sister Mo still has such an awesome life-saving thing. In order for you guys to be able to escort the dragon-suppressing monument back to Qiyuan City intact, I spent a piece of true knowledge of life. I wonder if you, the Demon Slayer Division, can reimburse me for it?" Qin Feng tentatively asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang, he raised the reins of the horse in his hand. "Drive! Qi Yuancheng is just ahead. Let's speed up." Looking at the two figures of Qi Juechen, Qin Feng cursed a bitch in his heart. Shi Ziming on the side smiled and said, "Boy, don't worry. When you get to the demon-slaying division of Qi Yuancheng, they will naturally not treat you badly. However, now that you are awake, it is not appropriate both emotionally and rationally to sit on the same horse with a woman. So why don't you switch to me?" Qin Feng hurriedly held his forehead and interrupted. "Sorry. I feel dizzy. It must be that I activated my true meaning last night, which consumed me too much. Lord Xizheng, I didn't quite hear what you just said. It's okay. I don't mind," Song Filan suddenly mentioned. Qin Feng's face was filled with joy, but at the same time, he was a little frustrated. Miss Song was so casual, and it felt like she didn't care about the difference between men and women. In this way, wouldn't he be out of luck? But he didn't notice that there was always a light pink color hanging on the top of Song Filan's delicate white ears. When sitting behind Shi Ziming, Qin Feng always hoped to get to Qi Yuancheng as soon as possible. And sitting on the same horse as Song Filan, he hoped that the horse's speed could be slower. But unfortunately, happy time is always short-lived. After a stick of incense, the 5 people went through twists and turns and finally arrived at the entrance of Qiyuan City. Qiyuan City is indeed a heavenly city. It is really big. Just from the outer wall that can be seen at a glance, it can be seen that it covers a very vast area. Due to the previous troubles on Jiashang, many colleagues from the Demon Slayer division were guarding outside the city gate. Whenever someone wanted to enter the city, they had to go through strict inspection. Naturally, Yang He and his party were also stopped. However, when the former took out the Jade 1-star demon slaying order from his arms, they entered the city naturally. When Qin Feng stepped into the city, he did not see a prosperous scene. Instead, he saw depression, dilapidated houses and desolate streets. There are ruins everywhere, and there are many potholes on the road paved with bluestones. There are dry green juice and blood stains on them. From time to time, you can still catch a glimpse of a few insect corpses. The chaos on the top of the armor is indeed the chaos on the top of the armor. It can turn Tianqing into such a terrible state. If Jinong City suffered this disaster, it would probably turn into a pile of ruins. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. Isn't Qi Yuancheng a celestial city? Why are there so few people? Qin Feng asked curiously. Most of the pedestrians on the street were in 2s and 3s. Even if it suffered a catastrophe, there was no reason for the majestic celestial city to only have so many people. Yang He frowned. I don't know either. Maybe we won't know the reason until the Demon Slayer division asks. In the governor's mansion of Qi Yuancheng, a group of people were sitting in the hall, all with gloomy faces. When will the Imperial Doctor and the Divine Workshop arrive in the Imperial capital? The speaker was a serious-faced middle-aged man with slightly white temples, wearing a floral coral official hat and a navy blue official robe with a golden pheasant on it. He is the governor of Qi Yuancheng, Li Mingxian. The governor is the consul sent to various heavenly cities by the Dacian emperor. His official position is the 2nd rank. Although he holds a local position, he is an official sent by the central government. They were ordered by Fengtian City to manage and supervise Tianqing. An official heard this and respectfully replied, Fengtian City is too far away from here. Even if we work hard, it will take several days at least. Li Mingxian frowned when he heard this. Since it is known that the mind-eating goo caused the mental confusion of the people, does it mean that there is no one in Qiyuan City who can remove the heart-eating goo and cure this disease? Another person answered, We have also tried to ask famous doctors in this city to treat the people. But whenever they try to remove the heart-eating poison clinging to the heart, the strange bugs will most likely riot and eat the patient's heart, causing him to die. A total of 13 people have been tried to treat so far, but only 3 survived. Such a cost would be too great, and soon no doctor would dare to treat it. And the official did not say the rest, but everyone present understood it. If this continues, the people in the city will riot. After all, if you don't get treatment, you can at least hang your life. But if you get treatment, you will most likely die. In this case, which family member is willing to risk the life of his family? Everyone looked at each other inside. Really famous doctors are all gathered in Fengtian City. How can they be found everywhere? Li Mingxian pinched his eyebrows. How are those people who were infected with the heart-eating goo now? Sir Sejan of the Demon Slaying Division temporarily controlled him with the soul trapping method. Is there any news from the Demon Slayer Division about the Lost Dragon Suppressing Monument? None yet. Li Mingxian frowned even more when he heard this. Chapter 82 The Order of the 12 Divine Generals. Yang He led a group of people to the Demon Slayer Division and suddenly heard continuous crying. Several people looked at each other, then raised the reins of their horses and quickly passed through several streets, only to see a crowd of people. There were old and young, men, women and children inside. They were either trying to push forward with all their strength, or they were crying with red eyes. And at the end of this sea of people, there is a row of colleagues from the Demon Slayer Division, blocking them. What's going on? Shi Ziming turned his head and looked at Yang He. The latter shook his head, also looking confused. The Demon Slayer Division is still ahead. This road is the only way to go. It is impossible to continue riding. In desperation, several people dismounted and used their own methods to fly over the walls and pass over the people. In place, only Qin Feng was left with his mouth open. The four of them landed steadily, but found that one person was missing. Yan, he asked. Where is Brother Qin? Master Shi, you didn't take him with you, did you? Shi Ziming was stunned for a moment and looked at Song Filan. I thought you would take that kid with you. Huh? Song Filan was obviously in a state of unconsciousness just now. She had been thinking about something, so she forgot to bring Qin Feng with her. I'll go back and pick him up. Forget it. Let me do it. Shi Ziming made a move with his right hand, and the huge black hand turned into a shadow, grabbed Qin Feng and threw him directly. With a scream, Qin Feng, disheveled and with messy hair, quickly reappeared in the sight of several people. Shi Ziming held his right hand, and another shadowy black hand firmly caught Qin Feng in midair. The latter returned to the ground. Still frightened, he took a few deep breaths and looked at Shi Ziming with resentful eyes. The stone's clear eyes observe its nose. Its nose observes its heart, and it remains unmoved. Who are you? A man wearing a wood-colored demon-slaying uniform came forward, looking wary. Yang He took out the demon-slaying order, and the other party's expression instantly became respectful. It turns out to be Master Qingyu. We have just returned from a mission, and now we have to rush back to the Demon Slayer Division. Yang He said. The man looked at the Sapphire Order carefully, and after confirming that it was not an imitation, he glanced at the noisy crowd behind him and said, Please follow me. A few people walked forward, and just after turning a corner, they were suddenly shocked by the sight in front of them. There was still a crowd, densely packed and endless. But compared to the noisy people we met earlier, these people were as motionless as statues. Shi Ziming saw the clues instantly and frowned. It's a method used by hundreds of ghosts to restrain the souls. To be able to restrain the souls of so many people at once, the person who did it must be of a high level. Yang He said without thinking. It's Mr. Sijin. Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something, opened his eyes to look, and breathed out softly. These people are all possessed by the heart-eating goo. The leading man was a little surprised when he heard this. How could this handsome young man see the crux of the matter at a glance? He nodded and added, This young master is right. These people were possessed by the heart-eating goo, lost their minds, and committed crimes in the city. Lord Sijing had no choice but to use the puppet method to capture these people here, and then use the soul-restraining method to control them. What you have seen so far is just the tip of the iceberg. About half of the people in the entire Qiyuan city were gathered outside the demon-slaying department, and the noisy people just now were all their family members. Everyone's expressions turned solemn when they heard this. The influence of the heart-eating goo was even more terrifying than they originally expected. No wonder I didn't see many people in the city along the way. It turned out that they were all concentrated here. Qin Feng was thoughtful. Wait, so many people need to get rid of the heart-eating goo. Can I gain a lot of Lin Qi all at once? Qin Feng looked happy. No. How can I treat so many patients by myself? How can I treat them until the end of the year? Thinking of this, his face instantly became very ugly. The group walked for a while, and common people like statues could be seen everywhere. Innumerable at all. And this is only the east perimeter of the Demon Slayer Division. The number of people gathered on the other three sides will definitely not be small. We're here, Yang He said aloud. Qin Feng and others looked up and saw the brilliant building with cyan tiles and red eaves. Is this the Demon Slayer Division of Kanching? It's really majestic and amazing. Compared with it, the Demon Slayer Division of Jinong City is simply unbearable. As Qin Feng spoke, he suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. He turned his head slightly and glanced out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, Shi Ziming was staring at him expressionlessly, as if waiting for him to finish speaking. Qin Feng coughed dryly and changed the subject. Although the Demon Slayer Division in Jinong City is not as magnificent as this place, it is better than it is in its ancient beauty and uniqueness. The styles of the buildings of the Demon Slayer departments in the two places are different, but each has its own merits. As soon as he finished speaking, the chill in his back instantly faded away. Everyone, come in with me. Yang He took the lead and stepped into the demon-slaying department. After entering, Qin Feng was even more surprised. He had just experienced the chaos of the city invasion on Jiashang, so he thought that there must be chaos within the Demon Slayer Division. But after seeing it with my own eyes, I realized that was not the case. Although everyone in the demon-slaying division is in a hurry, they do things in an orderly manner. This kind of scene can only be described as professional. Think about Jinong City's Demon Slayer Division again. Comparing the two. No. There is no comparison between the two. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Shi Ziming, who was also looking at him. When the two people's eyes met, Qin Feng smiled awkwardly
and suppressed all the words in his stomach, because Zhang Tianen had injuries on his arms. After entering the demon-slaying division, he handed the space jade pendant in his arms to Yang He and said goodbye. Qin Feng and the others, led by Yang He, came to a high platform building and paused.
Guys, please wait a moment. I need to deliver a task to Lord Xizhen. I will take you to see him later.
Yang He apologized and climbed up to the high pavilion. Qin Feng felt a little pity when he saw this. Yang He's so-called delivery task must be to return the dragon-suppressing monument. He originally wanted to take a look at what the dragon-suppressing monument was that the two parties were fighting for. Time passed minute by minute, and Qin Feng and the other three waited patiently under the high platform. Suddenly, the three of them felt their hearts tremble at the same time, feeling like a light on their backs. They all looked towards the high platform and saw a man slowly walking down the stairs. The man is a middle-aged man with a handsome face, wearing a green coat and a black cloak, with a tall figure. He obviously didn't do anything, but every step he took made Qin Feng feel an inexplicable tremor in his heart. The strangest thing is that this middle-aged man has his eyes closed from beginning to end. The middle-aged man passed by the three of them. Qin Feng glanced at them and was shocked. As the black sword swung, he saw a token on the opponent's waist. It was not an ordinary demon-slaying order, but a white jade inlaid with gold order. In the center of the token, there was a shocking word, General. That is the order of the 12 divine generals of the Dagon Demon Slayer Division. Chapter 83 Spear Immortal Sima Kong. After the middle-aged man walked away in another direction of the Demon Slayer Division, Qin Feng felt that the pressure all over his body had been reduced suddenly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He was still frightened, and asked to the side,
Master Shi, could that be the person just now?
Shi Ziming nodded and said with emotion,
one of the 12 divine generals guarding the southern territory. Spear Immortal Sima Kong. This is the first time I have seen him in person. At the age of less than 35, he had already entered the 3rd level of divine martial arts and comprehended the 5th level of spear intention. The 10,000 Gods Realm. It is said that in the Ice Lake in the Southern Territory, an ice dragon with 7 levels of calamity power was causing trouble. The Spear Immortal came in person, turned the ice water in the lake into a spear, penetrated the ice dragon, and anchored it at the bottom of the lake. It is still there today. A spectacle. And the name of Gun Immortal has resounded throughout Dakian since then.
Qin Feng took a breath. Just thinking about that scene made people feel full of force and blood boiling.
If you can reach such a height before you are 35, wouldn't the future be even more promising? By the way, Master Shi, what is your current age? Qin Feng asked curiously. Shi Ziming ignored it and looked up at the high platform.
Yang He's mission hasn't been completed yet? It's so slow.
Song Filan, who had been silent until now, suddenly said,
it's more than 35 anyway.
Shi Ziming's face froze, and Qin Feng didn't know how to answer the question. The situation was very embarrassing for a while. At this moment, the ground in Qiyuancheng suddenly trembled, and a loud roar of dragons resounded through the sky. Qin Feng looked for his voice, and saw only a 9-story tower inside the demon-slaying department. A golden shadow of a dragon hovered around it, with its teeth and claws bared, its head raised and roaring.
There is?
Shi Ziming raised his eyebrows and said,
that is a landmark building only owned by the Tianqing Demon Slayer Division. It is called the Dragon Suppression Tower, and it is also the place where the Dragon Suppression Monument is stored. It turns out that Lord Gun Immortal just wanted to return the Dragon Suppressing Monument to its place.
Can just the return of the Zhilong Monument cause such a big movement? Qin Feng was surprised, and then asked the question he had always wondered.
Master Shi, is the Dragon Suppressing Monument really just a thing that suppresses one's luck? If it was just suppressing luck, why would it cause such a strange phenomenon? Shi Ziming thought for a moment, and then spoke slowly.
Since you want to know, I will tell you that suppressing luck is not groundless. And this luck is actually the Dragon Vein. The place where Dragon Vein was born is blessed by God. By practicing in the place of Dragon Vein, both human monks and monsters can make rapid progress. The Dragon Suppressing Monument is a treasure that suppresses the Dragon Vein spirit. There are 32 Dakian Tianqing in total. Are these places all the birthplaces of Dragon Veins?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
Yes. Apart from the 32 heavenly cities, Fontian City is said to be the largest gathering place of Dragon Veins. But no one knows how many Dragon Veins there are specifically.
Qin Feng wanted to ask something else, but Yang He, who had previously entered the high-rise building, came in a hurry on the stairs.
I'm sorry, everyone. There are too many things to explain. so I was delayed for a while. You guys follow me. Bar.
The three of them followed Yang He into the high-rise building. The decoration inside was more magnificent than the exterior. Qin Feng opened his mouth before speaking, but was glanced at by Shi Ziming, which was full of warning. But there was also a trace of envy in the latter's eyes. The Demon Slayer department in Tiancheng is indeed not comparable to a small got-out place like Jinyang City. Several people came outside a spacious hall and looked inside. They saw a gray-haired old man wearing a red robe with a leopard tattoo on his robe, leaning in front of a desk, flipping through official documents. He is sergeant of the Demon Slaying Department in Chiyuancheng. He is a third-grade military attaché and one of the 36 stars. His name is Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai heard the news and put aside the official documents he was reading. The pile of official documents had reached the top of his head, making sure Ziming's eyelids jump. Damn it. Isn't it? Okay, if the Demon Slayer Division is responsible for slaying demons, why do you have to review so many official documents? Fortunately, I am not working in Tiancheng. The trace of envy in Shi Ziming's heart has disappeared. Instead, he feels that Jinyang City is quite good. Good. After all, he didn't have to do much there. He could get a monthly salary from the court. And he could also go to a brothel to drink and listen to music. Isn't it much happier than here? Zhou Kai raised his head, and Shi Ziming immediately clasped his fists and said, Shi Ziming, the Demon Slayer Division Chief of Jinyang City, pays homage to Mr. Zhou. No need to be polite. The gray-haired old man nodded and looked to the other side. His eyes swept over Song Filan, and he let out a light sigh, but did not stay too long. Finally, he turned his attention to Qin Feng and asked, Are you the Dr. Qin that Yang He said can cure the heart-eating goo disease? Qin Feng replied respectfully, It's this junior. Zhou Kai's eyes flashed, and after a moment, he said leisurely, The soul is powerful, but there is no yin qi surrounding it. It seems that he has practiced the Wensheng Taoism. However, it is rare for Wensheng Taoism to ask questions with medical skills. Make senior laugh. Yin had said before about asking this question, and Qin Feng was too lazy to explain his situation. Zhou Kai shook his head. You misunderstood. I am not looking down upon you. Since ancient times, those who have practiced Wensheng Taoism have mostly studied the ways of governing the country and military strategies in order to seek a higher realm. They all believe that governing the country and bringing peace to the country is the great way. But they scorn the small way of curing diseases and saving people. However, human life is of the utmost importance and money is valuable. So how can saving a life be considered a trivial matter? Maybe it's because studying medicine can't save the country? Qin Feng thought to himself, thinking of someone in his previous life. He wondered if this person had said this himself. I am very happy to see a literate Taoist who uses medical skills to ask questions. After Zhou Kai praised him, he lowered his expression and said seriously, You must have understood the current situation in Chiyuan City when you came here. I just want to ask you now, are you sure you can remove those heart-eating goo from the people's bodies? Get rid of. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, because there are too many people. I don't have much confidence. Qin Feng said truthfully. Don't worry. I know this is difficult. If you have any requirements, you can ask them, and the Demon Slayer Division will try their best to satisfy you. Zhou Kai promised. Qin Feng thought secretly, his expression still troubled. I will try my best, but I am afraid that I will be powerless. If you can handle this matter well, not only will I, the Demon Slayer Division, accept you as a favor, but even the governor's mansion will accept you as a favor. If you have other requests, you can also ask the governor's mansion. I believe that as long as it is not too much, the governor will agree. Governor? Central Dispatch Officer. The top administrator of Tiancheng? If this is the case, then if I want to open a few restaurants in Chiyuan City, wouldn't it be easy for me to do so? Qin Feng was excited and immediately said seriously, As long as all the doctors in the city are summoned, I am confident that I can teach them how to remove the heart-eating poison from the people's bodies. In this way, I can live up to Master Zhou's trust in me and heal all the people in the city in a short time. You kid doesn't know how to restrain himself. Shi Ziming stroked his forehead and shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, Song Filan glanced at Qin Feng. A strange look flashed in her eyes. Zhou Kai also had a half-smile expression on his face. Okay, I will arrange for people to summon all the doctors in the city. Now you can. Master Zhou. Wait a moment. Qin Feng interrupted. Anything else? That's it. In order to safely escort the dragon-suppressing monument back, this junior did not hesitate to use the only true interpretation of his life
that was used for self-protection. I wonder if Mr. Zhou can make some compensation for this junior.
Qin Feng tentatively said.
Is this possible?
Zhou Kai looked at Yang He, who nodded immediately.
Since the situation is true, I will naturally give you some compensation. I wonder what level your true destiny is.
When Qin Feng heard this, his face lit up.
I don't know the specific grade, but I think it is almost the same as the red flame fire feather.
The air suddenly became quiet. After a while, Zhou Kai took down an official document and waved his right hand.
Healing the people in the city is a top priority. Yang He, what are you doing here? Why don't you take these people to deal with business? Oh?
Yang Heng was stunned for a moment, then turned around and said,
Everyone, come with me.
Qin Feng was dumbfounded and asked again,
Master Zhou, what about the compensation for this junior? I am currently busy with official duties. I will wait until the people in the city recover to discuss all matters.
You stinky, shameless thing. You even want to prostitute a junior's things for nothing. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and cursed in his heart. Chapter 84 Summoning Doctors. Yang He led the three of them out of the hall. During this period, he was constantly stared at by someone. He couldn't bear it anymore and turned to Qin Feng and asked,
Why are you staring at me? I just want to see what color the hearts of you people from Qi Yuanqing's Demon Slayer division are like.
Qin Feng said leisurely. Yang He sighed helplessly.
The true interpretation of the red flame fire feather is not an ordinary thing. Even in the inventory of the Demon Slayer division, excluding the one I used, there are only 2 left that can be compared with Compare It. Master Zhou was naturally unwilling to part with such a precious thing.
When Qin Feng heard this, he raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that the snake scales that Sister Imo had given him were so precious. My sister is so kind to me. After I finish things here and go back, I must go to the Black Mist Forest to express my condolences to my sister and see if I can ask for another scale. Qin Feng thought shamelessly. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't respond, Yang He just thought that the other party was angry, and added,
But don't worry. You can safely return the dragon-suppressing monument this time. And it can be said that your true interpretation of life is indispensable. I believe that when the illnesses of the people in the city are cured, Mr. Zhou will definitely compensate you with other things. Let me trust you one more time.
Qin Feng replied. Several people walked off the high platform, and Yang He immediately summoned a colleague, explained a few words, and then ordered him to summon all the doctors in the city to the demon-slaying department. The colleague responded and ran away. Yang He said again,
Master Shi, take advantage of the present time. Why don't you go to Qiyuan River with me to take a look? That's fine.
Shi Ziming nodded, then turned his head and asked,
What do you two say?
Qin Feng thought for a moment and replied,
I will wait here for the doctors to come over and take a closer look at the current conditions of the people infected with the heart-eating goo. I'm with him.
Song Filan said simply and clearly. There was a lot of movement about the return of the Jinlong Monument, and naturally all the officials in the governor's mansion felt it immediately.
Governor Li, the dragon spirit is back.
One person looked happy. Li Mingxian nodded, and a stone finally fell from his heart. As a result, the only people he had to worry about now were the people in the city who were infected with the heart-eating goo.
What is the situation of the families of those patients now?
Li Mingxian asked.
Reporting to Governor Li, those people are still crying and refusing to leave no matter how much we try to persuade them.
An official said in embarrassment. Then someone added,
There are still some people there who are scolding our governor's mansion and the Demon Slayer division for their inaction. Do we need to send someone to forcibly send them back?
Li Mingxian shook his head when he heard this.
No need. We are indeed responsible for the heart-eating goo flowing into Qiyuancheng. If any of you call together the doctors in the city, you may not be able to find a solution to the heart-eating goo disease by pooling your wisdom. I'll take care of it now.
A man stood up, clasped his fists and excused himself, and left in a hurry. The rest of the people looked at each other, still without any hope.
Presumably those doctors have already communicated with each other in private. If there was really a way, they wouldn't be still helpless until now.
An official expressed concern. Li Mingxian pinched his eyebrows. How could he not know this? But doing something is better than sitting here and waiting. After a moment of burning incense, the officials who had left earlier rushed back anxiously.
Report to Governor Li. Those doctors are not in the hospital. They have all been summoned to the Demon Slayer division. Demon Slayer division?
Everyone was curious. One person asked,
What did they go to the Demon Slayer department for? Could it be that they found a cure?
The official shook his head.
When I went there, I happened to meet a doctor who was about to leave. What he told me was that the Demon Slayer division had found a person with superb medical skills. Insanity. And that man was willing to teach the healing methods to their doctors. Is there such a thing?
All the officials looked excited.
If that is the case, it would solve an urgent need. But is there really a doctor in the world who would pass on his medical skills to others? He is not a charlatan. Right.
You know, skills cannot be passed on to others. The bottom of the sea cannot be revealed. And 1,000 tales of gold cannot be sold out. A master still has some reservations when teaching his disciples, let alone people who have no connection with him.
Whether it's true or not, you'll know if you go and take a look.
After Li Mingxian pondered, he stood up and left, heading towards the Demon Slayer department. Naturally, the other officials did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed. Qin Feng stepped out of the demon slaying division and returned along the way they came with Song Filan. After opening his eyes and carefully observing the soul-detained people, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, Mr. Zhou captured the souls in time and did not let the heart-eating goo in their bodies eat their hearts. Otherwise, the moment the heart-eating goo is removed, these people will die.
Qin Feng glanced at the crowd and couldn't help but sigh.
I didn't expect that the 100 Ghost Dao Order could capture the souls of so many people at a high level. This control effect is too strong. By the way, Miss Song, you have stayed in Baigui's 7th rank for a long time. But have you touched the threshold of 6th rank?
After saying this, he glanced at Song Filan, who was surrounded by a bright green yin qi. But the intensity of the yin qi had not changed much compared to when the two first met. Could it be that he had neglected his cultivation? Hearing this, Song Filan replied calmly.
The 100 Ghost Daoist Order wants to step into the 6th level soul-binding realm. First, it must absorb yin qi and use it for its own use. Second, it must find a suitable opportunity. But unfortunately, I never found that opportunity. What is the specific opportunity?
Qin Feng asked again. He really didn't know about this. Although the book I had read earlier mentioned the names of each realm from the 9th to 5th grades of the 100 ghosts, it did not mention what conditions were needed to improve the realm. He asked this question with the attitude of an intellectual and asked for advice humbly. Unexpectedly, Song Filan fell into silence.
Is it inconvenient to say?
Qin Feng looked curious.
An opportunity is an opportunity. How can there be so many problems?
Song Filan frowned slightly. And after saying these words, she walked forward with her long legs. Qin Feng scratched his head innocently. Did I say the wrong thing just now and made her unhappy? It's really hard to guess a woman's thoughts. The two of them walked and stopped again, and once again came to the place where a group of people from the Demon Slayer division intercepted the patient's family members. But this time, unlike before, the gathered family members did not clamor to break through the blockade. Instead, they all turned and looked back, shouting and scorning. There were even many family members who found vegetable leaves and eggs from nowhere and threw them behind them. Qin Feng approached a man from the demon slaying department and asked curiously,
Brother, what on earth is going on?
The man from the demon slaying department replied,
A colleague was ordered to bring the city's traditional Chinese medicine doctors to gather in the demon slaying department. It turned out that the doctors were brought. But when the common people saw those people, they were filled with indignation and refused to let them in.
Chapter 85. The public is furious.
Is there such a thing?
Qin Feng said with a strange expression.
Those doctors were obviously invited to treat their families. Why were they treated like this? Brother, you don't know? When Lord Sijin controlled the people who were infected with the heart-eating goo, the governor's mansion immediately summoned doctors to check. At that time, there was a 36-star master who had come into contact with this goo. So he knew that the heart-eating goo was attached to the human heart. After hearing this, the doctors applied anesthesia and operated to try to remove the worms. However, whenever they touched the worms with silver tweezers, the worms would riot and eat the patient's heart, causing the patient to die.
The man paused and then added,
I heard that a group of doctors tried to treat more than 10 people, but only 3 survived. Because of this, the people gathered were so disgusted when they saw the doctors that they did not dare to let them in.
Qin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. Isn't this the ancient version of medical trouble? But after listening to the process, he instantly understood the reason for the failure of these doctors. First, there was no use of ice to cool down, which made the heart-eating goo move slowly. Second, using metal objects to remove insects caused the heart-eating goo to riot.
But I didn't expect that these doctors would be willing to come here despite knowing that they would be treated like this. It seems that they also care about the safety of these people.
Qin Feng was somewhat impressed. Hearing this, the man sneered.
Brother, Don't be ridiculous. They simply don't dare to disobey the Demon Slayer Division's orders. After all, our Lord Sijing has a bad temper and is very vindictive. Few people in Chi Yuan Chung dare to offend him. Hey, you dare to say this?
Another person on the side reminded him, hurriedly.
What's wrong?
The man's eyes widened, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. He turned around tremblingly, and looked in the direction of the high-rise building in the Demon Slayer Division, with a worried expression. The other colleagues from the Demon Slaying Division retreated one after another, keeping a certain distance from the man, as if they wanted to distance themselves from each other. What's the situation? Qin Feng didn't know why. Although Lord Sijing's surname Zhou was a bit picky, judging from his appearance, he should be a very easy-to-get-together person. But why do these people seem to be so afraid of Mr. Zhou? And they don't even dare to say a bad word behind his back? If it were me in my previous life, I wouldn't be able to slander my boss to the sky behind my back. Qin Feng was feeling confused when he suddenly saw a man who looked like a civil servant walking quickly in the direction of the Demon Slayer Division. He had seen this person before when he entered the high-rise building. At that time, he left the hall with official documents and passed by them. When the man saw the visitor, his whole body seemed to collapse.
Master Wen, you are here.
Master Wen did not reply, but looked around, and then said to the man,
as a member of the Demon Slayer Division, you don't pay attention to your appearance, and there are still wine stains on your trouser legs. By order of Master Sijing, I will punish you.
3 months of salary. 1 month of night patrol. Do you have any objections?
No. No. The man lowered his head and said resignedly. Master Wen nodded slightly, turned around and left. Seeing this, the other Demon Slayers hurriedly straightened their clothes. Qin Feng opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief. The method of soul confinement relies on Yin Qi and the soul of the caster. It seems that the soul of the man named Zhou who stayed here heard what the man just said. So he instructed Master Wen to come over. However, this revenge came too quickly. This can no longer be described as just holding a grudge. This is simply heartbreaking. Fortunately, I didn't express my dissatisfaction with him. Qin Feng thought happily, looking at the depressed expression of the man in front of him. Qin Feng comforted him.
Brother, my condolences.
In the crowd on the other side, the abuse became more intense.
Quack doctors. You still want to come here and harm people's lives? Go away. I won't let you pass by anything you say. Ed Lu's son is in his prime. He was still alive. But he was killed by you. You actually have the nerve to come back? Get away. Don't let me see you.
When the doctors heard this, their faces turned red and white, and their bodies had already been smashed with vegetable leaves and eggs. Alas, the leading Demon Slayer tried his best to shout for advice, but everyone ignored him and refused to get out of the way. The scene fell into chaos for a time. Seeing this, Qin Feng frowned. There were too many people infected with the heart-eating goo in the city. Although they were now controlled by Lord Zhou with soul binding, unexpected accidents would inevitably occur over time. He must seize the time to teach these doctors how to remove the heart-eating goo. However, under the current situation, it is unknown how long it will take to appease the people in the city.
This is not the way to go. Can Mr. Zhou also use soul binding on these people to control them?
Qin Feng asked. The man on the side shook his head.
Don't look at Mr. Zhou still there, reviewing official documents normally. But in fact, he has been supporting me forcefully. The souls of so many people were imprisoned at once. Even if the Yin Qi is sufficient, the souls are constantly being consumed. No one else can bear it.
Qin Feng understood. It seemed that he could only rely on himself to find a solution. After a moment, an idea flashed in his mind. And then he summoned a group of demon slayers and whispered a few words. Hearing this, several people looked strange and said,
Are you sure you want to do this? Not bad.
Qin Feng did not hesitate.
In this case, when you call out, please remind us. But we have agreed in advance that if these people throw eggs or vegetables at you, we cannot guarantee to stop them all.
Qin Feng's face twitched.
I have everything. Just do whatever you want.
At this time, Song Filan said lightly. Simple words gave Qin Feng an infinite sense of security. Maybe this is love.
Then there is Miss Lao Song.
Qin Feng came to the nearest patient, who was a young man wearing commoner clothes with some stains on his immature face. He took a deep breath, then slowly lowered the young man to the ground, then took out some ice cubes from the summer ring and piled them around the young man.
You guys shout.
Qin Feng said calmly. The demon slayers were surprised when they heard this. Previously, the doctors had to make gestures for a long time, and make sufficient preparations before they dared to perform the operation.
But this handsome young man is ready to start right after knocking someone down?
Brother, don't you need to prepare more? If your hand is not accurate, then,
someone kindly advised.
No, just shout,
Qin Feng said firmly, his tone full of confidence.
In that case,
several demon slayers looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and made up their minds. Then they gathered their strength and shouted loudly.
Hey, boy, what are you going to do? These patients can't move.
Although the sound could not completely cover the noise of the crowd, the people nearby could hear it extremely clearly. They turned around to look out of curiosity. And then their eyes widened suddenly. They saw a young and handsome man about to use a knife on a young man.
Stop! What are you going to do?
Chapter 86 showing medical skills. Qin Feng ignored it and concentrated on his skills. The narrow-edged knife turned into a white inch cut open the young man's chest in the blink of an eye. When the people saw this, they exclaimed,
Are you blatantly trying to kill people? Get out of the way and let us in. Stop him quickly.
When the crowd in the front row saw this scene, they immediately rioted and pushed the demon slayers desperately, trying to stop Qin Feng. However, they are just ordinary people. How can they compare in strength to the warriors who practice Shinwu Taoism? As a result, they could only do the next best thing and frantically threw leaves and eggs at Qin Feng. The several demon slayers responsible for protecting Qin Feng had already made preparations to cover him around him. But there were so many things thrown at him that it was inevitable that some would slip through the net. Fortunately, Song Filan, who was always standing next to Qin Feng, flew the dagger in his hand and stopped all the missed throws. There was too much movement here, and the people at the back also noticed it. They asked what happened, and they spread the news one after another. Everyone soon knew. Someone took advantage of their unpreparedness and planned to perform surgery there. On the surface, it was said to be a cure, but in reality, it was going to kill people. Is this a big deal? The common people no longer paid attention to the quack doctors on the periphery. They turned around and pushed forward. The curses kept coming and going, and the sounds of crusade became even more intense. Especially the young man's mother cried heartbreakingly when she saw her child's chest was opened. She even knelt on the ground and begged Qin Feng to stop. This move also aroused the anger of the people to the extreme. Some of them even picked up stones and threw them at Qin Feng. Song Filan frowned, and a trace of anger flashed in her light blue eyes. The movements of her hands did not stop, and her graceful figure danced, knocking all the rocks away. Qin Feng turned the white inch in his hand into a white needle and said,
Miss Song, I will pick out the heart-eating goo later. Don't let it fall into the crowd. Good.
Qin Feng took a deep breath and pierced the young man's chest with a white needle. Within a moment, he picked out the poisonous insect from his heart. He has long been familiar with this set of movements, so he can perform them smoothly. When Song Filan saw this, a jade bottle appeared out of thin air in her hand, and she ducked to catch the flying heart-eating goo. Qin Feng kept moving his hands and took out a bottle of plaster and a bowl of cold soup from the Shumi ring. The plaster was used to repair the opening in the young man's chest, and the cold soup was naturally used to remove the remaining insect poison in the young man's body. These things were specially saved by him in Jinong City in case of emergencies, and they are just in use now. The boy's treatment was completed, but he still didn't wake up. This was not because the treatment failed, but because Master Zhou had not unlocked his soul-binding method. But perhaps Zhou Kai's consciousness was always paying attention to this place. Not long after, the young man opened his eyes leisurely and called out,
Mother!
Although this call was not loud, it caused huge waves in the crowd in the front row. The kneeling mother suddenly raised her head with a look of disbelief on her face.
Taiwa, are you talking? Mom, I'm hungry,
the young man said weakly.
Mom is here. Mom is taking you to eat.
The mother stood up and anxiously wanted to step forward, but was stopped by the demon slayer.
Let me go! That's my baby!
All the demon slayers looked at each other in confusion, until they saw Qin Feng nodding. Then, they let the woman go. Mother and son hugged each other, and the woman cried so hard that the pear blossoms brought rain. When the people in the front row saw this, their movements immediately stopped, and even the sounds of abuse and criticism gradually turned into sounds of surprise and suspicion.
I read that right. Taiwa actually woke up. Not only did he wake up, but his consciousness also returned to normal. But wasn't he infected with the bug? Was it the young master who cured him? No way. All the doctors in the city are helpless to deal with this weird disease. How can this young man have such superb medical skills at such a young age?
Not long after,
The news that Taiwa was rescued was like a drop of water falling into a frying pan, causing the crowd to boil instantly. The doctors who were still stuck behind the crowd opened their eyes wide with surprise when they heard the news, and they all pushed forward desperately. Qin Feng walked to the mother and son, knelt down and whispered softly, "My son's illness has been completely cured, but he has not eaten for a long time, so he is still a little weak. You take him back, drink some porridge first, and then slowly recuperate his body. I believe he will be back to his original state soon." Hearing this, the woman slowly turned her head to look at Qin Feng. Then she let go of Taiwa, knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times. If Taiwa had a problem, I wouldn't want to live anymore. Fortunately, a benefactor came to the rescue. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. For a mother, her children are everything to her. Qin Feng hurriedly helped the woman up, and then ordered the demon slayer on the side to send her out of the crowd. He looked at the people in front of him, then raised his right hand. "Everyone, listen to me." If these words had been said before, no one would have paid attention to it. But after the people witnessed Taiwa's awakening, they were willing to listen to the young doctor's words. "My name is Qin Feng. I am a doctor, and I was ordered to come here to solve the problem of this poisonous insect. However, there are too many people infected with goo in the city, and I will definitely not be able to complete it with my own strength. So I need you to let in the doctors behind me. After I teach them the method of treating goo insects, the speed of saving people will naturally be greatly accelerated." After the words fell, the doctors at the back also squeezed into the front row. The demon slayer blocking the way saw them and let them all in. But when other people saw these doctors, they were still wary and looked very disgusted. Some people shouted, "Dr. Qin, we believe in your medical skills, but we don't believe in them. What if they fail again and kill our relatives?" All the doctors looked troubled when they heard this and looked at Qin Feng. "If this happens, of course it will be a life for a life." Qin Feng patted his chest and spoke righteously. As soon as these words came out, the turbulent crowd fell silent instantly. Even the doctors looked at Qin Feng in surprise. There was such a doctor in the world, so responsible, thinking that they had treated people to death before and had been trying to evade responsibility. Thinking of this, the doctors lowered their heads in shame. But at this moment, Qin Feng added another sentence. "After I finish teaching the medical skills, if any doctor still kills the patient, he will ask them to pay with their lives. What do you think? Oh? Is it our life?" All the doctors were stunned. "Nonsense. You have cured someone to death, and you still want me to pay for it with my life." Qin Feng frowned and said, "These people are thinking nonsense." After hearing this, all the doctors retreated in their hearts. They didn't want to tell them here in vain. But just when someone wanted to say quit, the voices of the people were like a wave that drowned them. And everyone agreed with the plan. "Okay, just follow what Dr. Qin said. My butcher's knife has been sharpened. If anyone dares to say quit now, the people will probably beat him to death." The doctor swallowed and swallowed their words. "Are you all ready?" Qin Feng asked sideways. "Everything is ready. Let's ask Dr. Qin for guidance," the doctor said respectfully with sad faces. "Okay, then I will demonstrate it to you. Pay attention to the key points. Please listen carefully." Chapter 87 United as One. Qin Feng slowly put down one person and covered his body with ice cubes. The patient being treated this time was a middle-aged man with big shoulders and a round waist, calluses on his hands, and sawdust on his trouser legs. He looked like he was a carpenter. The white inch took shape and turned into a narrow-edged knife, easily slicing open the chest, causing all the doctors to exclaim, "This skill is truly amazing." Qin Feng explained while doing it. "Goo insects such as the heart-eating goo are afraid of cold. Before treating the patient, first cover the patient's body with ice cubes, which can have a paralyzing effect on the poisonous insects. Secondly, this voodoo has a very keen sense of metal objects. If you want to remove it from the heart, be careful not to use metal objects. Otherwise the voodoos will riot and eat the patient's heart." When the doctors heard this, they suddenly realized that it was no wonder that when they reached the last step, they often fell short of success. It turned out that this was the reason. When the people around him heard this, they felt that this young doctor was extremely skilled and professional, and they were very excited. After all, with such a doctor in charge, their family would be saved. Qin Feng turned the white inch into a white needle. Without opening his chest, he looked at the heart and directly pierced the blade. In less than a breath, the ferocious-looking goo insect was picked out. Song Filan dodged and steadily put the goo insect into the jade bottle. Everyone present looked at each other. When they were treating Taiwa earlier, they had not seen clearly because of the chaos. But now they saw Qin Feng's movements clearly and felt astonished. The goo insect that had left all the doctors helpless was taken out so casually. Then, Qin Feng applied plaster on the strong man and drank cold decoction. Not long after, the strong man woke up. He sat up and looked at himself. His face was filled with the joy of surviving the disaster. And then he thanked his savior profusely. While cheering, the people looked at Wang Qing's traditional Chinese medicine doctor and then at the young handsome man. Without comparison, they could not see the difference clearly, and could not help but dislike the former even more. Qin Feng added, "After picking out the goo insect, you must store it well. Otherwise it will be very easy for the goo insect to possess others again. When the time comes, you all collect the poisonous bugs together, and I will have my own way to get rid of these bugs." All the doctors nodded. After seeing Qin Feng's medical skills with their own eyes, the trace of dissatisfaction in their hearts had completely dissipated. Removing the insect is only the first step, and dealing with the aftermath is the second step. Qin Feng reported the medicinal ingredients for repairing the wound on the chest, as well as the cold decoction ingredients for removing insect poison, and described the torture method. After hearing this, some doctors immediately volunteered. "I have these medicinal materials in my medical clinic. You might as well get them by me." "That's fine." Qin Feng nodded. But before these doctors could set out, they were stopped by the people. "Saving people is a top priority now. We can just do these trivial things." "Yes. My family runs a pharmacy. We have these medicinal materials at home. Please wait a moment." A group of people shouted in response, left the crowd, and ran towards their homes. Qin Feng said again, "We still need a lot of ice here. Who can get it for me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd responded one after another. I go. I have an ice cellar in my house." Another group of people left in a hurry. "I have said everything that needs to be said. Next, you come one by one, and I will watch from the side." Qin Feng looked sideways. The doctors nodded, took a deep breath, suppressed the tension in their hearts, stepped forward one by one, and began to treat the injured according to the key points explained by Qin Feng. In the demon-slaying department, inside the high-rise building, Zhou put down the official document in his hand and raised the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect the boy Yang he brought from Jinan City to have such abilities." Lord Wu on the side nodded and responded. Previously, Lord Wu of the 36 Stars said that the sequelae of the heart-eating goo are so severe that ordinary doctors cannot cure them, and the imperial doctor must be invited to do so. But I didn't expect that a young doctor in a small town could do it. Moreover, he is also a literate Taoist who uses his medical skills. His medical skills will only become more superb in the future. Zhou added with a smile. Speaking of which, can he be included in the Demon Slaying Division? Master Wen made a suggestion. People in the Demon Slayer Division kill demons all year round, and injuries are inevitable. A doctor with excellent medical skills is a rare treasure to the Demon Slayer Division. What's more, this doctor is also a literati. If he can really be included in his army, Zhou will be thoughtful. Suddenly, Zhou interrupted his thoughts, raised his eyebrows and said, "Our Lord Governor is here. I must have heard the news here, and need to go to the official to receive it. Just receive the ball, and let him be alone." Zhou face darkened. He had not forgotten that the other party had previously blamed him for losing the dragon-suppressing monument. Master Wen sighed and said no more. Li Mingxian led a group of officials to the outside of the gathered people. In the report, there was no scene of pushing and noisy people. Instead, a group of people were in an orderly manner, carrying ice cubes or making decoctions. The cold air from the ice cubes made the already tepid winter day even more freezing, and the rich medicinal aroma also filled the tip of my nose. "What's going on?" Li Mingxian turned to the official who reported earlier and asked. "My subordinates don't even know." Just at this moment, a young man rushed out and was stopped by an official. What on earth happened here? The young man wanted to get angry, but after seeing how many people were dressed up, he swallowed his greetings to his parents again, and then told everything that happened here. Li Mingxian and others were shocked after hearing this. "Young physician, your name is Qin Feng? You actually cured the heart-eating goo?" Not only did he cure the disease, he also taught other doctors how to remove the worms. All the officials looked at each other, seemingly still digesting the information. If the adults don't have anything to ask, then the little guy will go carry the ice? The young man asked respectfully. Li Mingxian nodded. "Go ahead." The young man fled as if he had been granted amnesty. "Governor Li,
Do you think I need to arrest another person for questioning?
Li Mingxian shook his head.
Sights like this are rare. Let's not disturb him. You guys follow me to the front to have a look. I am quite curious about the young doctor named Qin.
Along the way, there were scenes of people cooperating and shouting one after another.
There's not much medicinal material. Astragalus. Which of you can go get some?
I go.
Have the new ice cubes not arrived yet? Dr. Qin doesn't have enough. I'm urging you. Let Dr. Qin wait a moment. The cold soup here is ready. What else do you need? Wait a minute. I'll get it right away.
Li Mingxian observed all the way, nodded slightly, and showed a happy smile. With a united will, how could the disaster caused by the poisonous insects be of any use? When you come to the front of the crowd, you can often see cured patients walking out with the help of others. And Li Mingxian finally met the young doctor who was praised by everyone. Dressed in black, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, his handsome face makes people feel good about him. At this moment, the young doctor is treating the patient, and his smooth technique is amazing.
This man's poison has been taken out. He can apply the medicine and arrange for the next one.
Qin Feng shouted, with a look of joy on his face. Chapter 88 Work hard without sleep. Then he looked to the side and complained to the doctors.
I have treated so many people. Why are my hands still so slow? Hurry up. Dr. Qin. This is already our fastest speed. After all, we can't be like you, who don't even hesitate when picking out the goo insects.
All the doctors wiped the sweat from their foreheads with expressions on their faces. Wronged. Qin Feng has a pair of strange eyes that can see through the chest and see into the human body. However, these doctors do not have it.
So every time they take out the goo worm, they have to carefully observe it through the incision in the chest for a long time before they dare to take action. As a result, the speed will naturally be greatly reduced. Qin Feng naturally understands this truth. But he still has to press, because he never expected that after teaching these doctors to treat heart-eating goo diseases, he would actually gain extra literary energy every time they cured the patient. Although the amount of literary energy obtained each time is not much, equivalent to memorizing a book, you must know that this literary energy does not require him to pay anything later, and it is no different from picking it up for free. Moreover, there are so many patients infected with the heart-eating goo in Qiyuan City. If all of them are treated, the amount of literary energy gained can fill up the 5th and 6th levels of the Divine Sea. This wave is simply a bloody profit.
Don't make excuses for me. Hurry up. For the sake of the people in the city, we must work non-stop and go all out to get these patients out of their misery as soon as possible.
Qin Feng's righteous words won applause from the people. Even Governor Li Mingxian couldn't help but show approval after hearing this.
Hold on, everyone. If you delay me from gaining literary power, I want you to look good,
Qin Feng added in his heart.
Governor Li, are you going to summon Dr. Qin?
An official asked in a low voice. Li Mingxian waved his hand, then turned and left.
Give me an order. As long as it is what the doctors here need, I will grant it. If anyone dares to take advantage of this moment to cause trouble in the city, I will behead him as a warning to others. I understand.
Everyone responded in unison. Thanks to the help of the people in the city and the secret orders issued by Governor Li, the treatment of the patients can be said to be very smooth. However, even so, in the face of such a huge number of patients, it will definitely take a long time to cure them all. A group of doctors worked from day to night without a moment's rest. Seeing this, the people's resentment towards the doctors in the city was mostly reduced. They did not leave, but stayed, continuing to carry ice cubes, boil decoctions, and do whatever they could. Everyone lit up their lanterns and looked from a distance. The streets in the dark night looked like a sea of light. Some people also cooked some food there and brought it to the doctors.
You doctors have worked hard. You might as well eat something and continue treating patients. That's fine.
The doctors breathed a sigh of relief, walked aside one after another, took the food carefully prepared by the people, and began to chew slowly. Except for one person.
Dr. Qin, don't you want to have something to eat?
A petite and beautiful woman came up with bowls and chopsticks and asked softly. She quietly took a look at the handsome young man in front of her, but she was afraid of being discovered by him, so she shyly looked away. After hearing this, Qin Feng raised his head and took a look, then looked at the doctors not far away, and sighed in his heart. I wonder why the accumulation of cultural energy has slowed down. It turns out that these guys are lazy.
There are still so many people in the city who have not been treated, and I can't eat.
Qin Feng deliberately spoke in a loud voice.
so that the people around him could hear it very clearly. The admiration in the eyes of the people was even greater. The hands of the doctors holding the bowls and chopsticks suddenly froze. And then they ate much faster. When the young women who were helping around him heard this, they all looked at Qin Feng. While admiring him, their faces turned red and their heartbeats quickened instantly. Not only is Mr. Qin handsome, but his medical ethics are also admirable. It would. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, looked at the woman in front of him and apologized. I'm sorry, miss. I don't have an appetite right now. Please take the food away. Unexpectedly, when the woman heard this, instead of leaving, she mustered up the courage to say, My little lady, stay here. If Mr. Qin is hungry, it will be convenient for you to eat as soon as possible. This, Qin Feng looked embarrassed. When the woman saw this, she pretended to be aggrieved and said, Mr. Qin, is it possible that the little girl is hindering you by staying here? If that is the case, the little girl can just leave. Why do I feel like this woman is such a bitch? Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, and the other party said that. So naturally it was hard for him to open his mouth and drive her away. No, please help yourself, girl. When the woman heard this, she smiled sweetly. When the women around this little coquettish man saw this, they all cast displeased glances. Mr. Qin, this is the beef I specially sauced. If you are hungry, you might as well eat some. I will stay here. Master Qin, this lion's head is a secret recipe specially prepared by my restaurant. It is also famous in the entire Qiyuan city. I will stay by your side. If you want to eat it, just tell me. Master Qin. More and more women gathered around. And even though Qin Feng kept refusing, these women refused to leave. At this moment, Song Filan handed a bowl of food to Qin Feng and said coldly, Eat these. Why did this woman jump in line? All the women looked at Song Filan with the same hatred. Some wanted to speak out, but found that the words could not come out. A woman wanted to come forward to argue, but was frightened by Song Filan's look and froze in place. Qin Feng tilted his head. Miss Song, I still don't want to. I don't want to say the same thing twice. He said the words lightly, mixed with the meaning that he could not refuse. Qin Feng's face froze, and he didn't know why, so he could only accept the food and start eating by himself. Seeing this, Song Filan turned around and said to the women, He has eaten. You can leave. The women looked at each other in confusion and hesitated to speak. But in the face of Song Filan's powerful aura, they were still defeated and ran away like bereaved dogs. Qin Feng was anxious to accumulate literary power and finish the meal in 3 strokes. 5 divided by 2. Song Filan took the empty bowl and without saying anything else, she stood aside, blocking the sight of many women. Qin Feng didn't pay attention and shouted to the doctors not far away. How long do you have to eat? The people in the city are still waiting for your treatment. Can you get some snacks? The doctors hurriedly swallowed the food in their mouths and quickly returned to work with grimaces. And tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 89 Treatment completed. In the early morning of the next day, the sun was shining. After a day and night of hard work, the doctors had cured most of the people infected with the poisonous insects. Qin Feng looked at the divine sea. The 5th step had been filled with literary energy, and the 6th step was half filled. The accumulation of literary energy was much faster than before. He originally wanted all the doctors to work together and treat all the patients. But when he saw their tired expressions, he gave up the idea. Removing the voodoo worm from the heart is a delicate job. These doctors are so tired and can easily get into danger due to shaking hands. Seeing this, Qin Feng could only say helplessly, Thank you for your hard work. Doctors, you can go to a nearby house to rest first. After hearing this, all the doctors staggered away, dragging their exhausted bodies as if they had been granted amnesty. Seeing this, some people said, Dr. Qin, you should go and rest. The remaining patients are not in a hurry. No, I'm not tired yet. I'll take advantage of this time to save one more person. So I'll save one more. However, after a day and a night, he has accumulated so much literary energy. At this moment, Qin Feng is in high spirits and is not tired at all. But in high spirits, the people were moved when they heard the words. When they saw Qin Feng busy alone, they felt their noses sore. There is such a good doctor who is dedicated to the people in the world. In the governor's mansion, Li Mingxian did not rest all night, constantly reviewing official documents. Qiyuan City suffered from the chaos in Jiashang. Although the city was saved, there were many problems left to deal with. First of all, The damaged city needs to be renovated. This is a big project that wastes people and money. Fortunately, Tiancheng is not short of people or money. Secondly, there is the city protection barrier that can no longer be used. This thing cannot be repaired by ordinary people. It must wait for the people from the Fengtian City God's workshop to come and deal with it. Finally, naturally there are those people who are infected with the heart-eating goo.
Li Mingxian pinched his eyebrows and called someone to ask.
What's the current situation in the Demon Slayer Division? Reporting to Governor Li. Under the leadership of Dr. Qin. Through unremitting efforts day and night. Most of the patients have been treated. And the remaining people should be treated before tonight. That's right.
Li Mingxian was in a good mood after hearing this.
This Dr. Qin is indeed amazing. After this matter is over, we must reward him well. Dr. Qin is indeed amazing. Not only is his medical skill superb, but his medical ethics are also admirable.
The official said with emotion.
Oh, why do you say that?
Li Mingxian asked curiously.
The governor does not know that not long ago, all the doctors who had worked hard all day and night went to rest. But Dr. Qin was still treating patients alone. The people all advised him to rest for a while and not be in a hurry to save people. But Dr. Qin said,
I will save one more person if I can take advantage of this time.
This is really admirable.
Li Mingxian was also moved when he heard these words. Outside the demon slaying department, all the doctors woke up one after another after resting for a whole morning. They ate some food slowly and lingered for a long time before walking out of the house. Then he saw Qin Feng, who was still busy at a glance. Has he never rested? All the doctors looked at each other with surprise and shame in their eyes. A doctor hurriedly stepped forward and said,
Dr. Qin, even if you care about your patients, there is no need to abuse yourself like this. The rest will be left to us. You should go and rest quickly.
The rest of the people agreed one after another. And the people also persuaded him in the same way. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the sea of eyes. As long as he healed all the remaining people, the 6th level of his divine sea would be filled with literary energy. How could he rest at such a critical moment?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I work harder than the people who are still suffering from the plague of poisonous insects.
As soon as he said these words, he once again gained the admiration of everyone. In order to mobilize the enthusiasm of all the doctors, Qin Feng poured chicken soup to them.
Everyone, work harder. There are not many patients left. As long as you grit your teeth, the dawn of victory is ahead. When the time comes, you will be praised by the people of the whole city. And you may even be recorded in the general annals of Qiyuan City. This is a great honor.
General records, local history books, are generally passed down from generation to generation and read by future generations. If they can really be recorded in the official journal, then they can be regarded as their ancestors. The doctors looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. They happily drank the chicken soup given by Qin Feng. They felt that the previous hard work was worth it. And their eyes were full of fighting spirit.
Dr. Qin is right. Everyone, let's work harder. Let me encourage you.
Qin Feng clenched his fists to encourage everyone.
Let's encourage you.
Everyone agreed, once again transforming into Qin Feng's coolie to accumulate literary talent. Seeing the doctors working hard after eating the pie he drew, Qin Feng couldn't help but think of a joke from his previous life. As long as the workers work harder, the boss can replace the Audi with a Lamborghini next year. If you work harder, I will be full of literary energy on the 6th level. Qin Feng added in his heart. Time passes in a hurry, and the sun is fading in the blink of an eye. With Qin Feng's continuous encouragement, a group of doctors finally cured all the people infected with the heart-eating goo. The people cheered, and the doctors also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed all over. Qin Feng looked at the stairs of the questioning platform in the Divine Sea, and raised the corner of his mouth. The stairs on the 6th floor were finally filled with literary energy. Everyone was extremely grateful to Qin Feng, and they all wanted to invite the latter to their home. However, Qin Feng was already too tired and wanted to rest but refused. He has made great progress in cultivation, and what he is most concerned about next is naturally the reward and the compensation for the true interpretation of his destiny. After saying goodbye to everyone, under the reluctant eyes of the people, Qin Feng took away all the frozen heart-eating goo and took Song Filan to the demon-slaying division. As soon as the two stepped into the gate of the Demon Slayer division, they saw Yang He and Shi Ziming talking to each other.
Hey, boy, you've worked hard these past 2 days,
Shi Ziming said with a smile. Yang He also said respectfully,
Dr. Qin, the people in the city can recover, thanks to your help.
Qin Feng waved his hand.
No more polite words. I have to get paid. This is natural.
Yang He nodded.
By the way, have all the heart-eating goo in Qiyuan River been eliminated?
Qin Feng asked.
This is what we were talking about just now. Master Shi and I went up the Qiyuan River and collected a large amount of heart-eating goo with treasure gourds. But the problem is that Master Shi's precious gourd cannot eliminate these heart-eating goo. And we cannot ensure that there are no fish slipping through the net in the Qiyuan River.
Yang He raised concerns. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said,
Don't worry about this. I have a solution.
After speaking, he took out all the heart-eating poisons that he had previously taken out from the people's hearts, and then poured out many vermilion fruits from the Shimi ring. Shi Ziming recognized the vermilion fruit in the hot pot and asked curiously,
Boy, what did you do with this thing? If you want to eliminate the heart-eating goo, apart from freezing it with ice for 77 and 49 days, this is the fastest way to get rid of it.
Qin Feng said as he threw the vermilion fruit into the vessel containing the heart-eating goo. Within a moment, under the surprised gazes of Yang He and the others, all the heart-eating goo turned into blood. Chapter 90. Go to the brothel and turn right. Shi Ziming said in surprise.
I didn't expect these insects to be afraid of this thing.
Qin Feng replied.
I discovered this accidentally before. Master Shi, as long as all the poisonous insects in the treasure gourd are poured into this vessel, the heart-eating poison will be eliminated.
Shitzi understood clearly, and with 2 fingers of his right hand, the spout of the treasure gourd he was carrying was opened. A black ball instantly fell into the container containing the vermilion fruit. After a violent shaking, it turned into blood. The heart-eating goo that has not sucked the heart's blood was originally invisible to the naked eye, but because the number was too large, all that was seen was a ball of black balls. Qin Feng placed another basket of vermilion fruits in front of Yang He and said,
The Qiyuan River will eventually merge into Qiyuan City. We don't need to ensure that there are no fish slipping through the net in the river. We only need to ensure that there are no heart-eating goo in the river flowing into the inner city. Okay.
Yang He suddenly realized.
I understand. As long as this fruit is placed at the mouth of the river entering the city, the heart-eating goo will be eliminated. In this way, the people in the city will be safe. Yes.
Qin Feng nodded. But this method also has disadvantages. That is, when the people in the city use the river water, they will most likely detect the spicy smell. I don't know if the people in Qiyuansheng are afraid of spicy food. But anyway, I want to make hot pot popular here, just to let them adapt in advance. Qin Feng thought this way. The troublesome things were all solved, and everyone put their worries aside and chatted a little more.
I want to report to Mr. Zhou and take my leave first.
Yang He clasped his fists, turned and walked towards the high platform. At this time, Qin Feng hurriedly followed.
Is there anything else?
Yang He looked curious.
In addition to the reward promised to me, don't forget to mention the compensation for the true interpretation of life for me.
Qin Feng said in a low voice, as if he was wary of something. Yang He raised his eyebrows.
At the earliest tonight, or at the latest tomorrow morning, Mr. Zhou will definitely summon someone who is grateful to you. Wouldn't it be better for you to mention it yourself then?
I think so too. But I'm afraid that Mr. Zhou of your family will take notice of me and wear small shoes. Qin Feng smiled dryly and said,
Brother Yang, please help me mention it. Please. Okay. But what I say may not work. I still know a little bit about Mr. Zhou. I have been honest all my life. And sometimes I can be stingy.
Qin Feng's eyes widened with surprise on his face. How dare you speak ill of your family behind your back? Are you seeking death? When Yang He saw the other party's expression, he immediately thought of something and hurriedly changed his mind.
Thrifty. More diligent and thrifty. Your true destiny is not a mortal thing, and ordinary gold and silver cannot compensate for it. So it will be more difficult for Mr. Zhou to deal with it.
After saying this, he carefully looked back at the high platform and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw no one came out. The child was frightened. Qin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth, and suddenly thought of something, and said,
There is something I want to ask you. If Bai Gui wants to advance to the 6th level from the 7th level, in addition to absorbing Yin Qi, he also needs to do something. What?
Yang He did not hesitate and immediately explained the main points.
The most important thing for Bai Gui's 7th grade ghost eyes to step into the 6th grade soul-binding realm is to fuse the Yin Qi with one's own soul. There are many ways to do this, such as using elixirs that can nourish the soul to strengthen one's soul, and then going to a place with strong Yin energy to fuse the Yin energy with the soul. This method works quickly, but it is quite expensive. After all, the elixir for nourishing the soul is not cheap, so most people will choose another method. which is to insist on opening the ghost eyes, not sleeping for 3 days, and breathing in a place rich in energy. If you repeat this over time, you can also seize the opportunity for breakthrough. I think back then, I relied on this method to reach the 6th level within half a year.
I understand. The rich rely on pills, and the poor rely on pills to survive. Qin Feng nodded.
But why are you asking this? Aren't you a Wensheng Taoist?
Yang He asked.
I'm just a little curious. After all, the content I read in the book only mentioned the 100 ghost ranks, but did not mention the method of cultivation.
Even so, Qin Feng's real idea was to ask Miss Song a question. In his guess, Miss Song didn't mention anything about the opportunity to be promoted to the 6th rank of 100 demons before. Maybe she really didn't know. But it wasn't necessarily true. On the other side, Shi Ziming raised his eyebrows.
What are this kid and Yang He talking about over there? And they have been talking for so long?
Song Filan pondered for a moment and suddenly asked.
What is the opportunity for Baigui's 7th level to step into the 6th level? You have never paid much attention to the cultivation of hundreds of ghosts before. Why do you suddenly ask this today?
Shi Ziming looked up, a little surprised.
My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I want to try to reach the 6th level.
Song Filan replied lightly. Shi Ziming glanced at it, and without thinking much, he slowly explained the cultivation method for promotion to the 6th level. The content was not much different from what Yang He said. After Qin Feng finished chatting with Yang he returned to Song Filan and the others. Shi Ziming beat his shoulders, pretending to be tired, and said,
After working hard for 2 days, I am indeed a little tired. I will find a place to rest. And you too can do it yourself. The nearest restaurant is just a turn left when you go out. If you want to go to the brothel in Qiyuan City, you need to go to the right, 7 streets away,
Qin Feng said. These were learned from chatting with the people while treating patients in the past 2 days.
Come.
Shi Ziming coughed dryly.
I know. I'll find a nearby restaurant and deal with him in one night.
When Qin Feng heard this, they both looked questioning. Shi Ziming pretended not to see him, turned around and left. And when he stepped out of the gate of the Demon Slayer department, he turned straight to the right. At this moment, Qin Feng shouted,
Master Shi, I almost forgot that due to the disaster on the armor, the brothel in Qiyuansheng has not opened its doors yet.
Shi Ziming paused, turned his body immediately, and then waved goodbye.
Master Shi, you are really a sweetheart,
Qin Feng said sincerely. Song Filan suddenly asked,
How do you know that the brothel is not open?
I was careless. Qin Feng's face froze. And then he said without changing his expression,
I found out by chance when I was talking to the people in the city. When chatting, do you still talk about brothels?
Song Filan sneered.
Who says it isn't? When he mentioned the brothel, I was confused. Maybe the brothel is a major feature of Qiyuansheng.
Qin Feng replied with a dry smile. No. Miss Song's impression of me must be biased. I have to find a way to change the subject. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately spoke.
Miss Song, regarding the cultivation method for advancing from the 7th level to the 6th level of the 100 Ghost Taoism, you asked earlier about the opportunity for Baigui to enter the 6th level from the 7th level.
The two said in unison. And then, their eyes met. And there was silence.
Do you know?
They asked again at the same time. And Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, wondering if it was such a coincidence. There seemed to be a hint of embarrassment in Song Filan's light blue eyes. She said nothing and turned around to leave alone. Qin Feng looked at the other party's graceful back and scratched his head. Did I say the wrong thing again? Chapter 91I. The Demon Slayer Division. Also want this person. The next day, Qin Feng was woken up by the waiter while he was sleeping. He rubbed his eyes and looked out the window. It was still early. Last night, I wanted to wait for Yang He to come over and look for him. But I didn't expect that as soon as I closed my eyes. It would be dawn when I opened them again. The waiter said with a respectful look,
Dr. Qin, there are adults from the demon slaying department coming to look for you outside.
After 2 days and 1 night of non-stop treatment, Qin Feng's name has become a household name in Qiyuan City. Which is why the waiter has such an attitude. Qin Feng stretched out.
But a man with a thin face?
The first thing he thought of was naturally Yang He. However, the waiter in the shop shook his head.
He is a strong man with bandages on his arms. When I talked to him, he did not reply. He only said to find Qin Feng.
Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. The person who came was actually Zhang Tianan?
Got it.
Qin Feng responded, put on his clothes, walked out of the room.
and followed the waiter to the lobby on the first floor. In the center of the lobby, Zhang Tianen stood upright like a sculpture. When he saw Qin Feng, he only said, "Master Zhou, I want to see you." Then he turned around and walked out of the restaurant door. Qin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth, and knowing the other person's temperament, he didn't say much and followed closely. On the way to the Demon Slayer division, Qin Feng asked, "How is your injury?" "It's no big deal." Zhang Tianen cherished his words like gold. "This exchange is really exhausting. I still want to use this to open up the topic." Qin Feng looked helpless and missed Yang He very much. "Brother Yang, why didn't you come? He's in trouble." "Brother, can we finish talking at once?" Qin Feng asked again. "What is the specific matter?" Zhang Tianen stopped and looked sideways without saying a word. When Qin Feng saw this, he looked embarrassed and said, "If it's not convenient to reveal it, then don't say it." Then Zhang Tianen handed over a note. Qin Feng didn't know why, so he opened the note and looked at it. Then his face twitched. This is a transfer letter, and the content on it is simply that there are ghosts causing trouble in the villages 1,200 miles away to the west of Qiyuan City, and the Qingyu Demon Slayer Yang Heqian is specially sent to eliminate the ghosts. This is nothing. Although Qiyuan City is just a city, it is equivalent to a state in ancient times. If there are monsters and monsters within 1,000 miles, people from the city need to be sent to deal with them. The strange thing is that the content added at the end specifically told Yang He to stay for half a month to confirm that the ghost disaster was resolved before he could come back and resume his life. The signature on the transfer letter is clearly Zhou Kai's seal. Qin Feng couldn't help but think of Yang He's unintentional words last night. The cause and effect of the matter seemed to become clear, which made him feel a little sympathy for the latter. As the saying goes, disaster comes from the mouth, and disease comes from the mouth. Remember? The two came to the demon slaying division, and Shi Ziming and Song Filan had been waiting for a while. The five of them climbed onto the high platform together. But this time, they did not go to the hall where Zhou Kai worked, but to another lobby where guests were received. In the lobby, many figures were already sitting. In addition to the demon-slaying secretary Zheng Zhoukai whom he had seen before, there were also a group of officials sitting around a middle-aged man with slightly white temples. Qin Feng recognized the rank of the official robe and couldn't help being shocked. He turned out to be a high-ranking official of the second rank. In Tianqing, he could only think of one official position that could reach the second-grade official rank, and that was the governor. Everyone in the lobby heard the movement and cast their gazes one after another. Zhoukai nodded to everyone, then smiled and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. Be careful. Don't be deceived by his kind appearance. Be careful in your words and actions." After repeatedly warning himself several times, Qin Feng found a corner and sat upright. After Qin Feng and his party were seated, Zhoukai introduced the middle-aged man with slightly white temples. "This is Mr. Li Mingxian, Governor Li of Qiyuancheng. He is here for a reward." Li Mingxian looked at Qin Feng with an expression of approval, and Qin Feng responded respectfully. At Li Mingxuan's signal, an official stood up, moistened his throat, and began to speak polite Mandarin. After a long time, he began to discuss merit and reward. Shi Ziming obtained a lot of cultivation resources and a large amount of silver reward. His brows were full of energy, and Qin Feng seemed to see him spending money like water in the brothel. Song Filan escorted the dragon-suppressing monument for her meritorious service and received many rewards. However, her expression was as calm as water. She just stood up and saluted, then sat down again. Qin Feng understood that this reward was really a drop in the bucket for a rich woman like Miss Song. How can a person who can give away Sumeru rings casually like you like this? The layout is too small. Dr. Qin, the official spoke again. Qin Feng perked up and straightened his body. It was finally my turn. At this time, Governor Li stood up and interrupted the official. "This time the people of Qiyuancheng were able to receive treatment. Dr. Qin deserves the most credit. I chatted with Mr. Si Zhengzhou for a long time, but I didn't expect to give him any reward suitable. So I decided to listen to you in person. What do you want? Cultivation resources? Or gold? Silver? Rice and food? Is there such a good thing?" Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then stood up, lowered his head and pondered. "Cultivation resources are of little use to Wensheng Taoists. Wen Qi is a process of continuous accumulation. There is no other way to go, so we should eliminate it first." The gold, silver and rice grains were somewhat attractive, but they were not enough. And besides, he had already had other ideas in his mind. Qin Feng glanced around the officials and finally looked at Li Mingxian and said, Mr. Governor, I want to open a few restaurants in Qiyuan City. Is it possible to make it convenient? Restaurant? All the officials looked at each other. They had never expected this. Zhou Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feng thoughtfully. And Shi Ziming showed an expression that showed he knew it would be like this. Li Mingxian pondered for a moment and then asked immediately, If I remember correctly, there are still 3 properties on Zhongtian Street that have not yet been auctioned? It is indeed true. But those land deeds. An official stood up, looking embarrassed, and hesitated to speak. Since it has not been auctioned, then bring the 3 land deeds and give them to Dr. Qin. Li Mingxian said softly and decided on the matter directly. Thank you, Governor Li. Qin Feng was filled with joy. He never expected that the matter would be finalized so quickly, and that the other party would actually grant 3 land deeds at once. It has to be said that Governor Li is always quick to do things. No wonder he became a second-grade official. After hearing this, the official opened his mouth and said no more. After talking about the reward, Li Mingxian looked at Qin Feng and said again, Are you interested in serving in my governor's mansion? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked, and Qin Feng was also confused. It is well known that the governor of Tianqing has the right to appoint officials below the 7th rank. But Qin Feng never expected that Governor Li would extend an olive branch to him. At this moment, Zhou Kai, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. What a coincidence! Governor Li, our Demon Slayer division also wants this person. Chapter 92 Choosing a Treasure. In Qiyuan City, the 2 biggest bosses actually fell in love with someone at the same time, and everyone present was shocked. Qin Feng himself didn't expect that he would be so popular, but after he thought about it carefully, he felt relieved. A truly outstanding man is like a firefly in the dark, standing out everywhere he goes. Li Mingxian looked at Zhou Kai, who also looked at him. Their eyes met in the air, and sparks seemed to collide. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. The first one to speak was Li Mingxian, who smiled slightly. Master Qin is a famous doctor, and he practices the literary saint tradition. Joining the officialdom and benefiting the people is his way of practice. The duties of the Demon Slayer department are mostly to slay demons and evil spirits, and these things are incompatible with him. Mr. Zhou, both emotionally and rationally, should allow him to serve as an official in our governor's mansion. Governor Li's words are wrong. You also know that our Demon Slayer division often suffers serious injuries in order to slay demons. A doctor with superb medical skills plays an irreplaceable role for us. What's more, who says that those who are literate and holy can't show their ambitions in the Demon Slayer division? As far as I know, many literary saints have shown their talents in the military, and their cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. It is the same in my demon slaying division. Mr. Governor, please give up your love and stop fighting with me. Zhou Kai stood up, cupped his fists and bowed. Naturally, Li Mingxian would not agree, and put forward various arguments to prove that Qin Feng should join the governor's mansion as an official. Not to be outdone, Zhou Kai also put forward many opinions, believing that Qin Feng was more suitable to enter the Demon Slayer division. The 2 of them were confronting each other, and neither could do anything to help the other. Behind their friendly smiles, there was already a burning atmosphere. Old thing. Li Mingxian cursed in his heart. If you want to steal someone from me, are you worthy? I was previously blamed for losing the dragon-suppressing monument, but Zhou Kai is still holding a grudge before settling the score with you. If this continues, it will only end in vain. The 2 people who wanted to understand this looked at Qin Feng and asked, Boy, Master Qin, which side are you willing to join? Why did the fire reach me again? Qin Feng swallowed his saliva and did not answer immediately. The question of which side to join seems to be a multiple-choice question, but it is actually a proposition. This is the same as in the last life. When your girlfriend asked you, if your mother and I fell into the water, who would you save first? No matter which side you choose, the answer is wrong. Therefore, in the face of this kind of problem, if you want to escape safely, you must avoid the more important issues and choose the less important ones to ensure that neither party is offended. After thinking about this, Qin Feng took a deep breath and said, Thank you 2 adults for showing such love to this junior. But I'm sorry. I forgive this junior for letting down the good intentions of these 2 adults. When everyone heard this, their eyes widened. This boy was so bold that he dared to reject both sides at the same time. Li Mingxian frowned slightly, while Zhou Kai smiled. Both of them were waiting for Qin Feng's explanation. There are family members and friends in Jinong City that I care about. regardless of whether I choose to join the governor's mansion or join the Demon Slayer division. I am destined to leave Jinong City and be separated from them. In these troubled times, no one knows what will happen tomorrow. So I just want to stay with them in Jinong City. But please rest assured, two adults, if there is any need for me, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Qin Feng was sincere and Li Mingxian looked at each other, and both shook their heads. Well, since you don't have this ambition, I won't say anything more. When you figure it out in the future, you can come to the governor's mansion to find me again. After Li Mingxian left these words, he led a group of officials and left. Go. There is no sloppiness at all. I have to say that Qin Feng still has a good impression of this governor general. With a kind and above-board tone. Boy! Zhou Kai shouted suddenly. When Qin Feng heard this, he was immediately shocked. Did this old guy with a grudge want to retaliate on the spot and put on his shoes? What are you so afraid of? It's nothing. Qin Feng felt a little guilty. Zhou Kai raised his eyebrows and threw a token to Qin Feng. This is not a demon-slaying order, but a white jade token with the word G engraved in the middle. Master Zhou, what is this? Previously, you spent a piece of true life to protect the dragon monument. Logically speaking, I should compensate you again. But the true interpretation of life is too precious, and there are not many of us in the demon-slaying department. Moreover, each true interpretation of life is at least equivalent to the combat power of the 6th level of Calamity. So I can't give it to you. Therefore, I will give you this token. You can go to the treasure pavilion of the Demon Slayer division and choose a treasure for yourself. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Although most of the treasures were not as valuable as the true knowledge of life, they were still better than nothing. Master Zhou, explain. Can I pick a few more treasures? What do you think? Zhou Kai smiled kindly, and then gave Qin Feng a look to let the latter understand. What a stingy person. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and bowed to leave. Several people left the lobby, and Zhang Tianen walked out not long after. He said to Qin Feng, "Follow me." Then he stepped forward and walked in front of the group of people. Qin Feng understood that Zhou Kai asked him to take him to the treasure pavilion, so he followed closely. During the march, Qin Feng asked Shi Ziming and Song Filan, who were accompanying him, "What suggestions do you have for choosing which treasure to choose?" Song Filan pondered for a moment and shook her head. High-level treasures all have spirituality and will take the initiative to recognize their owners. You didn't choose it, so it will be used by you. As for low-level treasures, I have never used them. Qin Feng opened his mouth and retranslated the words in his mind. I'm sorry. I don't have much contact with low-level treasures, so I can't give you any advice. It fits the image of Song Girl, a mysterious rich woman. However, if I can get a high-level treasure in the treasure pavilion, I won't be at a loss. Right? Shi Ziming saw Qin Feng's thoughts and immediately poured cold water on them. Don't even think about the high-level treasures. Those things have already been looted by the demon slayers above the Red Lotus. Where can I get your turn? If you can find a useful treasure, you will be satisfied. Is that really the case? Qin Feng sighed. Shi Ziming spoke again. You practice the Wensheng Taoism, so the treasure you choose is best driven by Wenqi. There are many types of treasure weapons, but in summary, they can be divided into 4 types: offensive type, defensive type, forbidden type, and puppet type. Let's not mention the puppet type for now. This thing is so rare that I have only seen people from Shin Workshop use it. As for the remaining 3 types, there is no order of strength among them. The key is to see what you need most. After hearing this, Qin Feng fell into thinking. If you choose a defensive weapon, you can increase your self-protection ability. With the characteristics of Wensheng Taoism, you can add defense to defense. But in this way, you will become a living turtle SHL. The forbidden type is to control the enemy, which is good. After all, an enemy that cannot move does not pose any threat. However, generally this type of treasure must have a cast or swing. What if the enemy is too fast and kills me? Qin Feng imagined the scene and couldn't help but shudder. Thinking about it this way, it is most suitable to choose the offensive type. After all, for men, offense is the best defense. No. Wait. There seems to be another sentence at the end. How can you attack if you don't know how to defend? Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, with a tangled look on his face. Master Shi. What? Have you thought about what type of treasure to choose? No. I just want to ask. Is there any treasure that can combine offense and defense, and also has a ban effect? Piss off. Okay. Chapter 93 Cheeman Bogwai Jade. Zhang Tianan led Qin Feng and the others to the treasure pavilion and then left. After the demon slayer guarding the pavilion confirmed the Bai Jade order, he took Qin Feng into the treasure pavilion. But Shi Ziming and his 2 men who did not have the order were naturally blocked outside. There are 3 floors in the treasure pavilion. As soon as he stepped into the pavilion, Qin Feng was dazzled by the dazzling array of treasures of different shapes. In addition to 18 kinds of weapons, there are also various strange-shaped treasures, whose uses are completely unknown just by looking at their appearance. Qin Feng looked troubled and asked the demon slayer who was leading the way, "Is there an instruction manual for these treasures? User's guide? Oh, this is an introduction to the functions of the treasure." The man replied coldly, "When you come to the treasure pavilion to choose a treasure, it all depends on your personal vision and ability. As for the function of the treasure, I can only ask you to judge for yourself." Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, then took out a heavy money bag from the silver ring and held it up with both hands. "I'm a newbie here and have little knowledge. I hope you will give me some advice." The man coughed dryly, took the money bag, opened it slightly, and saw that there were at least dozens of taels of silver. His attitude immediately changed. There are many kinds of treasures in the treasure pavilion. It is reasonable that the young master does not know how to choose. But please don't worry, young master. I will introduce them to you one by one. "I still like your unruly look before. Can you recover?" Qin Feng said happily in his heart and followed the man to browse the treasure pavilion. The man told Qin Feng a lot, but he did not stay on the first and second floors for too long. In his words, the real good things are on the 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion. Generally speaking, if a demon slayer wants to enter the treasure pavilion to exchange for a treasure, he must rely on the merits in the demon slaying order. Most people can only go up to the 2nd level to select the treasure for the merits they risk their lives to obtain. There are really only a handful of people who can reach the 3rd level. However, Zhou gave him the highest level White Jade order, so Qin Feng could go directly to the 3rd floor to select the treasure. The man led Qin Feng to the 3rd floor. The number of treasures that caught his eye suddenly decreased a lot, but at a glance, each one could be seen to be extraordinary. "Sir, I haven't been to this 3rd floor often, and I don't know much about the functions of the treasures here. You'd better see for yourself." Qin Feng nodded and started browsing casually. "By the way, are there any high-level treasures here?" The man was stunned for a moment and replied, "Young master, you are overthinking. High-level treasures are spiritual and cannot be controlled by ordinary people, so there are very few of them. Moreover, even if the Demon Slayer division is lucky enough to obtain a high-level treasure, it will be snatched away by the Honglian adults who heard the news. How can there be any leftovers?" "This is quite different from what Shi Ziming said." Qin Feng sighed and no longer had any illusions. "Then do you know which treasures in the 3rd level are activated by Wen Qi?" The man thought for a moment and took Qin Feng directly to a shelf. "The treasures here meet the requirements of the young master." Qin Feng glanced at it and twitched his face. "Why is there so much dust on this shelf?" The man explained, "Most of the people in the demon slaying department are practicing Shenwu and Baigui Taoism. Even those who practice side sects use Yin Qi and the blood and energy in their bodies as the basis of their practice. These treasures are all driven by literary energy, and no one can use them. As time goes by, they naturally gather dust here." It was reasonable. Qin Feng glanced up and down, and suddenly his eyes were attracted by a crystal-clear round jade pendant. He picked it up carefully. "Why is this jade pendant so clean?" The man took a look, squinted his eyes, and recalled carefully, and then suddenly realized. Not long before Qiyuan City suffered from the Jiashan disaster, a batch of treasures were added to the treasure pavilion, and this jade pendant was one of them. Qin Feng nodded when he heard this, and then began to carefully look at the jade pendant in his hand. It was smooth in texture and exuded a hint of coolness. In the middle of the jade pendant is a pattern of yin and yang fish, and around it are engraved pictures of the 8 trigrams of Cheeman. It looked quite beautiful, but I just didn't know what it was for. Qin Feng rubbed it in his hand for a while, then planned to put it back. But at this moment, a bunch of golden words jumped out of the jade pendant. "Cheeman Bagua Jade?" Qin Feng said in surprise. "Sir, what did you say?" The man looked confused. Qin Feng was shocked when he heard this. What he just read was the first line of the golden text. Looking at the man's appearance, it was obvious that the latter could not see these golden words at all. What's going on? Did I find a treasure? Is this a high-level treasure? Qin Feng suppressed his excitement and continued reading. A few key words instantly caught his eye and made his heart beat with excitement. It changes shape and form, forms a circle of its own. Yin and Yang, heaven and earth, and the 8 trigrams change positions, according to the introduction on the bronze inscriptions, as long as the Wenqi is injected into the Chiman Bagua jade. The holder of the jade pendant and the order can be exchanged within a certain range, and the more literary spirit you inject. You can even redefine the Bagua direction with yourself as the center of the array. Baby, this jade pendant is definitely a treasure. Although the redefinition of the Bagua direction is not yet known to be of any use. The function of changing one's body is enough to make Qin Feng take a deep breath and force himself to calm down. Such a powerful treasure must not be noticed by others. It is important to know that the common man is not guilty of carrying the jade. Thinking of this, Qin Feng pretended to be casual and wanted to put the jade pendant back, and then find other reasons to choose this again. One piece. But at this moment, the jade pendant in his hand was shaking slightly, as if he didn't want to return to the shelf. Seeing this, Qin Feng hurriedly held it with his hands, and the jade pendant stopped shaking. "Sir, what's wrong with you?" the man asked. "It's nothing. I just want to try infusing literary energy into this jade pendant to see if there will be any reaction. But it seems that I am overthinking it." Qin Feng shook his head and browsed the other treasures on the shelf. Device. After about a stick of incense, he sighed and said, "They are just things with no apparent use." When the man who received the money heard this, he kindly reminded him, "Young master, why don't you go pick something else? I still know the functions of some of the treasures, even if you can't use them yourself. At worst, they will be exchanged for others in the future. That's all. I expected this result anyway. I happen to have a precious fan at home, and I still need a pendant. I think this jade pendant is good, so I'll choose it." Qin Feng pretended to look helpless. "Master, do you really don't need to think about it anymore?" "No need." Qin Feng shook his head and sighed as he walked downstairs. But his heart was filled with joy. He couldn't wait to find a place without people and try out the effect of apparition. Chapter 90 for the 12 Supreme Soldiers. When Shi Ziming saw Qin Feng walking out of the treasure pavilion, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Have you chosen the treasure you like?" Qin Feng shook his head and sighed helplessly. Hearing this, Song Filan blinked her green eyes. Thoughtfully, "It doesn't matter. When you have the opportunity to go to the imperial capital in the future, you may be able to find someone from the God's workshop to make a treasure. As long as you can provide them with precious materials and enough money, they can make even high-level treasures for you." Shi Ziming comforted. "Real or fake?" Qin Feng's eyes widened. He always thought that high-level treasures were treasures formed naturally by heaven and earth. But he never thought that they could be made artificially. "What did I lie to you for? Do you still remember the Master Gun Immortal I met a few days ago?" Qin Feng nodded. Of course, he had an impression of the man who appeared with a sense of oppression. But he had not seen him again in the Demon Slayer division in the past few days. Could it be that he had left? Back then, before the Spear Immortal Sima Kong entered the 5th realm of the Spear Intent, the 10,000 Gods realm, he once took the bodies of meteorite iron from the sky and the bodies of demonic beasts with 6th-level calamity power, and above to go to an old man in the God's workshop to build a gun. That old man was amazing. His hands were so ingenious that he had the ability to turn decay into something magical. He used the materials brought by the Spear Immortal and forged it for more than a month. When the gun was completed, a red light pierced the sky and thunder surged. That day was also the day when the last weapon of the 12 Supreme Soldiers of Shingonfang Tian Yunchuan was born. Shi Ziming said with envy. "The 12 Supreme Soldiers?" Qin Feng looked curious. "There are countless treasures forged by Shingonfang, among which the 12 weapons are the most important. And those are the 12 Supreme Weapons. They are all high-level treasures, possessing spirituality and amazing power. When they are born, they will produce strange phenomena. One of the weapons was a whip. It is said that after he was born, he attracted thunder from the sky, which took 2 sticks of incense to split before the thunder cloud dissipated. I even heard that a war hammer made an ear-splitting beating sound that resounded through the sky after it was born. It only returned to calm after 9 blasts." Qin Feng imagined the scene and felt that it was strange and extraordinary. "It would be great if I could also have such a magic weapon." Hearing this, Shi Ziming patted his shoulder. "Boy, you haven't woken up yet? How can such a magic weapon recognize you as the master?" Forehead. "It seems to make sense." Qin Feng's face twitched. "Since the forging technology of Shin Workshop is so powerful, why doesn't Mr. Shi make a treasure for himself? If I had the financial resources, would I still need your reminder?" Shi Ziming spat. "Oh,
It turns out I have no money. Although Shirziming is Xijing, the demon slayer of the same city. The salary of Xijing in different places is also completely different. Of course, the main thing is that this guy spent most of his money on brothels and wine.
Now that the matters in Qiyuansheng have been dealt with, when will we leave to go back?
Song Filan asked lightly.
I can do it at any time. Just look at this kid.
Shirziming glanced at Qin Feng.
Wait a minute. Everyone. I'm still waiting for the title deed to the governor's mansion. And I happen to have left some things at the restaurant. I'll go back and pick them up.
Qin Feng hurried back to the restaurant. Naturally not because he really left something behind, but because he was eager to verify the ability of Chemin Bagua Jade. So he wanted to find a place where there was no one. Since the time was right. It was neither checkout time in the morning nor lunch time. So there was no one in the restaurant. The waiter saw Qin Feng again and said in surprise,
Dr. Qin, what are you doing? I left something in the house. Is there anyone in the room now? There's no one around. I'm afraid you might want to stay here. So I've reserved that room for you. Do you need me to take you up? No need. I'll just go in and look for it myself. You can go about your business.
Qin Feng hurried upstairs, but did not notice that at the corner of the stairs, there were 3 figures sitting at the table near the corner. One person is a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth, wearing white clothes and a black hairband on his head. He was carrying a large wooden box with exquisite patterns carved on it, and the shape of the sword could be faintly seen. One person is a middle-aged man with a lean face, a thin beard, black and white broken hair shawl over his shoulders, a loose gray robe draped outside, and a black shirt underneath. His shirt was open at the chest, and thin black bandages wrapped around his solid body. And the last person was actually Sima Kong, the spear immortal, who was wearing green clothes and a black coat. The 3 of them were drinking at the table. What was strange was that the waiter in the restaurant seemed to be unable to see these people at all, and did not show any intention of coming up to greet them. Sima Kong closed his eyes and said respectfully,
Why are you here? Sir?
The middle-aged man with a lean face picked up the wine glass, took a sip and replied slowly,
I just have some things to deal with. I heard that there was a trouble on the armor here.
So I stopped by to take a look. How is the result? The dragon-suppressing monument has been returned to its position, but the enemy has been allowed to escape. The opponent's strength is not simple, and he has already planned it. If it weren't for the divination of Tianjin Guisher, Qiyuan City would have collapsed.
Sima Kong said in a deep voice.
Yeah.
The lean middle-aged man didn't say much. At this time, the handsome boy in white sneered and said disdainfully,
After all, it's not because of lack of strength. If I were there, none of them would be able to escape.
Regarding the young man's offense, Sima Kong ignored him.
In recent years, sneaks have become rampant. Demons have become more and more unscrupulous, and troubles have occurred in Qiyuan City. 2 small towns were actually invaded. After I returned the dragon-suppressing monument to its place, I went to check, but no one survived.
There was some regret and self-blame in his tone.
In such a world, we cannot cover everything. For the sake of great justice, small sacrifices are inevitable.
The lean middle-aged man raised his head and took a sip of wine and exhaled lightly. Hearing this, the handsome young man raised his brows and said proudly,
When I wipe out all the demons and ghosts in Dakian in the future, this kind of thing will never happen again. Just take a look.
The lean middle-aged man had a drink with the gun fairy and ignored him. The young man became anxious when he saw this.
If you continue to ignore me, I will fall out.
As soon as he finished speaking, the lean middle-aged man and the young man looked up at the second floor at the same time. Sima Kong also seemed to sense something with his eyes closed, and his expression changed slightly. In the room, Qin Feng injected literary energy into the Chemin Bagua Jade and waited for a long time. But there was still no reaction.
What's going on?
Qin Feng frowned and felt that he had injected too little literary energy, so he desperately began to activate the literary energy in his body. It wasn't until the literary energy in his body was about to bottom out that the jade pendant responded. I saw the Bagua diagram displayed on the jade pendant emitting a faint golden light, and the yin and yang fish pattern rotated. Within a moment, a circular formation with a radius of about 2 inches appeared at Qin Feng's feet. If you look closely, you will see that the circle pattern is exactly the same as the Bagua diagram on the jade pendant. Chapter 95 Shanha asked me my name, and the 5 sacred mountains came to greet me. Qin Feng blinked and observed the 8 formation diagram at his feet for a while. Thoughtfully,
it's not like this jade pendant's ability to change shape can only be used in this light array. Right?
His face looked a little weird. with such a small circle? What would it do if he changed his appearance? Do you want him to be like the male protagonist in The Matrix, shaking his body slightly every time to avoid the opponent's attack? No. What if the enemy comes over with an AoE attack? Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, thought carefully for a while, and then thought of a use that is, when he has sex with his wife in the future. She was originally on top, and then he used a shape-shifting to instantly change to be on top of her. Thinking about it this way, it seems like it's useless. That's all. Maybe it's because I don't have enough literary skills. So the light array is only this big. When I advance to the next level, I'll probably be able to create a larger light array. First try this trick of changing one's appearance. Qin Feng walked to the bed, picked up a pillow, and put it at his feet. It is worth mentioning that the light array was centered on him, so it could move with him. Qin Feng took a deep breath, activated his spiritual thoughts, and saw a white light flashing from the Bagua diagram in the golden light array under his feet. He instantly switched places with the pillow, even though it's only 2 inches away. After the successful attempt, Qin Feng didn't have time to be happy. He only felt lightheaded and staggered to sit on the edge of the bed. He never expected that just one transformation would make him so weak. But fortunately, at least I didn't fall into a coma like when I used the true interpretation of my life. This Chiman Bagua Jade is indeed a treasure. But with my current ability, I still cannot exert its true power. Qin Feng originally wanted to try the trick of changing positions, but at this point, he could only give up. Putting the jade pendant into the sumer ring, he breathed out lightly and rested for a while before he finally recovered. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door, and the waiter's voice sounded outside the house. Dr. Qin, someone from the governor's mansion is here to look for you. Has my title D arrived? Qin Feng looked happy and trotted open the door, only to see a man in official uniform following the waiter. It was the same man he had seen in the lobby of the Demon Slayer division before. Mr. Qin, these are 3 land deeds from Zhongtian Street. Please keep them. The official handed them over. Qin Feng took the land deed and felt happy. Sir, why are you so embarrassed to ask you to deliver it in person? Why don't I treat you to a few drinks? The official waved his hand. Dr. Qin accepts his kindness. It's just that everything in Chiyuan City is busy right now, and he really doesn't have time. Let's look for opportunities later. After speaking, the official said goodbye and left. Qin Feng sent the officials away respectfully, and sent the waiter away. He looked up and down the 3 land deeds, and couldn't put them down. It is no exaggeration to say that these 3 land deeds alone are worth at least hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. And if you want to buy a land title in Chiyuan City, you can't just use money to measure it. You also have to have connections. After carefully putting the land deed into the sumer ring, Qin Feng walked out of the room with cheerful steps. Originally, he didn't want to come to Chiyuancheng, but he didn't expect that this trip would be fruitful. Not only did he improve by leaps and bounds in his cultivation, he also unexpectedly obtained a gem and 3 land deeds. At this moment, he couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart and couldn't help humming a ditty from his previous life. The mountains and rivers ask me my name. The 5 mountains come to greet me. The sword shines with blood, shocking the tranquility of the rivers and lakes. There are some people on the road of life who love and hate as they please, wishing that clouds and rain would turn over, and wishing that there would be no weapons in troubled times. Sun and Moon asked. Qin Feng walked down the stairs and then paused. Why did someone come to drink at this hour? He was still a young man. It was so embarrassing. But not to mention, this young man is quite handsome and can compete with his second brother. Seeing the strange expression on the young man's face, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, What's the matter, little brother? Do you want to learn singing from your brother? As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Little brother? The young man in white's eyes widened, and the corners of his eyes trembled slightly with anger. Then the wooden box behind him shook, and the strange lines lit up with white light, followed by the piercing sound of the sword. In this flash of lightning, Qin Feng felt his heart tremble. As if in a trance, he would be decapitated by the young man not far away. At this moment, a broad and rough palm pressed on the wooden box. The sound of the sword suddenly stopped, and the throbbing pressure disappeared. Anyone else? Due to the viewing angle, Qin Feng could only see the young man sitting at the edge. He carefully descended another step, leaned his upper body slightly forward, and looked over. The person holding the wooden box was a lean middle-aged man with black and white hair. And on the other side, there was another person. He was actually the gun fairy. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Why was the spear immortal?
one of the famous 12 divine swords of Dacian dynasty. Sitting with these two people? This young man must be a great person. He moved his gaze downwards and looked at the waist of the young man in white, where there was a Qingyun wave pattern belt produced by Imperial City Yuxiafang. And there was a token hanging on the right side of the belt. The Red Lotus pattern and 3 stars are clearly the Red Lotus 3-star order of the Demon Slayer division. On the outermost ring of the token, there are also some white gold stones like stars. Qin Feng took a breath. Although he couldn't see the number of tiny platinum stones clearly, he was sure that there were 36 of them. Because this is the 36-star order of Dagon Demon Slayer division. This handsome young man in white is actually a 36-star. Gudong. The sound of swallowing saliva seemed particularly harsh at this moment. I just gave this young man a blowjob. Who gave me the courage? Liang Jingru?
Dr. Qin, are you leaving?
The waiter suddenly stepped forward and said Lo. Qin Feng came back to his senses and laughed dryly.
Yeah. I'm done with the things here. And I'm ready to go back. Then I won't see you off. If you come to Qiyuan City again next time, you can come to our restaurant again. Our shopkeeper has told us that as long as you come, there will be no charge. Okay.
Qin Feng calmed down and slowly walked down the stairs. During this period, he kept watching the 3 people beside him with his peripheral vision. Fortunately, until he stepped out of the restaurant's door, the 3 people didn't move. But the young man in white kept staring at him with a rather unkind look. Qin Feng left the restaurant, avoided the sight of the 3 people, and then ran towards the Demon Slayer department. Previously, he and Shirziming had said that they would meet again at the Demon Slayer division once everything was settled. The restaurant is not far from the Demon Slayer division. Just walk a few streets and you'll be there. When they turned a corner, they saw that outside the gate of the Demon Slayer division, Shirziming and his 2 men were already sitting on horses waiting.
Boy, have you got everything?
Shirziming asked.
Quick, pull me on the horse.
Qin Feng shouted anxiously.
What's wrong?
Shirziming didn't know why, but he still used his big shadow hand to grab him onto the horse's back. Song Filan's light blue eyes seemed a little disappointed, and the pink color on the tips of her ears slowly faded.
It's too late to explain. Drive quickly. No. Hurry up and get back to Jinong City.
Qin Feng panted. Shirziming and Song Filan looked at each other and didn't ask any more questions. The horse's reins were lifted up, and the 3 of them set off on their way home. In the restaurant, the young man in white said dissatisfiedly,
Why don't you let me take action and teach that guy a lesson? He dared to call me little brother. Not only that, the mountains and rivers asked me my name, and the 5 mountains came to greet me. I was really crazy.
The lean middle-aged man smiled and repeated the lyrics in his mouth.
I wish the clouds and rain could turn over, and I wish there were no weapons in troubled times. He is an interesting boy. Sima Kong. Do you know him?
The gun immortal nodded.
The enemy was repelled, but the people in the city were still suffering from the plague of poisonous insects. When all the doctors were helpless, it was the Demon Slayer division of Qi Yuansheng who found this person and resolved the crisis.
The lean middle-aged man tapped the table with his fingers.
Doctor, when Sheng Dao Tong, the fluctuation of Qi just now was interesting. Waiter, check out.
The waiter in the shop heard the call and hurried over.
Sir, the total money you spent on this table is.
The boy in white left the money, and the 3 of them got up and left. When the 3 of them walked away, the waiter scratched his head and said with confusion,
Strange. Why didn't I notice these 3 people before?
Chapter 96. The young man in white spends a lot of money. The moon is high in the sky, and the stars are shining brightly. It is particularly lively in front of the gate of Wangyueji tonight, just because today is the day of the Immortal Drunk Auction. Since Wangyueji's Hans wine has long been famous in the city, and shopkeeper Peng spared no effort in promoting it. The rich and powerful businessmen in the city have long been yearning for this mysterious immortal drunkenness, in order to attract more people and build reputation. Shopkeeper Peng did not choose to auction the immortal drunk in the restaurant on the 3rd floor, but directly auctioned it at the door of the restaurant. As a result, even ordinary people with no money came here one after another to see the excitement and freshness, and wanted to see what kind of wine the immortal druid was that made such a big noise. Seeing the powerful and wealthy businessmen sitting down one after another, shopkeeper Peng wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked,
The eldest young master hasn't returned to the Qin mansion yet?
The waiter shook his head.
I have been going to the Qin mansion every day these days, but the eldest young master has never come back since he was taken away by the lord of the Demon Slayer division. Shopkeeper, how about we postpone the auction? The time for the auction to be postponed has been announced a long time ago, And the powerful and wealthy businessmen have been waiting for this day. If it could be postponed, why would I wait until now? That's it. That's it.
Shopkeeper Ping took a deep breath and walked up to the person. He glanced at the dark crowd, and then motioned to the waiter to bring Xian and Zui over. Generally speaking, before the auction, the host must brag and promote it. However, when Qin Feng and Shopkeeper Peng proposed the idea of the auction, they specifically told him that the aroma of wine is not afraid of the alley. So there is no need to say anything. Just let them smell it. Just smell it. Therefore, Shopkeeper Peng didn't say much and just opened the lid of the wine jar. For a time, the aroma of wine overflowed and was intoxicating.
Smell good.
Yes. Everyone looked intoxicated. Shopkeeper Peng smiled slightly when he saw this, and then closed the lid of the wine jar. But the mellow aroma that emitted lingered for a long time. The powerful and wealthy businessmen could no longer suppress their excitement and shouted,
Shopkeeper Peng, when will the auction start? That's it. Don't hold our breath any longer. What's the starting price? Everyone, please be patient. Immortal drunkenness is a treasure of Wang Yueju. From brewing to the final product, it requires many processes and consumes a lot of time and manpower. So,
Shopkeeper Peng smiled and pressed his hand, then stretched out a finger.
This wine will cost you 100 taels.
When the people heard this, they took a breath of cold air. What is the concept of 100 taels of silver? It would take them decades to save up. Shopkeeper Peng felt a little uneasy when he saw everyone's expressions. He had never heard of any wine that could be sold for 100 taels of silver. However, the starting price was not set by him, but what the young master told him before. So he had no choice but to comply. The powerful and wealthy businessmen looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little strange for a moment. But they were not frightened by the price, and started bidding one after another.
150 taels. 200 taels.
Price shouting came and went, and it didn't take long for Xian and Zui's price to be increased to 500 taels. Shopkeeper Peng breathed a sigh of relief. If he screwed up the auction, he really didn't know how to explain it to the young master. As the auction price got higher and higher, a wealthy businessman seemed to have seen the business opportunity of this wine. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly,
1,000 taels.
As soon as the price came out, the surrounding area instantly became quiet, as if you could hear a pin drop. When the others heard this, they all looked at each other and shook their heads. It was just a jar of wine. It was completely unnecessary to spend so much money. They gave up. The merchant who shouted out 1,000 taels breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He could see the value of this wine. After some operations in Tianqing, if he changed hands and sold it, the price would definitely increase several times. But just when he thought he was sure of victory, an untimely voice sounded.
2,000 taels.
What? The businessman looked for reputation, and the one calling out the price was a young man in white who had never made a sound before. He looked handsome, and had an extraordinary bearing. And the young man in white is Yun. Shopkeeper Peng swallowed, trying to calm down his excitement. But the joy on his face could not be concealed. 2,000 taels. That's the profit of all restaurants combined in the past 5 days. After the price was directly increased from 1,000 taels to 2,000 taels. No one said anything. I just thought that the bidder was mentally ill. Is this how the auction price was? Shopkeeper Peng decided on the price, and the other bidders left cursing. A group of people still wanted to sell a jar of wine for 2,000 taels. They never dared to think about such a thing before. Yun ordered Wang Su to take the immortal wine, and he opened the lid with his left hand and smelled it. He couldn't help but sigh.
I didn't expect that there would be such a fine wine in this small Jinyang city.
Wang Su nodded.
This wine is indeed good, but the price of 2,000 taels is too high. High.
Yun shook his head.
Do you still remember the Starjiang Tower in Fengtian City? Of course I remember it. If I hadn't followed the young master, I wouldn't have been able to enter that place.
Wang Su recalled. Zexinglu is the most luxurious restaurant in Fengtian City. The worst officials it receives are at the 5th level, and the restaurant on the highest floor only receives relatives of the emperor.
There was a kind of wine called Zui Shengming Si that was produced in the star-reaching tower. Someone wanted to buy it for 10,000 taels, but was rejected. I once drank the drunken life and dreams of death, which is indeed extraordinary. But this immortal drunkenness, in my opinion, is still above that of drunken life and dreams of death, Yun said confidently. Wang Su and Mo Litian looked at each other after hearing this. The two of them had naturally heard of the drunken life and dream of Zhaixing Tower. It was a fairy brew that even Emperor Mingda admired. But they had no doubts about the young master's words. So they were extremely shocked. If this immortal druid is promoted by Jubiozai and then auctioned in Fengtian City, I am confident that it will sell for more than 10,000 taels. However, as long as the master likes this, he might as well bring it to him to drink when he returns to the imperial capital later. You put the wine away. Okay, sir. Emolentian touched his right hand, and the wine jar disappeared instantly. Yin paused and then said, I came here to eat at Wangyu residence today, and I was full of surprises. In addition to the dish called hot pot, there is also this immortal Zoe. I am very interested in the boss behind the scenes here. Wang Su. Please tell shopkeeper Peng that I would like to meet with his boss at noon tomorrow to discuss cooperation. Okay, sir. It's getting late. Let's go back to Qin Mansion. Yin turned around and stepped forward, followed closely by Wang Su. Speaking of which, how long has Brother Qin been away? Yin asked. Reporting to you, young master. Counting today. It has been 3 days. Yeah. Yin nodded. Thoughtfully. On the other side, in the lobby of the Qin Mansion, Aaron Yang was pacing back and forth anxiously. Fomer has been away for 3 days and hasn't come back yet. Could there be any accident? I heard that there was chaos in Jiashan over there in Qiyuancheng. This kid really wants to go there at this time. Qin Jianan comforted him. The child is old, so it's good to go out and experience it. Madam, you don't have to worry so much. When Aaron Yang heard this, she raised her brows, put one hand on her hips, pointed at her nose and said, You still have the nerve to say that it was so dangerous the past few days. Where did you go? And you didn't come back until noon today. I see, Fomer. No matter how you do it, you always have to worry about me. By the way, how much money did you lose this time when you went out to do business? Qin Jianan's expression froze, and he quickly changed the subject. Madam, you are right. This kid Fomer is a bit troublesome. When he comes back, I will work with you to talk about him. At this moment, the voice that made them miss each other came from outside the gate of Qin Mansion. I'm back. Chapter 97 Conversation Under the Moon. Qin Feng and the other 2 people worked non-stop, and finally arrived at Jinan City from Qiyuan City before midnight. Qin Feng did not waste any time. After saying goodbye to Shi Ziming and Song Filan, he hurried back to the Qin Mansion. I haven't seen you for 3 days, and I don't know if my family misses me. Crunch! At this moment, the door of Qin Mansion was pushed open, and Qin Feng stepped in. He was surprised when he didn't realize who opened the door for the first time. Uncle. The greeting came unexpectedly. Qin Feng was startled and turned his head to look for the voice. It turned out to be heightened too. He twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Can you change into a white shirt at night? Xing Sheng didn't know why. Is there something wrong with this black clothes? Isn't there a problem? You are almost invisible. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and was about to say something when the sound of footsteps reached his ears. Feng, you're finally back. Aaron Yang was the first to speak out. Her eyes slightly red, although she was still complaining in the lobby not long ago. When she really sees someone, her care and longing will always overwhelm everything else. Mood. Brother. The second brother greeted with a smile. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked with a surprised expression. After 3 days without seeing him, the energy in his second brother's body became stronger and stronger. It seemed that the breakthrough to the 6th level was just around the corner. He is really gifted. Qin Feng sighed in his heart and nodded in greeting. Yes, it seems that you haven't slacked off in practice these days. Xing Sheng, who was on the side, heard this and added, The second young master's mastery of energy today is far from what it was before. Even I may not be able to get an advantage from him. Qin Feng was thoughtful. At this moment, a burst of fragrance entered his nose, and he looked forward, only to see a beautiful woman in blue coming into view. Uncle! Lan Ningxuan greeted softly. Her brows relaxed slightly, and a stone in her heart finally fell. Qin Feng took a look at the beauty in front of him and said with concern, Miss Lan, even if you want to desperately improve your cultivation, you must pay attention to rest. Look at you. There are bloodshot eyes in your pupils. When Lan Ningxuan heard this, a blush crept onto her cheeks, but it was well covered by the darkness of the night. She hurriedly turned away her head and said, Young lady still has something to ask me about. If my uncle has time, he might as well go and visit the young lady. After saying this, she left in a hurry. Qin Feng didn't know why he was in such a hurry. However, after seeing the energy in the bodies of his second brother, Xing Sheng and Lan Ningxuan, he found that these 3 people had almost reached the peak of the 7th level of Shenwu.
If they don't break through to the 6th level, the blood energy in these 3 people's bodies will not be able to be condensed into strength.
They only have one opportunity left. I wonder if I can help them find it.
Qin Feng rubbed his chin, lowered his head, and fell into deep thought. Not long after, a dry cough interrupted his thoughts. Qin Feng looked up and saw that it was the unreliable father. He pulled out the corner of his mouth and said, "Greeting.
Dad, I'm back."
Qin Jianan snorted with a nasal sound, and then his face suddenly darkened.
For a person as big as you, you don't know how to let the family worry less. The world outside is so chaotic, and you are still running around. I must talk about you well today.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yang frowned and pulled him away.
Feng'er has just come back. It's time to take a rest. What are you talking about here?
Qin Jianan opened his mouth. This was different from what was discussed in the lobby just now.
No, madam. It was clearly you before. What about me? Do you want to sleep in the guest room again tonight?
Qin Jianan was instantly defeated and stunned. Yang turned to Qin Feng and said with concern,
"Since everyone is back, let's rest early today, and we will discuss the rest tomorrow." Okay, Yang.
After a few people exchanged pleasantries, they left one after another. Looking at the backs of his family, Qin Feng felt warm in his heart. No matter what the world was like, staying with his family was the most important thing. Suddenly, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something, and asked He Tantu on the side,
"Why don't you see Yin and the others? Have they already left?"
"It shouldn't be. Doesn't that guy who is pretending to be a man not need me to heal her arm? I also hope to use her to practice my skills and secretly keep some precious medicinal materials." Xing Sheng replied,
"Master Yin has not left. Maybe he went out for a stroll. But in the past few days, he has sent 4 people away."
Qin Feng thought thoughtfully and said 4 people away. Probably to go out to inquire about information and collect medicinal materials. This guy really couldn't stop himself. However, it would be fine if she did not leave. And I hope to discuss cooperation with Qi Yuancheng with her.
Okay, I understand. I'm going to say hello to your lady. It's nothing. You should go to bed early. Okay, uncle.
At the Qin Mansion Lake Pavilion, the moonlight is extremely beautiful tonight. The white moonlight fell, shining on the beauty dressed in white and blue. Her fair skin exuded a halo under the moonlight, as crystal clear as the first snow in winter.
"Miss, my uncle is back,"
Lan Ningxuang said softly.
Uncle, maybe I'll come see you later. He's here,"
a cold voice said. Lan Ningxuang turned her head and looked towards the corridor, and she saw Qin Feng.
"Miss, I'm leaving first."
Lu Jianli nodded slightly.
"Go to rest early. You have been worrying too much in recent days." "Okay, miss."
Lan Ningxuang paused and her voice was as light as a mosquito. She blushed, lowered her head and left quickly, passing by Qin Feng. Qin Feng wanted to say hello, but before he finished speaking, the other party walked away.
"Why are you in such a hurry?"
Qin Feng shook his head and walked towards the lake pavilion. Looking at that beautiful side face, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of a poem from his previous life, there is no beauty in the world. A beautiful woman is beautiful. The beauty of a country is stunning. And everyone in the world is shocked. This poem seems to be tailor-made for Lu Jianli.
"I'm back.
After the simple dialogue, the night returned to tranquility. Qin Feng stood not far from Lu Jianli with his hands folded, looking at the lake in front of him, as if he was admiring the beautiful scenery. But in fact, I'm so embarrassed. I don't know what to say. Be angry. Qin Feng, what kind of beauty have you never flirted with? What's more, it's his own wife. He took a deep breath and started looking for topics to chat about.
"Recently, a handsome young man came to the house. He dressed up as a man and thought no one would notice. It was very interesting."
Lu Jianli glanced away, then turned back. What a mistake. How could you mention another woman in front of one woman? Qin Feng's face stiffened, and he continued.
"Some time ago, her right arm meridians were severed, which is somewhat similar to your situation. She has asked me to treat the injury on her right arm. By then, if I can succeed, there will be hope for your injury to recover. Thank you."
The voice sounded as calm as usual, but there was an unusual flavor in the tone. The topic ended and Qin Feng was defeated.
"Then if nothing happens, I'll leave first and won't disturb your rest."
Lu Jianli did not respond. Qin Feng was a little frustrated and turned around to leave. At this moment, Lu Jianli suddenly spoke.
"Tell me about what happened to Qi Yuancheng."
Qin Feng felt happy when he heard this.
Since you want to know, then I will tell you. The moonlight was like water. Qin Feng talked for a long time. Lu Jianli listened quietly. Her calm eyes seemed to be opened by the moonlight. Chapter 98 The Boss Behind Wang Yueju. The next day, after breakfast, Qin Feng met Yin and others. After a brief greeting, Yin asked about the history of Qi Yuancheng. Qin Feng didn't hide it, and gave a brief summary. But the time of the presentation was not even 1/10 compared to last night. After hearing this, Yin nodded slightly. Not bad. It didn't embarrass us scholars. Qin Feng glanced sideways, and wondered why you spoke so arrogantly. Is it because you have a mine at home? Oh, you are the young master of Jubiozai in Yulin City. So that's okay. By the way, I want to discuss cooperation with you. I wonder if you are interested. Qin Feng asked. Cooperation? Yin thought for a while, and said naturally. You want to cooperate with me to open a medical clinic? Qin Feng shook his head. It's not a medical clinic. It's a restaurant. Behind you is Jubiozai, which must have a lot of connections. I have always had an idea. That is, to expand the restaurant to all the major cities in the sky to make a name for myself. At present, I have a certain foothold in Qiyuan City, but there are still many details that I want to discuss with you. After all, you are well informed. Don't worry. When the restaurant becomes bigger in the future, we will distribute the profits. Wait a minute. Yin interrupted loudly. You also need to be smart when doing business. Although you saved my life, I can't cooperate with you because of this. What's more, since you have some attainments in medical skills, why don't you stick to it instead of doing your job? How can you achieve the pinnacle in a certain field if you are so half-hearted? Hee. You are saying this just because you don't understand my strength yet. Qin Feng thought like this and said again. It's just what you say. Let's do this. Brother Yin, I will take you to a place at noon. After you experience it for yourself, you may change your mind. Yin frowned slightly, trying to reason with this person. But the other person just couldn't understand. At this moment, Wang Su quickly came to Yin and whispered a few words in his ear. Hearing this, Yin immediately said, I know. You go back and tell him. I will be there on time. After saying this, she turned her head and glanced at Qin Feng again. I won't be eating at Qin Mansion at noon today. You go and tell the kitchen that there is no need to prepare our share. As for what you said before, hee. A single word, H, showed disdain. She had already given her answer and walked away. Qin Feng opened his mouth and was stunned on the spot. It took him a long time to realize. This is obviously my home. Why does she speak as if I am a guest? That's all. She won't leave the Qin Mansion in a short time anyway. Let's take it slow. After some time, the waiter from Wang Yu residence rushed to the Qin Mansion. After learning from the concierge that the eldest young master was back, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Under the leadership of the servants in the mansion, the waiter quickly met Qin Feng. What's the matter? Qin Feng asked curiously, looking at the other party's panting appearance. Reporting to the young master, the immortal drunk auction you arranged earlier ended yesterday. Hearing this, Qin Feng thought for a moment. Too many things had happened recently, and he had almost forgotten this matter. However, with shopkeeper Peng's ability, the auction should be able to be held normally even if he is not present. Well, I understand. How much did it cost? The waiter in the shop said excitedly. I sold it for a full 2,000 taels of silver. 2,000 taels? This was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. According to his original analysis, judging from Jinyang City's consumption power, he could still get 1,000 taels even if he was exhausted. Hey, which dog is that big? Who bought it from? The waiter shook his head. That's a handsome young man in white. I've never seen him before. Handsome? Young man in white? It can't be such a coincidence. Qin Feng looked strange. Is there anyone else around him? Yes. There are 2 middle-aged guards. One is tall and thin in gray robes, and the other is strong. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. These 2 people were clearly Mo Lintian and Wang Su. It seemed that the young man in white was definitely Yin. It's cheap. Qin Feng looked pitiful. With Yin's status, Immortal Zui could double the price several times if she resold it. Ah? The waiter in the shop was confused. He sold a jar of wine for 2,000 taels and said it was cheap. A servant like him really couldn't guess what the young master was thinking. That's all. You came here just to talk to me about the auction? It's like this. After the young man in white bought the wine last night, he sent someone to find shopkeeper Peng to discuss cooperation. Shopkeeper Peng saw that the other party was making such a generous offer.
so he did not refuse. However, young master, you are not back. So shopkeeper Peng can't make the decision and can only delay. This morning, the young master's guard came to the restaurant again to inquire. Shopkeeper Peng had no choice but to accept it first, and then sent the younger one to see if the young master was back.
Is there such a thing? Qin Feng was a little dumbfounded. After doing this for a long time, didn't that guy still want to cooperate with him?
Young master, do you think you should agree to this cooperation? Or should you tell me to talk to shopkeeper Peng and send him away?
The waiter asked.
Go. Of course I want to go.
Qin Feng immediately responded.
When is the appointment? 12:15. I understand. You go back first. I will be there on time.
Qin Feng couldn't wait. He really wanted to see how Yin would look when he knew the true identity of the boss behind the scenes. Noon has arrived, and the 3 people from Yun arrived as scheduled. Under the leadership of shopkeeper Peng, they entered the restaurant. When going up the stairs, Yin glanced around and saw that all 3 floors were full. Everyone was changing glasses and eating happily. The business of Wang Yueju is really great. It seems that the boss behind the scenes should be a capable person. But I don't know if he can be recruited. Yin has cherished talents.
Shopkeeper Peng led the 3 people to the 3rd floor, and then opened the door of a luxurious box. If he hadn't reserved this room in advance, the 3rd floor would have been full of people. Yun sat down, but saw that shopkeeper Peng was still standing. He couldn't help but wonder,
doesn't shopkeeper Peng want to discuss the cooperation method with me first? And then wait for your boss to come back and then tell him. Why don't you take a seat?
Shopkeeper Peng replied respectfully.
Our eldest young master has returned. Naturally, he will talk to you personally about this cooperation matter.
Young master? Yin showed curiosity. She originally thought that the person who could run the restaurant so successfully must be at least a middle-aged man familiar with the ways of businessmen. But she didn't expect. Wait. Restaurant. Young master. The pupils in Yin's beautiful and bright eyes widened slightly, and a ridiculous guess appeared in her mind.
No, it won't happen. I probably think too much.
Yin shook his head. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open, and Qin Feng walked in with a smile.
Sorry, I'm a little late. Brother Yin won't blame me. Right.
Chapter 99 Sympathy Among Profiteers.
Master Qin, how could you do this?
Wang Su and Mo Lintian, who were standing next to Yin, stared wide-eyed. Even Lan Ningxuang, who came with Qin Feng to act as a bodyguard, looked puzzled. Her uncle had clearly told her before that she was here to discuss business with someone. Yin's eyes fluctuated slightly, but she quickly restrained her expression and looked very calm, which greatly disappointed Qin Feng. He originally wanted to take a look at this rich woman, but she looked surprised and her jaw dropped.
It's really you. Brother Yin knows it's me?
Qin Feng pulled out a chair and sat down.
I had a vague guess about this possibility after talking with shopkeeper Peng before. I just didn't expect that I would sometimes make mistakes.
Yin admitted generously.
It's not your fault. It's because I'm too good in other aspects. So you didn't see my talent in business.
Qin Fengtian said shamelessly. Wang Su and Wang Su showed strange expressions when they heard this. Shopkeeper Peng nodded in agreement. The eldest young master's talents are indeed unparalleled. Lan Ningxuang glanced at the side, then withdrew her gaze, silently saying shamelessly in her heart. Yin looked at Qin Feng expressionlessly, and did not continue on this topic. Instead, he took a sip of the tea on the table and asked lightly,
Tell me, how do you want to cooperate with me?
As soon as she finished speaking, she added inappropriately,
Now you are barely qualified for this.
Are you really not going to get beaten if you keep talking like this? Qin Feng's eyelids twitched. He loosened his clenched fists, and then began to talk about the cooperation between the 2 parties. Time passed by, and after 2 sticks of incense, Yin's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly.
Let me, Jubiozai, come forward to provide funds to help you build restaurants in major cities, and then share with me a portion of the monthly profits?
The water in Tiancheng is very deep, and it is not an easy task to take stock of the title deeds and real estate. She will naturally be dissatisfied when she hears this condition.
It's not all your investment. Just 30%. In this way, I will give up 30% of the restaurant's monthly profit. I admit that your Wang Yueju is indeed doing well, but Jinong City is not as good as Tiancheng. How can you guarantee that the restaurant opened in Tiancheng will still have such a customer flow? When doing business, you need to evaluate risks and weigh efforts and rewards. I can't accept your way of cooperation. Yin picked up the tea again and looked up lightly. That look was quite intriguing. Qin Feng was stunned for a while before he realized that this meant serving tea to see off the guests. No, you got it right. This is my restaurant. Naturally, Qin Feng would not leave. He even took the teapot and teacup, poured himself a cup, and drank it all in one gulp. This behavior made Yin look displeased. This person was so ignorant of etiquette. After Qin Feng drank the tea, he took out 3 land deeds from the summer ring and pushed them in front of Yin. This is? Yin picked up the land deed with his left hand and looked at it carefully. Then said in surprise, "The land deed of Zhongtian Street in Qiyuan City?" Zhongtian Street in Qiyuan City is located in the center of the city. It is a prosperous area and expensive. And if you don't have connections in the governor's mansion, you may not be able to win it even if you have money. The branch of Jubiozai in Qiyuan City is built on Zhongtian Street, so Yin is well aware of its difficulty. How did you get the title deed? Of course, I relied on some connections and 200,000 taels of snowflake silver. Qin Feng said nonsensically without a red face and a heartbeat. 200,000 taels. Wang Su and Wang Su were shocked. This was a large sum of money in Fengtian City. Lan Ningxuang's beautiful eyes widened. When did my uncle become so rich? With the land price there. It does cost these silver coins. Yin nodded slightly. So, can you tell me what the purpose of this land deed is? I will build a branch of Wangyueju in Qiyuan City. If the restaurant is successful, you only need to give me 60,000 taels. And from then on, I will still give you 30% of the monthly profits of Qi Yuancheng restaurant. I do this not only to show my sincerity, but also to dispel your concerns. Qin Feng obviously lost money in this transaction. But he didn't mind because he needed to borrow Yin's identity to get on the big ship of Jubiozai. Moreover, if he wants to create semicolons in other Tianqing, he will definitely not be able to do it with his ability. When the time comes, he will have to rely on the relationship with Jubiozai. Yin thought for a moment and replied, I have no reason to refuse such an offer. After she finished speaking, she reached into her arms with her left hand and took out a money bag. Here is 1,000 taels of gold, which is 10,000 taels converted into silver. Your restaurant still needs to be built and renovated. So this money is my sincerity. The rich woman is so happy. Qin Feng felt happy and calmly took the gold and put it into the sumer ring. Then when do you plan to go to Qiyuan City to build a restaurant? There's no rush yet. I'm waiting for an opportunity. When Huarong Road is built outside Jinyang City, the travel time between the two cities will be greatly shortened. At that time, it will be the best time to go to Qiyuan City and open a Wangyueju branch. Before starting construction, we really need to think carefully. Yin took a sip of tea and agreed. Qin Feng nodded and took out another jar of wine and a transparent bottle of light green powder. Yin naturally recognized that jar of wine. She spent 2,000 taels to buy a jar of wine last night. It was the Immortal Drunk. Can you brew this wine in large quantities? Look at what you said. This Immortal Drunk is not an ordinary product. At most, I can only take out a few jars when the auction is held in Jubiozai. Shameless. Everyone present thought so. Yin looked calm. Anyone who does business can understand the principle that rare things are valuable. She turned her head and asked, When is the next auction of Jubiozai? I'll report back to you. Master, in half a month. Emolintian replied respectfully. I want 35 altars of immortals to be drunk. Yin said without thinking. I can give it to you tonight. Qin Feng smiled. Jubiozai will deduct 20% of the money from the auction. Make a deal. Yin looked at the bottle of light green powder and asked curiously, What is this? Qin Feng answered the question inappropriately. Why do you think my hot pot at Wangyueju is so popular? Based on the price ratio and novel eating methods of different customers. Of course, the most important thing is the spicy taste provided by the red soup pot bottom. I can tell that the spiciness comes from the scarlet fruit that few people eat. As for the inexplicable freshness, does it come from this thing? Yin raised his head to verify. As expected of the young master of Jubiozai branch. He is so considerate. Yes, I developed this thing accidentally. No matter what kind of dishes. As long as it is added, it can achieve the effect of improving freshness. The green powder in this bottle is the product of cold star grass that he asked his father to collect. Dry and grind into powder. Its effect is similar to MSG. The reason why the fish soup in Chiang town is extremely delicious is that the locals like to put a few pieces of this cold star grass in the soup. Yun's eyes widened. With her mind, she could naturally understand the value of Hank Cinco powder, which was comparable to Immortal Drunk. How much of this do you have? Just this one bottle. Yun was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood. You want to use Jubiozai to spread the name of your restaurant?
Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Talking to smart people saves effort. The two stared at each other, speechless for a moment. It was the mutual sympathy between the two profiteers, and they couldn't help it. Yin put away the green bottle.
I understand. I will display this item at the auction of Jubiozai at the right opportunity. Thank you.
Qin Feng saluted with clasped fists. The two chatted for a long time, and after lunch, they planned to go their separate ways. When Qin Feng left, he asked again,
When will the medicinal materials be collected?
Yin did not give an exact time, but said, almost in a calm tone. Qin Feng understood that this was her reaction to not having high expectations for repairing the meridians in her arm. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Qin Feng didn't say much because he wasn't completely sure. After sighing slightly, he took Lan Ningxuang and left Wang Yi residence. Chapter 100 in Spirit.
Uncle, where should we go next? Are you listening to Yuxuan?
Qin Feng shook his head.
We are almost out of wine. We have to ask Lao Li to replenish some. By the way, we will share this month's wine profits with him.
Lan Ningxuang nodded slightly, and for some reason, there was a touch of sadness between her eyebrows.
What's wrong? But what's on your mind?
Qin Feng turned his head and asked.
Uncle, how confident are you that the meridian damage on Mr. Yin's right arm can be repaired?
It turned out that he was worried about this matter because Lu Jinli made it clear to Qin Feng.
Although I would like to say that I am 70% or 80% sure. In fact, I am only 50% sure.
Half and half. This is his most optimistic estimate. Although the Tian Yuan Nei Jing gave a plan for healing the meridians. In the final analysis, it was just an unformed idea. And no one had ever succeeded. He dared to say that he was 50% sure. And it was also because he had a pair of strange eyes. Seeing that the sadness in Lan Ningxuang's eyes had not faded, Qin Feng smiled and said,
I only said that I am only 50% sure of curing Yin's right arm. But I didn't say how sure I am of curing your young lady. Why are you so sad? Uncle, there is no need to comfort me. The injury of the young lady is much more serious than that of young Master Yin. If even Mr. Yin's injuries are only 50% sure to be cured, let alone my young lady.
This is the main reason that makes Lan Ningxuang sad.
No. The most important thing to cure diseases and save people is experience. Why is it so difficult to repair meridians? It's not because no doctor has ever succeeded before. But I'm different. I can practice with Yin first. If I can successfully treat it, wouldn't Miss Yan's meridians be easily cured?
When Lan Ningxuang heard this, she seemed to think it made sense, and her eyes brightened a lot. But she was still worried.
But what if Master Yin fails? What's the matter? Failure is the mother of success. Since I failed once, I will naturally sum up the reasons for the failure and make improvements to the treatment methods. In this way, my confidence has also improved.
Qin Feng said plausibly. Lan Ningxuang was moved by these words, and her brows slowly relaxed.
Wouldn't this be a bit sorry for Mr. Yin?
Qin Feng's expression froze, and he pretended not to hear, and suddenly quickened his pace.
Let's go quickly. Go early and come back early.
On the other side, Yun, who was returning to Qin Mansion, suddenly sneezed. Wang Su on the side asked with concern.
Master, I'm catching a cold. Do you need another robe? No need.
Yun frowned slightly. The clothes she was wearing were sewn with silk from Yuxiafang in the imperial capital. They were warm in winter and cool in summer. So how could she catch a cold? Intentionally or unintentionally? She glanced at her hanging right arm, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Although she often pretends to be indifferent, who can accept the loss of an arm?
Lu Jianli, how did you survive that time?
Yun muttered to himself in a daze. Qin Feng and the two came to Lao Li's residence. At first glance, they saw that it was still the same as before. Shabby but clean. Lao Li was sitting on a chair in the yard, drinking wine leisurely and sprinkling some on the ground from time to time. Qin Feng's eyelids jumped when he saw this. What a waste! What a waste! Hearing the commotion, Lao Li looked at the door.
What's wrong? Boy, the drinks are sold out? Yes. Senior, where is the brewed wine? I need to take it away.
Qin Feng said respectfully. Wait. Lao Li burped and tapped the ground with his crutch. The ground cracked in the corner of the yard. Qin Feng looked curiously, and after a while, he saw countless wine jars floating out of the cellar and neatly arranged in the courtyard.
Uncle, this is it.
Lan Ningxuang's eyes widened, and she whispered softly. Qin Feng also looked surprised. This strange method was not something that Baigui's 6th grade could perform. but the ability to retrieve objects from the air has never been heard of in the 5th level puppet realm.
Miss Lan, do you know what this method is?
Qin Feng asked closely. As the weather was getting colder, Lan Ningxuan could even feel the warmth of the other person's breath. Her face turned slightly red, and she distanced herself slightly.
I don't know the specifics, but I heard that at the 4th level of the 100 Ghosts, one has the power to attract and control Yin, the power of the spirit. This method is quite similar to that ability.
The 4th grade of Baigui? Qin Feng opened his mouth, although he didn't know what the specific abilities of the 4th level Baigui were. With such strength, Lao Li definitely had a high rank in the Jinling army back then. He suddenly thought of something, and used the eye expansion technique. Next to each wine jar floating in the air, there was a blurry green figure. The closer he stared, the clearer the blurry figure became. He was wearing a military uniform, armor, and a red military hat. This is clearly the uniform of a soldier charging into the enemy's killing array. These Yin spirits are all soldiers. But why are there so many soldiers Yin spirits here? Qin Feng's eyes widened. An idea was born in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. Senior Li was a soldier in the Jinling army. He survived, but did not choose to return to the imperial capital. Instead, he settled in Jinong City and became a down-and-out winemaker. Jinong City is a small city with no army at all, and there are no descriptions of relevant sergeants in the topography. But there are soldiers' ghosts here. There is only one possibility. The ghost spirits of these soldiers are the ghost spirits of the spirit-suppressing army back then. And the embers of those soldiers, who were burned by Garuda's curse fire, are also scattered here.
Uncle, what's wrong with you?
Lan Ningxuan caught a glimpse of Qin Feng's expression and asked softly. At the same time, those Yin spirits all looked over, startling Qin Feng.
It's nothing. I'm just amazed by this scene.
Not long after, 300 jars of wine were placed in the courtyard. Old Li took a sip and wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth and said,
Take it away.
Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and stopped looking at those Yin spirits. Then he waved his right hand and put all the 300 jars of wine into the shimi ring.
This is the profit from the drinks during this period.
Qin Feng placed a heavy money bag on the table in the courtyard.
Yeah,
Lao Li responded, but he didn't even look at it, as if he didn't care how much money was inside.
Nothing else. Just go away, kid, and don't disturb my interest in drinking.
Qin Feng's face twitched. He was drinking like this before it was night. Was he numbing himself?
Then I will leave first.
When he reached the gate, Qin Feng added,
Senior Li, if you have nothing to do, you can go and sit at Wangyu residence. Good wine must be paired with delicious food. Don't you feel bored sitting in this courtyard drinking alone all the time?
Seeing that the other party ignored him, Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. Just when he was about to leave, the money bag on the table fell into his hands. Qin Feng looked surprised. He turned around and saw some broken silver from the money bag left on the table.
Senior, what does this mean? Don't you need to pay for meals? Those silver coins are used as meal money. When I want to go, I will naturally go.
Lao Li said this. Qin Feng wanted to refuse, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back.
Senior, you have to come often. Otherwise, if you want to get back the money,
you will have to wait until the year of the monkey and the horse. Go, brat. I can still make you take advantage of me.
Lao Li waved his hand. Qin Feng hugged his fists and left with Lan Ningxuan. Duh. The cane tapped the ground again, and the broken silver on the table floated up and was distributed to the homes of the surrounding people. Lao Li raised his head and hummed a tune, not knowing what he was thinking.
Chapter 101 Lu Jianli's Strength. Wrong. On the way back, Qin Feng suddenly paused. So what if those returning soldiers died in Jinong City? If he were Senior Li, he would definitely bring the ashes of these soldiers back to the imperial capital. One is to give them the glory they deserve. The second is to allow them to return to their homeland. In short, it is impossible to just silently leave the ashes of these soldiers in Jinong City. But Senior Li's choice really made him confused. Did the former have a reason to stay in Jinong City?
Uncle, why don't you leave?
Lan Ningxuan asked curiously.
How much do you know about the Battle of Zinlingwen back then?
Qin Feng asked. After doubting the identity of Senior Li, he read many history books in Tinjiuquan. But except for the first one he saw, there was no other history book. An introduction to the Battle of Zinlingwen. This is unreasonable. After all, such a major battle should leave a strong mark in the history of Dakian.
The Battle of Jinling Pass? Why are you thinking about this again? Is it because of Senior Li? Fine. Tell me everything you know. Lan Ningxuang nodded and slowly told everything she knew, especially the history of Daqian Jilin War. The content was not much different from the historical records Qin Feng had read before. But there was one thing that made him particularly concerned. You mean, even if Dagon has gathered 100,000 soldiers and the supreme combat power of the Demon Slayer division, and even received help from the Dragon Clan, he is still no match for the Garuda clan? At least, that's what is mentioned in the book. Lan Ningxuan confirmed. It shouldn't be. If that's the case, how could Daqian force the Garuda clan back to Tianling Mountain back then? I don't know about that. Lan Ningxuan shook her head. Regarding this battle, the records in the history books are also very brief, only describing the tragic scenes, and finally giving the conclusion of a tragic victory. The rest of the details were not mentioned at all. This can't help but make Qin Feng suspect that there may be some unknown inside stories about the battle at Jinling Pass. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to explore, it would be useless. After all, 18 years ago, he was just a newborn baby. After replenishing the drinks at Wang Yu residence, I went to Tinjiaxuan to read for a while. When I left, I was choked by the bad old man. Qin Feng returned to the Qin mansion angrily. At this moment, the family was having dinner. After parting ways with Lan Ningxuang, he briefly dealt with her a few times before leaving the lobby and heading to Yun's residence. Here are the 35 jars of immortal drunk you asked for. Qin Feng touched his right hand, and 35 jars of wine were piled neatly in the room. Yun used the space treasure to put away the drink and looked at the other party thoughtfully. There is definitely a way to mass-produce this immortal drunk. After delivering the things, Qin Feng planned to leave. Before leaving, Yun suddenly said, "It will take at least 7 days for the medicinal liquid and medicinal materials to repair the meridians to be delivered here. Then I will trouble you." His tone was calm and his expression was calm. But Qin Feng still saw a hint of uneasiness and hope in the other party's eyes. "I will do my best to heal the injury on your right arm." This was the promise he gave. "Yeah," Yen responded with a nasal voice, feeling inexplicably at ease in her heart. It wasn't until Qin Feng left that Wang Su said respectfully, "Sir, if you are still not at ease, do you need to ask the Imperial Doctor to come and check you out?" "No need." Yen shook his head. If the Imperial Doctor had a way to cure the damaged meridians, how could Lu Jinli come to this remote place? In this case, it is better to put your expectations on this man. Qin Feng went to the kitchen of the Qin mansion, and the servants saw him and shouted respectfully, "Hello, young master." Someone else asked, "Master, I didn't eat dinner well. Do you need to cook some more for you?" "No, you are busy with your work. I will serve you a bowl of noodles." Qin Feng waved his hand and said, after chatting with Lu Jinli for a long time last night, he felt that his relationship with the other party had improved by leaps and bounds. So he had to seize this opportunity and strike while the iron was hot. I happily walked towards the lake pavilion with noodles in my hands. Just after I passed the corner, I looked from a distance. Lan Ningxuang's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only the one dressed in white was still sitting quietly in the center of the lake pavilion. Lu Jinli raised his right hand slightly, pointing his index finger at the lake, and the water rippled. At first, the ripples were like ripples caused by the breeze. But not long after, the lake's surface turned into a tsunami-like wave. The lake was turbulent, with water pillars rising into the sky. But at that moment of great power, it became quiet again. Lu Jinli turned his right hand slightly, and the water column danced around the lake pavilion like a swimming dragon. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he was shocked. What kind of magical method is this? He even saw the fish wagging their tails and playing in the dragon-like water column without even realizing it. Not only that, Lu Jinli pressed his right hand down, and the water column split into pieces and turned into a water sword. Under the moonlight, the water sword shone with a clear light, which was dazzling. But not long after, the water sword seemed to be unable to maintain its shape and turned into a swimming dragon again. Lu Jinli withdrew his right hand, and the water column slowly fell down. The wind was calm and the lake was quiet, as if nothing had happened. Qin Feng could no longer describe the surprise in his heart at this moment. At the beginning, there were rumors in Fengtian City that Lu Jinli was in the 5th level and wanted to break through to the 4th level. And at the same time, he wanted to break through to the 4th level of Sword Intent. However, he failed to survive the catastrophe, which resulted in his meridians being severed and his lower body paralyzed. Even the realm plummeted. But now it seems that this rhetoric really cannot stand up to scrutiny. When he accidentally caught a glimpse of Lu Jinli exerting his energy freely, he suspected that the opponent's level had not fallen at all. And now I have seen the shocking scene just now.
This is not a method that the 5th grade Shenwu and the 3rd level of Sword Intent can use.
If you think about it carefully, there are indeed a lot of doubts in that rumor. Lu Jianli entered the 5th level of Divine Movement and the 3rd level of Sword Intention at the age of 17. With her talent, how could she still be complacent after 2 years? Moreover, she basically practiced in Wanjin sect. And what the people in Fengtian City passed down orally was just their own hearsay.
Qin Feng thought for a moment, and an idea came to his mind.
Perhaps what Lu Jianli wants to break through is not the 4th level of Shenwu, but the 3rd level. As for the Sword Intent and Spear Immortal Sima Kong's 5th level 10,000 God Realm, he can turn the cold water in the lake into a spear. And think about the scene just now.
Qin Feng swallowed, feeling that this idea was close to the truth. But it was hard to believe. At the age of 19, he is about to enter the 3rd level realm of Shenwu, and also touch the 5th level 10,000 Gods realm of Sword Intent that most Shenwu warriors spend their entire lives unable to spy on?
I must be crazy,
Qin Feng muttered to himself. Chapter 102, How to Advance from 7th Grade to 6th Grade.
How long are you going to stand there?
The word sounded like the collision of jade, crisp and clear. Lu Jianli turned her head and looked sideways. Her straight nose bridge, skin as white as mutton fat and jade, and her rosy lips all showed her beauty and beauty. Qin Feng even had the illusion that the bright moonlight seemed to be covered by her brilliance. He coughed dryly and approached Hutting with a bowl of noodles.
I had nothing to do just now, so I thought you might not have eaten yet. So I went to the kitchen and ordered a bowl of noodles. Thank you.
Lu Jianli stretched out her fair arm, took the noodle bowl, and started eating quietly. How can a person achieve such extreme elegance? Qin Feng sighed in his heart. He thought of the scene just now, and couldn't help but look forward to it. One day, Lu Jianli was dressed in white, holding a sharp sword, and looked down upon the world. He whispered, "Sword is coming," in his mouth, and thousands of swords flew together, and everything in the world turned into swords, covering the sky and the sun. That picture must be extremely beautiful. Not long after, Qin Feng took the empty bowl, but did not leave. Instead, he chatted without a word. At the beginning, Lu Jianli would hum a few times in response. But then, there was no movement until finally she asked out of curiosity.
What's the point of talking about these trivial things?
Qin Feng scratched his cheek.
It doesn't make any sense. I just see that you have been staying in the Qin mansion, so I want to share some outside experiences with you.
Lu Jianli thought for a moment, then nodded slightly, as if to say,
Go on. I'm listening.
You have to be thick-skinned to tease a girl. Qin Feng didn't feel embarrassed and started talking to himself. He talked about the bad old man at the door of Tinjiaxuan, about Xijing of Jinyang City who liked to visit brothels, about Senior Li who was lame with one leg, and even about Sister Imo and the little white beast in the Black Mist Forest. The night was quiet. One person talked slowly, and the other person listened quietly. And time passed quietly between the fingers. At this moment, at the corner of the corridor, 2 black figures were watching furtively.
Master, what do you think the 2 of them were talking about? They have been talking for so long.
Yang asked curiously.
No matter what we talk about, the current situation is always what we are happy to see.
Qin Jianan looked pleased.
Yes, I think back to the beginning. When Lu Jianli married into the Qin family, her eyes were always empty, which made people feel distressed. He is doing well now. At least he has regained some vitality. All thanks to Fenger.
Yang said with emotion.
Oh, I don't even know whose son he is. It's such a trivial matter to make a woman happy. Of course.
Qin Jianan suddenly paused in the middle of his words and felt a chill on his back.
Master, what is it of course? Why don't you continue?
Yang looked sideways, half smiling. Qin Jianan's face twitched, and he changed his words.
Of course, this kid is self-taught. I didn't teach him this.
That's pretty much it. Yang rolled her eyes.
Madam, it's getting late now. Let's go back to our room to rest early.
Qin Jianan advised.
Why are you so anxious? Just wait and see. As a father, you don't know how to care about your son and wife.
In the center of the lake pavilion, Lu Jianli suddenly spoke softly.
It is not easy for a snake demon to transform into a dragon. If I guess correctly, the Sister Imo you mentioned should have reached the 7th level of calamity power.
Qin Feng nodded. He had such a guess when the black snake that manifested his true destiny could match the power of the red flame fire feather. Speaking of which, I have to choose a time to ask Sister Imo for a scale.
By the way, where did Miss Lan go? Why didn't I see her after I came back?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
She should be practicing swordsmanship in the mountains and forests outside Jinyang City now.
So desperate? Qin Feng thought of how Lan Ningxuang blamed herself back then. And it seemed that it was only then that she began to practice so hard. What a stick. Qin Feng sighed.
I would like to ask, is there any way to help a 7th grade divine martial artist step into the 6th grade realm?
Xingsheng. Lan Ningxuang and his second brother have all reached the 7th level bottleneck. And he wants to help the 3 of them. But it is a pity that the books I have read before do not have similar introductions. But it doesn't matter. After all, the beauty in front of her is a top genius in the history of Dakian who practices Xinwu Taoism. It is always right to ask her. Lu Jianli said calmly.
If you want to step into the 6th level concentration state of Qi, there are many ways. First, through the experience of life and death, you can integrate the energy in your body and master the method of gathering strength. Secondly, you can use the realm of the 2nd layer of the mountain of military intention to practice repeatedly and learn the Tao through tools. Third, through heavy pressure, you can temper the energy in your body and make breakthroughs.
Qin Feng thought thoughtfully after hearing this. The first method would definitely not work. The grinding of life and death was too dangerous. And there were no such conditions now. For the second method, Miss Lan must be trying to use the weapon to gain enlightenment. However, He Tan-tu and his second brother's military intention is still in the state of Zhanfeng. So they cannot use this method. As for this third type,
can you be more specific about the third method?
Qin Feng asked. Lu Jianli's red lips slightly opened.
There are many strange places in the world. The pressure in some places is 10 times or 100 times that of ordinary places. It is difficult for ordinary people to move in such places. But for divine martial artists, it is an excellent place for training. In the 10,000 sword sect, there is a heavy sword mountain. The higher you go up, the greater the gravity. Back then, I climbed to the top of the mountain and entered the 6th level of concentration state in one fell swoop. But such a foreign place is rare in the world.
Qin Feng fell into silence. In this case, wouldn't you be able to help those 3 people at all? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a little depressed. After a moment of silence, Lu Jianli's fair ears twitched slightly. And then she whispered softly,
It's getting late, and I have to rest. Okay, then I won't disturb you anymore.
Qin Feng came to his senses and said goodbye. When he came to the corridor, he heard a noise from the corner and the sound of pushing. Qin Feng frowned and stepped forward quickly. He saw 2 familiar figures running around in a hurry. He twitched the corner of his mouth and guessed the general idea in an instant.
Dad? Nyang, are you still out for a walk so late?
Nyang turned around and said with a smile.
Oh, your father had too much for dinner and was a little exhausted. So he wanted to go out for a walk. Really? Dad?
Qin Jianan didn't react until his waist hurt from being pinched. And he immediately responded.
That's right. I ate too much. Now that the digestion is almost done, let's go back and rest. You should also remember to rest early.
Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth.
Okay, Dad.
He pretended to leave and suddenly slapped his forehead.
To say the least, I would like to thank my father for teaching me how to coax a woman a few days ago, which brought me one step closer to my wife. But, Dad, how do you do these methods?
Qin Feng glanced at Nyang, pretending to have accidentally said the wrong thing, and hurriedly left.
I must be sleepy to say such nonsense. Nyang, it was all my fault just now. Don't go there.
Take it to heart.
After saying that, he walked away. Qin Jianan was stunned.
Hey, boy, you can eat randomly, but you can't talk randomly. Master.
Nyang interrupted.
Madam, what that boy said is completely untrue. Tonight, you sleep in the guest room. Lady.
At the lake pavilion, Lu Jianli shook his head, his red lips slightly curved. At that moment, the beauty was beyond compare. Chapter 103, Covering the Secret. Jinyang City. Demon Slayer Department. Shi Ziming frowned and listened to the report of his subordinates.
In the past few days since I left, there has been no movement at the city lord's mansion?
A man replied.
According to Lord Xixing's order, we brothers disguised ourselves and hid in all the accessible places outside the city lord's palace. In the past few days, except for Yi Luoting, the son of the city lord's mansion, who went out to inspect the major restaurants under his name. The city lord Yihang has not left the city lord's mansion.
Shi Ziming tapped his fingers on the table. Lost in thought, he originally thought that this trip to Qiyuansheng would expose the city lord's mansion. But he did not expect that the other party made no move at all. Unexpected.
Continue to monitor. If there is any abnormality, do not act rashly and report the situation to me first.
Yes. The man responded and left. Shi Ziming turned his head and looked through the window in the direction of the city lord's mansion and murmured,
Yi Heng, you old guy. What on earth are you planning?
In the city lord's mansion,
Yi Heng
greeted everyone and then stepped into the dark room. With a move of his right hand, the ground began to loosen. Not long after, a pair of rotten arms stretched out from the ground. On the bone-white palms, there were 3 statues of ghosts and Buddhas with 6 arms. Yi Heng's eyes turned at a strange angle, and then both of his eyeballs were swallowed up by black. Although his mouth didn't move, there was a voice, and it was Qian Puppet's voice.
The trip to Qiyuancheng. The mission failed?
The expressions of the 3 heads of the ghost Buddha statue changed. Sometimes they smiled bitterly.
Sometimes they turned into angry-looking kings. And finally they returned to normal.
Tianjin Guisher is superior to me in divination skills. The dragon spirit that was originally a sure thing was actually protected by him by trading a civet cat for the prince.
Guifu sighed and said leisurely,
But this attack on Qiyuan City is not without success. At least we know that Tianqing's inherent combat power alone cannot resist our offensive. As long as the Heavenly Supervisor's divination can be concealed, it is not difficult to invade the Heavenly City and seize the dragon spirit.
The 3 ghosts and Buddhas turned into smiling faces and let out an enchanting laugh.
Although the principle is simple, it is not that easy to achieve. Tianjin Guisher is an existence that even the ghost chief is afraid of,
Qian Puppet said in a deep voice.
It doesn't matter. I already have an idea. I just want to use Jinyang City as a test. Later, I will ask Yuzan to bring some things to you. At that time, you will also need your corpse control skills to arrange formations to cover up the secrets.
The art of corpse control can control corpses to work secretly. Corpses have no souls, so they are perfect for secret operations.
It's okay. But that Si Jing here has always sent people to keep an eye on me, and I can't kill him directly,
Qian Puppet said lightly. For him, killing a 5th grade being upright is not difficult. He was only worried about a few other people in the city.
Hey, what's so difficult about this? Yaozong likes to make big noises. When the time comes, you can find a way for him to help you attract the attention of the city. You can do it secretly.
Guifu waved his 6 arms excitedly, seeming to be very excited. I am satisfied with my plan.
Do you really want to do this? Yaozong may die,
Qian Puppet said lightly. This is why he has never dared to make a big fuss. Li Yang is not easy to mess with. And the old man at the door of Ting Yushuan is even more impressive.
Then it depends on his own destiny.
Guifu didn't take it seriously. For them, the only thing that maintains each other is interests. And the rest is unimportant. After a pause, Guifu asked again.
What happened to the rest of your corpses? When we attacked Qiyuan City, 2 small towns overturned. It should be your handiwork. Right. Yeah,
Qian Puppet responded. Ghost Buddha chuckled.
Throughout the past, no one who walked the path of the dead dared to act as unscrupulously as you. With so many corpses, can you finally fuse them together? If I remember correctly, the Zantian organization has only one principal meddle in other people's business and do your job well,
Qian Puppet said in an indifferent tone. Guifu pretended to be aggrieved and said,
I thought that based on our friendship, we could tell everything.
Qian Puppet sneered.
You and Yaozong said the same thing before.
The next day, as soon as Qin Feng finished his breakfast, he came to Tinjiaxuan. Lan Ningxuang still acted as a guard and followed him closely. This time, Qin Feng did not go in directly. Instead, he handed over a bottle of wine in a flattering manner and said with a smile,
Senior Bailey, I know that you like to drink. It's a little petty and disrespectful. I hope you will accept it.
The old man sneered.
To be courteous for nothing is to be either an adulterer or a thief.
Even so, he still took the jug, opened the lid, smelled it, nodded, and seemed satisfied.
Tell me, brat, what do you need to ask me about?
This bad old man still has such a poisonous mouth. Qin Feng was too lazy to be polite. Anyway, no matter what he said, he would be criticized back. So why not go straight to the point?
Senior, is there such a strange place in the Southern Territory, where the gravity is much greater than other places?
The old man took a sip of wine and immediately raised his eyebrows and said,
Why? Do you want to find a place like this to help the person next to you break through to the 6th level of Shenwu?
When Lan Ningxuang heard this, her beautiful eyes widened. She turned her head and looked at Qin Feng, her eyes moving. No wonder my uncle suddenly lowered his face and asked this old man. It turns out it was all for me. Thinking of this, her face turned a touch of pink, and her heart felt warm.
It's not just for Miss Lon. There are 2 other people in the family who are also stuck in the 7th level. I want to help them, but I can't find a way.
Senior, you are well informed, and I hope you will give me some advice.
Qin Feng said sincerely. It turns out it's not just for me. Lan Ningxuang felt inexplicably depressed, and the pink color on her face slowly faded. Qin Feng didn't notice the change in her expression, but the old man saw it clearly and glanced at the former with a strange expression.
There is indeed such a place in the Southern Territory, but it is 5,000 miles away from Jinyang City. That place is called Blackwater Pond, and it is the habitat of the 7-turn tribulation monster Black Frog. The reason why the gravity at Blackwater Pond is different from other places is because Wu Frog's awakened magical power changed the domain there.
Qin Feng frowned. Not to mention that the distance of 5,000 miles was too far. Even if they could really reach it, they would not be able to practice in front of the 7th level tribulation monster.
Is it really impossible to use gravity to break through to the 6th level of Shenwu?
Qin Feng sighed and murmured to himself.
Who said it's impassable?
The old man put down the wine bottle and suddenly said,
just like the heavy sword mountain of Wanjin sect. It is not formed naturally, but in the sky on the top of the mountain. There is a divine sword. Li Jian. The closer it is, the greater the pressure. Since you can't find a suitable gravity place, just build one yourself. Oh, but with your kid's abilities, it's indeed a bit difficult.
Saying it means not saying it. If I had that kind of ability, why would I still ask you here? Sure enough, we shouldn't count on this bad old man. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and said,
Junior will go in first. Well, don't disturb my joy of drinking.
Bah! I won't kill you if I drink it. Qin Feng stepped into Tinjiaxuan angrily. Lan Ningxuang glanced at the old man, frowned slightly, and stood quietly at the door. The old man didn't realize it. He was drinking a little wine and humming a little tune. He felt very comfortable. Chapter 104 Learning Formation. On the 4th floor of Tinjiaxuan, Qin Feng kept reading and memorizing books. In his spare time, he couldn't help but think about gravity. But after much thought, he couldn't find a good solution. He pinched his brows and shook his head helplessly. Time passed in a hurry, and Qin Feng calmed down and read the book seriously without thinking about other things. Just as he was immersed in it, several books glowed with white light and automatically moved from the bookshelf to land near him. Within reach, Qin Feng finished reading the book in his hand, put it back on the bookshelf, and picked up another one. He saw the words,
Jia Jia,
written on the cover.
The title of this book is quite interesting.
Qin Feng was stunned and opened the page. At the beginning of the title page, there is a preface: all things in the world can be transformed into formations. I have to say, this sentence is quite compelling. Continuing to read down, the magnificent formation knowledge comes into my mind. When the heaven and earth first opened, Yin and Yang were created, and the 2 rituals and 4 images gave birth to the 8 trigrams. It is mentioned in the book that as long as you follow Yin and Yang, follow the Bagua, and know that the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, every plant and tree in the world can be connected and turned into an infinitely powerful and unpredictable formation. Qin Feng rubbed his chin, looking fascinated. The formation was indeed profound and profound. However, after reading the entire book,
Formation Explanation,
although it gave him a lot of understanding of formation methods, it did not describe any method of forming formations. Qin Feng turned to the last page of
Array Explanation,
and his eyes widened. He originally thought that this book would be like
Chaowen Jing, or Tian Yuan Ni Jing,
pulling him into the Sea of Gods and teaching him formation techniques. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response, which was a bit embarrassing. What's the use of just understanding without practical application teaching? In the words of the previous life, I have taken off my pants, and you are just showing me this?
Dull.
Qin Feng was greatly disappointed and put
Jia Jia
back on the bookshelf. Then he glanced at the books next to him and couldn't help but let out a sigh.
The names of these books seem to be related to formations? Is it such a coincidence? Qin Feng picked up the books and flipped through them page by page, his eyes gleaming. The key points and required formation materials for various formations such as Soul Sealing Formation, Qilong Formation, Yang Protecting Formation, Yang Fury Formation,
and Ghost Gate Formation are all explained in detail. As long as he can follow what is said in the book. Even he can arrange unpredictable formations. What excited him the most was that there was a formation inside, called Chong Yuan. Once a creature stepped into the formation, it would feel the unparalleled gravity, and be unable to move even an inch. It is a blocking formation. Isn't this the gravity place he wants to create? Qin Feng looked at the conditions for setting up the formation. In addition to the formation diagram, he also needed some formation materials. He knew where to find most of the materials. There was only one kind of ore called Hei Mao, which was relatively rare and required some effort. After we go back, we can ask Yin if there is a way. There were many more formations in his mind, and Qin Feng was naturally very excited. But while he was excited, he also frowned. The more powerful the formation, the more difficult it is to set up the formation. For example, the Qilong Formation is a kind of killing formation that requires the help of the spirit of mountains and rivers. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the formation map needs to be enclosed for at least 10 miles. How can one person do this? Not only that, the more difficult the formation is to perform, the rarer the formation materials required. As for what Qin Feng had just browsed, even though he had read countless books, there was still a lot of material that he had never heard of. Of course, there are some formations that do not require formation materials. But instead, this type of formations requires very high levels of cultivation on the part of the person setting up the formation. For example, for a formation called the 7-star Beta Tiangang, the caster must enter the realm of the 6th grade hexagram of the literary sage, and use stargazing to activate the power of the stars before it can be performed. Qin Feng turned over the memorized formations over and over in his mind. The only one he could try to use at the moment might be a formation called Bai Lei. Integrate Wen Qi into the formation, and unleash a white Qi offensive that looks like thunder and lightning. The more Wen Qi injected, the stronger the power of the white thunder will be. This formation seems good and can make up for the lack of attack power of the Wensheng Daoist. But it also has an obvious drawback. That is, the forward swing of the spell is too long. Let me ask you, which enemy would give you such time when fighting with you? Qin Feng roughly imagined the scene. Self. Wait a moment. Let me draw a formation diagram first. Poof. A sharp knife pierced the heart. Self. You don't follow martial ethics. Died at the age of XX. Qin Feng's face twitched. It would be too embarrassing if he really hated Northwest like this. The key to using Bai Lei is to secretly draw the formation pattern without attracting the enemy's attention. But when both sides are fighting, they must be mentally tense. How can such an action not be discovered by the opponent? Perhaps I can use mouth escape to divert the enemy's attention. Qin Feng scratched his head. Thoughtfully. At nightfall, Qin Feng walked out of Tinjiaxuan and returned to Qin Mansion with Lan Ningxuang. In the lobby, while having dinner with his family and chatting, Qin Feng asked about his second brother's practice. Second brother, the second level of Tiangang Yuan Zhan is weak. How is your practice? The second brother swallowed the food in his mouth and said excitedly. A few days ago, I was able to cut off leaves from 10 feet away without damaging their veins. And my sword intention also successfully entered the realm of the second layer of mountains. Qin Feng was a little surprised. He originally asked his second brother to replace the leaf-cutting knife with the Tiangang Yuanzhan, in order to help him enter the second level of the Sacred Intent Mountain realm, so as to get a glimpse of the 6th grade Divine Martial Arts power-gathering realm. But he didn't expect that the other party would succeed in such a short period of time. In this way, wouldn't the second brother be able to directly borrow the weapon to enlighten him? This damn talent is enviable. But without the guidance of a famous teacher like me, he wouldn't be able to take the step. Thinking about it this way, I am better. It's not bad. But don't be too proud. You must know that being full will lead to losses. But modesty will benefit. Qin Feng reminded. I understand. By the way, brother, when will your Wensheng Dao lineage enter the 8th level? Qin asked out of concern. Qin Feng's expression froze, and he pretended not to hear. Today's braised pork was quite good. He was about to use chopsticks to pick it up, but he was cut off by another pair of chopsticks. When he looked up, it turned out to be his father, who also looked over with cold eyes. There are so many pieces of braised pork, but you want to include my piece, and your look in your eyes. What does it mean? Qin Feng just feels baffled. Qin took a mouthful of rice and said, Now I am sharpening myself with Brother Sheng every day. Speaking of which, I also want to ask my brother how to practice sword skills next. Qin Feng no longer cared about his father, put down his bowls and chopsticks and said, The third level of Tiangang Yuan Zhan is called Qianjun, but it is similar to the second level of Sword Intent. But its power is far superior to the latter. It can cut down rocks weighing 1,000 kilograms within 20 feet with one sword. Although I really want to teach you Qianjun's cultivation method now. But if you think about it seriously, it would be better to wait until you reach the 6th level of concentration before learning the 3rd level Qianjun. It all depends on Big Brother. Yeah. Qin Feng glanced at the dining table and stretched his chopsticks towards the chicken legs. Just at this moment, Dad's chopsticks quickly came over again and took away the chicken legs before him. At this point, Qin Feng has finally figured out that this scumbag is deliberately targeting him tonight. Chapter 105 Formation. By Lei. Qin Feng looked up at the other party again. His father was not to be outdone. He chewed the chicken legs in front of him. His face was calm, and his eyes were full of provocation. What the hell is Dad doing? Qin Feng thought for a moment, and soon had the answer. The other party must be venting his anger on him, because he was forced to sleep in the guest room last night. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched. How could such a big person be as superficial as a child? He didn't want to be on the same level as his father, so he could only pick up other dishes. However, my father clearly hadn't finished eating the chicken drumsticks in his bowl, so he put the drumsticks down and left traces of afterimages in the air with his chopsticks. All the dishes that Qin Feng was interested in were completely wiped out, and not a single one of them fell into his own bowl. Looking at Dad's side, the vegetables were piled as high as a hill. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly, and he was gnawing on the chicken legs proudly. Can this be tolerated? Qin Feng took a deep breath, squinted his eyes, exerted force with 2 fingers on his right hand, and clenched the chopsticks tightly. Qin Jianan put down his rice bowl and held his chopsticks tightly. The two people's eyes met, and a war without gunpowder was about to begin. But at this moment, Qin Feng put down his chopsticks and complained. Second mother, look at Dad. He took away so many dishes by himself. And my second brother, and I didn't even have to eat. Ernyang looked away and frowned. Master, what are you doing? Madam, I have a good appetite today, so I want to eat more. Qin Jianan explained with a dry smile, and took the opportunity to glare at Qin Feng. Ernyang, don't forget, Dad was full last night. Qin Feng added. Ernyang raised her eyebrows and said, Then I will only eat these. You are not allowed to put any more dishes on the table. Qin Jianan was defeated, and could only watch Qin Feng proudly eating the food on the table. After leaving the hall with satisfaction, Qin Feng went to find Yin again, and asked about the black stone. Yin pondered for a moment and replied, This kind of strange ore is indeed rare. It is extremely hard. A black stone as big as the palm of your hand can weigh 100 kilograms. If you want, I can use flying pigeons to deliver the message, and ask them to bring it with the medicinal materials later. Then there's Brother Lao Yin. Qin Feng cupped his fists, and said gratefully, No need to be polite. Jubiozai is a place for business. I will deduct the price of the black stone from the price of the immortal druid auction. Qin Feng opened his mouth. He thought it was a mutual help between two friends, but he didn't expect that it turned out to be a dirty money transaction. Farewell. Qin Feng waved his sleeves and left. Wang Su on the side said puzzledly, Sir, Dr. Qin saved your life back then. Can't you just treat this little black stone as a return favor? Why do you still need to collect money? Yin said calmly. How can my life be so cheap? Wang Su suddenly felt something was wrong. My subordinate said the wrong thing. It doesn't matter. Yin waved his hand. In fact, she has been struggling with what she should use to repay such a huge favor for saving a life. Even now, she has not specifically mentioned this matter to Qin Feng. Qin Feng came to the courtyard of the Qin mansion. Generally speaking, this courtyard is the exclusive training place for the second brother. However, the second brother, as a martial artist, has an amazing appetite. So every time he eats, he will waste a lot of time. Therefore, the courtyard is now empty. Qin Feng found an open space in the courtyard, then picked up a branch on the ground and began to draw the formation diagram Bai Lei needed. In his hands, he could complete the obscure and complex formation diagram in less than 10 breaths of time, which was exactly the same as what he saw in the book. Qin Feng was very satisfied when he saw this. He was indeed very talented in painting. But why is it still so unconventional in calligraphy? This formation was completed much faster than I originally expected. If I practice more, I may be able to compress the time to about 5 breaths. For such a complex formation, 5 breaths is the limit. But even so, when it comes to actual combat, the cast forward swing is still too long. unless someone helps me contain the enemy. Or I draw the formation diagram in advance, and then lure the enemy closer. Otherwise, I will draw the formation diagram in front of the enemy. Unless I think I am not dying fast enough. Forget it. Don't think about that for now. Let me see how powerful this white thunder is. Qin Feng was about to gather his literary energy into the formation, when a voice suddenly sounded from beside him. It turns out to be my uncle. I thought it was the second young master. Turning his head and looking around, he saw a dark figure holding a halberd. It was Haiden too. Startled me. Xing Sheng asked curiously. Uncle, what are you doing here? Qin Feng took a breath and said, You came just in time. I just learned a formation and want to try its power. Please do me a favor. I see. Xing Sheng opened a distance of 10 feet and spoke again. Uncle, I am ready. You can take action at any time. Qin Feng nodded and began to activate the literary energy in his body. But after thinking about it, he still worried. I have never used this formation before, so I don't know how powerful it is. You must be extremely careful later. Haiden too didn't take it seriously. My uncle, just feel free to take action. If it's the second young master sword energy, I might have to be careful. But my uncle, it's yours. Halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly. Xing Sheng coughed dryly and changed his words. Wensheng Dao. Attacks have always been a weak point. I know it well. Qin Feng's veins twitched on his forehead. This was his naked contempt for the Wensheng Taoist. Tonight, he will rectify the name of Wensheng Dao. Qin Feng took a deep breath and began to mobilize the literary energy in his body to merge into the White Thunder formation. It is worth mentioning that the direction in which the white lightning is fired is related to the direction in which Wen Qi enters the formation. If there is a slight discrepancy, the direction of the white lightning is likely to be wrong, and the person who set up the formation will be wiped out. So be careful here. Qin Feng's original plan was to first incorporate some of his Wen Qi and try his hand at it, so as not to accidentally hurt the other party. However, the moment the Wen Qi merged into the formation, it was like falling into a bottomless pit, constantly pulling the Wen Qi in his body into it, and it could not be broken away. Above the formation diagram, a dazzling white light suddenly emitted, illuminating the courtyard and whitening the face of the black charcoal head. Turbulent energy emerged from the formation diagram, and Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Heightened head. Flash! As soon as he finished speaking, a white lighting flashed out from the formation diagram. Xing Sheng's eyes widened. He felt the power of the white thunder, and he didn't dare to raise it too much. He immediately stepped back on his toes. Qin Feng gritted his teeth to control Bai Lei, and with a drink, Bai Lei changed direction and flew into the air. A dazzling white light suddenly lit up over the Qin mansion, and it disappeared briefly. At the lake pavilion, Lan Ningxuan was shocked. Her first thought was to protect her uncle, but Lu Jianli called out, It's okay. Don't worry. Having said that, she looked in the direction of the yard, with a trace of surprise in her eyes. The literary energy in Qin Feng's body was drained, and he collapsed on the ground as if exhausted. Looking at the ground, the formation diagram was intact, but where it extended forward, a crack as thick as a little finger expanded outward by nearly 5 feet. Xing Sheng was still frightened. Uncle, what kind of move are you doing? Qin Feng swallowed his saliva and replied slowly. Formation. Bai Lei. Chapter 106 Sister Mo Who Left. Xing Sheng said with sincere admiration. My uncle is really amazing. He can activate such an amazingly powerful formation at the 9th level. In fact, I was also drained. One shot was already the limit. Qin Feng stood up with difficulty. It's just SOSO. If the power of this move just now is compared with a divine warrior, how powerful it is. Xing Sheng pondered for a moment and then replied. If my perception just now is correct, that blow should be equivalent to a full blow from a 7th level warrior who has stepped into the 2nd level of military will. Is it so powerful? Qin Feng felt happy and quite satisfied. At least he had this move. And he also had a certain ability to fight back. But what is regrettable is that you can only shoot one shot at a time, and you have to run away after shooting. Moreover, at present, there is no way to effectively solve the drawback of casting a spell that is too long in advance. Alas, there is a long way to go. Qin Feng sighed, because it was night and the light was dim. He Tantu did not notice the formation in front of Qin Feng's toes. So he asked, Uncle, were you just turning the entire courtyard into a big formation? In Haiden Tu's inherent concept, the execution of formations requires a large area of land. Qin Feng shook his head and motioned for the other party to come forward. This is Bai Lei's formation diagram. He Tantu looked at the 10-inch circular formation and was greatly surprised. I originally thought that the size of the formation must be measured in feet at least. But he didn't expect that the move just now could be performed with such a small formation. Qin Feng nodded. Bai Lei is driven by literary energy. It has nothing to do with the size of the formation. The key is to see how much literary energy can be injected. As soon as he said these words, Qin Feng suddenly had an idea. The authorities are obsessed with the onlookers. But Hai Tantu's problem reminded him. Since Bai Lei's formation diagram has no size requirements, he can completely carve the formation diagram on something that can be carried with him in advance. In this way, wouldn't it be necessary to cast a spell before shaking? I thought of it. Uncle, what did you think of? Monk Xingsheng Zhang Air was confused. Qin Feng didn't answer and ran to Qinger's room happily. In place, only Xingsheng, who looked confused, was left. The next day, it was still dark, and even the second brother Qinan, who always got up early to practice, did not come to the courtyard, and Qin Feng was already in place. After a night's rest, the literary energy in his body has recovered, so he wants to try the idea that came to him last night. Qin Feng took out the gloves that Qinger had sewn with Bai Wan from his arms, and then slowly put them on. On the inside of the glove, a complex circular pattern is carved with a brush, which is Bai Lei's formation pattern. Now that Zoro Romustum and Full Metal Alchemist can carve an alchemical circle on his gloves, he can perform the astonishingly powerful flame alchemy. Then he, Qin Feng, can naturally follow the pattern of the gourd and draw the formation diagram on his gloves, and use White Thunder. I have to say, Qinger's skills are really good. These gloves are quite silky when worn. Qin Feng sighed with emotion, and then his face straightened. He took a deep breath and began to direct Wen Qi to flow into the formation pattern on his gloves. What happened next was just like last night, when Qi was constantly being drawn into the formation, and a dazzling white light emitted from the formation. Exactly now, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly opened. His palms were spread flat, and the index finger of his right hand pointed in the direction he wanted to attack. The White Thunder turned into a white line and struck into the air. The white light appears suddenly, and then disappears. Success? The cultural energy in Qin Feng's body was drained, and he collapsed on the ground again, his face full of excitement and joy. If Bai Lei uses this move well, when he encounters an enemy, he can definitely catch him by surprise. I am no longer that good-for-nothing who can only hide behind others. Qin Feng clenched his fists. After a while, he added, probably, after dawn, Qin Feng, who was in a good mood, drank 3 large bowls of porridge, and then walked toward the Black Mist Forest with Lan Ningxuang. He hadn't seen Sister Mo for many days, and he missed her very much. He didn't know if her sister had lost weight due to hunger. Of course, his real purpose was to ask for another true meaning of life. On the way, Lan Ningxuang asked worriedly, Uncle, White Thunder suddenly appeared in the Qin mansion last night. Nothing happened to you, right? Miss Lan didn't know that I was the one who cast that White Thunder. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, shook his head and said, Last night, I also saw that White Thunder, and it was really shocking. Hai Tantu was also with me at that time. He was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, saying that Bai Lei was an extraordinary skill that no ordinary person could perform. It must be a magical skill. I also think that people who can perform tricks like Chu are definitely not ordinary people. It's a pity that I couldn't see it with my own eyes. Lan Ningxuang naturally knew who the black charcoal head mentioned by her uncle was, and said with a strange expression, Xing Shenling, when facing hundreds of ghosts and monsters, he can keep his face straight and charge into battle. How can he be frightened by a mere thunder? As for the person who only dares to use tricks in secret, he must be just a young person and not worth mentioning. If there is a next time, I will definitely catch that person. Uncle, please rest assured. I can't rest assured. It will be embarrassing if you catch me. Qin Feng coughed dryly and changed the topic at the right time. Approaching the Black Mist Forest, an unexpected scene appeared. In the past, everyone's expressions changed, fearing that they would avoid the dangerous place. But someone actually walked out of the mountain forest. What's happening here? Is it the sound of the hungry little beast that's no longer scary? Or is it that the black mist that Sister Mo is spewing doesn't work anymore? What surprised Qin Feng even more was that the tall snake-headed cliff disappeared. Could it be that Sister Mo has turned into a human form again? Curious, Qin Feng stopped a burly young man and asked about the situation.
And then his expression changed. It turned out that 3 days ago, the Snakehead Cliff in the Black Mist Forest disappeared. And what disappeared with it was the shocking roar of the beast. Not only that, every time it falls, the black fog that shrouds the mountains and forests no longer fills the air. Many people are rumoring that the powerful monsters in the mountains and forests left here and went to other places. The people who made a living by hunting wild beasts cautiously explored the outskirts of the mountains and forests, but found no danger, and finally gained the courage to enter the mountains and forests. Therefore, there is this current scene. After Qin Feng thanked the man, he fell into deep thought. If the little white guy was still in the Black Mist Forest, it would be absolutely impossible for Sister Mo to let these people enter the forest. Could it be that Sister Mo and the others really left? It shouldn't be. Sister Mo said at the time that she and the little guy stayed here because of the latter's mother's instruction. Moreover, there will be thin spiritual energy appearing here, which can speed up her cultivation, which is also of great benefit to the little one. In other words, it is absolutely impossible for Sister Mo and the others to leave this treasured land unless they have no choice. Could it be an accident? Qin Feng became a little worried. Although Sister Mo was a snake demon, she had a good heart. After several contacts, he also regarded her as a friend. And he also found that cute little guy very lovable. Qin Feng really didn't want them to be in any danger. 3 days ago, I was in Qiyuan City. Is Sister Mo's departure related to the chaos in Qiyuancheng? No, it shouldn't be. The invasion of the city happened earlier. If they really wanted to escape because of this, it should be when Jinong City sensed the earthquake. She should just take the little guy and leave. Qin Feng kept guessing at the possibility, but still couldn't find a clue, and frowned. Seeing this, Ma Ningxuan on the side asked with concern, "Uncle, are you okay?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Let's go back. Since Sister Mo is not here, there is no need to enter the Black Mist Forest." The two were about to leave, but Qin Feng turned around and glanced at the obviously vacant section of the cliff. I prayed in my heart, hoping that Sister Mo and the little guy would be fine. Chapter 107: The Demon is Coming. Time is like running water, and the 4 days passed quietly. On the mountain road leading to Jinong City, a carriage suddenly appeared. The driver was a young man wearing colorful clothes, with long silver white hair, narrow lips, and squinted eyes. At first glance, he looked like a fox. The key thing is that his face is feminine and pale, as if it is covered with a thick layer of foundation. Behind the carriage was a small, square wooden house, which was not a sedan because it was not large enough to accommodate people. It looks a bit like the wooden carts and boxes of business vendors on both sides of the streets in the city. The young man drove the carriage slowly, even on the gravel-strewn mountain road. It was still very stable. The strange thing is that from time to time, there will be some squeaking sounds coming from the wheels of the carriage. And there will also be some sounds coming and going in the small wooden house. At the front of the mountain road, 3 people walked up. They looked like woodcutters who were out cutting wood. The silver-haired young man did not pull the reins of the horse, but the carriage suddenly stopped. He smiled and said, "Brothers, Jinong City is going all the way along this road?" The woodcutters were stunned for a moment, shocked by the young man's appearance. They had never seen anyone dressed in such a strange way. But one of them still replied out of politeness, "Go forward for about 100 miles, and you can see Jinong City." "Thank you, brother," the silver-haired young man replied with cupped fists. Another person asked out of curiosity, "Brother, it's strange to see you look like this. What are you doing in Jinong City?" "Hey, a wandering entertainer wants to go to Jinong City to show off some tricks and earn a living. This is interesting, but it's a pity that we have to go into the mountains to cut firewood. Otherwise we would like to see it with our own eyes," a woodcutter said with a smile, and then motioned to his 2 companions to set off on the road again. "Goodbye, brothers. We are destined to meet each other. Why don't you let me miss you here?" the silver-haired young man suddenly said. The 3 woodcutters looked at each other, a little embarrassed. They were in a hurry to go into the mountains to work. What they just said was just polite words. Why did this person take it seriously? "It won't take long," the young man added. The leading woodcutter said helplessly, "Come on, little brother, and let us open our eyes." The young man got off the carriage and raised the corner of his mouth. The cracked arc was really scary. However, he was carrying his body, and the 3 woodcutters didn't see it. Otherwise, they would have noticed something unusual. Bang bang! A crisp slap sounded, and a small door suddenly appeared on the small wooden house. It opened to both sides. It was pitch black inside,
and nothing could be seen clearly. Then I saw the young man's right hand, and a green light flashed into the small wooden house like a firefly. The field of vision became brighter, and many gadgets suddenly appeared in the small wooden house.
Surrounded by mist is a beautiful face, a flaming wheel with a human face, and 5 jumping heads with grinning teeth, a lantern with a grimace, a black horse with jagged bones and burning eyes, and a skeleton without flesh and blood. This is a picture of 100 demons. A picture of 100 demons that can move.
Okay.
The 3 woodcutter clapped their hands. This charlatan's technique is indeed novel and interesting. After watching the kung fu for a while, the leading man said,
With this skill, little brother, I can definitely make a lot of money in Jinan City. It's getting late, so we'll go to the mountains to cut firewood first. See you later.
The 3 of them were about to leave, but they were stopped by the young man.
Brothers, wait a minute. There is always a rule in performing arts. After watching the performance, those who are rich will support themselves, and those who have no money will support themselves.
As soon as these words came out, several people looked ugly.
Little brother, you are a little unreasonable. You forced me to wait to watch your performance. Why do you still need to collect money? No money?
Hearing this, the young man narrowed his eyes and slowly opened his eyes.
Then just keep someone.
The 3 of them suddenly turned pale with fear. There were no pupils in this young man's eyes, but instead there were ferocious bloodlines. At the same time, flames burst out from the wheels of the carriage. A human face sprouted, and an infiltrative laughter erupted. The original black horse's hair disappeared. Its flesh and blood withered. Its bones were jagged, and its eyes lit up with green fire. These 2 things are clearly what I've seen before in the 100 Demons picture.
Monster!
The 3 people exclaimed and fled in panic. However, a huge skull claw protruded from the small wooden house and violently pulled the 3 people into it. There was just a creaking sound. The wooden door of the small wooden house was closed, and everything returned to calm. The silver-haired young man got on the carriage and set off again, complaining,
That guy Guifu actually wants me to run errands for Chin Puppet.
This silver-haired young man is Yaozong. At the entrance of Bao Medical Hall, the people in the city who heard that Dr. Qin had returned formed a long queue again. In addition to reading books in Tinjiaxuan, Qin Feng's daily routine has become Qin Feng's daily routine by practicing medical skills and accumulating literary talent in his spare time.
Dr. Qin, I always feel weak when I relieve myself. I want to pee but can't.
A man said in a low voice with shame.
You are suffering from skin and kidney yang deficiency. Sunken clear yang. Inability to transport water in dampness. And inability to transform qi. Dried ginger, poria, licorice, cinnamon, and atractylodes need to be boiled in water for an hour and taken once in the morning and evening. This is the specific quantity required for each medicinal material. Go to the back to find Dr. Song to get the medicine. Qin Feng handed out the blank paper and shouted.
Next one.
Dr. Qin, I often feel abdominal pain, chills, and cold hands and feet. Sometimes, menstruation comes later than before.
The charming-looking woman said shyly, lifting her hair from her ears.
You have symptoms of palace cold. I'll give you a prescription. Go to the back and grab the medicine. Take it once half an hour after a meal. It will take effect within 3 days.
Qin Feng was about to write down the prescription. The charming woman said angrily.
Dr. Qin, can you not take the medicine? I'm afraid of the pain. Moreover, I heard people say that the symptoms of uterine cold can be treated with massage techniques. I wonder if you, Dr. Qin, can do that?
Qin Feng realized something was wrong and looked up, only to see the charming woman looking at him lovingly. Girl, don't be like this. Your eyes look like you want to eat me. At this moment, a cold voice came from the side.
My uncle is very busy. If you don't want to take medicine, you can seek medical treatment elsewhere.
The woman turned her head and saw Lan Ningxuang's face was as frosty as ice. She immediately smiled awkwardly, asked for the prescription, and left in a hurry. In fact, I also know some massage techniques. Qin Feng muttered something silently in his mind and shouted. Next one. It was already late, but the long queue did not diminish. Qin Feng wanted to finish work early today, so he shouted into Bao Medical Hall.
Dr. Song, I have to leave beforehand. Please check on the remaining patients.
Dr. Song stuck his head out and took a look at the crowd. He thought about how much money he could earn from this, so he immediately agreed. Not long after Qin Feng left with Lan Ningxuang, Dr. Song also packed up and walked out of the hall. But as soon as he came out, he was dumbfounded. Where are people?
Where have they all gone? Just now, there was obviously a line at the street corner. Now there is only one young man left. That's all. My medical skills are inferior to others. I can't blame others. At least there is one patient who is willing to believe in me. Dr. Song comforted himself like this, and then asked, Young man, what's wrong with you? The young man scratched his head and smiled and asked, Excuse me, when will Dr. Qin open his clinic tomorrow? Chapter 108. Lan Ningxuang's thoughts are changing. Qin Feng and the two walked towards Ting Yuxuan. As they walked, Lan Ningxuang suddenly said, Uncle, you are already married. You should keep some distance from other women when you go out. Miss Lan refers to the woman who asked for medical treatment just now. Qin Feng laughed dumbly. I have said before that there are no men or women in the eyes of doctors. As long as they are here to see a doctor, they are all the same to me. Of course, I can trust my uncle's character, but I'm afraid that those women with ulterior motives will take the opportunity to get close to my uncle. When Lan Ningxuang said this, she was not thinking of the woman from Gong Han, but the woman covered in black Song Filan in a square scarf. Although the Gong Han woman is charming, she does not pose much of a threat to herself or the young lady. But Song Filan's temperament is completely different. Even if she covers her face with a scarf, the half of her face exposed is already arousing people's imagination, as well as her long and powerful legs. Lan Ningxuang glanced down. She had been practicing Xingwu Taoism for many years. Although her legs were not bad, they were still inferior to Song Filan. Lan Ningxuang, who was the only one who was sure to be better than the other party, thought in her mind and looked at the plain chest wrapped in a bra. Suddenly, her face turned slightly red. What am I thinking? Why should I compare myself with Miss Song? I must be crazy. Miss Lan is too unsure of herself. With a beauty like you by my side, how could those vulgar fans dare to approach her at will? And I'm used to Miss Lan's appearance, so I have long been disdainful of ordinary women. Qin Feng said casually. Uh-huh. Hearing this, Lan Ningxuang's crimson cheeks instantly turned red. Why did my uncle say this? Does he think I am beautiful? My uncle doesn't like other women. Could he be attracted to me? Lan Ningxuang's heartbeat was beating fast. She had been practicing martial arts with the young lady since she was a child. She didn't have much contact with men. It could be said that she was not familiar with the world. She had never heard such compliments or words of love. I just feel like I'm a little drunk. After a long silence, Lan Ningxuang asked uneasily, Is Miss Song an ordinary woman to my uncle? Qin Feng was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Miss Song is certainly not an ordinary woman. She is a woman whose legs can last a lifetime. And she is also a woman who can save herself hundreds of years of struggle. But these words must not be uttered. A trace of cold sweat fell on his forehead, and Qin Feng's brain was spinning wildly, looking for the most suitable words. Why didn't my uncle say anything? Could it be that Miss Song is unusual for my uncle? Lan Ningxuang chased after her and started beating her. There's something wrong with Miss Lan today. Isn't this forcing me to a dead end? At this moment, Qin Feng's palms are all sweaty. Suddenly, the cries of street vendors came to my ears. Qin Feng looked around and saw that it was a candy maker's stall. The stall owner was an old man. He was stirring the golden maltose with two thin sticks in his hands, constantly changing its shape on the heated tool. Everyone around cheered. There is a way. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Huh? There is a candy seller there. Miss Lan, can I treat you to a candy seller? Lan Ningxuang was still worried about the previous question, and before she had time to reply, when she looked again, her uncle had already run to the candy seller's stall. Old man, how do you sell this candy man? Qin Feng looked at the candy figures that had been formed. There were butterflies, roosters, gourds, and the best-looking one was a horse. Most of them are objects that children like. The old man quoted the price. It was a small business, and the items were naturally not expensive. Even a horse with the most materials only cost 5 or 6 cents. Seeing Lan Ningxuang following him, Qin Feng was afraid that she would talk about the previous topic again. So he hurriedly asked, Old man, can you let me try it myself? The old man looked embarrassed. He was deeply afraid that the handsome young man in front of him was too poor in his skills and wasted his maltose. Qin Feng didn't say much and immediately took out a penny. Young master, please do as you please. The old man was overjoyed when he saw this. After accepting the money, he hurriedly gave up his position. The onlookers only felt it was novel and stopped to see what kind of candy figure this handsome man could make. Of course, their main mentality is to see Qin Feng make a fool of himself. Qin Feng made this move just to silence Miss Lan. Now that everyone was watching, he felt a little unsure. After all, he had never been exposed to being a candy man before. After much hesitation, an idea flashed in Qin Feng's mind. He took a deep breath, picked up 2 thin sticks with both hands, dipped them in maltose, and danced them quickly on the hot iron plate. At first, the shape could not be seen, and the onlookers booed, and some even booed. The old man stood aside and shook his head. Lan Ningxuang frowned slightly, feeling extremely uncomfortable that her uncle was looked down upon. But as Qin Feng's hands moved faster and faster, the shape of the candy man continued to be outlined. The old man's eyes widened, and gasps of air could be heard all around him. The shape of this candy figure is clearly that of a lifelike beauty, and it is 70 to 80% similar to the beauty in blue and holding a sword beside her. Yes, this candy man is Lan Ningxuang. Qin Feng handed the finished candy man out. I've been here in Qin Mansion for so long, and I haven't given you any gifts yet. Just keep this candy man. Lan Ningxuang took the candy man and was attracted by the exquisite shape. Her beautiful eyes lingered on it, even though the candy man had not been put into her mouth. Her whole heart was filled with sweetness. How does it taste? Qin Feng said with a smile. How could Lan Ningxuang be willing to eat such a cherished gift? She took out the space jade pendant, put away the candy man, and said softly, I'll eat it later when I go back. Having said that, she was thinking about how to preserve this candy man. Qin Feng didn't understand why. If he didn't eat the newly made candies, did he have to wait until they melted before eating? That's all. Anyway, looking at her appearance, she probably won't dwell on the problem just now. However, I didn't expect that I have such a talent for making sugar figures. Qin Feng was complacent, and another thought came to his mind. It would be a bit biased to only make Miss Lan the candy man. Let's make another one for Miss Song and Madam. As soon as the idea was born, Qin Feng's hands started to dance again. Due to previous experience, it can be said that being a candy man is very easy this time. Lan Ningxuang looked at the golden maltose on the iron plate. When she saw a stunning beauty appearing, she smiled knowingly. That's what a young lady looks like. My uncle really has a young lady in his heart. When everyone around them saw the appearance of the candy man, they were shocked. Is there really such a beauty in the world? She looks even better than the girl in blue. However, when Lu Jianli's candy man was ready, Qin Feng did not stop. Lan Ningxuang seemed to have thought of something, and her smile slowly faded. After a while, Song Filan's candy man also came into view. Thank you, old man. Qin Feng put away the 2 candy figures and left under the envious and jealous eyes of everyone. With the precedent of the first candy man, they naturally believed that the other 2 beautiful candy men were also real people. So they showed such expressions. Chapter 109, Brother-in-Law. Can you call me Ningxuang? Qin Feng was still looking forward to the expressions Song Filan and Lu Jianli would have when they got the candy figures they had made, but found that Lan Ningxuang beside them seemed a little unhappy. The look of him rejecting people from thousands of miles away was very similar to the day when he and Lu Jianli got married. When they first met in the lobby, Qin Feng thought for a moment and figured out the reason. Oops. I was so hot-headed just now that I made Miss Song's sweetheart in front of her without even thinking about it. Although I don't know why. Miss Lan and Miss Song obviously didn't get along. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and thought about the solution. Approach to the current situation. After a while, Qin Feng pretended to talk to himself and said, I went to Qiyuan City some time ago and encountered many crises. Fortunately, Miss Song came to rescue me. I was still worried about how to repay her favor, but this sugar man solved my urgent need. Lan Ningxuang was stunned when she heard this. It turned out that she was trying to return the favor, but what she felt more guilty for was that she was not by her side when her uncle was in danger. Qin Feng was always observing the expression of the beauty next to him. After what he said just now, the frost on the latter's face melted away. Replaced by self-blame? What's going on? It's so hard to guess a woman's thoughts. Miss Lan, you Qin Feng, who was puzzled, wanted to ask, but she was interrupted by Lan Ningxuang. Uncle, can you call me Ningxuang from now on? Miss Lan always feels a little awkward. Qin Feng was confused. Is it not okay? After saying this, she felt a little bold. Her cheeks were slightly red, and her ears felt hot. Of course it's okay. Miss Ningxuang? Qin Feng tentatively asked. Yes. Lan Ningxuang laughed when she heard this. As bright as the spring breeze in March. Although her uncle still added the word girl, she was still full of joy. The 2 came to Tinji Upchuan and saw a familiar figure standing at the door from a distance. Song Filan heard the movement. turned her head and looked up, and happened to meet Lan Ningxuang's eyes. After getting closer, Lan Ningxuang expressed gratitude from the bottom of her heart. I would like to thank Miss Song for protecting my uncle some time ago. Song Filan didn't say much, but nodded slightly. She glanced at Qin Feng and then walked into Tinjiaxuan. At this time, Qin Feng was heard saying, "Then I'm going in to read. I'll probably come out in the evening. If nothing happens, Miss Ningxuan can go back to the Qin mansion first and pick me up later." When Song Filan heard the title, she suddenly paused, but then she quickly pretended to be fine and entered the Tingyu pavilion. No need. I'll just wait here for my uncle. All right. The two parted. The old man Bailey, who was lying on the wicker chair, glanced at it with interest, and an intriguing smile appeared on his face. In Tinjiaxuan, Qin Feng found Song Filan, and then took out the candy man made earlier. Miss Song, I'll give it to you. Song Filan frowned slightly, but still took the candy man and looked at it carefully. The candy man is very similar to her. Even the temperament between the eyebrows is 70 to 80% similar, which shows how much care the person who made the candy man put into it. Her brows straightened out instantly, with a hint of smile in her blue eyes. Try it quickly and see how it tastes. If it melts, it won't taste good. Qin Feng urged. The drunkard's intention is not to drink. He just wanted to see the other person's true appearance hidden under the black scarf. Unfortunately, Song Filan put away the candy man with a touch of her right hand, and even her reply was not much different from what Lan Ningxuang said before. I'm not in the mood now. I'll eat it after I get back. Qin Feng suddenly showed a look of regret. At this time, a delicate black hairband appeared out of thin air in Song Filan's hand, with golden lines flowing on it. It was obvious at a glance that it was not an ordinary thing. What is this? Qin Feng looked curious. A treasure I obtained by chance earlier can calm the mind and help the literary saints restore their literary spirit. For me, it's not of much use, so I'll just treat it as a return gift from your sweetheart, Song Filan said lightly. She has never forgotten the matter of Qi Yuanqing's treasure. Qin Feng opened his mouth and took the hair tie. A mere sugar man can be exchanged for a treasure. He seems to have seen a way to make a fortune. This is inappropriate, isn't it? Qin Feng felt a little regretful, and then silently changed his hairband. It doesn't matter. This kind of thing takes up some space in my house. Song Filan didn't care. Inhumane. Qin Feng's face twitched, and he became more and more curious about Song Filan's identity. What kind of family could give birth to such a generous rich woman? Then thank you, Miss Song, he said with cupped fists. When Song Filan heard this, a trace of displeasure flashed in her green eyes. She wanted to say something, but finally gave up. Yeah, she responded with a nasal voice, and she turned and left with long legs. Qin Feng looked at the graceful back and vaguely saw that the tips of the ears exposed outside the black scarf were unusually pink. A street in Jinong City was surrounded by people, and cheers could be heard from time to time. I saw a large empty space in the center of the crowd, and a silver-haired young man in colorful clothes was performing a talent. The small wooden house behind the carriage had already been placed on the ground by him, and the magical picture of 100 monsters came to life. Yazong grabbed the 100 demons figure with his right hand, then slowly opened it in front of everyone, and said, "Change!" Gorgeous butterflies danced gracefully, flying into the sky under the astonished gazes of everyone, and then exploded one after another, with green blood splashing everywhere. Everyone looked shocked, but in the blink of an eye, the blood turned into green fireflies. Dazzling. Okay! The people watching applauded. Yazong put his 2 fingers together, and a beautiful face suddenly appeared on the 100 demons picture. Lilac eyelids, pink pupils, a face as white as snow, and bright red lips as cinnabar. The cyan mist surrounds the beauty's face, adding a different kind of temptation. Everyone present, regardless of men or women, were all stunned when they saw this human face. Yazong grinned, almost reaching his ears. This terrifying scene did not attract anyone's attention. The 2 fingers of his right hand kept tapping on the palm of his left palm, and the beautiful face slowly floated out of the small wooden house, with a charming smile that captured everyone's attention. In everyone's eyes, only that beautiful face remained. There was a fierce light in Yazong's eyes. He was about to do something, but suddenly his brows raised. The shadow behind him continued to lengthen, extending into the alleyway not far behind, and then slowly stood up, turning into an identical Yazong. In the dark alley, the ground began to loosen. Within a moment, Qian Puppet appeared in front of him wearing a ghost face, black and white robes, and long gray hair. Did you bring the things?
Qian Puppet stretched out his palms wrapped in white shrouds. Yaozong did not take out anything, but instead asked with a smile.
Of course I brought the things belonging to Oni Buddha, but I can't open them. Can you tell me what's inside?
Chapter 110 Dark Night is coming. Qian Puppet didn't reply, and the atmosphere was strangely quiet.
Have you forgotten the principles of the organization?
A cold voice came from under the ghost's face, accompanied by a trace of murderous intent. Yaozong squinted his eyes, and the colorful clothes around him moved without any wind. In the narrow alley, the sound of clicking was endless. Cracks, like spider webs, quickly spread on the ground and walls. After about 10 breaths of time, the cracks stopped spreading, and Yaozong stretched out his hands.
Don't be so serious. I'm just curious. Having come all the way to deliver something, don't I even have the right to know? Everyone has their own tasks. Just do your part. Now, hand over the things belonging to the ghosts and Buddhas.
Qian Puppet took a step forward. Yaozong's pale face kept twitching, but after careful consideration, he took out a black box about 5 inches long and wide from his arms, glowing with a trace of black aura.
For you?
Qian Puppet got the black box and his body slowly sank into the earth. At this time, Yaozong asked,
You came here. Do you want to devour the flesh and blood of the people in this small town and complete the method of melting corpses?
Qian Puppet suddenly paused.
So what? That's really unlucky. My babies are also very hungry. We just happen to have a 2 ceremony here. Why don't we move to another place?
Yaozong said coldly. This was him venting his inner feelings. Dissatisfied.
If you have this ability, you can give it a try.
After the words fell, Qian Puppet's body completely integrated into the earth, as if it had never appeared before. Yaozong's eyes opened, and the strange blood-colored lines squirmed like insects. He grinned his mouth, almost to the base of his ears, revealing his sharp fangs, and said word by word,
Then give it a try.
Jinan City. City Lord's mansion. In a dark room, the motionless City Lord Yi Hung suddenly opened his eyes as dark as ink. Within a moment, the dead corpse lifted up the statues of ghosts and Buddhas with 3 heads and 6 arms.
I got the thing. What's in it?
Qian Puppet asked calmly, the black box floating in the air.
See for yourself.
Guifu chuckled. The black box opened in response, and what came into view were several palm-sized, green-black carapace.
I see. This thing is perfect for shielding the secrets of heaven. What do you need me to do?
Qian Puppet nodded slightly.
Outside Jinan City. Place 1 in the east to bury rotten wood, 2 in the south to light the underworld fire, 3 in the west to melt black gold, 4 in the north to fill with weak water. That's all.
After explaining the details, Gue Buddha added,
What's going on over there at Yaozong?
Qian Puppet told everything that happened in the alleyway before, which made the ghosts and Buddhas laugh wildly.
You know his temperament. If you directly let him make a big disturbance in the city, he will be more cautious. In this case, he will definitely not be able to bear the anger and make a big fuss. You might as well calculate for Yaozong. What is the probability that he will survive?
Qian Puppet suggested.
Forget it. I don't think he still has a chance of survival. If I forget it, it will definitely attract the attention of that old guy. So he will definitely die. So be it.
After saying this, Guifu closed his eyes and retracted his 6 arms. Up. There was no more movement. Qian Puppet glanced at the half-empty black box, then turned to look outside the room. Dark night is coming. At night, clouds and mist cover the moon. In the lobby of the Qin mansion, the family was eating happily. Yang chewed the food carefully and suddenly said,
I heard from Qin that a performer came to Jinan City today. His unpredictable tricks attracted everyone's applause. Speaking of which, our family has never gone shopping together. Why not take this opportunity to go see the show together later?
The second brother looked embarrassed.
I want to hurry up and practice, and strive to break through to the 6th level of Shenwu as soon as possible. So,
hearing this, Qin Jianan put down his bowls and chopsticks and said, as the head of the family,
You can practice at any time. Don't spoil your family's interest. Let's go to the show together later. That's it. Okay.
Jianan finally agreed. At this time, Yang said again,
Boner, why don't you go and ask the daughter of the Lu family if she is willing to go together? It would be too pitiful for her to stay in hutting all day long. Even if something like that happened before. Life has to go on.
Qin Feng paused with the chopsticks in his hand.
She has a rather cold temperament, so she probably won't like lively places like that. But I happen to have something to go to her for, so I'll give it a try. After the banquet was over, Qin Feng walked straight towards the lake pavilion, thinking about it carefully. He had been looking for Lu Jianli quite frequently in the past few days, and the two of them talked more. It seems that it is only a matter of time before this ice is melted by me, Qin Feng thought smugly. In the lake pavilion, Lan Ningxuang was not there. She must have gone to have dinner. There was only that beautiful white figure. It's a pity that the moonlight is lonely tonight, so we can't see her beautiful profile clearly. Qin Feng approached Hutong and expressed his idea of inviting the other party to watch the performance together, but was rejected as expected. 3 feet of ice cannot be frozen in one day. Thawing cannot be completed in a short time. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Forget it. This result was within his expectation anyway. This is for you. Qin Feng took out the candy man from the sumeru ring and handed it over. The beauty turned her head and raised her head slightly. The delicate white neck and the looming collarbone under the collar of the white dress made Qin Feng tremble. Lu Jianli looked at the beauty-shaped candy figure, holding a sword in his hand and standing on the clouds. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, as if he was recalling the past. Her white jade arm stretched out and took the candy man. Her red lips slightly open. Thank you. Yeah. Qin Feng didn't stay long. After chatting for a while, he said goodbye and left. After all, he had to go out with his family to watch the artist perform. In the lake pavilion, Lu Jianli looked at the candy man in her hand in a daze. After a long time, she stuck out her tongue and licked it gently. It was very sweet, a taste she had never tasted before. In the past, she focused solely on cultivation and swordsmanship, even after entering the 10,000 sword sect. For her, practice and the sword are everything. So when she failed to break through and became half paralyzed, nothing in the world seemed to be able to move her heart. But after coming to this remote town, to this Qin mansion, and meeting him, it seems that it has become different. There was a wave of excitement in the heart that had been silent for a long time. Mississippi. Lan Ningxuang walked into the lake pavilion and paused. She saw the candy man in the other person's hand and knew that her uncle had just arrived. Looking at Lu Jianli licking the candy man, Lan Ningxuang had a look of pity on her face. Do you really want to eat such a good thing? Fortunately, after a moment, Lu Jianli put down the candy man. Ningxuang. What's the matter? Miss? Put it away for me. Okay. Lan Ningxuang put the candy man into the space jade pendant. With a look of joy on her face, she found that the young lady had become a little different. All thanks to her uncle. Chapter 111 Ancient Mirage. Under the leadership of Qinger, the family walked towards the place where the artists performed. Lan Ningxuang followed as a guard, while Xing Sheng stayed in the Qin mansion and was responsible for looking after the house. After walking a certain distance, I suddenly heard a delicate sound like a silver bell. The 3 men in the team looked for fame in unison. It turned out that it was the brothel woman who was soliciting business. And a critical look suddenly appeared in their eyes. This one is pretty. That one is enchanting. And the one next to her is small and exquisite. Finally, they all focused their attention on a girl, just because she was big enough. Now, it is the best time for their business. But it is a pity that I can't take care of their business. Qin Feng sighed in his heart, and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. And the 2 gazes stung him. Needless to say, one of them belongs to Lan Ningxuang. The other one belongs to Ernyang. Worse, Qin Feng glanced at his father and his second brother from the corner of his eye. They had been fascinated by the graceful girl, and they did not realize that the danger was quietly approaching. As expected of a family, they all have the same taste. Also, second brother, I thought you were a gentleman. But unexpectedly, tut. Qin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. And Ernyang had discovered that it was not okay to fool him. And one person had to be sacrificed. He glanced at his father and second brother, and shouted without hesitation. Dad, what are you looking at? The roar came suddenly, as expected of a martial arts practitioner. The second brother reacted swiftly and straightened his figure immediately, then turned his head to look at his father with feigned confusion. Oh? What's wrong with me? Qin Jianan was frightened and at a loss. Did you just look at the girl over there at the brothel? Qin Feng spoke righteously. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Qin Jianan hurriedly defended himself, saying 3 times, I'm not. I didn't. Feng, don't talk nonsense. The look in Ernyang's eyes is a bit scary. Dad, I'm sorry. I still want to make excuses. Just now I saw you were fascinated. So I looked over with your gaze, and I found you looking at those girls. Dad, I'm not talking about you. Aaron Yang is so beautiful. Why are you not satisfied? Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot.
Qin Feng looked heartbroken. The second brother on the side also nodded in agreement.
Dad, it's really not good for you to be like this.
Qin Jianan couldn't argue. But then the soft flesh of his waist was pinched. And he grinned in pain.
Tonight, you sleep in the guest room.
After Aaron Yang left these words, she walked forward angrily. Dad, it's hard for you. But you still attract firepower for me and my second brother. Qin Feng sighed in his heart and suppressed his smile. At this time, Lan Ningxuang walked aside and asked coldly.
I really didn't look at those girls. It's just a quick glance. There's nothing to see.
Qin Feng laughed dryly.
By the way, Uncle, does the girl in purple with the mole at the corner of her mouth also suffer from pneumothorax?
After walking a few steps, Lan Ningxuang suddenly asked. It was Qin Feng who was so handsome and asked without thinking.
Doesn't she have a mole on the corner of her mouth? Huh?
Lan Ningxuang sneered and walked away. He had fallen into a trap. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth when he reacted. The group walked through a few more streets and suddenly saw rows of dark crowds. Aaron Yang asked in surprise.
Why are there so many people? Are they all here to watch the performance?
The others also looked curious. Even the long queue at the entrance of the Bao Medical Hall was not as exaggerated as the scene in front of him. Qin Feng could vaguely realize that something was wrong. These people were extremely quiet, with no pushing or making noise, which was inexplicably strange. At this moment, Qinger, who had been leading the group, didn't know what was wrong. Like a puppet on strings, he merged into the dark crowd in front, with an intoxicated look on his face.
Qinger, what's wrong with you?
Aaron Yang called. She wanted to step forward, but Qin Jianan stretched out her hand and grabbed her.
Madam, something is wrong. Please step back. Uncle.
Lan Ningxuang frowned slightly. A warrior has a natural intuition for danger. She immediately pulled out the sword at her waist and looked alert. The second brother Qinan also had a serious expression on his face, and his muscles all over his body were tense. Qin Feng turned on his double people power and looked at the crowd. He saw a white line as thin as hair on the top of everyone's head, extending forward. What is the end of this white line? Just when he was confused, Aaron Yang suddenly screamed and pointed to a certain place tremblingly. Everyone looked around and saw a huge beautiful face wrapped in mist, slowly floating into the air. And those white lines that Qin Feng saw before were connected to the beauty's face.
It's this thing? Don't look into her eyes.
Qin Feng's eyes widened and he roared. When everyone heard this, they all avoided looking and did not dare to look in the direction of the beauty's face.
Uncle, do you know what this is?
Lan Ningxuang and Qinan stepped forward, protecting the others behind them.
There is a record of this demon in
the Qian 100 Demon Chronicles.
Its name is Ancient Mirage. It has a beautiful face and has the ability to induce hallucinations. It can pull people into dreams and make them unable to distinguish reality. Illusory. The reason why these people stayed here motionless must have been bewitched by the Ancient Mirage.
Qin Feng's face turned ugly. How could such a monster appear in Jinong City?
Second brother, escort your parents back to the Qin mansion quickly. There will be heightened 2 and 2 6th grade guards from in there, so it will be much safer.
Of course. There is also my wife Qin Feng, who has unfathomable strength and added in her heart. Qinan nodded.
Brother, what about you? After I tell Sijin of the Demon Slaying Division what happened here, I will rush back to the Qin mansion.
Qin Feng said solemnly.
Uncle, I will go with you. Good.
Aaron Yang was a little worried and wanted to say something, but was dragged away by her father.
We will only distract them by staying here. Let's go back to the Qin mansion as soon as possible before the monster notices us. What should Qinger do?
Aaron Yang asked again.
I'll think of a solution. You go quickly.
Qin Feng urged.
Brother, be careful.
Qinan hurriedly escaped while protecting his parents.
Uncle, what should we do?
Lan Ningxuang asked in a low voice.
The Ancient Mirage can suck people's souls through the soul-pulling thread. Qinger's situation is that he is immersed in a dream and cannot extricate himself. Once she sinks, her soul collapses, and she can only become a walking corpse.
As Qin Feng spoke, he cautiously stepped forward, and the white inches on his fingertips manifested.
Wait a while I cut off the soul-pulling thread. You can pick up Qinger and run with me towards the direction of the Demon Slayer division. Okay.
Lan Ningxuang responded. Qin Feng took a deep breath and cut off the soul-pulling thread, which would definitely attract the attention of the Ancient Mirage. So he had to move quickly, although he also wanted to save these people who were trapped in the dream.
but his strength did not allow it. He could only save Qinger first, and then collect the ancient mirage after sieging Shirziming came over. This is the safest method. Thinking of this, Qin Feng raised his fingertips and instantly cut off the thread holding the soul above Qinger's head. Qinger closed her eyes and fell down instantly. Fortunately, Lan Ningxuang, who had been prepared, quickly hugged her with quick eyes and hands. At the same time, the huge and beautiful face of the ancient mirage suddenly turned to the position of Qin Feng and the two of them, showing an angry expression. As it screamed, all the people turned around and glared angrily. "Run!" Qin Feng shouted and ran towards the direction of the Demon Slayer division. Chapter 1 1200 Ghosts Night Parade. Chased by a group of people who were bewitched, Qin Feng fled desperately. While escaping, he suddenly saw a figure standing on the roof on the right, holding a small wooden house with one hand. The man was wearing colorful clothes, and his face was pale and unusual, especially the grinning corners of his mouth, which made him look like a girl with a gaping mouth in Japanese urban ghost stories. Yazan glanced at Qin Feng and others who were running wildly. Without paying much attention, he kept tapping the side of the small wooden house with his left hand. The wooden house continued to grow in size at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then slowly floated above Jinyang City. The dark wooden door was pushed open, and countless pupils of different sizes and colors appeared in the darkness. "Babes, dinner is ready," Yazan said with a sneer. The first ones to be snatched out were 5 human heads, nearly 3 feet long and wide, with ferocious looks and big bloody mouths. They jumped and scattered in all directions. Then came countless green lanterns with grimaces floating in all directions. Then, there is the black dog with 2 heads, the red-haired ghost with 3 hands, the sickle weasel that can walk upright, and the white mist with eyes. There are all kinds of strange monsters, and their numbers are staggering. In just a few seconds, they scattered into Jinyang City, and screams came one after another. Qin Feng was stunned when he saw this scene. The monster that invaded Jinyang City was not just the ancient mirage. Such a large number of demons and ghosts seemed to have reached the level of a city invasion, and they are at least level B. Just when he was surprised, he suddenly heard Lan Ningxuang say, "Uncle, be careful!" The door of the wooden house was not closed, and a huge skeleton arm poked out from inside, and its bone claws struck Qin Feng's position fiercely. At this critical moment, the huge skeleton arm suddenly broke in the middle, and a deafening scream came from the wooden house. What's the situation? Qin Feng didn't know why, but he only had one thought in his mind. Run away first. Yazan glanced at the broken bone arm, opened his eyes, and red lines flowed in his eyes. "Is there a master?" As soon as he finished speaking, his body instantly disappeared. In the city lord's palace, Qian Puppet heard the movement and moved his right hand towards the ground. For dead corpses with unusual auras poked their heads out. He distributed the things given by the ghosts and Buddhas to the 4 corpses one by one. Within a moment, several corpses merged into the earth and disappeared. The commotion in the city was so loud that it naturally attracted everyone's attention. In the demon slaying department, Shirziming frowned after hearing the news reported by his subordinates, and immediately summoned everyone to go to various places in the city to eliminate demons and ghosts. Song Filan frowned slightly when she heard about the invasion of the city. The first person who came to her mind was Qin Feng. In the simple courtyard, Lao Li was drinking wine when he suddenly heard screams coming from outside the house. He put down his wine glass, leaned on crutches, and walked out of the house. He saw monsters running rampant, a mess, and people screaming and running for their lives. A 3-handed red-haired ghost was about to grab someone when it was suddenly held by a giant black hand. In the blink of an eye, it was crushed to pieces. The other demons and ghosts heard the movement and looked at the black shadow's giant hand in surprise. When the black shadow faded away, the remains of the red-haired ghost were left empty. "There are masters!" a demon said in shock. The most powerful one, Getumen, who had reached the 4th level of calamity power, rolled his eyes and quickly locked his gaze on Lao Li. "The old guy who is lame on one leg still dares to take action. He simply doesn't know how to live or die." As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow shrouded the heads of all the demons and ghosts, and the huge shadow black coffin crashed down. The weak demons and ghosts could not avoid it, and were crushed into powder in the blink of an eye. "The black coffin can only be used by the peak of the 5th grade of Baigui." Getumen's tone is no longer as arrogant as before, and the other demons and ghosts have already begun to retreat. Getumen shouted loudly. "What are you afraid of? He only has one person, and he can be consumed to death." After the words fell, The dark wind roared in Getumen's mouth. Wherever it blew, the weeds withered, and the people who couldn't dodge turned into withered bones in an instant. Lowly frowned and knocked his cane on the ground. The black shadow wall instantly stood up, blocking the ghostly wind and buying time for the people to escape. Seeing this scene, Guituman took it into consideration and shouted, "Since this old guy wants to protect others, let's make him exhausted and wait until his Inchi is exhausted before we swarm him. When the time comes, everyone will share his flesh and blood." One call and 100 responses. Just when the demons and ghosts were about to make a move, the flowing shadow wall slowly disappeared. And behind it, many illusory green figures appeared out of thin air. And there were countless of them, wearing armor. They were arranged in an orderly manner, and their killing intent made hundreds of ghosts fear them. Ghostman's eyes widened, and he said in a trembling voice, 100 ghosts? 4th grade? Psychic Commander, how could there be such a master in this remote city? The ghost head man quickly turned his head and wanted to snatch it away. But in the blink of an eye, the walls of flowing shadows stood up on all sides, surrounding a group of demons and ghosts. On the other side, at the door of Tinjiuxuan, Old Man Bailey slowly opened his eyes. The wheels of the burning chariot with human faces were carrying countless demons and ghosts. The people were so frightened that they ran away in all directions, and the sounds of crying for their fathers and mothers could be heard one after another. Suddenly, the ghost train stopped its wheels, looked at Old Man Bailey, and laughed sternly. "Old man, why don't you run away? My legs and feet are weak, and I can't run anymore." Old Man Bailey replied calmly, "Then let us give you a ride, and we will save you the worry of being here." "That's fine." All the demons and ghosts looked at each other, and their shrill laughter echoed in the streets. "Is this old guy really not afraid of death? Who can chew this old bone?" Ghost Train shouted. "I'll do it." The 2 black dogs on the car jumped off, grinning, green juice flowing out of their mouths, and white smoke rising directly from the ground. Old Man Bailey sat up and tapped the wicker chair with his fingers. The laughter of the demons suddenly stopped, replaced by expressions of extreme astonishment. As a gust of night wind blew by, these demons and ghosts turned into wind and sand and were completely eliminated. On the other side, Qinan escorted Ernyang back to Qin Mansion. Ernyang said anxiously, "Hunter, go and find your father quickly. He doesn't know why he's crazy. He just left his money bag. At this time, money is not important." Not long ago, when the 3 of them were about to arrive at the Qin Mansion, Qin Jianan suddenly slapped his forehead and said that he had dropped his money bag and wanted to go back to look for it. Before Ernyang and Qinan could dissuade him, Qin Jianan disappeared into the dark alley. "Mom, don't worry. I'll go back to look for Dad in a moment." Suddenly, a sound was heard in the air not far away. When I looked around, I saw 2 huge heads, with fierce eyes, open mouths, and fishy saliva dripping from them. "There is a strong smell of blood here. There must be a martial artist of high rank here." The 2 ghost heads glanced around and soon set their sights on Qinan. When the latter saw this, he looked solemn and said, "Mom, please leave quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the ghost-headed man Pafeng attacked. Qinan did not dare to neglect. He pulled out the sword from his waist and performed the Tiangang Yuan slash. The white sword energy cut through the night and collided with Guitu Man. The harsh golden sound resounded over the entire Qin Mansion. Xing Sheng in the courtyard frowned and ran towards the door. Yin and his party heard the commotion and ran out of the room. Lu Jianli, who was staying in the lake pavilion, turned his head away and showed no expression on his face. Chapter 113. Lu Jianli takes action. "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" Getumen cried out in pain as he was repelled by the sword energy, and a faint trace of blood could be clearly seen on his forehead. Another ghost-headed man sneered. "A warrior who is only at the 7th level and has mastered Zhongyue's sword is actually in such a mess. Let me do it!" After the words fell, its mouth opened, and blazing fire spewed out. Although warriors are powerful in combat, they lack supernatural powers when faced with magical attacks, unless their strength exceeds that of the enemy. They use strength to overcome skill and speed. They can only dodge. Qin An's expression changed. He hurriedly picked up Ernyang and hid aside. "I'm coming too!" The ghost-headed man, who had recovered his strength, widened his eyes and let out a snort. Countless wooden thorns appeared out of thin air around him and attacked Qinan. At the critical moment, Xing Sheng appeared in time with a halberd. He waved the halberd in his hand and stopped a large number of wooden thorns. And the raging fire was blocked by an invisible wall. "It's about showing off your energy!" Qinan said excitedly. Uh-huh. Two figures instantly appeared next to Qinan and Aaron Young. It was Wang Su and Imo Lintian. It's actually a ghost. Wang Su frowned. Imo Lintian also looked solemn. How could such a monster appear in Jinong City? Their ears moved, and they heard the sound of running and crying outside the Qin mansion. It was immediately clear that Jinong City had suffered an invasion. Yin arrived and felt the strange changes in the city. She looked at Guitu Man, then frowned slightly. Get rid of these two monsters, and then quickly go to the city to help. Okay, sir. The two of them responded and moved away. Both of them are 6th grade concentrated warriors, who can concentrate all their energy into one point and exert super strong combat power. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same moment, the two ghost-headed barbarians were knocked away, knocking down the outer wall of the Qin mansion and raising a cloud of sand and dust. Have these two monsters been dealt with? Ernyang asked tremblingly. Yin shook his head. The second turn tribulation power of the ghost-headed man will give birth to his natal magical powers. Copper skin and iron bones. It is not easy to kill them. And judging from the spell they just performed, they must have reached the 4th level of calamity. So be afraid. Before she could say the rest, she was shocked by the sight in front of her. After the sand and dust faded away, the two ghost-headed barbarians were actually fused together. Their skin color turned red, and the energy they exuded made both Wang Su and Imo Lintian, the 6th grade warriors, feel palpitations. It's the art of fusion, Yen confided, and what she was most worried about happened. At this moment, the two-headed ghost man is already stronger than Wang Su and the other two. Uh-huh. The huge body of the two-headed ghost disappeared instantly. Protect the young master and others, Imo Lintian exclaimed, and he and Wang Su were on full alert, guarding their surroundings. A powerful impact struck, and only a roar was heard. Even if Wang Su and the two concentrated their strength on their arms, they were still knocked away in the face of each other. When Qinan and Xing Sheng saw this, they hurried forward and protected Yun and Ernyang behind them. Wang Su and Wang Su struggled to get up from the ground. They looked at each other and said immediately, Master Qin, please protect your wife and my son and leave first. The two of us and guard Sheng will delay the time for you. Hearing this, the two-headed ghost man let out an enchanting laugh. No one here today can even think of escaping. As soon as he finished speaking, the two-headed ghost man's eyes suddenly widened. A piece of wood came through the wind and penetrated one of the eyes with a devastating force. The screams were deafening. Ah! Wang Su and Wang Su were shocked. There was such a master in Qin Mansion? Yin seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly turned around to look. In the corridor of Qin Mansion, Lu Jianli came slowly in a wheelchair. The wheelchair was not pushed by humans, but floated in the air, about an inch above the ground. That is a way to control your energy to an unparalleled level and unleash your talents. Who is it? The two-headed ghost endured the severe pain and roared hysterically. Its remaining 3 eyes turned wildly. And then, they all looked at the beauty in white. I want you to die! Angry roars fell. 2 large mouths opened simultaneously, and the smelly wind swept out, turning everything in its path into ashes. Be careful! Everyone shouted anxiously. Facing these battles, Lu Jianli remained calm. She raised her right hand, and in her empty hand, a thin sword as white as jade suddenly appeared. The fishy wind has arrived, and the thin sword is raised. A sword energy as thick as a thumb struck out. It was not as powerful, but it restored calm to the Qin mansion instantly. The wind died down. A thin line of blood appeared on the two-headed ghost, and then it was divided into 2. With just one move, Lu Jianli killed the two-headed ghost man whose strength was comparable to the 5th level tribulation. And she obviously didn't use all her strength. Yun stared at the white jade sword disappearing from Lu Jianli's hand, stunned. In the 4th level of Sword Qi Hidden Weapon Realm, there is a move called Sword Bone, which can turn the bones in the body into a sword. It's the one in Lu Jianli's hand. Wrong. Everyone in Fontian City guessed wrong. Lu Jianli's level of strength has not dropped at all. The sword intent she wants to achieve is not the 4th level of Hidden Weapon, but the 5th level of the 10,000 Gods realm. Since the sword intention is like this, what about the Divine Martial Arts level? Could it be that it is not the 4th grade, but the 3rd grade? Yun's pupils widened. Even when she encountered the disaster on the armor in Qiyuancheng, it was not as frightening as her at the moment. For a 19-year-old to reach such a realm is simply shocking and unbelievable. No wonder it was in the beginning. Yun stopped talking when he saw Lu Jianli approaching. Lu Jianli's beautiful eyes swept across the crowd, but she didn't find that figure. She lightly opened her red lips. Where is Qin Feng? Ern Yang came back to her senses and told the whole story. Lu Jianli pondered for a moment without saying anything. She stretched out her right hand as if to attract something. In the lake pavilion, the exquisite sword box began to tremble continuously, and then flew out. Within a few breaths, the sword box fell into Lu Jianli's arms. She gently stroked the lines on the sword box, as if she was recalling it. It was obviously less than 2 months since she last opened the sword box. But to her, it seemed like several years had passed. The wheelchair slowly floated up, carrying Lu Jianli outside the Qin mansion. Ern Yang said hurriedly, "Daughter, what are you going to do?" Lu Jianli paused and replied softly, "I'll bring him back." As he finished speaking, a man dressed in white flew across the night sky, like a shooting star. "Young master." Wang Su murmured. The shock on their faces could not be greater. "When I go back, do I want to report this matter?" "Be careful," Yin interrupted. And Mo Lintian came to his senses, realized that he had made a mistake, and was so frightened that he became silent. Yin looked at the direction in which the white clothes were leaving, and fell into deep thought. Not even the Lu family could open Lu Jianli's heart. "Qin Feng, how did you do it?" At the same time, Qin Feng, who was still fleeing in Jinan City, turned to look, and then his eyes widened. A skeleton as huge as the previous centipede suddenly rose from the ground. It let out a shrill scream, and then slammed its right foot on the ground. Jinan City trembled. "What the heck?" Qin Feng was so shocked that he cursed. Chapter 114 The Big Boss Appears. Due to the tremor of the earth, Qin Feng staggered and almost fell to the ground. Lan Ningxuang, who was holding Qin, stopped hurriedly. "Uncle, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Qin Feng looked at the huge white skeleton with a solemn expression. An invasion of the city on this scale would probably reach the level of Class A. However, with such a loud movement, Shi Ziming must have noticed it, and there was no need for him to risk going to the Demon Slayer division to report it. Why not flee directly back to Qin Mansion? Qin Feng suddenly thought of the people who were bewitched by the ancient mirage. Those people are lost in the illusion. If they are not saved, they may die at the mouth of 100 ghosts. Qin Feng's face was ugly. He still clearly remembered the scene of the strange silver-haired man summoning 100 ghosts. The strength of that man who can control 100 ghosts must be very terrifying. But he did not take action. Instead, he disappeared after summoning 100 ghosts. Qin Feng vaguely heard the words. "There is a master," said by the silver-haired man. He thought it was the man who was competing with the mysterious master. Could it be Si Zhang and Shi Ziming? No, it won't happen. The white bone arm suddenly broke at that time. It was not the method of Bai Gui, but more like the method of Shenwu. Could it be said that besides Master Xizheng, there are other masters in Jinan City? Qin Feng thought of Lao Li and the bad old man, but he was still unable to compete with this mysterious master. At this moment, a group of people who had fallen into the illusion chased after them again, but no trace of the ancient mirage was seen behind them. Save? Still not saving? Qin Feng looked confused. Suddenly, there were several hurried footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw that they were several demon slayers from the Demon Slayer division. "What are you doing here? Why don't you run away?" a man shouted. Another person recognized Qin Feng and said in shock, "Master Qin, why are you here? There are demons and ghosts running rampant in Jinan City at the moment. Go back to your house quickly and don't come out." While he was talking, the people who were bewitched by the ancient mirage had already rushed to him and pounced on him. The people from the demon slaying department who arrived didn't know why, so they either ducked or shook the people away. "What are you doing? Why don't you stop?" Some people shouted to stop, but to no avail. Qin Feng hurriedly explained. "They were all confused by the monster called Ancient Mirage. If you want to stop them, you must cut off the threads connecting their heads to the Ancient Mirage." The crowd blocked the onslaught of the common people and said doubtfully, "There is no thread to hold the soul. We didn't see it at all." Qin Feng glanced at the tokens of these demon slayers. They were all wooden tokens, and the highest one was only the second Jupiter token. Before reaching Red Lotus, the rank of the Demon Slayer order basically corresponds to the level strength of the Demon Slayer. In other words, the few people present were all fighting scum, and the 100 ghost Taoists had not even opened their 7th grade ghost eyes. So naturally they could not see the invisible soul-pulling threads. "It seems I can only rely on me here." Qin Feng made up his mind and shouted, "I will cut off the soul-retaining threads above their heads. However, after the soul-retaining threads are disconnected, These people will not be able to regain consciousness immediately. You need to carry the unconscious people aside.
All the demon slayers looked at each other in confusion. The current situation was urgent, and they could not think too much. So they all responded.
Uncle, I'm here to help you too.
Lan Ningxuang put Qing'er aside, and ducked to Qin Feng's side.
Okay.
Under Qin Feng's eyes, the threads holding souls above the heads of all the people were clearly visible. The fingertips of his right hand gathered together.
Help me control these people.
Lan Ningxuang and everyone heard this, and used various means to restrain the people who fell into the dream. Qin Feng also took this opportunity to quickly cut off the soul-retaining threads above everyone's heads with a white inch. After a stick of incense, most of the chasing people had been saved. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. While he was happy, he also had some doubts in his heart. Why was there no trace of the ancient mirage? Could it be that it had gone somewhere else to harm people? Boom! Bang bang! Huge white skeletons are still wreaking havoc on Jinong City, and are getting closer and closer to their location. Qin Feng frowned. He could not delay any longer. He must send these unconscious people to a safe location as soon as possible. At this moment, a huge roar was heard. Qin Feng looked up and saw two figures standing opposite each other high above Jinong City. And the loud sound just now was caused by their confrontation. One of them was wearing colorful clothes, had silver hair, and looked weird and abominable. He was Yazong. And the other person turned out to be a faceless man wearing a black robe and a white mask on his head. Qin Feng was surprised at first, and then felt ecstatic. The mysterious faceless man who can participate in the chaos in Chiyuan City and fight off powerful enemies with God General and 36 stars. Boss. Really boss. With such big men here, the disaster of hundreds of ghosts in Jinong City tonight may be able to be overcome safely. In midair, Yazong's face was solemn, and the blood lines in his pupils kept moving. He couldn't figure out why there were such masters in this small and remote city. The two fought for several rounds. Although neither could do anything to the other, Yazong could clearly feel that this mysterious faceless man did not use his full strength at all.
Are you one of the 36 stars of the Demon Slayer Division who patrol the southern region?
Yazong asked tentatively. Dakian is a vast territory, and apart from Fengtian City, it is divided into 4 regions: southeast, northwest, and southeast. Demons are rampant. It is impossible for the dynasty to allocate the combat power of the Demon Slayer Division to each region. Therefore, in the Demon Slaying Division, there is the post of Hunting Envoy. Its function is to patrol and hunt monsters in all directions. Those who can hold the post of Hunting Envoy must be at least a Demon Slayer with 2 stars or above in Red Lotus. The faceless man did not respond. Seeing this, Yazong grinned, revealing the sharp fangs in his mouth, and his face was ferocious.
No matter who you are, tonight is the day you die.
After the words fell, Yazong suddenly closed his hands. The space around him trembled.
Oops. I was so shocked just now that I forgot about this guy. We must hurry up.
While thinking like this, Qin Feng looked at the other people around him and found that they were standing there blankly, looking up at the sky, motionless. Look at their blurred eyes and dull expressions. Qin Feng immediately made a guess. He unfolded his pupils and raised his head slightly to look at the heads of these people. Sure enough, he saw the soul-pulling thread.
These people have fallen into the dream of the ancient mirage. And if nothing else happens, the ancient mirage is right above my head.
Qin Feng was sweating profusely, and his heart was beating wildly. He wanted to verify the location of the ancient mirage, but he didn't dare to look up. Otherwise, if his eyes meet the ancient mirage, he will fall into a dream and be unable to extricate himself.
It is no longer realistic to continue to save people. We have to find a way to escape. Wait, where is Miss Ningxuang?
Qin Feng was shocked, but he didn't dare to make any big moves. He glanced to the side with the corner of his eye. Not far away, the beautiful blue figure was also frozen on the spot without moving, with a seductive pink color on her fair cheeks. And she was whispering something.
Uncle! No! The lady will know!
What dream have you fallen into? Qin Feng opened his mouth wide, and when he was shocked, green mist slowly fell from the top of his head. No, it was ancient mirage. Qin Feng turned around quickly, trying to avoid the other party's sight. However, the moment he turned around, he froze. What caught the eye was a huge beautiful face, with lavender eyelids, pink pupils, snow-like skin, and red lips. It was the ancient mirage, which quietly appeared behind Qin Feng at some point. A seductive laugh came from the beautiful face.
and ripples of light flowed in the pink pupils. What's worse? Qin Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. If nothing happens, he will fall into a dream and be unable to extricate himself. But after a few breaths of time, Qin Feng let out a light sigh. He pinched his cheeks and looked at the ancient mirage not far in front of him. Am I dreaming? No, I'm not in an illusion at all. Qin Feng quickly thought of a possibility. It was his strange eyes that resisted the ancient mirage's illusion. The ancient mirage also noticed something unusual and looked puzzled. The cyan mist around it began to surge, and the pink in its pupils glowed faintly. It was obviously increasing the power of the illusion. But even so, Qin Feng still remained awake. In his mind, he recalled the details of the introduction to ancient mirages in The Chronicles of the 100 Demons. The four-turn calamity force gave birth to the natal magical power, the illusion of gods and dreams. The power of illusion will make even a 5th-grade martial artist fall under it. After all, a vulgar warrior is not good at cultivating the soul. The ancient mirage's attack power is not strong, but its weird illusion power can make people fall prey to it unknowingly. Among many monsters and ghosts, this monster is also a troublesome existence for many people. But there is one point in the book that specifically explains that the ancient mirage's own defense is not very strong. If there is a way to resist its illusion attack, it is not difficult to kill it. To put it simply, it is a controlling mage. The kind that will die if someone touches it. Qin Feng glanced at the white glove on his right hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. The literary energy in his body surged and merged into Bai Lei's formation. Poor Gu Mirage was still trying to pull Qin Feng into a dream, not knowing that his death was coming. Brush. Above the formation, a white light suddenly appeared. The literary energy in Qin Feng's body had been drained, and a white thunder surged out. Seeing this, Gu Mirage's beautiful eyes widened, and she wanted to run away. But the two were too close. In just a blink of an eye, the white thunder penetrated Gu Mirage's forehead. A sharp scream sounded. The huge beautiful face kept struggling and twisting until the illusion disappeared. The threads holding the souls broke one after another, and all the people who were addicted to the dream instantly lost consciousness and fell down. Qin Feng ignored the crowd of demon slayers around him, and quickly came to Lan Ningxuang. Before the latter fell to the ground, he held her steady, and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Strange. Why did I not fall into weakness after using Bai Lei, but still have strength? Qin Feng, who was holding Lan Ningxuang, suddenly realized this problem. Although his literary power is still growing, there has been no quantitative change. At this moment, the 7th level of the ladder in the Divine Sea is only nearly half filled. Is it because of the hair tie Mist Song gave me? Qin Feng was stunned, and touched the hair tie above his head with his right hand. As expected, he felt a relaxing force from the hair tie. Qin Feng was deeply moved when he learned the truth. A treasure with such powerful effects must be impressive. But Mist Song gave it away without any hesitation. This favor cannot be repaid, and there is no way to repay it. So I can only pledge myself to it. If she doesn't dislike it, bah! Now is not the time to think about this. The skeletons are moving here, but there are so many people unconscious here. How can I take them all away? Qin Feng glanced at the fallen people around him and frowned. At this moment, a huge black hand turned into a shadow, strangled the neck of the skeleton. Then I saw the shadow black hand push forward violently, and the huge body of the skeleton fell backwards because of its unstable center of gravity. This familiar move made Qin Feng think that it was Xijing Ziming who had done it. With Master Shi's restraint, the bones and skeletons are not a concern. Now I must find a way to find support and take away the unconscious people here. Now that demons and ghosts are roaming Jinong City at night, everyone in the demon slaying department must have been scattered everywhere, and they can't count on them. Thinking about it this way, it would be safest to go back to Qin Mansion and ask family members for help. When the idea came up, Qin Feng planned to put Lan Ningxuang aside temporarily and try to find support as soon as possible. But the moment he put him down, he felt a chill down his spine and numbness on his scalp. A line of sight locked onto him with coldness and murderous intent. It was obviously a demon. Qin Feng did not dare to make any big moves and turned around carefully to look. At the intersection of the street, a bone horse with eyes glowing with green fire and its body covered with raised bone spurs was looking at him quietly. Qin Feng quickly recognized the identity of this monster, Dead Bone Hoof. It has no flesh and blood and likes to eat people. Its rotation depends on the number of bone fragments on its 4 hooves. 1 is 1 rotation. 2 is 2 rotations. And so on. Qin Feng swallowed his saliva. With the Wen Qi in his body now, it was no longer possible to use Bai Lei.
He could only use Howden Mirror, and Bai Siyuan. If the level of the dead bone hoof was not high, he might be able to use the Howden Mirror to support it for a while. Looking down tremblingly, Qin Feng's eyes widened, and his heart suddenly felt cold. The number of bone fragments is actually 4, which means that this dead bone hoof has achieved 4 tribulations. The 4 hooves of the dead bone stepped on the ground, and the green fire in their eyes flickered. Qin Feng held his breath and concentrated, not even daring to blink. But in just one breath, the dead hoof under his nose had disappeared. Only the sound of the 4 trampling hooves and the breaking wind is getting closer and closer. Is my life at risk? At this critical moment, a sword light fell from the sky. Chapter 116, The dust has settled. Silver light fell, and he was less than 3 feet away from Qin Feng. Then there was a neighing sound, and the dead bone hoof that had previously disappeared slowly appeared. But its head had been chopped off. The fracture is so smooth that it makes your heart palpitate. There is also a sword mark on the ground. Going deep into the ground, the horse's head fell to the ground. The green ghost fire in its eyes disappeared, and its body turned into black smoke and disappeared with the wind. Bonehoof is dead. Just a sword. Who is it? Who in Jinyang City has such strength? Killing a monster with 4 levels of calamity power with 1 sword? Qin Feng thought of a possibility, but still couldn't believe it. He opened his mouth and looked up. It was a white silhouette that could not be obscured by the night. The black cyan flutters. The white skin is like the bright moon, and the eyes are like shining stars. Even though she was sitting in a wheelchair, she still looked like a fairy descending to earth, and her beauty was breathtaking. It's really her, Qin Feng murmured, with extremely complicated emotions. And Lu Jinli also floated down beside him, holding the sword box in her arms, placing her hands flat on her knees, looking calm and indifferent, as if the previous sword was not struck by her at all. Why are you here? Qin Feng asked blankly. Take you back to the Qin mansion. Lu Jinli turned his head and looked up, his delicate profile making people trance-like. Her voice was still clear and crisp, which made Qin Feng's heart flutter. Okay, Qin Feng replied subconsciously. The earth trembled again. The huge white bone skeleton was very powerful. After being pushed down by Xizhen Shirziming, it stood up again with a bone arm. With a wave of his bone palm, the pavilions in the city were smashed, and the rubble was scattered everywhere. Seeing that half a man's worth of rubble was about to hit the unconscious people, Qin Feng's expression changed. However, the gravel flowing over was shattered into sand and gravel by an unknown force in just one breath. This is too strong. Qin Feng glanced at the beauty beside him and couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. The bones and skeletons are not dead, and the unconscious people here are always in danger. You guard them here, and I will go to the house to call for help. Qin Feng said this and was about to leave. Lu Jinli's red lips moved slightly. No need. Huh? Qin Feng looked at her in confusion. Then I saw Lu Jinli's right hand touching the delicate sword box, and the simple lines on the surface of the sword box flashed with light. Click! Click! The sword box was open to both sides, and a sword hilt was slowly moved out. Qin Feng even heard the sounds of mountains, and rivers flowing, and springs tinkling. Lu Jinli made a move with her right hand, and the sword from the sword box instantly flew out and fell into her hand. Only then did Qin Feng see the whole sword clearly. The sword is 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. The blue and white sword is engraved with flowing water patterns. This sword is absolutely extraordinary. Lu Jinli held the sword in his hand and raised his right hand. The light blue sword light swept out, like a rushing ocean tide, slashing straight at the huge white skeleton. The sword light penetrated its huge body, and the white bone skeleton raised its bone arm and froze in midair. Shirziming, who was fighting with him, widened his eyes, and then in his surprised gaze, the body of the white skeleton was split into 2. The blue sword light did not stop. It swept towards the sky, and the dark clouds that obscured the moonlight were separated by a sword. One sword opened the sky. The clouds broke through, and the moon turned white. The sword energy that was like flowing water was about to dissipate. At the entrance of Tinjiuxuan, Old Man Bailey was lying on a wicker chair, looking at the scene, and said leisurely, There are 10 divine swords in the Dakian divine sword list, and one Jin sect has 3 swords exclusively. On Chongjin Mountain, Qianjun Town, the divine thunder from the 9 heavens descends with purple lightning, rushing into the sea. The cold water sings. This cold water sword is worthy of being the 7th divine sword on the list. But what surprised Old Man Bailey even more was that Lu Jinli had already reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship before he entered the realm of gods.
If this continues, let alone the realm of a mere sword god, I won't be surprised even if it breaks the sky in the future.
The old man Bailey raised his head and took a sip of wine. With a contented look on his face. Look at the ashes of demons and ghosts within 100 feet of him. No matter how the night wind blows, they can't blow them away. On the other side, Lowly looked at the moon that had reappeared high in the sky. His expression both complicated and gratifying. There were talented people in the Qian dynasty. As a result, the healthy and prosperous age that was unimaginable in the past may one day be realized. He walked back to the simple house with a cane. Although his back was downcast, it was straight. Behind him, the bright green shadows of the soldiers slowly dissipated, along with the countless corpses of hundreds of ghosts. Outside Jinong City, in midair, Yazong was breathing heavily. His clothes were in tatters. His right arm was pulled down, and his left leg had been twisted into a twist.
Who are you? Who the hell are you?
Yazong roared hysterically. He originally thought that this faceless man was just a 36 star at best. But he was totally wrong. The opponent's strength has definitely reached the level of the 12 divine generals. The faceless man didn't respond, and pressed down with his right hand. Yazong was instantly pressed down by a huge force and fell hard to the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the plain land was torn apart, and Yazong's body was deeply embedded in the earth. Even if he faced such a powerful enemy alone, he could still feel that the breath of the 100 ghosts in the city was running out. This was far beyond his expectation. And from beginning to end, those damn Qian puppet had no intention of showing up. At this point, Yazong finally understood that there must be some secret hidden in this small city. But no one from the ghosts, Buddhas or Qian puppet told him.
Ghost Buddha! Thousand puppet!
Yazong was so angry that his teeth almost shattered.
No! If I continue to struggle with him, I will definitely die. I must find a way to escape.
Once the idea of escape was born, it became more and more intense. He did not join the organization based on his own strength, but relied on his ability to control hundreds of ghosts. But in the face of the absolute gap in strength, what is the use of the gap in quantity? This is also the reason why he has been unable to enter the core of the Playmaker.
I have no choice but to give up this body.
Yazong made up his mind. In his torso, a white bone pierced his chest, and the bloody lines in his pupils were like insects, attached to the white bone. Then, covered by the remains of the body, the white bone sank into the ground and swept away from the ground towards the mountains and forests. Yazong's true body is a bone demon, and he wants to use the golden cicada's escape method to escape. Boom! As soon as the white bones escaped, the remaining body was crushed into powder. Seeing this, Yazong breathed a sigh of relief. But just when he thought he was hiding the truth, a murderous intention locked him. Before he could react, the white bone was crushed into nothingness. The faceless man sensed the surrounding area, and after confirming that no fish had slipped through the net, he disappeared in midair in an instant. On the other side, feeling that Yazong's aura had disappeared, Qian Puppet was neither happy nor sad.
Only cattle and sheep can flock together, while ligers and tigers can only travel alone.
The cold words echoed in the silent and dark room. Chapter 117 Convergence. Qin Feng stared blankly at the light blue sword energy that broke the sky, and the horror in his heart could not be increased. It's one thing to know that Lu Jinli is very strong, but it's another thing to see her take action at such a close distance. The bones and skeletons that can compete with Xijing Ziming have at least the 5th level of calamity power. But even such a monster could not withstand a single sword blow in Lu Jinli's hands. Qin Feng became more and more convinced that the realm that Lu Jinli wanted to break through was the 3rd level of Shenwu. And her understanding of the sword intention was already infinitely close to the 5th level of artistic realm, the realm of the gods. What kind of terrifying monster is this? And such a monster is still my wife. Qin Feng was both shocked and thankful. However, when Qin Feng's heart was in turmoil, Lu Jinli, the person involved, still looked calm and calm. She released the hilt of the sword with her right hand, and the blue-white long sword floated in the air, and was slowly put back into the sword box. Click. Click sounded again. The sword box closed, hiding the long sword inside. With her right hand, Lu Jinli gently pushed the hair on her temples behind her suet-like ears, raised her head, and looked at Qin Feng.
Now! Can you go back?
Forehead. Tread. Tread. Just when Qin Feng was about to answer, there was a burst of hurried footsteps, and it turned out that it was a group of people from the Qin mansion. In addition to the second brother and a dozen servants, Yin also brought Wang Su and 2 others. He Tantu did not follow. After all, although he had killed the two-headed ghost, no one knew if other monsters would approach. The Qin mansion needed someone to protect him. Yin glanced at the unconscious people on the ground, frowned slightly, and then asked. Qin Feng first arranged for his servants to take away the unconscious people, and then told the story in detail.
Did you kill the ancient mirage?
Yin's voice was high-pitched, but he still maintained his etiquette and did not make himself too embarrassed. The suspicion in his eyes was naked and could not be hidden at all. She is also a literary sage, and an 8th-grade literary sage. I am deeply touched by the offensive power of the Wensheng Taoist, not to mention killing the monster beast with the 4th level of calamity. To put it bluntly, even strangulating a chicken to death is quite difficult for a low-level scholar.
Of course, I was the one who killed him.
Qin Feng raised his head and raised his chest. The more disbelieving the other party was, the higher his sense of accomplishment was.
Don't make irresponsible remarks.
Yin frowned.
I know you have a way to gather literary energy at your fingertips and transform it into shape. But just relying on that trick to kill the ancient mirage is tantamount to wishful thinking. Please tell me the truth. What is going on?
There was an eagerness to know the truth in her tone, as well as a disdain to expose Qin Feng's lies.
Do you know the formation?
Qin Feng pretended to be mysterious.
Formation?
Yin looked puzzled.
Of course I know the formation. But what do you want to explain by mentioning this?
Qin Feng began to add fuel to the fire and tell Yin the details of killing the ancient mirage. Half of the content was made up by Qin Feng, and the remaining half was his bragging about himself. The simple summary is the great master Qin, with his own wisdom, introduced the ancient mirage into the formation and killed it. Naturally, he said nothing about the fact that he was not deceived by ancient mirages. The strange double-pupil magical power is his greatest reliance, and he must hide something. When the second brother on the side heard this, he couldn't hide his respect for his elder brother in his eyes.
Brother, you are really awesome.
Yin glanced at Qin lightly. He is a simple-minded warrior. Qin Feng's words sounded serious, but she still found it hard to believe. If I don't talk about anything else, let's talk about the formation diagram. People who don't know how to do it may think that they just need to draw the formation according to what is written in the book. But it is a big mistake to think so. Painting the skin of a tiger is difficult to paint the bones. Simply copying the formation diagram, although it looks decent, cannot activate the power of the formation. Many years ago, Yin himself wanted to use the formation method to make up for the weakness of the Wensheng Taoist's lack of attack power. However, even though she spent a lot of time and energy to copy the formation diagram, she still couldn't arouse it. She also used this question to ask her teacher. The teacher was silent for a long time and finally gave a reply.
You have no talent in formations, and are not suitable for learning formations.
Because of this sentence, she didn't see the teacher for half a year. And strangely, since then, whenever she went to read in the bookstore of Howin Academy, she could no longer find books about formations. Now, someone told her in front of her that he had used a formation to trap and kill an ancient mirage with the 4th level of calamity power. How could she, who was so proud, accept this? After all, in Fengtian City's Howin Academy, there are only a handful of Wensheng Dao practitioners who can achieve attainments above the formation Dao. She didn't believe that the man in front of her was proficient in medical skills and could also delve into formations. Yin turned his head to look at Lu Jianli and asked,
Is it the ancient mirage you killed?
Based on her understanding of Lu Jianli's character, he would never lie. But what he saw was that Lu Jianli shook his head slightly. Yin lowered his head and fell into thought. When Qin Feng saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He asked curiously,
You don't trust me so much?
Yin raised his head and said calmly,
I recognize your medical skills, but I don't believe you can use the formation. Why? Because your handwriting is unsightly. As the saying goes, calligraphy and painting have the same origin. How can someone who can't understand the writing describe a decent formation?
The tone was calm, but the words were full of contempt, especially that look in his eyes, as if to say you can't even tell a lie. She seemed unwilling to waste any more time trying to figure out the truth. She turned around and walked towards Wang Su and asked about the current situation in Jinyang City. Damn, that makes sense. But I was speechless and slapped Qin Feng's face. But I secretly made up my mind to practice calligraphy when I have time. I can't let people look down upon me like this anymore. After a long time, almost all the demons and ghosts in the city were wiped out. Even some fish that slipped through the net fled outside Jinyang City when they saw that the situation was not going well. The Demon Slayer Division freed up manpower to help Qin Feng and his party send all the unconscious people back home. At this point, the sudden chaos caused by the 100 ghosts at night is finally over. Qin Feng slowly pushed Lu Jianli towards the Qin mansion. The scene looked so warm. Yet Jing watched this scene quietly, not knowing what she was thinking. At this time, a servant of the Qin mansion hurried over and said anxiously,
I haven't found the master yet.
Qin Feng frowned when he heard this.
What do you mean? Isn't Dad in the Qin mansion?
The second brother looked ugly and explained.
When I went back earlier, my father said that he didn't know where he had dropped his money bag. So he hurried back to look for it. My second mother and I didn't have time to persuade him. A group of us came out of the Qin mansion. Firstly to meet up with my eldest brother, and secondly to find out where Dad was. Who would have thought that so much time has passed, and we still haven't found it? Brother? Dad? Shouldn't he?
That piece of shit. In such a dangerous time, he still cares about his own wallet. He is a poor guy. And how much money can he have in his wallet? Qin Feng was also extremely anxious.
Calm down first, and don't think about things so badly. Since he was going back to find the money bag, it must have been along the road we passed.
Qin Feng glanced around and saw the former brothel. Because of the ghosts walking at night, the doors and windows of the brothel had been closed. The lights were extinguished, and it was dark.
We will use this brothel as a starting point. Search from here to the Qin mansion, and slowly expand outwards. Dad Jiren has his own destiny, and he will definitely be gone.
Squeak. Before he finished speaking, the wooden door of the brothel was pushed open, and a familiar face popped out from inside. It was Daddy. Qin Jianan looked at his two sons, and even his daughter-in-law. His expression was very exciting for a moment. Chapter 118. Two people visiting late at night.
Dad! Why are you here?
The second brother said in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. Qin Jianan's face turned red and white, feeling a little ashamed.
Shh! Keep your voice down! Keep your voice down!
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said with a half-smile.
Hundreds of ghosts have invaded the city, and there are dangers everywhere. We are still worried about your safety. But I didn't expect that my father would still have such leisure and elegance to come to this romantic place to keep the company of beauties. It really makes me envious.
Yin and others looked sideways, and Lu Jianli turned her head slightly to look at him.
It really makes my second brother, and I feel ashamed. If Renyang finds out about your visit to a brothel, guess what will happen?
Qin Feng spoke righteously, but he thought in his heart that fortunately he reacted quickly, and almost said what was in his heart. Feeling the scrutiny and contempt of everyone, Qin Jianan immediately defended.
Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings.
Then, he roughly told the reason why he came out of the brothel.
What Dad means is that the dropped money bag happened to be near here. And when I wanted to go back, I almost ran into a demon again. In desperation. He hid in the brothel?
The second brother picked up the key points with a hesitant tone.
Is there such a coincidence in this world?
Qin Feng sneered. Qin Jianan saw everyone's disbelief and wanted to fight to the death. Just at this moment, another half of her body came out of the brothel. It was a delicate-looking girl wearing purple clothes. Qin Feng was impressed by this woman mainly because she had an all-encompassing mind. The girl in purple moved carefully and looked a little nervous. She asked in a trembling voice,
Master!
But the danger in the city is past?
Dad turned around and said,
There shouldn't be much danger. Don't worry.
Hearing this, the girl in purple breathed a long sigh of relief, patted her chest, and stirred up a storm. The eyes of all the men present were inadvertently attracted to him. Yin sneered when he saw this. The three Shenwu warriors reacted the fastest and quickly looked away. Qin Feng's reaction was slightly slower. He only hated that he was a scholar and suffered a disadvantage in this regard. Lu Jianli probably didn't notice. Right. While thinking like this, I looked down at the beauty in the wheelchair, but didn't see any movement from her. Not bad. Not bad. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as it's okay.
The girl in purple smiled slightly and said,
Mr. Qin, the sisters are all scared tonight. The brothel should take a break for a while. If you have a chance next time, come and relax with us.
After the words fell, the girl in purple waved her hand and closed the wooden door.
This,
Qin Jianan opened his mouth. And now he was really speechless.
Dad, the sword is still young. If it were me, I would never have such courage.
Qin Feng spat, taking the opportunity to establish an image of a good man in front of Lu Jianli, and then pushed the wheelchair and left slowly. Go! The second brother hesitated to speak, but finally said,
Dad, you should think about how to explain to Mother when you go back.
Wang Su and Wang Su cast sympathetic glances. They were all old men, and they felt a sense of sympathy for each other at this moment. However, after Yin glanced at him, they withdrew their gaze and left quickly. Outside the brothel, soon only Qin Jianen's lonely and desolate figure remained. When everyone returned to the Qin mansion, Aaron Yang naturally found out about this matter very quickly. It is worth mentioning that Qin Feng reported this. Dad and Aaron Yang argued for a long time, but no one knew the details. But one thing Qin Feng was sure of was that his father was sleeping in the guest room again. It was late at night, and there was no one else on the street except for the people from the Demon Slayer division who were on patrol at night. Even the watchman missed work and hid in his bed shivering. Any disturbance outside the window will make the people inside the house frightened and make them unable to sleep peacefully. At the door of Tenjiuxuan, Old Man Bailey snored and suddenly opened his eyes. He looked towards the end of the dark street, where two figures came. Among them was a middle-aged man with a solid body and a lean face, with a thin beard, black and white broken hair, a gray robe, and a black bandage wrapped under the open clothes. Next to him was a handsome young man, dressed in white, with a hairband on his head and a wooden box on his back. Old Man Bailey asked, "How come Lord Ximing, who is famous in the Southern Territory, has time to come to such a remote place?" It turns out that this middle-aged man with a lean face is none other than Yin Zhou, the commander of the Demon Slayer division in the Southern Territory, known as the Southern Dragon. While passing through this place, I felt an unusual smell. I thought it was a demon causing trouble, so I thought of taking action to solve it and stretch my muscles. But looking at it now, it's unnecessary, Yin Zhou said with a chuckle. Huh. The old man didn't take it seriously. The young man in white didn't like the old man's attitude. He frowned and snorted. He knew the old man's identity, so he didn't dare to make any mistakes. But the young man's character was undisguised. The old man looked at the young man and blurted out, "Bin Wu Lijia has a good talent in his generation. At a young age, he can use the ghost weapon sword box that Lijia has lost for hundreds of years." The young man in white was a member of Li family. His surname was Li and his given name was Luo. When he heard the old man's praise, the dissatisfaction in his heart immediately faded away, replaced by a look of pride on his face. In Dakian, it is no small honor to be praised by the old man. Seeing this, Old Man Bailey raised his brows. It's a pity that I was born in the wrong era. Within 1,000 years before and after the great Qian dynasty, the brilliance of being the first person to be the best with a sword is too great. If you die, you will only be ranked second. When Li Luo heard this, his eyes widened and he hurriedly asked, "Who is he?" The young man did not question the old man's words, so he only asked the man's name. Old Man Bailey didn't hide anything. He just replied with a smile. "That girl from the Lu family. Lu Jianli?" Li Luo's voice suddenly became louder, but it didn't spread beyond 10 feet. An inexplicable force has long enveloped this place, and others cannot see or hear it. Li Luo naturally knew Lu Jianli's name. Ever since he was born, this was the woman to whom his family compared him most. If the old man had mentioned other names, the young man might not be convinced, and might even want to find him and compete with him to see whose swordsmanship was superior and who was more talented. But Lu Jianli was convinced. I remember when Bin Wu Lijia asked Jian Wanjin sect. It was Li Luo who took action from Lijia. As soon as the ghost weapon sword box came out, the younger generation of Wanjian sect had to avoid its edge. No one was his opponent. At that time, he could be said to have unlimited glory. Until that woman appeared, the opponent didn't draw his sword at all, but just used one finger to knock him off the sword platform, then turned around and left in a cool manner. It was also on that day that Li Luo calmed down his pride and realized what it means to be a person outside the world and a sky outside the world. But didn't she survive the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth? Li Luo asked absent-mindedly. Chapter 119 Confirmation of the Hegemony of Heaven and Earth. The so-called confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth is the suppression of the powerful in the world by the shackles of heaven and earth. Whether it is monsters and ghosts who have survived the 7-turn calamity, or human monks who have entered the 3rd-level realm, they cannot avoid this difficulty. If you survive, you will have the capital to climb to the sky and overlook all living beings. If you don't survive it, you will be seriously injured and your realm will plummet, or you will die. Yin Zhou also spoke. If Lu Jianli was only promoted to the 3rd-level realm at that time, he would most likely be able to survive and become the youngest 3rd-level martial artist in the history of Dakian. However, She wanted to use the hegemony of heaven and earth to prove that she could integrate the 5th level of sword intention into the 10,000 gods realm. This undoubtedly made it difficult for her to overcome the tribulation to an unimaginable level.
There was sympathy and regret in his tone. After all, if Lu Jianli succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, Dakian would have one more powerful warrior, which would be a blessing for the entire human race. Old Man Bailey didn't take it seriously.
If she doesn't even have this courage, she is no longer Lu Jianli. What's more, when you face the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth, you are not bad at playing tricks.
Yan Zhou smiled.
That's true. If you follow the rules, you will just lose sight of everyone.
Li Luo interrupted the conversation between the two and asked the old man.
I heard that Lu Jianli failed to cross the tribulation and was half paralyzed. Then he left Wanjian sect and returned to Fengtian City. Some people even claim that her level has plummeted and she even gave up the art of swordsmanship. If that's the case, why do you say that she is the #1 swordsman in the millennium? How is she doing now?
After the Wanjian sect suffered a setback, Li Luo had always regarded Lu Jianli as the target of his pursuit. So when he heard that the other party failed to overcome the tribulation, he did not want to believe it and felt quite complicated in his heart. But now, after hearing the old man's words, he had a glimmer of hope. Maybe Lu Jianli was fine after failing to overcome the tribulation. Yin Zhou also looked at the old man. Because of some things, he took Li Luoyu to a place rarely visited by people in the southern region. So he didn't know what happened behind Lu Jianli. Old Man Bailey smiled mysteriously.
She has become someone else's wife now, and leads a completely different life than before.
Oh! Yin Zhou was very interested. Li Luo on the side stared wide-eyed.
What? Did she really give up on the sword? Otherwise, how could she get married?
Faced with this question, Bailey old man answered the question incorrectly.
Smooth sailing is not a good thing. Sometimes if you walk too fast,
you will miss many scenery along the way. A moment's stay was just right for the girl.
How could Li Luo accept such an ambiguous statement? Just as he was about to get to the bottom of it, he saw the old man tapping his finger in the void. The space was actually like water. Ripples appeared, reflecting the picture.
Immortal magic. Mirror flowers. Water moon.
Yin Zhou said lightly. In the picture, a light blue sword energy was seen, splitting the huge white skeleton into two, breaking through the clouds and mist. Although he did not see the person wielding the sword energy, Li Luo confirmed the sword energy like water waves.
It's Lu Jianli's cold water sword.
He shouted excitedly.
Boy, she hasn't given up on swordsmanship. If you still want to catch up with her, you have to hurry up.
Old Man Bailey knocked.
Yeah.
Li Luo nodded heavily, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Yin Zhou was very pleased to see this, and nodded slightly towards the old man to express his gratitude. The two of them chatted a lot more. Yin Zhou seemed to have thought of something, and pushed Li Luo away.
Speaking of which, how long can that thing be suppressed?
Yin Zhou didn't specify what it was, because the name also represented a kind of law in the world. If he said it, it would be easily figured out by people with ulterior motives.
It hasn't been long. Some mice have already smelled it.
Old Man Bailey replied calmly. Today's night parade of 100 ghosts came unexpectedly. So how could there be nothing fishy about it? Perhaps this is just a test by the enemy. The old man put an object into Yin Zhou's hand, and the latter directly incorporated it into the space treasure without even looking at it, because he knew that it wasn't time to see it yet. At 3 o'clock in the hour, it was time for the two of them to leave.
If I remember correctly, my old friend also moved his family here. It's a pity that we were in a hurry. Otherwise, I would have wanted to ask for a drink with him.
Yin Zhou smiled lightly.
Old friend?
Huh? Old Man Bailey sneered.
Gone. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're disturbing my dreams.
The old man waved his hand. Yin Zhou took Li Luo away. After walking a few steps, their bodies suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a dark shadow on a high pavilion also retreated quietly.
They are all shameless guys.
Old Man Bailey spat and lay back leisurely on the wicker chair. After the night parade of 100 ghosts, the reconstruction of Jinong City was proceeding in an orderly manner. Qin Feng's daily life was not greatly affected. Most of the time, he still stayed in Tinjiachuan, reading books and cultivating feelings with Miss Song. When I have free time, I go to practice medicine at the entrance of Baoyatang. 2 days later, several people who had been sent by Yin returned to the city, bringing with them the medicinal materials needed to repair the meridians and the black stone that Qin Feng had asked about before. In the early morning, as soon as everyone had breakfast, Yin found Qin Feng, who was about to leave the house, and handed him a stone that was full of black luster. Black stone? Qin Feng recognized this strange stone at a glance, and was extremely excited. He has already asked people to gather all the other formation materials needed for the Chongyuan formation. But this black stone is very rare, and cannot be found in the small Jinyang city. Now that the black Shui stone is in place, the plan to arrange the Chongyuan formation, help Lan Ningxuang and the others practice, and advance to the 6th level of Shenwu can be implemented. Lan Ningxuang on the side saw this thing and asked curiously, "Uncle, do you want to use this black stone to forge weapons?" Due to the characteristics of black stone, if it is blended into it when forging weapons, it can increase the toughness of the weapon and make it thicker. Therefore, black ash stone is well known as an excellent weapon forging material. However, because its quantity is too rare, few people will incorporate black stone into weapons forging. When Yin knew that Qin Feng wanted this thing, he took it for granted that the latter would use it to forge his troops. Qin Feng shook his head and replied to Lan Ningxuang. There is a formation called Chongyuan, which is a kind of ceiling formation. When living creatures step into it, they will feel a far greater gravity. You are only one step away from being promoted to the 6th level of Shenwu. With this Chongyuan formation, one can temper the energy in the body through heavy pressure and achieve a breakthrough. Uncle. Lan Ningxuang's eyes were soft, and she thought to herself that it turned out that my uncle had been thinking about this matter. Of course, the same goes for the second brother and Haiten too. With this formation, they can both take that final step. Qin Feng added with a smile on his face. The tenderness in Lan Ningxuang's heart suddenly cooled down by half. It turns out that in my uncle's heart, I am just like them. Chapter 120 Arrangement of Chongyuan Formation. Ah. Just when Qin Feng was imagining the scene of helping the three of them enter the 6th level of Shenwu, an inappropriate sound came to his ears. Turning his head to look, Yin's expression was as usual, but there was a trace of undisguised mockery in his eyes. She still thinks I'm bragging and doesn't believe I can set up a formation. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, not bothering to argue with it, and said to Lan Ningxuang, "Come with me to the courtyard. The second brother and Haiten too are also there. If nothing happens, you will be able to pass through Chongyuan today and temper the energy in the body." "Okay, uncle." Lan Ningxuang chose to believe in Qin Feng unconditionally. The two of them walked towards the Qin mansion courtyard, with Yin following closely behind. "What are you doing here?" Qin Feng was curious. "I just want to experience it," Yin said lightly. "What an insight. Your expression clearly means you want to expose me to my face." "It's up to you." Qin Feng put down these words and took another step. The group came to the corridor next to the yard and saw Qin and Haiten too sparring. The narrow-edged swords and halberds kept colliding, making golden sounds. The progress of the second brother is visible to the naked eye. The last time they met, the two sides were evenly matched. But this time, the second brother even had the upper hand. Qin Feng even saw the sweat on Haiten Tu's forehead and the solemn look in his eyes. Lan Ningxuang sighed with emotion. The second young master's talent is really amazing. He can actually suppress Xing Shenling. Seeing this, Yin's eyes flashed with surprise. Lieutenant generals in the army have been fighting for life and death outside all year round, and their actual combat experience is far beyond what ordinary people can match. At the same level, the strength of military officers must be stronger than that of ordinary warriors. But that handsome second son of the Qin family was able to suppress the other party, which was truly remarkable. Although Qin Feng was very pleased with his second brother's performance, he still said to the point, "The two of them are just competing. And that's all. If it were a life and death fight, the second brother would definitely not be Haiten Tu's opponent. After all, Yubing Ju is a martial art that focuses on killing and exchanging injuries for killing." In response to this statement, Lan Ningxuang and the two men also nodded slightly to express their approval. But even so, it cannot conceal the talent of the second young master of the Qin family in the divine martial arts tradition. Lan Ningxuang even sighed. If the second young master joins the army in the future and fights on the battlefield, his achievements will definitely be high. Join the army and fight. Qin Feng pondered for a while. With the second brother's talent, if he joins the army, it is really possible to make a breakthrough and lead the Qin family to regain the glory of their ancestors. However, in this world, it is very likely that he will die during the battle and become one of the withered bones. Compared to the family glory, Qin Feng naturally hopes that his second brother can stay with his family and spend his life peacefully. As for the rise and fall of the country, Qin Feng shook his head.
Don't laugh, Lord. Lying drunk on the battlefield. There have been many battles in ancient times. My second brother is doing well as he is now.
As soon as these words came out, the expressions of both Yen and others changed.
My uncle is really talented in poetry. Even in Fontian City. I have never heard such poetry.
Lan Ningxuang admired. Yen wanted to retort. But when the words came to her lips, she took them back. She silently repeated the poem in her mind, and couldn't help but be touched by the artistic conception of the poem. She couldn't help but look at Qin Feng a few times.
The human race can live in such troubled times because of the blood of countless people.
Brother.
When Qinan saw Qin Feng, he put down the narrow-edged knife in his hand. The black charcoal head on the side also stood on his halberd and said Lo. Qin Feng nodded, and then said,
I need you to do me a favor.
Then, he explained Zhongyue's formation in detail.
A place of artificial gravity?
Xing Sheng's eyes widened with a stunned expression. As the forward leader of the Shenhou army, he naturally knew exactly what such a strange place meant to the martial artist.
Yes. Wait a minute. I will draw the formation diagram in this courtyard, and you can arrange the formation materials as I just said. Is there any problem?
Qin Feng asked. He Tantu and He Tantu heard this, and nodded after confirming the details. When Qin Feng saw this, he broke off a branch in the courtyard, and began to carve the formation diagram. Considering that the three of them would need to practice with the Chongyuan formation, the position he circled almost covered the entire courtyard. Pretending to be presentable, Yun stood aside and watched quietly. At first, she still had an indifferent expression, just waiting for Qin Feng to reveal his true colors. But after more than 10 breaths, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes.
Why can this guy draw the formation diagram so quickly?
When Qin Feng drew the last stroke of the formation diagram, the wind in the entire yard seemed to have stopped, and a burst of energy surged out. Yun's expression was a bit astonished. She had never seen anything like this when she was drawing formation diagrams in the past. Could it be that he really succeeded in setting up the Zhongyue formation?
No, it can't be. The formation materials haven't been placed yet. How can I have these strange phenomena? It must be my illusion.
Yun thought this way. Qin Feng took a look at the formation diagram in the courtyard, and was very satisfied. He threw away the branch and took out the black stone from the sumer ring. I have to say, this black stone is really damn heavy. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and carefully placed the black stone in the center of the formation, in order to show a calm look. He could be said to be secretly doing it. Enough. Finally, it was placed. Qin Feng hid his trembling right hand behind his back and said,
You can place the array materials as I said before. Okay.
Qinan and both responded in unison.
Wait a minute.
Qin Feng suddenly stopped, and then trotted out of the yard under the suspicious eyes of the two people. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, once the formation materials were placed and Chongyuan's formation was deployed, I would have fallen down on the spot. It would have been embarrassing to do that.
That's it.
Qin Feng coughed dryly and shouted again. He Tantu and his second brother received the instructions and started to set off. Within a moment, all the formation materials were placed, and a strong force of energy spread to the surroundings like a wave. At the same time, the two heightened heads who were staying in the courtyard felt as if they were carrying huge rocks on their backs. Their knees were instantly bent, and their entire bodies were shortened.
It works!
Qinan and Xing Sheng looked at each other, unable to hide the surprise in their eyes. After a few breaths, they adapted to the heavy pressure in the Chongyuan formation and slowly stood upright. However, their trembling bodies and the sweat falling from their foreheads still showed that they were not feeling well at this moment. Yun's mouth was slightly open and her pupils were dilated. She slowly stepped into the hospital with her toes. The moment she felt the heavy pressure, she quickly pulled back. She turned her head and looked at the handsome man looking into the courtyard, feeling mixed emotions in her heart. It is very difficult to get started with the formation. How can a literate Taoist with medical skills really arrange the formation?
How did you do it?
Yun asked absent-mindedly. Qin Feng turned his head and asked,
Is this difficult? Isn't it just a matter of drawing a formation diagram?
Yun was speechless for a moment. Those days when I was studying formations. Now it seems like a joke. Skipping chapter 121 does not affect viewing. Chapter 122 Yun has no sense of direction. Qin Feng didn't know Yun's mood at the moment, so he said to the side, Miss Ningxuang,
please go in too. Okay, uncle.
Lan Ningxuang took a deep breath and stepped into the hospital. As soon as her body stepped into the Chongyuan formation, the strong pressure made her groan.
But fortunately, the two Hei Tantu were proofreading before, and she quickly adapted to the gravity of the Chongyuan formation. Qin Feng spoke again. The farther to the center of Zhongyuan's formation, the greater the gravity. You should slowly adapt to the outer circle first, and use the heavy pressure to temper the energy in your body. When the training in the outer circle has no effect, slowly move closer to the inner circle. Remember to do it step by step and not to be reckless. Otherwise it will cause damage to the body. The three people who heard the instructions responded in unison, and then began to mobilize the energy in their bodies to practice. Yin looked at the three people in the courtyard and thought to himself, with the assistance of the Chongyuan formation, these three people will surely be able to break through the 7th level of Shenwu in time and step into the 6th level of power gathering. And all of this is because of this man. How can a person study a subject and at the same time devote himself to the study of formations? What secret does he have? With the facts before his eyes, Yin became more and more curious about Qin Feng. If he hadn't settled in this remote town, if he could have joined Haowen Academy in Fengtian City and received the guidance of his teacher, he would have definitely become a pillar of Dakian in the future. Thinking of this, Yin spat at Qin Jianan. All this was because this man sold off his ancestral home. Otherwise, the Qin family will continue to stay in Fengtian City, with the resources of the imperial capital and the Qin family's two elites. It will only be a matter of time before the Qin family becomes glorious. This man is truly unworthy of a man. Yin let out a breath and asked, I have also studied formations before, but I have never been able to figure it out. Can you help me find out what went wrong? She put down her arrogance and humbly asked for advice. This made Qin Feng really not expect that such a tough-talking woman would lower her face and ask him for advice. Usually you are so happy to criticize me, but today the situation has changed. Well, you first draw a formation and let me see what the problem is. Qin Feng immediately assumed the posture of a teacher, with a kind face. This look of wanting to be beaten made Yin feel extremely uncomfortable, and she frowned. What do you call yourself? As a teacher. What? You ask me questions and I will give you guidance. Isn't it too much to call me your teacher? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Oh, do you know who are the people who are qualified to be my teachers? How dare you try to be like them? Do you have the guts? Yin sneered. Courage? Hey, once a teacher, always a father. I not only want to be your teacher, I also want to be your father. Qin Feng thought shamelessly, then coughed dryly. Since you can't lose face, then forget it. It's not me who wants to ask for advice anyway. Qin Feng crossed his arms across his chest and looked at the three people practicing in the courtyard without squinting. Seeing this, Yin clenched her left fist and gritted her teeth. She took a few deep breaths repeatedly, suppressed the anger in her heart, and finally said with a frosty face, Please teach me, Master Qin. Comfortable, Qin Feng hummed, with a proud look on his face. Drawing formation. Yin glanced around, picked up a piece of stone on the ground, and then carved a formation in the corridor. Qin Feng stood aside and watched quietly. After the formation gradually took shape, he finally recognized the formation. A common Yin gathering array can gather the surrounding Yin energy into one place, and then help the practitioners of Baigui Taoist practice. She said that it must be true that she had studied the formation before. This formation diagram was painted quickly and accurately, but I always feel a little twisted. Qin Feng rubbed his chin, staring at the formation diagram, thinking constantly in his mind. Not long after, Yin also drew the formation diagram, straightened up, took out some formation materials from the space treasure, and placed them in various corners of the formation diagram. At this point, as far as she was concerned, the formation was complete. However, unsurprisingly, this Yin gathering formation still had no effect. Yin couldn't hide her frustration in her eyes, and turned her head to look at Qin Feng. How is it? Did you see anything? When drawing the formation diagram, Qin Feng only felt that it was twisted, but he didn't know where the problem was. But when Yin put down the formation materials, he finally found the key to the problem. Your formation. The corresponding Bagua directions are completely wrong. The Qian position has been changed to the Gan position, and the Jin Dui2 are reversed. With a formation diagram like this, it is naturally impossible to succeed. Qin Feng revealed the key point with one sentence. In formation solution, there is a detailed introduction to the orientation of the formation. The formation itself needs to take advantage of the right time and place, and is affected by the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements. Therefore, if you want to successfully perform a formation, in addition to having a deep understanding of the formation,
You also need to combine the location of the formation itself and the surrounding conditions. Otherwise, once the formation is translocated, no matter how well the formation diagram is drawn, it will be nothing more than a showpiece.
How could this be?
Yin frowned.
Don't you know how to correspond to the Bagua directions when drawing the Yin formation?
Qin Feng asked. After hearing this, Yin immediately stated the key points of the description of the Yin gathering formation, which was no different from the content in the book Qin Feng had read before. What's happening here?
I remember the key points correctly. So why is your formation diagram like this? Try again. Okay.
Yin nodded, changed a place, and began to redraw the formation diagram. After knowing the other party's problem, Qin Feng looked at it extra carefully this time. However, after a few breaths, Qin Feng stopped the other party.
Wrong again!
He stepped forward and pointed to a graphic on the ground array diagram, and explained,
This should be drawn to the dry position.
Qin Feng was filled with confusion. He clearly knew the key points of the Yin gathering formation. So why could he keep making mistakes? Until Yin retorted,
Isn't this the Qian position?
Qin Feng looked stunned, as if he understood something. He paused and asked tentatively,
Don't you think you can't tell the difference between southeast, northwest, and the Bagua directions?
Yin's reaction was very intense.
These remarks are really ridiculous.
I really feel like there's something wrong with you. Qin Feng asked.
Which side of Dadong is Jinnong City? Southern Territory.
Yin said without thinking.
Which side of Jinnong City is Fengtian City?
Qin Feng asked again.
Of course it's in the north.
Yin looked indifferent.
Show it to me.
After the words fell, Yin made no move, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. She raised her left hand, swung it left and right for a long time, and then pointed heavily in a direction. When Qin Feng saw it, he twitched the corners of his mouth.
That's the east side. Oh?
Yin seemed to be shocked. At this point, he was finally sure that this guy was a road idiot with no sense of direction. A person who can't even tell the direction? How to arrange the formation? Qin Feng advised.
Otherwise, it's better not to study formations. You have no talent in this area.
It was originally a well-intentioned persuasion, but it stimulated Yin's inner pain. The teacher at the time also said the same thing, but she doesn't want to give up yet. Chapter 123 Concerns before practicing medicine.
I know that some formations are driven by Wen Qi or Yin Qi. They have no requirements on the size of the formation, and they are not so strict about the position when drawing the formation. Do you have a similar formation here? When I wanted to learn this type of formation, I couldn't find it in the library. Thinking about it, maybe the teacher hid it because he didn't want me to waste time on the formation.
Yin recalled. Qin Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. No. You didn't get what your teacher is really worried about at all.
Brother Yin, do you know that although the formation you mentioned does not have much requirements on the direction when depicting it,
the direction of the release of the Qi offensive condensed by the formation is based on the Wen Qi or the Wen Qi you have brought in, determined by the position of Yin Qi. To put it simply, if you accidentally get the wrong direction, the energy offensive of the formation will most likely come back to you.
Your teacher was not afraid of you wasting time on the formation, so he put away the books related to the formation. He was afraid that you would die inexplicably. This was so hurtful that Qin Feng could only add in his heart.
That's my business. I just ask you if there is a similar formation here.
Yin frowned. Perhaps it was the phrase,
You have no talent in the formation,
that stung her proud heart and made her want to prove herself. Why are the people I know so strong and stubborn? Qin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth and immediately waved his hands and said,
No. In fact, the formations I have studied are only superficial.
Just kidding. If a formation similar to Bai Lei was taught to this person, wouldn't she become an accomplice when she dies? He can still distinguish the importance of this. Yin stared at Qin Feng closely, with obvious suspicion in her eyes, which made his scalp numb. In desperation, Qin Feng suddenly changed the subject and said,
Speaking of which, you have brought back the black stone. So have you gathered all the medicinal materials needed to restore the meridians?
Yin was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly.
All the 23 herbs have been collected. It depends on when you are free to heal my right arm.
His tone was calm, seemingly unconcerned. But Qin Feng understood that all this was just a disguise. He pondered for a moment and replied,
After dinner tonight, I will go find you.
Although Qin Feng has memorized the contents of
Tianyuan in the I Ching,
he still needs to be cautious when it comes to important matters involving a woman's right arm. So he planned to stay at home during the day, recalling the details in the book and simulating the situation of repairing the meridians. After all, whether Yin's right arm meridian injury can be successfully treated is also related to whether his beautiful wife can stand up again in the future. Okay. Yin replied lightly, then turned and left. Qin Feng looked at her back, shook his head slightly and sighed, turning his head and looking at the three people who were still practicing with the help of heavy pressure. Qin Feng silently left and returned to his room. He let out a breath, closed his eyes, and the meridian structure of the human body slowly emerged in his mind. Then he started the simulation before the treatment, and time passed quietly without realizing it. At night, the family was having a meal in the lobby. The second brother was extremely excited. Brother, the Chongyuan formation you arranged is indeed effective. I obviously feel that the energy in my body is much stronger than before. Presumably it won't be long before he can step into the 6th level of Shenwu. As soon as these words came out, Ernyang also looked surprised. It must be the ancestors' blessing that the Qin family is both civilized and military. After hearing this, the father silently put down the bowls and chopsticks, and said solemnly, "It is a good thing to improve your cultivation quickly. But remember that it must be done gradually. Shenwu Taoism pays special attention to the foundation. The stronger the foundation is, the higher the achievements will be in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, the second mother on the side complained, "Master, why are you pouring cold water on me at this time? Besides, you are not a martial artist. So how do you know how to practice the Shenwu Taoism?" After being eliminated by the second mother, the father immediately lost his power and put down his image as the head of the family. "Madam, am I not afraid that a nurse practice is too smooth? So I want to give him a beating. A nurse's ability to improve her cultivation level quickly is all thanks to Fengme. Even if she needs to be beaten, it will be Fengme who does the beating. What does it have to do with you?" "Master? You think so? Fengme?" Ernyang turned around and asked, but didn't hear a response. The whole family looked together and saw Qin Feng holding the bowl and chopsticks, motionless and in a daze. "Fengme?" Ernyang called again. "Ah?" Qin Feng came back to his senses. "What's wrong?" "Ernyang? Fengme, what's on your mind? Why are you always in a daze, and I don't see you touching the food? But the food is not to your taste. Do you need me to ask the kitchen to make it again?" Ernyang said worriedly. Qin Feng shook his head. "No, Ernyang. I was thinking about other things, so I was distracted just now." Dad snorted and turned into the head of the family again. "When eating, the family should have fun. Whatever worries you have, you can't worry about it after finishing the meal." Before he finished speaking, the soft flesh of his waist was knocked, and Dad grimaced in pain. Ernyang glared, then asked softly, "Tell us what you are worried about, and we can make suggestions for you." "Yes, eldest brother." The second brother also said, "Okay." Qin Feng put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands, told Yin about the treatment for the meridian damage on his right arm, and also expressed his worries. After the family listened, they fell into a brief silence. This is related to whether a person's right arm can be restored to health. So naturally it cannot be careless. And if the treatment can be successful, then there will be more confidence in treating Lu Jianli in the future. But on the other hand, if the treatment fails, not only will Mr. Yin's right arm be disabled, but it will also be difficult to overcome this hurdle when treating Lu Jianli in the future. After all, Lu Jianli's meridians were damaged, and even if a doctor couldn't do it, someone would die. Putting themselves in his shoes, the family also understood the concerns in Qin Feng's heart at this moment. Ernyang wanted to say a few words of encouragement, but when the words reached her mouth, she took them back. The second brother also wanted to speak but stopped. At this time, the father asked, "Did the young man with injured meridians in his right arm ask you to treat him even though he knew there were risks?" Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "In that case, what are you worried about? He has already prepared for the worst and is willing to trust you. And all you have to do is live up to his trust and go all out." Dad changed his usual unreliable attitude and spoke seriously. "On the road of life, you will encounter many difficult decisions. Don't worry too much. Just have a clear conscience. Dad, this is how I have come along, and I hope you can do the same. As the saying goes, only by never forgetting your original intention can you achieve success forever." At this moment, Qin Feng actually had the illusion that the image of the unreliable father in the past suddenly became taller. "Madam, what I said is not bad." Dad tilted his head to claim credit, his tall image completely gone. It was indeed an illusion. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, But after his father's enlightenment, his mentality became much calmer.
I understand. Thank you, Dad.
Chapter 124, Sorting Out the Meridians. After dinner, Qin Feng did not go to Yin immediately, but came to the lake pavilion. In the lake pavilion, two beautiful figures, one white and one blue, are there. He stepped forward and told what he was going to do next.
Is it tonight?
Lan Ningxuang looked worried. She glanced at the young lady beside her, whose expression was as usual.
Do you need to watch from the sidelines?
Qin Feng asked. This is the reason why he came here. Lu Jinli looked at Qin Feng and shook his head slightly.
Miss, I think.
Lan Ningxuang hesitated.
Go.
Lu Jinli didn't say much. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Jinli and walked towards the guest room where Yin lived with Lan Ningxuang. In the lake pavilion, Lu Jinli looked up at the sky. It was cloudless today, and the moon was bright and clear.
I believe you.
The faint words came out of the lake pavilion and blended into the night. In the guest room, Yin and his party were already ready. Wang Su and Mo Lintian paced back and forth in the room. The worry on their faces was very obvious. The other servants and maids who returned also stayed outside the guest room door, looking eagerly into the distance. They hoped that Dr. Qin would come earlier and cure their son's injury. But I was afraid that in the end, everything would be in vain. So I felt very complicated. Yin sat calmly at the table, holding the teacup in his left hand and shaking it gently. There was a piece of tea leaf floating in the teacup, rising and falling as it swayed.
Just like her state of mind at the moment.
Master, he's here,
a maid said excitedly. Everyone then looked around. Outside the door, Qin Feng came with Lan Ningxuang.
Dr. Qin. Master Qin.
Wang and Su hurriedly stepped forward to say hello. Yin looked towards the entrance and nodded slightly. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and went straight to the point.
Where are the 23 herbs?
Yin glanced at Wang Su, who waved his right hand, and 23 medicinal herbs were placed on the ground, exuding a charming medicinal fragrance. Just by looking at its appearance, you can tell that it is not ordinary. Qin Feng glanced at the medicinal materials on the ground, and then took out an exquisite medicine jar from the Sumeru ring. He got it from Dr. Song for free, just in case of emergency, instructing his servants to set up a fire outside the house. Qin Feng planned to brew the medicine himself. After all, the medicinal materials used in this repairing liquid are very rare and precious. If there is any mistake in the process of brewing the medicine, all the medicinal materials will be destroyed. So there is no room for any mistakes.
Get out of the way!
Qin Feng let out a breath and asked everyone to move away. The water in the medicine jar was not boiling yet. He touched the outer wall of the medicine jar with his finger, and it was divided. After confirming the temperature of the fire, Qin Feng looked at the medicinal materials, found one of them, and threw it into the jar. As time went by, Qin Feng would throw medicinal materials into the jar every once in a while. Sometimes it is cooked over high fire. Sometimes it is simmered over low fire. At the end, Qin Feng even took out the ice cubes from the Sumeru ring and threw them into the medicine jar. The fusion of hot water and ice is a taboo when brewing medicine. But the moment the ice melted into it, the astonishing aroma of the medicine came to the nostrils, and the medicine liquid turned into a dazzling golden yellow with white steam in front of everyone's surprised eyes.
It's done!
Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. He also didn't expect that just making the decoction would take him nearly 2 hours. And the moment people saw the medicine was finished, their original panic was somewhat relieved. Everyone has this idea in their mind. Maybe this person can really cure the young master. But only Yin, who had understood it in advance, understood that brewing the decoction to repair the meridians was only the simplest part. Qin Feng also understood that the real difficulty was to separate the entangled meridians one by one, and then connect them one by one. This not only tests the doctor's understanding of the human body, but also tests the doctor's patience. What's more, he has no experience and only has the theories given in the
Tian Yuan in I Ching.
But theory is theory and practice is practice. And they are not the same. This is like a young man trying to find the only correct way out in the dark. Being nervous is not enough. You must calm down and explore slowly. But fortunately, he has a pair of strange eyes, which is equivalent to being able to explore with the light on. Qin Feng thought shamelessly. After filling the liquid, Qin Feng sat across from Yin. Seeing this, the latter put his right arm on the table with his left hand, lifted up his sleeve, revealing his smooth and white arms like lotus roots. How can a man have such slender and white arms? You are such a failure pretending to be a man. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and complained in his heart.
I'm ready, Yun said lightly. But his body trembled slightly subconsciously. No matter how calm he appears on the surface, he still gets nervous. Qin Feng comforted. Don't worry. Everyone has a first time. Just relax. I'm not worried. Yun frowned and said, still speaking harshly. I didn't talk to you. I was hinting to myself. Qin Feng, don't be nervous. You can do it. He glanced sideways at the other party, patted his cheek, and took a few breaths. You? Yun was speechless for a moment. But after being teased like this, her nervousness was relieved a lot. This is exactly the result Qin Feng hopes to see. I'm about to start. When sorting out the meridians, remember not to move. Otherwise all my efforts will be in vain. He looked serious. Okay. Yun took a breath and responded softly. Qin Feng nodded, and the white tips of his right fingers gathered together and turned into white needles that were thinner than hair. He opened his eyes and looked at Yun's right arm. The intricate meridians made his scalp tingle. Fortunately, I don't have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Otherwise, I would never be able to stand the scene. Qin Feng complained in his mind, and pierced Yun's smooth skin with a white needle and penetrated it. When everyone saw the scene, they held their breath and concentrated. They were deeply afraid that making any noise would affect Dr. Qin's treatment. Not far away, Lan Ningxuang's gaze was also focused, and she didn't even dare to blink. Whether the treatment could be successful or not was also related to the injury of her young lady. How could she not be nervous? I didn't expect that there are so many meridians on just one arm. Unlocking them one by one will take a lot of effort. Qin Feng carefully fiddled with the meridians and reset the disconnected meridians one by one. Because his mind was too concentrated, everything around him seemed to not exist. Time passed minute by minute, and at first everyone just stared nervously. But after a long time, their expressions changed, and their faces were full of doubts. Because after Qin Feng pierced the white needle into Yun's right arm, he stopped moving, except for the index finger of his right hand shaking slightly at a slight distance. His whole body seemed to be like an old monk in trance, like a stone sculpture. At the table, Yun looked at the man in front of him, dazed. Others didn't know what Qin Feng was doing, but she knew it very well after reading Tian Yuan Ini I Jing. This is using white needles to carefully unravel the intricate meridians for me. As a practitioner of the Wensheng Dao tradition, she understands how tiring it is to concentrate for a long time. Seeing the other person's serious and focused look, Yun sighed in her heart. No matter whether the treatment is successful or not, I owe him another favor. Chapter 125 Successful Treatment. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. Even the people standing on the sidelines and watching were a little out of breath, let alone Qin Feng, who had always maintained a high level of concentration. His face was pale, and sweat was dripping from his forehead. If it weren't for the literary sage Taoism he practiced, and his energy and soul were far beyond ordinary people, he might have been unable to hold on long ago. No wonder the world's famous doctors avoid repairing meridians. This is really too energy-consuming. How can ordinary people persevere? But fortunately, I will succeed in the end. A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and he used a white needle in his right hand to align the last meridians. Then, he lost all his literary skills, and his whole body swayed a little. Uncle! Lan Ningxuang realized something was wrong immediately, and wanted to step forward to help. However, Qin Feng stretched out his hand to stop him. I'm just overdoing it. Pour me a cup of tea. Hearing this, Lan Ningxuang hurriedly fetched a teacup and poured tea for him. Qin Feng picked up the teacup and blew air to cool it down. He couldn't help but think of the Fat Mansion happy water in his previous life. If you have a glass of ice-cold happy water after finishing work, that would be a fairy-like enjoyment. But it is a pity that it is not available here. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh and drank the steaming tea carefully. The rest of the people looked at each other with ugly expressions. They all thought it was because Dr. Qin's treatment failed, and he could no longer persist. Sir, a maid said with a trembling voice. Her eyes red. Even Yun, who was sitting upright, thought so. She took a breath and said to Qin Feng, It doesn't matter. I have already prepared for the worst. I still want to thank you for spending your time and energy to heal me. Even if it fails, I will remember this favor. The attitude is sincere, and the tone is calm. Qin Feng, who was drinking tea, looked confused. I didn't say I failed. He put down the tea and wanted to explain. But when he saw Yun about to get up, he was so frightened that he shouted, Sit down and don't move! The sound was loud and sudden, shocking everyone's hearts. Yun was stunned on the spot. Dr. Qin, What's wrong?
Wang Su asked softly.
I finally managed to reset your meridians one by one. If you get up like this, won't you make all your previous efforts in vain?
What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and then showed excited expressions.
Dr. Qin, is everything you said true? Of course it's true. How can such a thing be said as a joke?
Qin Feng frowned and replied, feeling lucky that I stopped him in time. A glimmer of light flashed in Yun's eyes, but she asked curiously,
Then why do you sigh?
Qin Feng was stunned. Because there is no Feijai happy water here, which makes me a little homesick. Of course, this cannot be said.
After working hard for so long, I take a sip of tea and sigh. Is it reasonable?
Qin Feng spread his hands. When everyone heard it, it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. It's my fault too. I didn't say.
Don't worry. The operation was successful.
Right away. It was still not professional enough. Qin Feng added in his mind.
Next, I'm going to apply liquid medicine to the reset meridians in his right arm. So please don't disturb me. Otherwise, if the meridians are disturbed and the wrong place is touched, the consequences will be disastrous.
Qin Feng warned solemnly. Yin had only read
Tian Yuan in the I Ching,
but did not understand medical theory. So he asked,
What impact will it have?
The impact is that when you want to pick your nose with your little finger, you find that it is your thumb that is moving. Qin Feng coughed dryly and explained seriously.
I understand.
Yin nodded slightly. Qin Feng used Bai Si Yun again to turn it into a white needle on his fingertips. The difference from the last time was that this time before he used Bai Si Yun to pierce Yun's arm, he would dip it into the medicinal liquid used to repair the meridians.
Do you feel it?
As Qin Feng applied the medicinal liquid to the reset meridians, Yun's pupils widened, and a chill came from his right arm that had been unconscious since escaping from Qi Yuancheng?
Yes,
Yun replied, unable to conceal his excitement in his tone. The previous uneasiness and anxiety faded away the moment he regained consciousness in his right arm, replaced by the most sincere gratitude to Qin Feng. After everyone heard this, the stones hanging in their hearts fell one after another, and their expressions were filled with excitement.
Well, not bad.
Qin Feng nodded. The next step is to repeat the previous operation and apply the golden liquid on the reset meridians. Because all the meridians correspond to each other one by one, it is much faster to light up the liquid. Coupled with Qin Feng's double pupil power, it takes less than an hour to complete. Yin can clearly feel the presence of his right arm.
Look, can you control your fingers?
Qin Feng instructed softly. Everyone looked at Yin, their expressions both nervous and expectant.
I'll try.
Yin breathed lightly. After a while, her index finger swayed slightly, but judging from its appearance, it was very difficult to control it.
Dr. Qin, what is going on? Is it because the damage to the meridians has not been completely repaired?
A person asked worriedly.
She is not a martial artist. She cannot control the body's flesh and blood as she pleases. She has lost control of her right arm for a long time. This is expected.
As soon as these words came out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feng took out the white bandage and wooden board from the sumer ring, fixed Yun's right arm, and told him,
Don't move this right arm when you rest at night. Wait until early in the morning, when the meridians have completely absorbed the liquid, and then remove it. By then, you should be able to resume normal activities.
Ye Jing looked at the other party quietly and said 1,000 words, but in the end they just turned into a thank you.
You're welcome.
As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Divine Sea Chinese Qi emerged, filling up the rest of the seventh ladder. His eyes widened. The surprise came so suddenly. He really didn't expect it. But he also had doubts in his heart. He just healed a patient. How could he gain so much literary energy?
Is it because no one has really succeeded in healing the meridians before? But I am the first. So I have gained far more literary power than before.
Qin Feng thought about it again and again, and still felt that this reason was the most reliable. Alas, it would be great if there was a big master who could guide me in practicing Wensheng Taoism. In this way, I don't have to figure out everything by myself. Qin Feng sighed in his heart.
Then you have a good rest, and I won't disturb you. Oh, by the way, I took all the remaining liquid medicine with me. Don't you suggest it?
While Qin Feng asked, he had already put the medicine into his arms. This set of movements was so smooth that everyone present had an illusion, as if it should be like this. He was doing it for Lu Jianli. Yin felt at ease and said softly,
Take it away. I won't be of much use keeping this thing. Thank you.
Qin Feng clasped his fists, said goodbye and left, then walked towards the lake pavilion with Lan Ningxuang. Chapter 126 Lu Jianli's husband. Everyone in the room was smiling. A maid said crisply,
This Master Qin is really amazing. Not only is he handsome, but he also has such superb medical skills. If I remember correctly, even the imperial doctors in the imperial capital are helpless to deal with the disease caused by damage to the meridians. I didn't expect that he could be cured. Comparing the two, doesn't it mean that Mr. Qin's medical skills are better than those of the imperial doctors?
Everyone was in a good mood. And another waitress teased,
What? Is the little girl excited? Do you need your help to arrange this marriage? How dare you make fun of me?
The maid spat in shame. The waitress added,
However, our young master is really lucky to be able to meet Dr. Qin, who can heal meridians. Thinking back to the beginning, Lu Jianli, the genius of the Lu family, failed to survive the catastrophe, and his meridians were severed, causing him to become paralyzed. All the imperial doctors were helpless.
The maid also said,
I have also heard about this. It seems that Lu Jianli fell into despair because of this, gave up the way of swordsmanship, and even left the imperial capital to marry elsewhere. It's really sad to think about it. She was supposed to be a fairy in the sky, but she fell into the mortal world.
The waitress sighed.
Yes, I don't know who she married in the end.
These servants and maids traveled with Yin, and most of the news they learned was hearsay and incomplete. In addition, they have been assigned to other places these days, and they have never seen the beauty in white in the lake pavilion. Of course, Lu Jianli stayed in the Wanjian sect all year round before returning to Fengtian City. So even if they met, they might not be able to recognize him. However, both Wang Su and Wang Su knew it clearly, so their expressions at this moment were very exciting.
You have already met,
Yun said softly.
Huh?
The maid and maid asked before they could react at first.
What do you mean? Sir?
Wang Su raised his forehead and said,
Young master means that all Lu Jianli's husbands and sons-in-law will recognize him. Recognize it?
The two looked at each other. According to rumors, Lu Jianli was married to a remote town, and they followed the young master to travel to various major cities. The only small town they visited was the current Jinyang city. The two people seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes widened suddenly. They pointed in the direction Qin Feng left and said in disbelief,
Could it be that Lu Jianli's husband-in-law is Dr. Qin?
Yin nodded slightly. The other people who didn't know were stunned when they heard this. After being surprised, they also thought of a deeper question. Since Dr. Qin could cure the young master's right arm, wouldn't it mean that Dr. Qin could also cure Lu Jianli's meridian injuries? Hiss. The sound of gasping for air. If Lu Jianli recovers from her injuries and starts practicing Shenwu Kendo again, she will definitely have a tougher mind after experiencing a catastrophe. And her future will be immeasurable. And the Lu family will reach an unprecedented height because of her. This will also inevitably affect the current situation in Fengtian City. Regarding this point, the three people from Yin naturally thought of it immediately.
Master, after returning to Fengtian City, do you want to have more contact with the Lu family?
Mo Lintian asked in a low voice. Wang Su also cast a questioning look. They could still remember the grace of killing the two-headed ghost barbarian with one sword. Not to mention Yu Ming's sword-like swordsmanship. Yin pondered for a moment and did not give an answer. Instead, he asked,
Where is the Five Thunder visualization map? I always keep him with me. Later, give it to Mr. Qin,
Yun said calmly. Wang Su and Wang Su were shocked.
But young master, these Five Thunder visualization diagrams are not ordinary things. You spent a lot of energy to get them. You mean, my life and right arm are not as good as a foreign object?
Yun frowned slightly.
Of course not. But master, you gave Dr. Qin the visualization chart. So how do you enter the 7th level of righteousness?
Yin pinched the center of his eyebrows with his left hand.
I spent 2 years meditating on the Five Thunder diagrams, but I still couldn't use it to refine my literary energy and step into the 7th level.
The teacher was right what he said back then. The Five Thunder pictures were not suitable for me. But I was just not convinced. During this trip, I encountered many things and made me think clearly. After I return, I will ask the teacher for the water visualization diagram. These Five Thunder diagrams can be used to return a favor to Mr. Qin. This.
Wang Su and Wang Su looked at each other, but they said nothing more and could only follow the young master's words. On the other side, Qin Feng led Lan Ningxuang towards the lake pavilion. Because I was so excited, I felt like I was carrying wind when I walked.
Although it is tiring to treat damaged meridians, it is much simpler than I thought. In this case, I should be 100% sure of Lu Jianli's injuries if nothing unexpected happens. But it's definitely unrealistic to treat it all at once. After all,
Just one meridian on Yin's right arm took me almost a whole night. Perhaps I can complete it in several batches, repairing part of the meridians each time. With Lu Jianli's strength, she should be able to control her body at will, so it shouldn't have a big impact on her. However, the specific number of times it needs to be completed can only be determined by looking at the situation inside her body. As Qin Feng marched, he kept thinking in his mind, trying to figure out the best treatment plan. Unknowingly, we arrived at the corridor outside the lake pavilion. In the lake pavilion, Lu Jianli put his hands on his knees, looking calmly at the calm lake. The look in her eyes was no longer like it was at the beginning, just like a pool of stagnant water. In her eyes, the bright moon was already floating, shining like stars. Sensing Qin Feng's arrival from a distance, Lu Jianli turned away his head, said nothing, asked nothing, and just watched quietly. The sword box trembled slightly, and the sound of the sword sounded like a piano, causing ripples on the lake surface. I have healed the meridians in her right arm, Qin Feng said with a relaxed tone and a happy expression. Next is you. Lu Jianli nodded slightly. Lan Ningxuang looked excited. The young lady could finally stand up again. But don't worry. I need to take a look at your injuries first, and then make a judgment. Qin Feng had just finished speaking when Lu Jianli said softly, Go and rest first and come back tonight. Looking towards the horizon, a hint of fish belly white has appeared. It turns out that day is about to break. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and indeed felt sleepy. He rubbed his temples, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Repairing the meridians requires maintaining high concentration for a long time, which is indeed much more tiring than reading a book. Then I'll go catch up on some sleep first, and come back to find you later. Qin Feng yawned and said. It wasn't until Qin Feng's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor that Lu Jianli slowly withdrew his gaze. Miss, my uncle's medical skills are amazing. He will definitely be able to cure your injury. Lan Ningxuang looked confident. Lu Jianli lifted the hair beside her ear and responded softly. After the night has passed, it will be dawn. But it was not the sun that illuminated her night, but a person. The sword box trembled again, and the sword sound was particularly clear and moving. Chapter 127-5 Thunder Visualization Picture. In the early morning, Qinger pushed open the room. She wanted to wash and change clothes for the eldest young master and take care of the room. But she saw that the eldest young master was still lying on the bed, sleeping deeply. Qinger covered her mouth and smiled. She already knew what happened that night during the 100 Ghost Night Walk, so she was very grateful to the eldest young master. And she always felt that the eldest young master had changed after experiencing previous life and death encounters, becoming more interesting and approachable. She opened a crack in the window and lit an incense burner. The sunlight shines into the room through the light-transmitting windows, and the smoke curls up, refreshing the mind. After Qinger finished all this, he closed the door quietly and left. But before leaving, he glanced at the sleeping face of the eldest young master with a shy expression. Qin Feng slept until noon. I got up and got out of bed, opened the door, and saw the sun in the sky. He stretched and said to himself, I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time. After roughly estimating the time, Qin Feng thought that lunchtime had passed, so he thought of going to the kitchen to find some food to deal with. Passing through the courtyard of the Qin mansion, there was a sign outside the corridor that read no idlers should enter the courtyard. Qin Feng opened his mouth. After setting up the Chongyuan formation, he told Yit about healing the meridians, but he even forgot to inform everyone about the changes in the hospital. Oops! Someone must have accidentally stepped into the courtyard and been injured by Chongyuan's formation. I don't know who is so unlucky. Qin Feng felt a little sorry, so he took a servant who happened to be passing by and asked about the reason for the sign. The servant thought for a moment and replied, reporting to the young master. It seems that the master stepped into the courtyard and suddenly felt that the pressure around his body increased suddenly, and his waist slipped. In order to prevent others from straying into it, I specifically ordered this sign to be erected. Qin Feng twitched his lips when he heard this. It turned out to be the cheating father who was the cause of this bad luck. How is my dad's back injury? After the second lady helped me apply the medicine, it seems that everything is fine. He should just rest for a while. Didn't Erin Yang always refuse to talk to her dad because of his visit to a brothel? Unexpectedly, Dad turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt much less guilty. Okay, I understand. You can go about your business. Master, the younger one will leave first. Qin Feng passed by the corridor and looked into the courtyard. His second brother, Haydn too, and Lan Ningxuang were using the Chongyuan formation to temper their energy. According to his original estimate, as long as these three people can get close to the center of the formation, where the black stone is located and face the heavy pressure calmly, that will be the time to break through the 7th level and step into the 6th level of Shenwu. At this moment, in the courtyard, the person closest to the center of the formation was Lan Ningxuang, while the second brother and Haiten too were evenly matched. This result was within Qin Feng's expectation. After all, Lan Ningxuang had already touched the 2nd level of sword intent, and her accumulation was deeper than the other two. She would definitely be the first to enter the 6th level realm. But he didn't expect that his second brother could actually keep pace with Haiten too. You know, Haiten too is a soldier who has been fighting on the battlefield all year round, and his accumulation is definitely not ordinary. This can only show that the second brother's talent in the divine martial arts tradition is indeed extraordinary. My second brother is really amazing. Qin Feng nodded happily. Of course, this result was mainly due to his good teaching. Qin Feng did not disturb the three of them, but went straight to the kitchen to have lunch. He originally wanted to stop by to check on his father's injury, but he met Yin's group on the way. The wooden board and bandage used to fix Yin's right arm have been removed. It seems that the medicine has been absorbed and the meridians have returned to normal. How do you feel now? Qin Feng asked. Other than not being able to use too much force, he is no different from before he was injured. Well, that's not bad. You can take one of Wu Fu's blood pills every day, which will help you recover to your previous state faster. Qin Feng gave this suggestion after thinking about it. Okay, I understand. After the words fell, Yin spread his palms. Seeing this, Wang Su hurriedly put a white scroll into his hands. Yin handed it to Qin Feng. This is for you. What is this? Qin Feng asked curiously, as he took the white scroll. This is a visualization diagram of the 5 thunders. The plain words set off a storm in Qin Feng's heart. It is recorded in the Chaoing Jing that the 7th level of the Wensheng Taoism is called the righteous Qi realm, which is to allow the Wen Qi to travel around the body, continuously condense it, and turn it into upright Qi to protect the body. Generally speaking, this is a long and accumulated process that requires time to continuously polish. But there is one thing mentioned in the book, and that is visualization pictures. When the Wensheng Taoist reaches the 8th level of enlightened state of mind, he can travel into the sea of spirits and sit upright on the platform of asking the mind. At this time, if you have the help of visualization diagrams, you can temper the literary energy in your body and turn it into righteousness in a short period of time. But the visualization map is a treasure, and it is a very rare treasure. In addition, Qin Feng has not yet entered the 8th level Ming state of mind, so he did not spend much thought on it. But now, the other party actually said that he would give him a visualization chart. This unexpected surprise came so suddenly. Visualization diagrams are also divided into grades, among which the 5 elements visualization diagram and thunder diagram are the rarest. You must have spent a lot of effort to get this visualization diagram of the 5 thunders. In this case, why don't you use it yourself and step into the 7th level of righteousness, instead of giving it to me? If I remember correctly, haven't you already reached the 8th level Ming state of mind? The visualization map is a treasure, but it is also a one-time consumable. Once the Wensheng Taoist integrates it into the Divine Sea, the visualization map will turn into a white scroll. There is even a vague mention in the book that the visualization diagram will affect a certain level of the Wensheng Taoist. As for the specifics, Qin Feng didn't know. Yin explained. I have been observing this picture for 2 years, but I still can't integrate it into the Divine Sea. After thinking about it, maybe this visualization picture is not suitable for me. I give it to you not only to thank you for healing my right arm, but also to prevent it from gathering dust in my hands. Qin Feng asked curiously. Isn't the visualization diagram universal? This is not mentioned in the Chaoing Jing. Yin shook his head. The visualization diagram needs to deal with the state of mind of the Wensheng Taoist. Those who hate evil as enemies are suitable for fire visualization pictures. Those who follow the rules are suitable for wood visualization pictures. Those with a strong will are suitable for metal visualization charts. By analogy, however, this element of thunder is unpredictable and can bring an end to all things and bring spring back to dead trees. The corresponding state of mind is elusive. To be honest, even if I give it to you, I don't think you can integrate it into the Divine Sea. It turns out there is such a saying. In this way, a person as passionate and philanthropic as me seems to be more suitable for the fire visualization chart. Thinking about it this way, this visualization diagram doesn't seem to be of much use to me. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, but he was not too frustrated. Anyway, Even if he can't use a treasure like this, he can exchange it for others in the future in exchange for something he can use. After thinking about this, Qin Feng slowly opened the white scroll. Chapter 128. How sure are you? When the white scroll was opened, the first thing that came into view was a dark sky with dark clouds covering the top. Qin Feng was shocked. It was obviously fake. But I felt a little breathless. He shook his head, raised his right hand, and pulled the white scroll completely open. Upon entering his eyes, 5 thick thunderbolts, like giant dragons, surged down from the sky. Its power seems to be able to destroy heaven and earth. But below these 5 thunders, we can see the revival of everything. A prosperous scene? Destruction and vitality are vividly displayed in this visualization picture. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he felt that he was immersed in the scene. And suddenly there was thunder in his ears. Looking up, the thunder dragon roared towards him, as if it was about to engulf him. Ah! With a scream, Qin Feng returned to reality. He suddenly closed the 5 thunder visualization diagram, and then looked at the sky. The sun is shining brightly, and there are no clouds in the sky. Where does the thunder come from? Master Qin? Wang Su and Wang Su looked confused. Seeing this, Yun's eyes flashed with surprise. What did you see? Visualize the thunder in the picture. Qin Feng was still afraid. Yun fell into silence, then exhaled and said, It seems that this visualization picture should belong to you. When she said this, she couldn't help but think of the past. Above the high pavilion, on the top of the clouds, an old man in white robes was always looking at the people. This 5 thunder visualization diagram is not suitable for you, but just keep it with you. Finally, one day, it will fall into the hands of a destined person. Qin Feng didn't know why, but he still put the white scroll into the shimi ring. Thank you very much. When are you going to treat Lu Jianli? Yun asked suddenly. Just tonight. Huh? After the words fell, Qin Feng suddenly felt something was wrong. Do you know my wife? There are a few people in the Daqian dynasty who have never heard of Lu Jianli's name, Yun said lightly. Qin Feng was stunned. Having said that, whether he had heard of it or not, whether he had seen it or not was another matter. Even he himself only saw Lu Jianli's true face on the day of their wedding. Wait, think about it this way. On the night of the night parade of 100 Ghosts, she directly asked Lu Jianli about killing the ancient mirage. Did she and Lu Jianli already know each other? Qin Feng thought in his mind that behind Yun was Chu Baozhai, who was also the young master of the Yulin City branch. Is it because of his status that he met Lu Jianli? Yun saw Qin Feng's thoughts and explained. You don't need to make random guesses. When I was young, I entered Fotian City to deliver jade to the Lu family. It was at that time that I was lucky enough to meet Lu Jianli. Although her appearance has changed after all these years, I can still see some shadows of those years. Not to mention her legs. Yun didn't say the rest. However, Qin Feng also understood that Lu Jianli failed to overcome the tribulation and was paralyzed from the lower body. As Yun, it was not difficult to find out. I see. Qin Feng accepted this statement, which was reasonable and reasonable. So, how sure are you that you can cure her? Yun asked again, her eyes burning as she waited for the answer. Before I healed you, I was only 50% confident. But after healing you, if nothing happens, I'm 100% sure. Qin Feng vowed. And tonight, he was going to heal Lu Jianli's damaged meridians. When Wang and Su heard this, they looked at each other, and their hearts stirred up. Yun nodded slightly, with a slight curve at the corner of her mouth. She patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said in a leader-like tone, Take good care. After saying these words, she left with the other 2 people under Qin Feng's stunned eyes. Inexplicable. Qin Feng spat, remembering the days when he was a social beast in his previous life. Every time when it's time to get off work, the leader will send a task and tell him to complete it before he can go home. At the end, he will also add the sentence, Do it well. Night. At midnight, after Qin Feng had dinner, he went to the kitchen to make a bowl of noodles and walked towards the lake pavilion. Lu Jianli and Lan Ningxuan were naturally there, one with a calm expression and the other with an anxious expression. Uncle, you are here, Lan Ningxuan greeted. Qin Feng nodded and handed Lu Jianli the noodles in his hand. This is the noodles I just ordered. You should fill your stomach first. I'm afraid I won't have any rest tonight. As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng blinked. Why did these words feel a bit vulgar? Well, I must be overthinking it. Thank you. Lu Jianli stretched out her fair right arm, took the noodle bowl, and started eating. The movements are still elegant, just like that night.
The grace of her sword was so refreshing. The noodle bowl was empty. Lan Ningxuan took it aside. Qin Feng took a deep breath. And the next step was to get down to business. He was mentally prepared and was about to take action. At this moment, Lan Ningxuan suddenly spoke with a strange expression.
Uncle, do you want to treat the young lady here? What's wrong?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
Last night, when you were treating Mr. Yin, you needed to pull up your sleeves. Then my lady.
Lan Ningxuan was ashamed to say the rest. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment and quickly reacted. Does she think that I need to remove my clothes to treat Lu Jianli? But your young lady is partially paralyzed. If you have to remove her clothes, wouldn't it be? Qin Feng imagined the scene for a moment, only to feel that there was warm liquid in his nose that was about to flow out. And he hurriedly sniffed.
Uncle, what's wrong with you? It doesn't matter. The weather is cold.
I may catch a cold.
Qin Feng rubbed his nose and looked at his fingers. Fortunately, the nosebleed did not come out. Then he said,
Miss Ningxuan, don't worry. After last night's treatment, I am confident that I can treat her through clothes. That's good.
Lan Ningxuan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this.
Are you ready?
Qin Feng turned to Lu Jianli and asked softly. The latter nodded slightly and looked at him quietly.
Okay, then I'll start.
Qin Feng calmed down and then activated his double pupil powers, giving a clear view of the situation inside Lu Jianli's body. The first thing he saw was the golden veins all over his body, which almost blinded his 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. A high-level martial artist can already convert most of the blood in his body into strength, let alone a genius like Lu Jianli. However, in addition to the opponent's own energy that is still flowing, the energy in the lower body does not move at all. There seems to be a gutter at the waist, isolating the strength of the upper and lower body. And that's where Lu Jianli's meridians were damaged and broken. Qin Feng couldn't help but take a breath when he saw it. He expected that the number of Lu Jianli's broken meridians would definitely far exceed that of Yin. But after actually seeing it, I couldn't help but be surprised by it. The densely packed, intertwined meridians made Qin Feng's scalp numb, which was simply a nightmare for patients with trypophobia.
What on earth did he go through to become like this?
Qin Feng thought sadly. He only knew that Lu Jianli was half paralyzed because he failed to overcome the catastrophe. But how can the danger of overcoming the tribulation be summed up in a simple sentence of failure?
I will definitely cure you.
Qin Feng vowed secretly. Chapter 129, since we are called husband and wife, we will never leave each other. The white inches on the fingertips gathered together and turned into white needles that were thinner than hair. Qin Feng found the right position and pierced the white clothes around Lu Jianli's waist. When the latter saw this, his mind moved. The energy in his waist dissipated, and the white needle broke through the skin. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then said to himself,
I almost forgot that at the 4th level of Shenwu, the energy will automatically protect the body and make it invulnerable. If she didn't block her energy with my strength, it would be impossible to pierce her skin with my white inch.
The slender white needles found the broken meridians and began to separate and reset them one by one. Due to the experience of treating Yun, the speed this time is faster. But in front of such a huge number and more complicated meridians, this speed is limited. Time flies by. Lan Ningxuan always stood aside, holding her breath and concentrating. Lu Jianli looked at Qin Feng quietly, his eyes full of the latter's concentrated figure. About 7 hours later, it was the ugly time. Qin Feng's face was pale due to excessive exertion, and sweat was dripping from his forehead. Looking at Lu Jianli's waist, the restored meridians were only 1/10 of the damaged meridians.
If you persist and reset more meridians today, she will recover earlier.
Qin Feng took a breath and encouraged himself in his heart. But at this moment, there was a gentle touch on his forehead. Looking up slightly, he saw Lu Jianli holding a white silk in her hand, gently wiping his sweat, her eyes as gentle as water. The beauty opened her red lips lightly and said,
Let's stop here today.
Qin Feng was about to refuse, but was stopped by the other party's eyes that showed no rebuttal. The words came to my lips, but nothing came out.
Okay.
Qin Feng sighed.
However, I have to apply medicinal liquid to your reset meridians to help them recover. Otherwise, if it gets entangled with other damaged meridians, it will be troublesome.
Okay. Lu Jianli responded softly. Qin Feng took out the medicinal liquid he procured from Yin from the Sumer ring, then dipped a white inch into it, and applied the medicinal liquid one by one to Lu Jianli's reset meridians. It has to be said that the control of Shenwu Wufu's own body is indeed far beyond that of ordinary people. As soon as Qin Feng applied the medicine to repair the meridians, the damaged meridians quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken meridians in the upper body and lower body were connected, and the golden ray of energy began to flow. Lu Jinli sensed changes within her body, and her pupils dilated slightly. Qin Feng was naturally excited when he saw the scene, and his hand movements became much faster. More than an hour has passed, and all the reset meridians have been injected with medicinal liquid. The meridians are connected up and down, and the energy has resumed circulation. This shows that the treatment was very successful. How do you feel? Qin Feng said excitedly. Lu Jinli moved slightly, and could control the thumb of his right leg, because this line of meridians was restored. The energy in the lower body that had been dormant for a long time seemed to have found an outlet, and began to surge crazily. At the same time, with Lu Jinli as the center of the circle, powerful energy spread to all sides. The calm lake surface is making waves. Dust is flying, and the leaves and shrubs near the wall are rustling. Qin Feng's eyes widened, not understanding what happened. It wasn't until Lu Jinli calmed down the energy in his body that this strange phenomenon subsided. It feels very good. Lu Jinli raised his head and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Thank you. Qin Feng was stunned on the spot. This was the first time he saw Lu Jinli smile. When a beauty smiles, she truly captivates the country and makes the whole world eclipse. That's good. Qin Feng came to his senses and said again, I have repaired 1/10 of the damaged meridians in your body. I will come to treat you every night from now on, and you will be back to normal in 9 days at the latest. Lan Ningxuang couldn't hide her excitement when she heard this. She couldn't help but think of the expressions of everyone in the Lu family in Fengtian City more than 2 months ago, when they learned that the young lady's meridians could not be repaired. That kind of sadness, despair, and distressed look. There is also a young lady who is disheartened and sitting alone in the courtyard. Her eyes lost in despair. Those were really the darkest days for the Lu family. But fortunately, all this is about to end, because my uncle is here. Could it be that when Mr. Lu asked the young lady to marry his uncle, he would be here today? Lan Ningxuang couldn't help but guess this. You're tired too. Go back and rest early, Lu Jinli said softly. Qin Feng stroked his forehead. Then I'll leave first, and you guys should rest early. After waving his hand, he said goodbye and left. After Qin Feng left, Lan Ningxuang still looked happy. Once the young lady's injury is repaired, she can compete for the sword again. Thinking of this, she suddenly froze. Miss left Wanjin sect because she was injured, returned to Fengtian City, and finally came to the remote Jinan City. But if the young lady recovers from her injuries, will she also leave here and return to Wanjin sect to pursue the supreme swordsmanship? If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that I have to leave my uncle? Lan Ningxuang's good mood was instantly dampened, but was replaced by uneasiness and anxiety. She hesitated again and again, but finally plucked up the courage to ask, Miss, if your injury recovers, will you leave my uncle? When Lu Jinli heard this question, his eyes were a little dazed. She looked up at the sky, and most of the things in her mind were what happened after she came here. After a long silence, a fish jumped up in the lake, splashing water and causing ripples. Lu Jinli spoke softly. Since we are called husband and wife, we will never leave each other. Lan Ningxuang's hanging heart finally dropped, and her smile was like a flower. 2 days passed, and Qin Feng did not step out of the Qin mansion. In the evening, he helped Lu Jinli repair his meridians, and in the morning he used it to catch up on his sleep. Because these days, Lan Ningxuang and the others have been practicing in Chongyuan formation, and he did not dare to go out without any protection. After all, this was a bloody lesson learned before. I haven't gone to Baoyatang to practice medicine in the past few days. It is estimated that there are almost no people asking Dr. Song for consultation. Strangely enough, before I took action, Dr. Song was still a famous doctor in the city. After I took action, not many people trusted him anymore. Maybe this is because there is no harm without comparison. I haven't been to Yushuan for a few days, so I don't know if Mist Song misses me. Mist Song is good at everything, but her temper is a bit too cold. I still like the way she looks when the bad old man makes things difficult for her and can't get into Yushuan. It can make people want to protect her. But what is her identity and background, and why is she so rich? Alas, I don't know when I can ask her for a few drops of ambergris saliva. I don't have any dirty thoughts. The main reason is that the world is too chaotic, and I want to keep a few drops on my body for emergencies. Qin Feng was bored. leaning on the table and thinking wildly. At this moment, with a thunder, it started to rain. It's unusual for it to rain in the coldest month of winter.
The sky has changed.
Qin Feng was stunned. Chapter 130 Yu Xing betrays the traitor. Lan Ningxuang enters the 6th level. In the dark room of the Lord's mansion of Jinong City, Thousand Puppet wearing Yi Heng's human skin once again summoned the ghost Buddha statue.
The formation to cover the sky has been deployed according to your request.
The 3 ghosts and Buddha swayed and looked at each other.
This mission is not easy, and you need to be fully prepared. First of all, that thing must be sealed, so no breath leaks out. I have to find a way to break the seal. Secondly, as you said, the hidden combat power of Jinong City is not low. If you want to capture Jinong City, you must send more men. Have everyone set off?
Qian Puppet asked.
Already on the way there.
Guifu chuckled.
Who are they? If they are like Yazong, there is no need to send them here. Even if they come, they won't be of much use.
Qian Puppet said coldly.
Don't worry. This mission is much more important than snatching the dragon spirit. If it succeeds, it can cause a lot of trouble for Dagon. Naturally, it is impossible to send useless people. This time, I will take action myself and meet the old guy for a while.
Gui Buddha said fiercely, and all 3 heads turned into angry faces.
Then I will also fuse some corpses and wait for your arrival. Good.
After the words fell, the statue of the ghost Buddha sang 3 tunes and retracted its 6 arms. At this moment, a streak of thunder flashed across the sky, and raindrops fell. The rain came unexpectedly. Pedestrians were running hurriedly on the street, complaining one after another. How could there be thunder and rain on these days? Qian Puppet looked out the window, and all his eyes turned black.
He's here too? Interesting.
Outside Jinong City, 20 miles to the north, in the deep forest, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Thunderous snakes were surging, and heavy rain was pouring down. The amount of rainfall was far beyond what could be compared to that in Jinong City. On the mountain road, a figure walked slowly towards Jinong City in the pouring rain. He was wearing a black and white robe, with a stooped figure and a straw hat on his head. Under the straw hat was a half-broken ghost face. Only his exposed eyes could be seen, which were turbid and sunken. He held the black rope with both hands and placed it in front of his chest, carrying a heavy thing behind his back. That thing was half a person tall and far wider than he wanted. There are chains wrapped around the surface of the blue stone. Looking from top to bottom, a large black hole is particularly eye-catching. This is like a well. Not to mention how weird this person's dress is. Just carrying a well on his back is enough to make anyone who sees it feel extremely surprised. Just at this moment, a swishing sound came from the side of the mountain forest. A figure swept out of the rain and landed on the mountain road. It was a middle-aged man who looked a bit immortal. He also saw the betrayer and couldn't help but let out a
Qing Hui.
The middle-aged man blocked the path of the traitor. There seemed to be some inexplicable force above his head that opened a barrier for him. Not even a drop of rain fell on him. Her eyes followed his blue clothes and looked down, with 2 tokens pinned to his waist. One is the Red Lotus 2-star order. The other one has the word
Sun
engraved on it. The identity of the middle-aged man is about to be revealed. The hunting envoy appointed by the Demon Slayer Division.
Why are you blocking the road?
A hoarse voice came from Baelyong's mouth.
As a hunting envoy, why should I stop a demon?
The middle-aged man replied coldly. What do you mean? I'm not a human being?
The person behind the scenes asked. And then a shrill laughter burst out from his mouth, gradually getting louder like rain.
No need to talk nonsense. If you meet me today, it is your destiny.
The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, then waved his right hand, and the black coffin turned into a shadow, blocked the rain, and fell hard. Boom! Just a roar was heard, and the place where the betrayer was instantly overwhelmed. When the middle-aged man saw him, he turned around and walked towards Jinong City with a calm expression. But before he had walked a few steps, he suddenly sensed something. His expression was startled, and he hurriedly looked back. There was unparalleled fear and despair in his pupils. After a while, a figure walked out of the forest and looked towards Jinong City. It was the person who betrayed him. Above the sky, dark clouds moved closer to Jinong City, with thunder and lightning and heavy rain that continued without stopping. Looking back at the mountain forest, blood mixed with rainwater and flowed to both sides along the mountain road. On the remaining half of the body, only half of the token with the word Sun engraved on it was left. Boom! There was another thunderous explosion, illuminating the dim sky and earth.
when Qin Feng came to the courtyard of the mansion. He looked surprised. It was raining so heavily. But these three people were still using the Chongyuan formation to temper their strength. What surprised him even more was that Lan Ningxuang had reached the center of the formation where the black stone was placed. The rain soaked through her light blue clothes, making her clothes stick to her body and outline her graceful figure. The evil white bra slowly appeared through the blue clothes. If it were normal times, Qin Feng would inevitably stop and take a closer look. But at this moment, he was not in such a mood. Because looking at Lan Ningxuang's body through the power of her eyes, the golden energy is already gathering, and she is about to break through. Lan Ningxuang closed her eyes and frowned slightly, constantly guiding the energy in her body to temper and condense it to resist the heavy pressure brought by Chongyuan formation. As time passed, Qin Feng did not leave, secretly cheering for him in his heart. Suddenly, as a stream of qi emerged from Lan Ningxuang's body, the rain curtains around her were shaken open. At this time, Lan Ningxuang suddenly opened her eyes and waved her palm towards the sky. The rain bursts and turns into water vapor and white mist, which is really beautiful. This is the energy that can only be exerted by the 6th level Shenwu concentration realm. Lan Ningxuang was the first to break through. She looked at her hands with an excited expression. After all, after her strength increased, she would be able to protect her uncle better. On the other side, the two heightened heads sensed the movement and looked over with envy in their eyes. Congratulations, Qin Feng said softly in the corridor. When Lan Ningxuang heard this, she looked up and said happily, Uncle, I have made a breakthrough. Lan Ningxuang, who was extremely excited, ran up to Qin Feng, opened her arms and hugged the latter. Qin Feng was stunned, and the two heightened heads in the courtyard were also dumbfounded, because Lan Ningxuang's clothes were soaked by the rain. The bra wrap was also showing signs of loosening. Qin Feng could clearly feel that this made him think about it, and he recalled the scene when Lan Ningxuang took off the bra wrap on the night of their wedding. It didn't take long for Lan Ningxuang to react, let out a sigh, and hastily let go of Qin Feng. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Uncle, Lan Ningxuang hesitated to speak, because she was too shy. She didn't even dare to look up at him. She could only say, I'm going to change clothes, and then left as if running away. Qin Feng looked at the other party's back and felt pity in his heart. I haven't hugged you enough. So why did I run away? Turning around, he saw the two heightened heads looking at him with strange expressions. Qin Feng's face twitched. Oh no. The scene just now was a bit fascinating. However, at this time, the advantage of a scholar's quick thinking was fully demonstrated. Qin Feng frowned and said, Second brother, Miss Ningxuang has successfully entered the 6th level. Why don't you see any improvement? Are you lazy? Brother, The second brother lowered his head in shame. But He Tan-Tu still had a burning gaze. Qin Feng raised his head and shouted, He Tan-Tu, my second brother entered the Shenwu Dao lineage later than you. But he is almost at the 6th level. Why don't you hurry up? Do you have to wait until my second brother reaches the 6th level to protect your safety? This, He Tan-Tu lowered his head in shame. Work harder. Qin Feng sighed, shook his head and left, as if he hated iron. The second brother and He Tan-Tu looked at each other and began to work hard to become stronger. Chapter 131 Promise and Thunderstorm. Night has come, and the rain shows no signs of abating. Thunder flashed across the sky, illuminating the dark night like day. Qin Feng came to Hutting again, and the rainwater pattered on the eaves and beams. On the surface of the lake, large and small ripples collide with each other. In the lake, fish swim back and forth restlessly, as if they are afraid of something. Mississippi! Lan Ningxuang called in a low voice from the lake pavilion, looking a little worried. Qin Feng didn't know why, so he stepped forward and asked, What's wrong? He turned his head and looked at Lu Jianli. His face was a little pale, and he looked like he was not feeling well. Could it be that there was a problem with the meridians that had been repaired earlier? Uncle, miss her. Lan Ningxuang wanted to explain, but Lu Jianli interrupted. I'm fine. You can start at any time. Lu Jianli straightened her body and looked as usual. But Qin Feng, who was discerning, still saw that she was different from usual. If you feel unwell, you might as well forget it tonight and rest early, Qin Feng said with concern. No need. Lu Jianli shook his head slightly with a firm tone. Okay then. The other party didn't want to say anything, and it was naturally difficult for Qin Feng to get to the bottom of it. Everyone had more or less their own secrets. He took out the medicinal solution from the Sumeru ring in advance, and the tips of his fingers were shaped like white inches. Lan Ningxuang stood aside, unable to speak. She turned her head to look at the sky and saw dark clouds rolling in. She clasped her hands on her chest as if she was praying for something. Qin Feng just wanted to sort out Lu Jianli's meridians. Above the sky, the thunder dragon roared, deafening. This thunder was really scary. Qin Feng sighed in his heart, but suddenly found that the body of the beauty in front of him was trembling slightly. This situation made him widen his eyes. Who is Lu Jianli? Diqian's famous genius and future swordsman. Such a person is actually afraid of thunder? What's happening here? As long as she thought about it, she could cut the thunder with one sword. Before the thunder dragon stopped, another thunder exploded in his ears. Lu Jianli put her hands flat on her knees and tried her best to maintain her composure. But whenever lightning flashed across the night sky and thunder shook the sky, her body could not help but tremble. Under the light of thunder, that beautiful face looked extremely pale. Qin Feng had never seen Lu Jianli like this before. She looked like an ordinary woman, pitiful and helpless, which made him feel sad. He stretched out his hand and held Lu Jianli's right hand. The hand was smooth and delicate, like a precious jade, just like it was when he led her into the Qin mansion on the day they got married. But what was different from before was that this beauty's hands were trembling tonight. It's okay. This thunder will pass soon. Qin Feng comforted softly. As soon as he finished speaking, another thunder snake pierced the night sky, followed by a roar. Damn it. It's endless. Isn't it? Qin Feng cursed in his heart and got angry with God. If he could, he really wanted to shatter the thunder and disperse the dark clouds with a slap. Unfortunately, he does not have such strength. Lu Jianli curled up slightly and subconsciously leaned towards the man in front of her, as if this would make her feel more secure. Lan Ningxuang on the side felt extremely distressed when she saw this. Seeing lightning flashing across the sky again, Qin Feng stepped forward and hugged Lu Jianli into his arms without thinking too much, covering her ears on both sides with his sleeves. Boom! Boom! Every time the thunder dragon roared, the beauty in his arms would tremble. She leaned her head on Qin Feng's chest, seeking shelter. She looked so pitiful. Qin Feng held her hand, patted her shoulder gently, and comforted her gently. It's okay. I'm here. It's okay. Either the words had an effect, or the hug had an effect, and the beauty's body no longer trembled as violently as before. But looking outside the court, it was raining heavily, thundering and lightning, and it didn't look like it was going to stop. If this continues, it still won't work. Qin Feng looked at the beauty, who was still trembling in his arms, and kept thinking in his mind, is there any way to divert her attention? He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, when he was a child, whenever there was thunder outside and he was too frightened to sleep, his mother would always be by the bedside, singing children's songs to coax him to sleep. That being the case, Qin Feng took a deep breath, and soft singing sounded in the lake pavilion. Lan Ningxuang was stunned when she heard this. She had never heard such melody before. I just feel soothing, quiet, and a touch of sadness. As time passed, the beauty's delicate body in his arms no longer trembled, and even her breathing slowly became calmer. Efficient. Qin Feng felt happy and sang quietly. The night of thunder and heavy rain passed quietly in the beautiful melody. At some point, Lu Jianli closed her eyes and fell into sleep. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He had been half squatting, and his legs were about to lose feeling. Send your young lady back to her room. Qin Feng whispered and wanted to take out his right hand, but he was surprised to find that even if Lu Jianli fell asleep, the soft and smooth hand would not let go at all. Meaning, instead hold it tightly. This is embarrassing. Qin Feng could neither stand nor feel numb when squatting. In desperation, he could only carefully sit on the armrest of the wheelchair. When Lan Ningxuang saw this, she smiled happily and said, I haven't seen the young lady sleeping so soundly for a long time. Taking this opportunity, Qin Feng finally asked his doubts. With the strength of the Miss Qin family, why are you afraid of thunder? When Lan Ningxuang heard this, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. She sighed and told the reason. Those who enter the third level from the fourth level will encounter a heavenly catastrophe. Those who know it call it the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth. The tribulation of that day is originally as shackles of heaven and earth, a difficulty set up to prevent all things in the world from entering a higher realm. Anyone who wants to reach a higher level will inevitably encounter it. The difficulty of the natural disaster is also divided into strong and weak. It is said that the stronger the potential and the higher the talent, the more difficult the natural disaster will be. The thunder tribulation is undoubtedly the most difficult to survive among the heavenly tribulations. What she encountered was a thunder disaster.
Qin Feng had a guess. Lan Ningxuang nodded.
The young lady is extremely talented, and everyone has a premonition that she will encounter a thunderstorm. Unexpectedly, what the young lady encountered was a 9th-level thunder disaster. The thunderbolts were more fierce than the last, and more powerful than the last. Originally, with the young lady's strength, she encountered a slightly weaker heavenly tribulation, and it was a natural thing for her to use the heavenly tribulation to condense her sword intent. However, this 9th heavenly thunder tribulation shattered everyone's expectations. I will also chop the young lady into the mortal world.
After hearing this, Qin Feng looked at the beauty beside him with a complicated expression. It turned out that she actually encountered this.
Since then, the lady has been afraid of thunder.
Lan Ningxuang looked sad. Qin Feng sighed with emotion and looked at the beauty beside him. She is Lu Jianli, whom everyone longs for. And she is also my wife.
With me here from now on, she won't have to be afraid of thunder, because I will always be with her.
Qin Feng said softly, with a firm tone. This was the promise he made. Lan Ningxuang's face showed a look of joy. But she didn't say much. She looked at her young lady and uncle, and quietly exited the lake pavilion. This is a world that should only belong to 2 people. Chapter 132, Entering the Realm of the Gods. The wind and rain in the city turned into swords. The next day, the rain also became lighter, but there were still lightning and thunder in the sky. Feeling the heartwarming temperature on her right hand, Lu Jianli slowly woke up and slowly opened her eyes. She had never slept so deeply since she failed to escape the tribulation. Turning his head to one side, he saw a handsome face with his eyes closed and breathing evenly. He seemed to be having some sweet dream. And from time to time, he would grin his lips and let out strange laughter. Lu Jianli looked at his sleeping face quietly and recalled the past. She is the pride of the Lu family. When she was born, she caused strange phenomena in the world. When she was 7 years old, she saw her father wearing a sword, and she felt happy. She moved her right hand from a distance, causing the sword to shake and make a sword cry. The whole family was shocked. This is the natural sword heart. She practiced the Shinwu Taoism with great speed. In order to lay a solid foundation, she suppressed her realm and then broke through, making great strides with each passing day. After that, as everyone knows, he entered the 7th rank at the age of 15, was brought into the 10,000 sword sect, and then he became the 6th rank, and then the 5th rank. When she reached the 5th level, she had already comprehended the 4th level of sword intent. Her life is simple, except for practicing swordsmanship. She doesn't care about women's preferences, rouge or gouache. In her eyes, Kendo is everything. So much so that when she failed to overcome the tribulation and her lower body became paralyzed, she would fall into confusion. Don't know where to go next in life? When her grandfather and father asked her to marry far away, she neither refuted nor cared about it. After all, for her, there was no difference where she was. But after arriving, she discovered that there was actually a difference. Because here, there is one more person. Her mother once told her that the happiest thing in a woman's life is to find someone you like. And he liked you too. She didn't know if it was because she liked him, but she just felt that being with this person made her feel inexplicably at ease. The rain was pouring down. Thunder snakes cut through the sky. And there was another roar. Lu Jianli was calm and composed. The trauma in her heart had been healed. When the thunder sounded, she no longer remembered the 9th level thunder tribulation, but the singing last night, but the figure of a person. Qin Feng frowned slightly, as if his dream was disturbed by the thunder. Seeing this, Lu Jianli raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, the sword box on the side began to tremble, and the sound of the sword gurgled, with Qin Mansion as the center. Within a radius of thousands of feet, the rain stopped in the sky. And this is just the beginning. The scope of the strange scene continues to expand, until it affects the entire Jinyang city. The people in the city looked at this scene and were stunned.
What on earth is going on?
Shi Ziming, who had just come out of the brothel, rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Is this a domain? No, that's not right.
In the simple courtyard, Lao Li drank wine and exclaimed, happy. At the door of Tinjiuxuan, Song Filan's eyes flashed with surprise. The bad old man lying on the wicker chair exclaimed,
19-year-old 10,000 gods realm.
In the Qin mansion, the servants and maids looked at this strange scene and pointed with surprise in their eyes.
Master, this day.
Ernyang reached out and touched the raindrops, only to feel the slightest coolness. Qin Jianan on the side narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the scene and didn't say much.
Sir, is this true?
Outside the guest room, Wang Su made a surprised sound. Yun fell into silence, not knowing what he was thinking. At the lake pavilion, Lu Jinli waved his left hand, and the rainwater flowed backwards and gathered in the sky. Then the wind and rain all over the city turned into a huge water sword. Another thunder snake surges. The water sword slashed up into the sky, directly destroying the thunder and scattering the dark clouds. The sky seemed to be cut in half, as if a heavenly gate had opened. The sun shines again, shining on the raindrops with golden light. Lu Jinli withdrew his gaze and looked at the sleeping man beside him with his brows stretched and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. In the city of Jinnong, there is a wealthy businessman's mansion. The huge house is quiet, except for some faint whimpering in the lobby. The man wearing a straw hat was sitting in the lobby, surrounded by bloodstains on the stone slabs. The dry well behind him has been lowered, and the chain locking the well is constantly vibrating, and the whimpering sound comes from the well mouth.
5th level of sword intent. Realm of all gods.
A hoarse voice sounded. The person behind the well slapped the chain on the surface of the dry well, and the whimpering in the well slowly subsided. In the city lord's palace, Yi Luoting looked at the magnificent scene high in the sky and was speechless. Just when Yi Hung walked out of the house, he hurriedly asked,
Dad, look at this day.
Yi Hung didn't respond. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Qin Feng was still sleeping soundly. He was too tired after spending the whole night guarding Lu Jinli. At this moment, he was having a shy dream. The beauty in his dream was like a dream, and when he sniffed it gently, his nose was filled with a refreshing fragrance. No, my waist can't bear it, Qin Feng muttered, and a ray of sunlight fell on his face. He rubbed his eyes, and when he woke up, he only felt pain in his waist and back.
Is this dream so real?
Qin Feng was confused. He opened his eyes and looked. Lu Jinli was right in front of him, with bright eyes staring at him under his long eyelashes. He was startled and stood up hastily. No wonder he felt pain in his waist and back. It turned out that he slept on the armrest of the wheelchair all night. Looking outside the pavilion, there was no thunder. The rain had subsided. The sun was shining, and it was a prosperous scene. The sun has risen so high? I actually slept for so long. After beating his waist, Qin Feng couldn't help feeling that the scholar's body was still too weak after all. Feeling the beauty's gaze, he twitched the corner of his mouth. If I look like this, will she think I'm weak? At the moment, he ignored the pain in his waist and hurriedly straightened his back, pretending as if nothing had happened.
It rained really hard last night.
Qin Feng randomly found a topic.
Yes,
the beauty responded softly. Oops. My waist started to hurt again. I had to find a way to leave. Qin Feng's face turned ugly, and then he thought about it.
Are you hungry? I'll get you a bowl of noodles. Okay.
Lu Jinli nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng bowed slightly and left as if he was being pardoned. Just at the corner of the corridor, she met Lan Ningxuang, who was coming towards her. The latter saw her hunched over and asked curiously,
Uncle, you? I'm fine. Don't get me wrong.
Qin Feng waved his hand, stood up with difficulty, and walked away slowly. Lan Ningxuang was puzzled. She shook her head and returned to the lake pavilion. She said happily,
Miss, congratulations on understanding the 5th level of sword intention and the 10,000 gods realm.
There was such a big movement, and she, who was also practicing swordsmanship, naturally guessed the reason. However, when she saw the warm scene of the young lady and her uncle in the lake pavilion, she did not come to disturb them.
However, Miss, before you were always one step away from the realm of the gods, and out of desperation, you chose to use the heavenly tribulation to comprehend the 5th sword intention. But why is there a sudden epiphany now? I don't know the reason either.
Lu Jinli shook his head. His red lips parted slightly. At that time, she just didn't want the violent rain and thunder to disturb someone's dream. The moment the thought arose, her mind was clear. The barrier of the 5th level sword intention 10,000 god realm was naturally broken open in an instant. Although I don't understand why this is happening. It feels good. Lu Jinli smiled slightly. And in a flash of youthful beauty, the sky and the earth were eclipsed. Chapter 133 The Unnamed Spiritual Tablet. After lunch, Qin Feng took Lan Ningxuang and left Qin Mansion. The latter has already broken through to the Xinwu 6th grade strength gathering realm, and no longer needs to stay in the Chongyuan formation to practice.
Uncle, where are we going?
Lan Ningxuang asked. Qin Feng lowered his head and pondered. I won't go to Baoyatang for the time being. although you can gain literary energy by treating patients. Most of them treat common diseases, and the literary energy gained is also limited. I haven't been to Wangyu for a while, so I have to go there today to ask shopkeeper Peng to get the profits from the recent restaurant. As for Ting Yuxuan,
Let's go listen to Yuxuan first,
Qin Feng said. Not seeing Miss Song for one day is like 3 autumns, and I miss her very much. Walking on the street, the vendors on both sides kept shouting. It rained heavily yesterday, and many people did not open their shops. The weather finally cleared up, so naturally I had to hurry out to set up stalls. Qin Feng looked around casually and passed by a man. I don't know if the other party didn't pay attention, or if he was careless. The two people's shoulders collided. Qin Feng thought it was because he didn't look at the road and was about to apologize. But the man in linen clothes, with a dull face, walked away without looking back.
Uncle, are you okay?
Lan Ningxuang asked with concern. Qin Feng looked at the man's back and shook his head. He rubbed his shoulder, feeling a little sore, as if he had hit an iron plate. Could it be that he practiced the Xinwu Taoism? Otherwise, why would his body be so strong? He didn't dwell too much and moved on. In Jinnong City, there is more than one man like this. They all have dull faces and don't look at people when walking. When they reach deserted alleyways, these people will blend into the ground and disappear inexplicably. When I came outside Tinjiuxuan, I saw an unexpected person. Old Li, who was on crutches, was talking to that bad old man. The strange thing is that although they are not far away, they can only see their mouths moving, but cannot hear what they are saying. Qin Feng approached and said Hello.
Senior Li.
Old Li glanced at Qin Feng, nodded slightly, and then said goodbye to the old man. But when he left a message.
The hot pot tastes good.
Qin Feng was stunned at first, and then understood that Senior Li had indeed been to Wangyu residence during this period of time.
What? You know how to say hello to that guy, but you don't know how to say hello to me?
The old man Bailey, who was lying on the wicker chair, snorted coldly. This bad old man. Qin Feng cursed in his heart, but still said respectfully on his face.
Senior.
Unexpectedly, after saying hello, the bad old man ignored him at all. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Lan Ningxuang aside and said,
At such an age, he has entered the 6th level of Xinwu, which is not bad.
As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng looked surprised. Lan Ningxuang had just entered the 6th level realm not long ago. How could this bad old man see it at a glance? Generally speaking, if you want to see through other people's grades and cultivations, you need to have some special means or your strength far exceeds that of the other person. So what kind of situation will this bad old man fall into? In fact, to this day, Qin Feng is still very curious about the old man's true identity, and he had always wanted to use the old man's mouth to confirm Lao Li's identity and ask about the battle at Jinling Pass. After all, although this bad old man has a vicious mouth, he is indeed well informed.
Senior Bailey, do you know the identity of Senior Li?
Qin Feng asked softly.
You already have a guess in your mind, so why ask if you already know it?
The old man glanced at it, but this time he didn't hide it. The bad old man said so. It seems that Senior Li really thought this way from Qin Feng, the soldier who survived the battle at Jinling Pass.
But I have always had a question. Dacian soldiers basically practice the Xinwu Dao tradition. So why does Senior Li practice the 100 Ghost Dao tradition? And his rank is not low.
Qin Feng asked. Among many Taoist traditions, although the divine martial arts are not magical, if they are both at a low level, the martial arts combat power is undoubtedly the first. Therefore, there is an unwritten rule for Dacian to train soldiers, and that is to practice Xinwu Taoism. After all, there are many officers and soldiers in the army, and it is no more than a dream to cultivate all of them to a high level. Therefore, training warriors is the most cost-effective, and you can turn them into combat power after reaching the 9th level. Old man Bailey narrowed his eyes and fell into silence, just when Qin Feng thought that there would be no answer to this question again. The old man slowly said,
Who said he didn't practice Xinwu Taoism?
As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng was stunned, and Lan Ningxuang also showed a confused look. The original soul-binding method and the ability to control Yin spirits were not something that a martial artist could do. Only the 100 demons could do it. But why did the old man say that Senior Li practiced Xinwu Taoism? Wait, could it be that Senior Li is a dual cultivator of divine martial arts and 100 ghosts? As soon as this idea came up, Qin Feng rejected it. The methods of cultivation in different Taoist traditions are fundamentally different. It is common sense that a person cannot absorb Yin Qi while practicing Jin Qi. A trace of sadness flashed in the old man's eyes. And he added,
he just lost all his energy and rebuilt the 100 Ghost tradition. What?
Qin Feng and Qin Feng both said in surprise at the same time. The pain required to recultivate the Taoist tradition is far beyond what most people can imagine. Especially for martial artists. The martial arts practice is to turn blood and energy into strength. And then continuously polish the physical body. If you want to lose your martial arts skills, you need to go through the pain of burning your body with fire and being cut into pieces with thousands of swords. Let me ask, who can endure this kind of pain?
Seniorly, why do you do this?
Lan Ningxuang asked, puzzled. Qin Feng thought of a possibility, and a sad look flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and calmed down.
100 ghosts can distinguish ghosts, recognize souls, and communicate with Yin spirits. Perhaps the reason why Seniorly gave up his cultivation and converted to the 100 Ghosts Taoism was just to be with the dead soldiers. Just meet again.
Lan Ningxuang's eyes widened when she heard this. The old man on the wicker chair closed his eyes, shook the wicker chair, and fell into silence. Qin Feng thought of that simple house and the figure of Seniorly alone. All his former comrades had left him. Maybe living was a kind of torture for him. Just when Qin Feng was feeling sad, the old man suddenly said,
"What are you still doing here? Have you read all the books in it? I haven't been here for a few days, and you still don't know how to hurry up."
Qin Feng was stunned.
"Get out of here! Get out of here! Don't get in my way here!"
The old man waved his hand. This bad old man is simply inexplicable. His right fist clenched unconsciously under his sleeve robe. Qin Feng suppressed the urge to punch the opponent and angrily stepped into Tinjiaxuan. On the other side, Lao Li returned to his simple house. The wine glass on the table in the courtyard was filled with wine. He walked over, raised the glass, drank half of it, and spilled half of it. The cane tapped the ground, and the cellar opened again. Walking down the stairs, the number of wine jars increased again, but the number of spiritual tablets remained unchanged. He gently stroked the stone platform where the spiritual tablets were placed, his fingers spotless. Old guys, Lao Li pursed his lips, looked at the spiritual tablets around him, and his eyes were red. He slowly walked to the deepest part of the cellar, glanced at one of the tokens, and rubbed his hand across its sign. This brand is different from others in that it has no name engraved on it. Chapter 134 God's Workshop. As evening approached, Qin Feng walked out of Tinjiaxuan. To his disappointment, Miss Song was not in Tinjiaxuan, and he didn't know where she went. He sighed and took Lan Ningxuang to Wangyu residence. Business at Wangyueju is still booming, and full bookings have become the norm. Shopkeeper Peng was sitting at the front desk, counting the bills and drinks. When he saw Qin Feng for the first time, he respectfully stepped forward to greet him with a smile. He admired the eldest young master of the Qin family from the bottom of his heart. The three of them came to the accounting room, and Peng Qin reported the profits of the restaurants in the city these days one by one. Time passed quietly.
"It's almost time for dinner. Let's just eat something here,"
Qin Feng asked Lan Ningxuang after listening to the report.
"It all depends on my uncle."
Upon hearing this, Shopkeeper Peng asked,
"Young master, do you need me to go to the 3rd floor to make a space for you?"
Qin Feng thought for a moment and shook his head.
"No.
Just eat on the 1st floor."
He likes the lively atmosphere. It is also interesting to listen to the people around him talking about everything while eating.
"Okay. I'll make arrangements right away."
Shopkeeper Peng bowed and retreated. After a while, Shopkeeper Peng vacated a window seat on the 1st floor for Qin Feng and the others. The 1st floor has the largest area and the largest number of people, so it is naturally very lively. There are many strong horsemen who have followed the wealthy businessmen around. They are well informed and know a lot of gossip. Some of them talked about the prosperity of Tianqing. Some said that the demon-slaying master had gone somewhere and killed powerful demons and ghosts. Some talked about the strange things they encountered in remote mountain villages. Qin Feng eavesdropped on these words while drinking wine, feeling comfortable and at ease. At this moment, a voice came into his ears and attracted his attention. This time, "How much damage did your team repair in Qiyuan City?" Let me tell myself first. Ours is not too much. Only 23 streets, 43 houses, and 17 attics were restored. The tone of his voice could not conceal the pride of the speaker. "Qi Yuancheng?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked for fame. He saw 3 tables sitting in a row. Obviously a group of people. A cursory glance showed that there were about 20 people. These people were wearing similar clothes. Light red clothes, with open chests and strong arms exposed. There is a pattern tattooed on the chest of the clothes, which is a ball of fire. Qin Feng opened his mouth. He recognized this sign. It was the Divine Workshop in Fengtian City, the imperial capital. I still remember that when the original owner was young, his father asked people from the God's Workshop to repair the courtyard of his ancestral home. And those people had this mark on them. It's those Yuan kings. Qin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth and muttered in his mind. A man with dark skin and a figure that was obviously stronger than the others sneered. Gong Liang. I thought you were just being self-effacing. But I didn't expect it to be much more. Gong Liang, who had a flaming red hairband on his head and was good-looking and lean, heard this and snorted coldly. Hui Yuan, what do you mean? Your team has repaired a lot of places? Hui Yuan shook the wine glass in his hand and said nonchalantly, it's just 4 more streets, 2 houses, and 3 more attics than your team. Not much. If it weren't for the fact that the brothers were tired, they would have taken a 3-hour nap during the days of working. Maybe this trip to Qiyuancheng won't have anything to do with your team. After a few days, they only had 3 hours of rest. The workers were sad, and the bosses were moved to tears. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth when Gong Liang heard this. Instead of being annoyed, he laughed out loud. I see. It's a pity that our team is not as lucky as you. In addition to repairing the damaged areas in the city, we also reconstructed the protective barrier of Qiyuan City. After a few days, the brothers took the time to relax for more than an hour. As soon as these words came out, the people following Gong Liang all showed provocative looks and looked complacent. Qin Feng opened his mouth for more than an hour. Sure enough, in this world, there is no best volume, only more volume. Hui Yuan's face looked a little ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, no wonder I haven't seen you people for a while. It turns out that I secretly carried out the task of repairing the city protection barrier. After a pause, he sneered. Ah, but we are not idle either. Taking advantage of your absence, we rebuilt the Qiyuan River and renovated the Dragon Suppression Tower in the city. Master Si Zhengzhou of the Demon Slaying Department was full of praise for us. After the words fell, the group of people following Hui Yuan puffed up their chests and felt proud. You? So despicable. Gong Liang spat. Both each other. Hui Yuan snorted. The men and horses on both sides looked at each other coldly, as if they were 2 armies about to fight on the battlefield, filled with murderous intent. However, after a moment, the 2 of them laughed at the same time. Brother Gong Liang, it doesn't have to be like this. It's rare for Jinan City to have such delicious food. If you and I continue to fight over the availability of these, wouldn't it be a waste of taste? Brother Hui Yuan is right. Even in Fengtian City, I have never tasted such delicious food. And the wine here is also outstanding. Come, let me toast you. Both sides raised their glasses, raised their heads, and drank in one gulp. Eat the food. Eat the food. Hui Yuan and Gong Liang said at the same time, and their men began to frantically pick up the food. The eating speed was simply unmatched. This group of people made too much noise, which naturally attracted the attention of people around them. The people put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked at them with strange expressions. After all, Lan Ningxuang came from the Lu family in Fengtian City. She had long heard about the reputation of the people in Shengonfang, so she was not surprised by this. You eat so fast. Why are you rushing to be reincarnated? Qin Feng looked at this group of people and complained in his heart. Hui Yuan and Gong Liang devoured their food, neither wanting to be slower than the other. When he choked, he took a sip of his drink, drank it down smoothly, and then moved his chopsticks again. Brother Hua worker, what is your mission in coming to Qiyuancheng this time? The 2 said in unison. Their eyes narrowed slightly. Repair the place that was damaged by the 100 ghosts some time ago. They said at the same time. Nothing else? The 2 of them stared at each other, speaking at the same frequency. Huh. No one believed the other. The people in Shengonfang were doing manual labor and ordered far more food than other people. But even so, at their speed, the 3 tables of food quickly ran out. Waiter, pay the bill. Hui Yuan and Gong Liang took the broken silver at the same time, and the 2 groups left Wangyu residence in a hurry. It wasn't until everyone was stunned for a moment as they watched them go away that the first floor resumed its previous commotion. Qin Feng picked up the wine glass, curious in his heart. Why did the people from Shengonfang come to Jinyang City? Is it really to repair the place that was damaged during the 100 Ghosts Night Walk? No, that's not right. A small place like Jinyang City simply doesn't have the financial resources to hire them. You know, the selling price of Shingongfang's people is not low. After all, that level is there, and each of them likes to tinker with some novel things. When they have nothing to do, they study the production of treasures, which requires a lot of expenses. Therefore, these guys basically only take on big jobs. Qin Feng looked towards the direction where the Shingongfang group left and fell into thinking. Chapter 135, When Will You Get Married? 3 days later, the sky in Jinyang City became gloomy again. In these 3 days, He Tantu and his second brother successively entered the 6th level of Shenwu. At the same time, as Qin Feng's medical skills improved, the damaged meridians in Lu Jinli's body were repaired faster and faster. At first, he estimated that it would take 10 days, but now it seemed that it would take about 3 more treatments to completely repair the damaged meridians in Lu Jinli's body. And I don't know if it was his misunderstanding, since that night of thunderstorms. Although Lu Jinli said that he was no different to him than before, the relationship between the two seemed to have become closer. Qin Feng should be happy about the continuous good things, but for some reason, he always feels a little inexplicably flustered. Looking at the high sky where the dark clouds rolled away, he frowned. Is it going to rain again? I hope there won't be thunder. Bangta! Bangta! The sound of rain hitting the leaves continued. In the forest, a man and a woman came. The man was of strong build, wearing wide black sword trousers and a red cloak. The right half of his chest and arm were exposed. On his right shoulder, a scar extended from his chest to his back, which looked shocking. His hair color is reddish, and his long hair is tied behind his back. He holds a silver-white knife about 6 feet long in his left hand, which is placed on his left shoulder. There is also a red wine gourd hanging on the handle of the knife. Beside him is a woman with her eyes closed. Her appearance is heroic, and she is extremely elegant. Keep your hair short, up to your earlobes. Wearing a long green dress, the hem of the skirt is not as conservative as ordinary women. Instead, it has a large opening. Every time she takes a step, her long and powerful white thighs are exposed, as bright as a white python. There were no sleeves on the arms of her upper body, revealing 2 jade arms as smooth as lotus roots. A black silk belt was tightly wrapped around her waist, outlining her graceful waist. Hanging on both sides of the waist are 2 thin swords about 2 feet long and 2 fingers wide. The purple lines on the hilt are flowing, and you can tell at a glance that they are not ordinary. The 2 of them were walking in the rain, but not a single thing got wet on their bodies. When raindrops fall down, they will be blocked by inexplicable force when they are an inch away from their bodies. Suddenly, an elk flew out of the forest and jumped onto the mountain road, less than a foot away from the 2 of them. If any old hunter sees this, he will definitely be surprised. Elk in the forest are notoriously afraid of people. They will run away even if they are 10 feet away, not to mention 1 foot away. But the elk seemed not to have seen these 2 people at all, and was still eating weeds on the side of the mountain road. Even if these 2 people passed by it, it was completely unaware of it. Click! Something hard was stepped on. The red-haired man looked down and saw that it was half a token with the word Guang engraved on it. That unlucky hunting envoy died here, the man said in a deep voice. His voice as deep as a bell. The short-haired woman raised her head, still not opening her eyes. She sensed her surroundings and suddenly ducked to the side of the bushes. She squatted down, exposing her entire white right leg. When she stood up again, she had a torn and tattered piece of cloth in her hand, with blood stains that had not been washed away by the rain still visible on it. The corpse must have been eaten clean by monsters in the forest. The remaining aura is very weak, but I am sure that the enemy is very strong, the woman said calmly, her voice clear. To be able to become a hunting envoy, one's strength must be above that of Red Lotus 2 stars. And there are no obvious signs of fighting here. The man quickly came to a conclusion. Victory or defeat is only a matter of inches. An enemy who can quickly kill the hunting envoy in a short time will naturally not be weak. Even though he knew he was a powerful enemy, there was no worry or fear in his tone. After a moment, the man stroked his forehead and grinned. The last time Qi Yuan City invaded the city, I was 6,000 miles away and killed the Ghost King with 7 levels of calamity power. So I didn't have time to participate. I heard that several powerful enemies appeared that time, and even the Spear Immortal failed to keep them behind. I hope I can meet a few such enemies this time and have more fun killing them. The woman heard this and said calmly, Don't underestimate the enemy. When a lion fights a rabbit, he uses all his strength. Of course, I understand this.
The man raised his eyebrows. He put the half-broken hunting order in his arms and headed towards Jinyang City with the woman. In the Demon Slayer division, there has always been a rule of thumb. If you go out and encounter a dead colleague, you need to bring his belongings with you, either to avenge him or to bring his soul back to his homeland. Judging from the man's appearance, he obviously chose the former. It was lunchtime, and Qin Feng and his family were dining in the lobby. The second brother has entered the 6th level of Shenwu. Even though 2 days have passed, the family is still very happy. While Qin Feng was eating the food, he looked at the happy family and felt very warm. But while we were chatting, this topic came up with him. Yang suddenly asked,
By the way, Feng, how is the injury on the Lu family's daughter? Can it be cured?
When the father and second brother heard this, they also stopped holding the bowls and chopsticks and looked at them together. Qin Feng swallowed the food in his mouth and replied,
The problem is not big. It's just that there are more meridians that need to be repaired, and it needs to be treated a few more times.
The second mother smiled knowingly.
That's good. That's good. That girl is also a poor person, and she can't sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. Don't worry, Yang. After all the meridians are repaired, she can stand up again.
Qin Feng smiled, took a mouthful of vegetable rice, and started chewing.
Then after she recovers, can you have a bridal chamber? I also want to take advantage of my young age to hug my grandson.
Yang's eyes were shining. Ahem. Because he was so shocked. Qin Feng choked. He hurriedly took a bowl of soup from the table and drank it before he could breathe again. Just when he was looking at his second mother's expectant expressions and was in a dilemma as to how to answer, his father came to the rescue.
Jianli, that girl, is devoted to pursuing the art of swordsmanship. She may not have considered these matters between men and women for the time being. Why is Madam so anxious?
Yang frowned and shouted.
Why am I anxious? Fomer is not young anymore, and Jianli is just the right age. I think when I gave birth to her, I was not even older than Jianli's daughter. How can this be the same?
Qin Jian looked helpless.
What do you mean? Why is it different? Please explain it to me clearly.
Yang's eyebrows stood up, and she was about to get angry.
Ma'am, that's not what I meant. What does that mean?
The second brother was eating rice and watching the excitement. Qin Feng originally wanted to watch the fun, but after all, his father was just talking to him, so he spoke to comfort her.
Yang, what happened to Jianli earlier? Even if her injuries are cured, she will still have some difficulties in her heart, so she can't act too hastily.
Well, don't be too hasty. Qin Feng added silently in his mind as the first and fourth sounds were the same.
That makes sense.
Yang nodded slightly, glared at her father, and stopped worrying about the matter. Seeing this, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just when he was about to use the chopsticks again, Yang put down the bowl and chopsticks again and asked,
By the way, what about the girl Ningxuang?
Chapter 136 Uninvited Guest? Lan Ningxuang is Lu Jianli's personal swordsman. Everyone in the family knows that, and generally such a person can be used as a maid. When the Lu family married off Lu Jianli and asked Lan Ningxuang to follow her, they probably had this intention.
Miss Lan, I think she's pretty good. She has a good temperament. It's just that she's a little smaller there. She may not have enough milk after confinement, but it's not a big deal.
Yang gestured to a certain part, looking a little confused. Regret? No. Yang, you have no idea what a heavyweight player you have underestimated. You and she are not in the same rank. How can a pearl like a grain of rice dare to compete with the bright moon? For some reason, Qin Feng suddenly thought of this sentence. But none of this matters.
Although I am also very interested in this kind of topic. It would be a different matter if I became a client. It would be too embarrassing to talk about this kind of thing in front of my family.
Qin Feng thought in his heart.
Yang, I haven't entered the 7th level yet, so it's too early to consider these things. After all, by guarding the body of Yuanang, one can gain a lot of speed in practice.
Qin Feng came up with reasons that would make him invincible. When Yang heard this, she looked hesitant, and she sighed.
That's indeed the case.
Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and squinted his eyes slightly. The second brother said that he was pretending to be eating there, but the food in the bowl was basically untouched. Moreover, when Yang said what she just said, the boy's eyes clearly showed a look of regret, as if he was regretting that he missed a big show. Even if you don't speak for me, you still dare to watch my excitement. Second brother, you are so brave. Since you are unkind to me, don't blame me for being unkind to you. Qin Feng's face straightened.
And he suddenly said, "Speaking of it, Aaron Yang, my second brother is now 18 years old, and he has entered the 6th level of Shenwu not long ago. Should we help him find a good girl?" When Aaron Yang heard this, her eyes lit up again. The second brother raised his head and looked at Qin Feng with a look of astonishment on his face. This time, the father also nodded in agreement and said, "What Fenger said seems to make sense. Madam, do you have any good candidates?" Aaron Yang thought for a while, and then said excitedly, "Why not? I think that girl from the Li family is pretty good." As soon as the chat box was opened, Aaron Yang couldn't hold it in anymore, and she named more than 10 girls at once. As the topic deepened, the second brother's face became obviously ugly. Qin Feng raised his lips when he saw it. At this moment, he felt someone kicked his calf. Without thinking, he knew that it must be his second brother. Turning his head and looking around, he saw the other party showing a pleading look. Hee. If I didn't give you some eye drops, you would have forgotten who the eldest brother is. Qin Feng coughed dryly and said at the right time, "Second mother, with my second brother's cultivation talent, he will definitely be able to bring glory to our family in the future. The girls you mentioned are not bad, but they may be a little worse for the second brother." Dad touched his chin and said, "Fenger's words make sense." Aaron Yang frowned slightly and figured this out. An 18-year-old 6th grade Shenwu, coupled with a nurse's good looks, would probably be broken down by suitors in Fengtian City. It's really inappropriate to just casually find a girl from a small town. "It's not urgent. I'll think about it some more." Aaron Yang lowered her head and pondered. The second brother breathed a sigh of relief. The stone in his heart fell, and he cast a grateful look. At this moment, the doorman hurried to the lobby and said, "Master, there is a man and a woman outside the Qin mansion. I feel something is wrong." "Something's wrong?" Dad frowned. Qin Feng and others also looked puzzled. "Go out and have a look." Several people came to the gate of Qin mansion holding umbrellas. Qin Feng saw from a distance that Haiten was holding a long halberd, holding it horizontally in front of him, blocking the people outside the door. Looking forward, he saw a man and a woman. The man wore a red cloak and carried a silver-white sword on his shoulder. There was a hideous scar on his exposed right shoulder. The woman on the side has her eyes closed tightly, and she has a good appearance, especially the opening under the blue dress, and her long white python-like legs, which are eye-catching. I don't know whether this woman's legs are longer, or whether Miss Song's legs are longer. After a brief comparison, Qin Feng quickly put away his thoughts. Just looking at the appearance and aura of these two people, you can tell that they are not ordinary people. In addition, they walked without umbrellas on rainy days, and their clothes were not wet at all. From a glance, they were strong masters, with strength reaching at least the 6th level of Shenwu. Who are they, and why do they come to Qin Mansion? Qin Feng took the lead and stepped forward. Haiten too hurriedly stopped him. "Be careful. Uncle, these two are very strong." The black charcoal head looked solemn, and his muscles were tense, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This couldn't help but shock Qin Feng. Haiten too had just stepped into the 6th level of Shenwu not long ago, and was already considered a top expert in his small town. However, facing these two people, he was so nervous and even a little in awe. The power of his eyes was unfolded, and Qin Feng looked at the two of them. It was okay if he didn't look at them, but he was really shocked when he looked at them. The strength of this woman in a green skirt is almost as condensed as Lu Jinli's, and the red-haired man's energy level is still higher than that of the woman in the green skirt. At least they are masters of the 4th level of Shenwu. How could such a person come to this small Jinyang city? At this moment, the woman in the green skirt suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she had already come to Qin Feng's side. She lowered her head and seemed to be looking at something, but she did not open her eyes. Everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. That speed was too fast. Just in an instant, Qin Feng was also stiff all over, and cold sweat fell from his forehead. He glanced at the two thin swords at the beauty's waist. Fortunately, the other party had no killing intent. Otherwise he would definitely die. "Senior?" Qin Feng asked tentatively. He didn't understand why the other party suddenly acted like this. The woman in the green skirt didn't pay attention. She looked thoughtful for a moment, then turned around and walked back to the red-haired man. "Brother, are you okay?" The second brother stepped forward and asked with concern, then looked at the two uninvited guests and frowned. "I'm fine." Qin Feng waved his hand. But despite his words, his heart was still beating wildly. Or he was too careless. When he was not sure whether there was any danger, he shouldn't have stood so far. Qin Feng reflected deeply.
He still lacks the awareness to be a scumbag. At the door of Qin Mansion, the red-haired man rubbed his chin, looked at the people in front of him, and asked, "Are you sure this is here?" The woman in the green skirt nodded. "It can't be wrong." The man raised his brows, radiated qi all over his body, scanned the entire Qin Mansion, and said, "It's interesting that there are actually 5 6th grade warriors in this small mansion in Jinan City. Wait, that person is..." The red-haired man's eyes suddenly widened. At the same time, Lu Jianli at the lake pavilion turned his head and looked at the gate of the Qin Mansion, looking at the man from afar. Chapter 137 The Sword Madness Suppresses Tianyi. The red-haired man grinned, raised the long knife in his left hand, and slashed into the air. This inexplicable scene shocked everyone around. I saw a silver-white sword energy, cutting off the pattering rain, and swept towards the high sky at the Qin Mansion Lake Pavilion. But when the sword energy swept halfway, the fine rainwater stopped in the air, and then turned into swords one after another, slashing at the silver-white sword energy. Lu Jianli turned rain into a sword. She entered the 5th level of sword intention and the 10,000 gods realm. When did it happen? Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he was extremely surprised. When Lu Jianli turned the storm in the city into a sword, he happened to be asleep, so he didn't know it. Looking high in the sky, the swords collided, and in just a moment, the rain exploded and turned into rain and mist pouring down. 5th level of sword intent. The realm of the gods. The red-haired man and the woman in the green skirt said in unison, with surprise in their tone. The sword energy was gone, but the rain sword was slashing towards the red-haired man. When the latter saw this, he waved his hand, and the rain sword was instantly eliminated. This method really stunned everyone present. After a while, the man held his forehead and laughed, turning to the woman to confirm. That man is Lu Jianli of the Lu family, the future sword god that everyone is talking about. Yes. The beauty in the green skirt nodded slightly. You are worthy of the name of the sword god, the red-haired man praised. Then he put the silver-white sword on his shoulder again and stepped into the Qin Mansion. What are you going to do? Upon seeing this, Haiden too raised his halberd to stop him even though he knew he was outmatched. The red-haired man glanced at Xing Sheng, who was suddenly shocked. However, the man did not take action. Instead, he asked, Who is Qin Feng? Looking for me. When have I ever messed with someone like this? After taking a look at the nervous and worried expressions of everyone around him, Qin Feng took a step forward and said, It's me. The woman in the green skirt heard the words and strolled over. He Tantu hurriedly protected Qin Feng. It's okay. Qin Feng pressed on the former's shoulder. Uncle. He Tantu hesitated to speak. Qin Feng shook his head. If this man and woman really wanted to kill him, why did they wait until now? At first, when the woman ducked to his side, she was able to take action. After thinking about this, Qin Feng was still nervous, but not as afraid as he was at the beginning. Seeing this, Xing Sheng slowly stepped aside, but he still held the halberd tightly, and his muscles tensed up to cope with the unexpected situation. The woman in the green skirt came to Qin Feng, put her right hand into the black silk belt around her waist, and after a moment she took out an envelope and handed it out. Qin Feng was curious, so he took the envelope and opened it. He couldn't help but be surprised by the contents inside. This letter was actually written to him by Mr. Zhou Kai, the Demon Slayer division of Qi Yuancheng. There is not much content in the letter, only a few words saying that this man and woman are old acquaintances of Mr. Zhou, and they have to stay in Jinan City temporarily for some reasons. So Mr. Zhou hoped that he would do a favor and take these two people in for a while. Qin Feng's expression remained normal, but in his heart, he scolded Zhou Kai for being so shameless. Why should your old acquaintance ask me to entertain you? Are we very familiar with each other? Although he was thinking this in his heart, Qin Feng still smiled on the surface and said, It turns out that I am Lord Zhou's friend. May I ask how you two are called? Zhou Kai is Xijing, the Demon Slayer division of Qianqing, and he is also a 36 star. Someone who can be regarded as his old acquaintance must be no small person. No matter how unhappy Qin Feng was in his heart, he did not dare to neglect it openly. And if he can establish a good relationship with these two, it will be a good thing for him. In this world, it's always good to get to know more people. Before the two of them could reply, Lan Ningxuan pushed Lu Jianli forward. The former looked worried. After seeing that Qin Feng was fine, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Jianli's expression remained normal, but her attention was always on the red-haired man and the woman in the green skirt. Yun's group also rushed over because of the energy released by the red-haired man in front.
It's actually them.
A look of surprise flashed in Yun's eyes. And she obviously knew this man and woman. The woman in the green skirt was the first to announce her family name.
You may.
As she finished speaking, she slightly opened the opening of her skirt, revealing her white python-like thighs. Why are you showing your legs if you don't agree with me? My wife is still here. Qin Feng followed his body's instinct and looked over. Then his eyes widened. It wasn't the dazzling thighs that attracted his attention, but something else. Under the opening of the green skirt, there is a pair of tight black trousers, and a token hangs on the trousers. Red lotus pattern, 3 gold stars, and the outer ring is engraved with star-like platinum stone.
36 star token,
Haiden Tu said solemnly, obviously recognizing this token. It turned out that you were also staring at her thighs, which was shameless. Qin Feng secretly spat, and thought to himself,
I am an old acquaintance with Mr. Zhou Kai, and with such a strong strength, this level of status is reasonable. Middle.
He turned his head and looked at the red-haired man. Since the woman named Yume was a 36 star, the identity of this man should not be far different. Could it be that he was also a 36 star?
Zentianyi,
the red-haired man said calmly. Zentianyi. Where have you heard this name before? Qin Feng lowered his head and pondered. At the same time, He Tantu on the side looked shocked and murmured,
Sword madness.
Knife mad? Qin Feng's mouth opened wide as he finally remembered Zentianyi's name. There are 3 12 god generals in the Southern Territory who are in charge all year round, and one of them is known to the world as the god of swordsmen. The one-handed sword Dharma crown is unparalleled in the world. This red-haired man turned out to be a knife maniac. Perhaps because he saw that there was something wrong with the expressions of several people. Dad held up an umbrella and slowly stepped forward and asked in a low voice,
Fomer, who are they? Do you know them?
If you don't know them, why don't you drive them away?
Before he finished speaking, Qin Feng hurriedly interrupted.
Master Zhou has already explained to me in his letter that you two must be tired after traveling a long distance here. If you don't mind it, you might as well go to your house and rest first. And I'll let the kitchen prepare meals for you too.
This cheating father actually wants to drive away a 36 star and a god general? Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Yume whispered,
There is no need for meals. Just prepare a guest room for us. 2 rooms.
Zhentian said suddenly. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. But he didn't say anything more. There seemed to be something unusual about the relationship between the two. Qin Feng secretly took a look, and then ordered Qing'er to take the 2 adults to the empty guest room. Zhentian took a step forward, and when he passed by Qin Jianan, his figure suddenly paused. He glanced to one side with something in mind. He paused for only a moment before he took another step. But the corners of his mouth were slightly raised for some unknown reason. Yume followed closely behind, and the 2 of them followed Qing'er towards the house. Passing by the others, Lan Ningxuan looked alert. Lu Jianli didn't squint, and remained calm. It wasn't until the 2 figures turned the corner with Qing'er and disappeared from sight that the expressions of everyone present slowly returned to normal. Fomer, eldest brother. Who are they?
The whole family said in unison. Qin Feng looked around and slowly explained the identities of the 2 people. Chapter 138 Madam. Stop looking. The family members all took a deep breath after learning the identity of the man and woman. For a down-and-out noble family like them, 36 stars are unimaginable, let alone 12 divine generals. You know, the 12 divine generals of the Demon Slayer Division are equivalent to the second-grade military attaches of Dakian.
Fomer, how do you know such a big shot?
Yang asked softly, with some worry in her eyes.
It's not that I know each other. These 2 adults are old acquaintances of Mr. Zhou, the secretary of Qiyuan City. And Mr. Zhou and I have some friendship because of our previous trip to Qiyuan City. So he wrote and trusted me to welcome those 2 people. Qin Feng answered truthfully and handed over the letter in his hand. After taking a quick glance, the family members roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Yang patted her chest, breathed a sigh of relief and said,
That's good. I thought something big had happened. But brother, why would such a person come to this small Jinong city?
The second brother seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly raised such doubts.
I don't know either.
Qin Feng shook his head. Generally speaking, wherever there are powerful demons and monsters causing trouble, the 36 stars and the 12 divine generals will appear. Now that such 2 big figures have suddenly arrived in Jinong City, Qin Feng will inevitably think in a bad direction. The last time all the big shots he knew gathered together was when Qiyuan City was invaded by Jia Shang. Could it be that this time too? Qin Feng frowned and thought of the Shenggongfeng group last night. Those people also came inexplicably. He only felt that there seemed to be some undercurrent surging in this small Jinyang city. He raised his head and looked at the gloomy sky. It was raining continuously, just like his mood at the moment. Because of the rain, everyone was in a hurry at the gate of Jinyang City. A horseman pulling goods did not wear any protection from the rain and was soaked in the rain. He hid under the city gate and parked the carriage aside. After finding a shelter from the rain, he wiped the rain off his face and breathed a sigh of relief.
Damn it. It's always raining in this cold winter month.
The middle-aged groom cursed as he squeezed the rainwater from his clothes. Due to the cold weather, he was wet all over. After wringing out the rainwater, he breathed at his hands. But even so, I still feel the slightest coolness penetrating into my skin. Hearing this, the guard guarding the city smiled and said,
It's useless no matter how much you complain about God's matters. And this rain is nothing. The rain a few days ago was so heavy that the thunder and lightning scared everyone to death. Is there such a thing?
The middle-aged groom went out to pull goods some time ago, but was not in Jinyang City. He seemed to have thought of something, patted his forehead and said,
I was curious why I saw so many bugs on the road when I came here. They must have been forced out of the ground by the heavy rain a few days ago. But you didn't see it. At that time, a large centipede swam by the edge of the grass. It was as thick as my arm. But it shocked me. Oh, such a big centipede is almost becoming a spirit.
The city guard said in surprise.
That's right. My horse was frightened and ran wildly for more than 2 miles before it recovered. Where did you meet him? If I go out for anything in the future, I will have to stay away from him. Then don't worry. It's more than dozens of miles away.
Huh?
Why am I sweating all over? Is it because I have a cold or a fever?
The middle-aged groom looked puzzled. He touched his forehead and found that the temperature was as normal. But when I glanced at the sleeves of the shirt again, I saw that they were dry. What's happening here?
Hiss when you say that. I feel a little stuffy too.
The city guard wiped his forehead. With the weather, he was actually sweating. The two of them looked around in shock and confusion. The middle-aged groom pointed at a spot on the ground and exclaimed,
Why is this ground so dry?
The guard then looked around and saw that the water on the ground that should have been muddy had evaporated, and the land was dry and cracked,
like earth that had been exposed to the sun. And this trace extends all the way along the city gate into the city. It's like something just passed by here. But the strangest thing is here. The two of them have been staying at the city gate. Where did they see anything else? Gudong. The sound of swallowing. The two looked at each other, feeling chills standing on end. In the quiet wealthy merchant's mansion, and in the lobby that smelled of blood, the man behind the scenes suddenly opened his eyes. He looked outside the lobby, in the courtyard where it was supposed to be rainy and continuous. The water vapor evaporated. The ground was dry and cracked, and the leaves were withered. In the dry well, another whimpering sound came out. High in the sky, the dark clouds slowly dispersed, and the rain gradually eased. After a while, a figure gradually emerged, wearing a green dress. He turned out to be a slim and beautiful person with a pure white complexion and blue eyelids. But there was deep resentment and murderous intent in his eyes.
Leba, you're here too.
A hoarse voice echoed in the lobby. Due to the arrival of Jintiani and Yu Mei, Qin Feng did not go out to Ting Yushuan, but chose to stay at the mansion. After the two people entered the guest room under the leadership of Qing'er, there was no movement.
I don't know why these two adults came to Jinyang City. I always feel panicked.
Qin Feng stretched his arms and looked out the window. The rain had stopped.
Why does it feel a little stuffy? Is it my imagination?
Qin Feng said to himself. Generally speaking, it will be hot and muggy before it rains, and it should get cooler after it rains, especially in a month like this. However, the current situation is completely opposite to what was expected. The weather was abnormal. Strange things happened one after another, and big shots that were unimaginable came to this small town. Qin Feng, who couldn't figure out what to do, only felt depressed. He exhaled and stood up. He couldn't stay in the room any longer, so he planned to go to Hutting in advance to treat Lu Jianli's meridian's injury. After walking through several corridors, I saw two beautiful figures in the lake pavilion at a glance. One blue and one white, complementing each other. As beautiful as a picture scroll.
Uncle, why are you here and you want to go out?
Lan Ningxuang smiled when she saw Qin Feng. She probably didn't even notice that as long as Qin Feng was around, she would always be in a particularly happy mood, with tenderness and smiles on her brows. Lu Jianli also turned his head and looked at him. Qin Feng replied,
I won't go out today. I am staying at home, so I want to come and treat the Meridians as soon as possible. Is it convenient for you?
He looked at Lu Jianli and cast a questioning look. The latter nodded slightly and lightly opened his red lips.
Okay.
After receiving a positive reply, Qin Feng smiled slightly, and then began to treat the other party as usual. Time passed quietly between the fingers. At the corner of the corridor, two figures were sneaking around. Qin Jianan said helplessly,
Madam, it's not good if we keep doing this. Right. Why is it bad to care about your own children and wife? But you don't care about anything at home. You need me to worry about everything.
Nyang frowned slightly. Her tone was quite dissatisfied.
Okay, then I'll listen to you.
Qin Jianan was defeated. The two of them stuck their heads out and began to peek at the lake pavilion. After a while, Qin Jianan turned his head and suddenly discovered that there were two more people beside him. It was Jin Tianyi and Yu Mei. Looking at the other party's curious expression, he looked a little embarrassed and pushed his elbow to the side.
Madam, stop looking. Keep your voice down. Be careful not to be overheard by Feng and the others.
Nyang warned in a low voice without looking back.
You two, what are you doing?
A cold voice sounded. When Nyang heard this, her body suddenly stiffened. She turned around slowly and saw only the two important people who came to the house today.
It turns out it's you. Why did you come out of the guest room?
Nyang asked with a smile.
I came out to walk around when I had nothing to do. Didn't it hinder you?
Yu Mei said softly.
It's nothing. Just take a look. If necessary, just ask the people in the house to do it.
Nyang replied hurriedly.
Thank you very much.
Yu Mei bowed slightly.
No need to be polite. Master, I suddenly remembered that I made soup for you in the kitchen. It's almost time. Let's go back. Okay.
Qin Jianan hugged the two of them. Then he and Nyang left as if they were running away. Jin Tianyi's eyes were always locked on Qin Jianan. His eyes filled with meaning. He didn't look back until the other person's back disappeared around the corner of the corridor.
You seem to be quite interested in the head of the Qin family?
Yu Mei asked curiously.
I'm just thinking of someone in my memory.
Jin Tianyi did not mention this matter, but looked up at the lake pavilion. Chapter 139. A martial artist is more suitable to pretend. Chapter 139. A martial artist is more suitable for pretending.
How?
Jin Tianyi asked inexplicably.
Lu Jianli's reputation is well deserved. At the age of 19, he has already comprehended the 5th level 10,000 God realm of sword intent and reached the peak of the 4th level Shenwu. I am not as good as her.
Yu Mei sighed.
But I heard that she failed to overcome the tribulation in the 10,000 sword sect and was pierced by the 9th level thunder. She was also broken by the sword energy. The meridians connecting the upper and lower body were broken, blocking the flow of energy, and her cultivation level plummeted. At this moment, it seems that these rumors are not credible at all.
Jin Tian rubbed his chin. With his strength, he had already estimated the general situation of Lu Jianli when they were cutting each other in the air.
I'm afraid those rumors may not be false,
Yu Mei said lightly.
Oh.
Jin Tianyi was very interested, as if waiting for an explanation.
I can feel that the flow of energy in Lu Jianli's body is a bit strange, and the meridians in her body are indeed damaged. Maybe someone helped her heal the damage to her meridians.
Because of his eyes, Yu Mei's perception has been different from ordinary people since he was a child. So he can discover some details that Jin Tianyi has not discovered.
Is there such a thing?
Jin Tian raised his eyebrows. Even the imperial doctors in Fengtian City are helpless to deal with diseases such as broken meridians. Who has such medical skills? He looked at the lake pavilion and saw the white needle in Qin Feng's hand, with a look of surprise on his face.
Could it be that boy who cured Lu Jianli?
Jin Tianyi asked. Yu Mei nodded slightly.
This Qin family is interesting.
Jin Tian grinned, turned around and walked away, saying at the same time,
Let's go. This young couple is so sweet. Don't look at it anymore, or you will be disliked by others.
Yu Mei didn't reply, with an envious look on his face, and then followed closely. In the lake pavilion, it wasn't until the two of them were far away that Lu Jianli regained her strength. She lowered her head and looked at Qin Feng, who was treating her seriously, with the latter's figure in her eyes. The corners of his mouth also raised slightly inadvertently. The breeze blew by, blowing the hair around the ears, and ripples appeared on the lake surface. The leaves rustled and raindrops dripped from the leaves. It seemed like such a good day. The next day, when the morning sun broke, Qin Feng got up. Under Qinger's service, he put on his clothes, washed up, and then left the room and walked toward the courtyard. The sign erected in the corridor has not been removed. Even if Lan Ningxuang and the others have broken through to the 6th level of Shenwu, with the help of Chongyuan formation, they can still continue to use heavy pressure to condense the energy in their bodies. The sound of the collision of gold and gold reached his ears. Qin Feng turned the corner and saw Haiten Tu and his second brother sparring. The halberd and the narrow-edged sword collided in midair, and every time they clashed, they could create a wave of air. Once a martial artist reaches the 6th level, he will be able to control his energy more easily, and his offensive power will naturally increase greatly. The second brother is already very proficient in the use of the 2nd level of Tiangang Yuanzhan. In addition, he has entered the 6th level of Shenwu gathering strength. This 3rd level of Qianjun can be taught to him. Qin Feng thought like this and shouted to stop the two of them. Brother! Uncle! The two lowered their weapons and said Lo. Qin Feng nodded slightly, and just as he was about to step into the courtyard, he put his raised right foot back again. The Chongyuan formation is still there, and with his body, if he steps into it, he will definitely be embarrassed. Fortunately, I responded in time. Otherwise the image of the elder brother would have collapsed. He coughed dryly and called his second brother to him. I have said before that when you step into the 6th level, I will explain to you the use of Qianjun, the 3rd level of Tiangang Yuanzhan. I happen to have nothing to do today, so I will talk to you in detail. The second brother was excited when he heard this. He Tantu also stepped forward. Then, just like when he taught sword skills before, Qin Feng carved the moves on the ground and dictated the secret of how to move his energy. Then the second brother wielded the sword technique based on his own understanding, and Qin Feng pointed out its shortcomings. Due to the similarities between Qianjun's force technique and the 2nd level of sword intention, as well as the 6th grade Shenwu force concentration, the second brother only made one mistake this time, and after being corrected, he quickly realized it. Not bad, Qin Feng lightly praised, but in his heart, he was very envious of his second brother's talent. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded above the head. I heard a good sound of sword dancing. When I came over to see it, it turned out that someone was practicing Tiangang Yuan / Dot. The three of them were surprised and looked up, only to see Zhen Tian Yi Duan wearing a red cloak sitting on the beam, looking at them with interest. Without seeing how much force he exerted, his body landed lightly in front of the three of them. Lord General. Qin Feng and the others greeted him respectfully. Zhen Tian looked at the move diagrams carved on the ground, rubbed his chin and said, Interesting. I have never seen a literate saint who can guide Shenwu warriors to learn martial arts moves. When the second brother heard this, he said with pride in his tone, How can my eldest brother be comparable to those ordinary scholars? He Tantu also nodded in approval. His uncle's ability was obvious to all, and he admired it very much. Don't be like this. Although I like the feeling of being holy in front of others, but it's enough for you guys to praise me in front of real bosses. Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed when he looked at the boss's joking eyes, and hurriedly changed the subject. Master General, how do you know this is Tiangang Yuanzhan? De Qian worshipped martial arts, and various sword techniques emerged one after another. Even a master who practiced swordsmanship would not be able to recognize Tiangang Yuanzhan at just one glance. Zhen Tian replied, Because this is the sword technique I created. As soon as these words came out, the three of them were shocked. Is it such a coincidence? Qin Feng looked stunned. Back then, when I stepped into the 3rd level of sword intention and my heart was clear, I cut off 300 feet of river water with one sword. I felt inspired and created this sword technique. I thought that this sword technique would only be sealed in my memory, but I didn't expect to see someone practicing this sword technique today. Zhen Tian felt a little emotional, cutting off 300 feet of river water with one knife. Qin Feng opened his mouth and imagined the scene. It was as exciting as the Master Spear Immortal turning a lake of cold water into a spear and piercing the ice dragon. Sure enough, a martial artist is more suitable to pretend to be a saint in front of others. Qin Feng showed an envious look, thinking about himself. He is a weak scholar who can't create any big scene at all. Master General, how far do you think my second brother can go on the sword path? Qin Feng raised his head and asked. As the eldest brother, he is naturally very concerned about his second brother's future. And the man in front of him is Sword Kuang, one of the 12 divine generals. His understanding of the art of swords is naturally unrivaled in the world. It's always right to ask him. When the second brother and He Tantu heard this question, they also looked at Zhen Tian curiously. The latter pondered for a moment and replied calmly. If you are not lucky, you may be able to realize the 4th level of the sword's hidden weapon realm in this life.
In other words, there is no chance of reaching the 5th level of the 10,000 Gods realm. Qin Feng's face darkened. Chapter 140. Seeking the Divine General. The 5 levels of artistic conception of the Divine Weapon Wei are Zhan Feng, Zhongyu, Clear Heart, Hidden Weapon, and 10,000 Gods realm. If you want to improve, it can be said that luck and talent are indispensable. Many warriors may not be able to reach the state of triple-mind enlightenment in their entire lives. This is a hurdle. Logically speaking, Senior Sword Maniac said that his second brother can spy on the realm of hidden weapons, which has proved his talent in the way of swordsmanship. But Qin Feng felt that this was not enough. Now that I have practiced swordsmanship, I naturally want to pursue the highest artistic conception of the weapon, the realm of the gods. However, what I practice is Wensheng Taoism. Even if I can help my second brother to a certain extent, it is still very limited. If you want your second brother to be more diligent in his practice, he still has to rely on a master who also practices swordsmanship. As for the choice of this master, Qin Feng glanced at the general and felt that the answer was far away and right in front of him. But how could such a big boss become someone's master so easily? So, he probed, Senior Jin, I wonder if you have any plans to recruit disciples. As soon as these words came out, the second brother and He Tantu both looked at him in surprise. How could they not hear the implication of these words? Jin Tian raised his eyebrows, but did not reply. Qin Feng added, Your attainments in the art of swordsmanship have reached the pinnacle. Haven't you ever thought about passing on your legacy? You must know that the reason why the current situation of Dacian demons running rampant has never been improved is because the strongest combat power in the country is still too small. The reason is still a matter of inheritance. The rolling Yangtze River flows eastward. The waves wash away the heroes. And the success or failure of right and wrong turns to nothing. Even though your sword technique can suppress demons and ghosts in this life. But let me put it bluntly. What will happen in 100 years or 1,000 years? You turn into withered bones. How can you still protect this side's safety? Therefore, you need a talented person to take over the mantle. And then carry forward the art of swordsmanship, so that all ghosts in the world will tremble the moment they see the light of the sword, and dare not make mistakes. The eldest brother, uncle-in-law, is really eloquent. The second brother and He Tantu looked at each other, and had the same idea. Especially the poem about the rolling water of the Yangtze River flowing eastward actually made them see the passage of time, and the desolation of the hero in his old age. In this era, the idea that inheritance really needs to be passed on comes into being. Jin Tian narrowed his eyes once or twice, recalling the poem in his mind. Half smiling but not smiling. Then who do you think is suitable to be my apprentice? Boss, aren't you asking questions knowingly? I made it so obvious. Qin Feng's face turned red, and he said seriously, I think my second brother is pretty good. At only 18 years old, he has already entered the 6th level of Shenwu. Moreover, you have also seen his talent in the way of the sword. With your guidance, it will not be difficult to realize the 5th level of sword intention and the 10,000 gods realm in the future. As soon as these words came out, the second brother and He Tantu both cast expectant glances at Jin Tian. Being able to become a disciple of the 12 divine generals will naturally have an immeasurable future. However, Jin Tian shook his head. I recognize his talent, but I'm sorry. I like an unrestrained life. If I accept a disciple, I will inevitably have concerns. But you don't have to be too depressed. I also know a few people in the demon slaying division. And I can also guide your second brother's practice. If I haven't met you, I can just find another knife master in the future. But after meeting you, how can others take notice of you? And your carefree temperament reminds me of that big white-legged sister in a green skirt. I always feel a little pitiful about her. Qin Feng's mind was spinning, wondering how to get this god general to change his mind. But Jin Tian obviously didn't intend to continue talking about this topic. After mentioning his second brother a few words, he planned to leave. The moment the Lord Divine General turned around, Qin Feng suddenly noticed the wine gourd hanging on the handle of the other silver-white long sword. And he immediately took it into his mind. He took out some unmixed immortal drunk from the sumer ring, then patted his second brother on the shoulder and comforted him. Second brother, you don't have to be so sad. There will be a time in life. But there is no time in life. Don't force it. The reason why the God General doesn't want to accept you as his disciple is because the fate between you two has not come. Come! Have a drink and relieve your worries. The second brother was confused when he heard this, although the Lord Divine General refused to accept him as his disciple, which made him a little frustrated. This was also what he expected. After all, what level of characters are the 12 God Generals? The geniuses I have seen are like Christian carp crossing the river. It's normal to have a higher vision and have a unique personality. The eldest brother must have misunderstood, thinking that I was in a bad mood, and wanted to buy me a drink to comfort me. The eldest brother was so kind to me, and the second brother was touched, so he wanted to reach out and take the wine, accepting his kindness. Unexpectedly, as soon as he raised his hand halfway, he saw his eldest brother's hand loosening the wine jar. But after all, the second brother practiced Shinwu Taoism, not to mention that he had reached the 6th level, and his reaction speed was not bad. The wine jar was still a foot away from the ground, so he held the wine jar firmly with one palm. The second brother breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Brother, you are too young." Before he finished speaking, Qin Feng's fingertips gathered together and stabbed the wine jar fiercely. Just listen to a click. The wine jar shattered. The wine spilled all over the floor, and the rich aroma of wine spread, intoxicating the heart and mind. The second brother looked at Qin Feng blankly. The heightened leader on the side was stunned. "Ah, second brother, why are you so careless? I've said it before. You have just entered the 6th level of power concentration, and you have unstable control over the strength in your hands. You should be more careful when picking up things. This immortal drunk is not an ordinary drink. It is rare in quantity and has a price but no market. Even if only I have it. You can't waste it like this." Fortunately, my reaction was not slow. I was almost ruined by my second brother. Qin Feng thought of this and looked to the other side slightly. As soon as Gentian stopped, he was already captivated by the rich aroma of wine. The famous sword madman has only 2 hobbies in his life, wielding the most powerful swords and drinking the strongest wine. Along the way to the sword path, he had almost reached the top. And this is the strongest wine. With his status, he has drunk countless fine wines. However, compared with the aroma of wine he smells at this moment, those wines seem to be completely inadequate. In just a blink of an eye, Gentiani's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already holding a knife and squatting in front of the wine spilled on the ground, smelling the intoxicating aroma of wine. He had a look of pain on his face. "What is this wine called?" "The immortal is drunk," Qin Feng replied. "Only you have it?" "Only I have it." Gentian stood up, and after a moment of silence, he asked again, "Do you have any more?" When Qin Feng heard this, he looked embarrassed. "There are indeed some. Set a condition. But don't even think about becoming a disciple." As Gentiani, how could he not see Qin Feng's little thoughts? And Qin Feng naturally understood that it was definitely unrealistic for his second brother to worship a god as his master with just a jar of wine. However, all he wanted was an initial breakthrough. Qin Feng took a breath, clasped his fists and bowed. "I beg the Lord General to guide my second brother in the practice of swordsmanship before leaving Jinyang City. It is not necessary to be a master and a disciple, but to support the younger generations as a senior." When the second brother and He Tantu saw him, they also cupped their fists and bowed in salute. Gentian glanced at the 3 of them and fell into deep thought. Just when Qin Feng was extremely nervous, he just heard, "Bring me the wine!" He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the stone in his heart finally fell. "Master God, please use it." Chapter 141, With our relationship. Do we need to be so close? In the courtyard, Gentian lifted the wine jar with one hand and raised his head to drink. In a short time, only half of the wine in the wine jar was left. He reluctantly stopped, wiped the wine stain from his mouth with his arm, and exclaimed, "Happy. This type of spirit is undoubtedly the best in the world." The second brother was also standing not far away, holding a narrow-edged knife in his hand, a little at a loss, until Gentian put away the wine jar and said, "How do you understand the 3rd level of Tiangang Yuanzhan?" The second brother replied, "Although I haven't mastered the key points, I can still use it reluctantly." Gentian raised his brows and moved his right hand, and the branches in the courtyard broke off and fell into his hands. "Throw the knife at me. Don't hold back." When the second brother heard this, a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But just for this slight hesitation, Gentiani scolded him. "You are a martial artist with a knife. What do you look like to your mother-in-law? You don't even have the courage to take a stab at me. And you want to take it to the next level? Swords are more important than skills. And swords are more important than power. If you don't have the ambition to defeat all ambitions in your heart, you should change your weapon as soon as possible." When the second brother heard this, the hesitation in his eyes disappeared. He held the narrow-edged knife tightly in his right hand, ready to go. When Gentian saw it, he grinned. "Draw out the sword." "Good. Qin Feng looked at the scene in the courtyard and sighed in his heart. Famous teachers produce great disciples, which is worthy of the saying passed down from generation to generation. Although he was able to teach his second brother martial arts moves, he was unable to teach the latter the most crucial elements of spirit and intention. Being able to get guidance from the sword madman can be regarded as the second brother's blessing. But this alone is not enough. Senior Dao Quang cannot stay in Jinan City for a long time. There will always be a day when he leaves. At that time, who should the second brother ask for guidance? Only when the master-disciple relationship between the two is truly established can I feel relieved. Qin Feng lowered his head and pondered, then turned his head to look to one side. Haiden too was staring at the courtyard with all his concentration. Zhen Tianyi instructs his second brother. Although he is talking about the art of swordsmanship, the spirit and intention of Shenwu can be used universally in many situations. It is no wonder that Haiden too is so serious at the moment. Qin Feng did not interrupt and chose to leave silently. As he passed the corner, he felt the whiteness in front of him dazzling him. Taking a closer look, Yumei was leaning against the wall quietly with her arms folded across her chest. From the opening of the green skirt, her left leg, which is as smooth and white as white jade, is clearly exposed. Who can bear this? Qin Feng did not dare to look further and bowed and saluted. Senior Yu. The woman in the green skirt spoke with a cold voice. There have been many talented people from big families who wanted to ask Tianyi to teach them sword skills. But in the end, they all failed. You have an idea. Think of using wine as a favor. The God General is a man of temperament. I can't hide my little thoughts from him. He is willing to guide my second brother. Although it is because of the jar of wine, it is not entirely because of the wine. In fact, the junior is also very curious as to why the Lord God General suddenly changed his mind. Qin Feng said truthfully, how can someone who can become a 12 divine generals be swayed by the desires of his mouth and stomach? Immortal drunkenness was just an opportunity. But the real reason why Zhen Tianyi was willing to mentor his second brother was definitely not the jar of wine. Qin Feng can still understand this truth. Yumei nodded slightly. You know very well that besides the jar of wine, there are two reasons why he is willing to give guidance. First, he was moved by your words. Demons are running rampant. Bones are exposed. And the great Qian dynasty is in decline. Even many sects and martial arts masters cherish their own things. And he also wants to change this situation. The second reason is that he thinks that your second brother is good at practicing Tiangang Yuanzhan. Needless to say, the first level of reason is just the literal meaning. The key is the second level. After thinking about it, Qin Feng guessed a possibility. Tiangang Yuanzhan is a sword technique created by the Divine General when he was young. Although the second brother and the Divine General are not known as masters and disciples, they practice the same sword technique together, which can be regarded as fate. Therefore, the Divine General will be willing to give guidance. I didn't expect that the Tiangang Yuan / that I taught my second brother could have such an effect. As if it was God's will. Qin Feng sighed with emotion. Senior Yu, is there any way you can get the Lord General to accept my second younger brother as his disciple? Hearing this, the woman in the green skirt was silent for a moment, then shook her head. He likes to be unrestrained and doesn't want to be worried. What can I do? The woman obviously had something unsaid, but Qin Feng could hear the helplessness and resentment in her tone. Senior Yu really likes Lord Divine General. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and spat in his heart. The emotions of such a beauty are so obvious. Yet Master Dao Quang is not moved at all. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. Wait. Because Dao Quang Zhen Tianyi yearns for freedom. He is unwilling to accept a disciple. Nor is he willing to face the emotions of Senior Yu. In other words, Senior Yu and I should be in the same camp. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and pretended to sigh. It is indeed difficult to change a person's personality, but it is not completely impossible. Just like a solid city wall, it is indeed difficult to break through. However, if a hole can be made in it, it will only be a matter of time before the wall collapses. Senior Yu, what do you think? After saying this, Qin Feng glanced at the woman in green skirt, who looked thoughtful, and said no more. Then I'd like to say goodbye first. If Senior Yu needs anything, just ask everyone in the house to do so. After saying this, he left in a hurry. Yumei walked slowly to the corner of the corridor and looked into the courtyard. At this moment, Zhen Tianyi was still instructing another young man in swordsmanship, with a rather happy expression. Seeing this scene, she murmured, if you accept a disciple, you will have worries. If you have worries, you will no longer be free. When the time comes, how can you still reject me on this ground? Senior Yu, as a 36 star, can definitely understand what I mean. But I don't know if she will take the bait and stand in the same camp as me. Women in love are blind. As long as she likes Senior Dao Quang enough, she should take action. I can use fine wine to hold Senior Dao Quang off first. And then Senior Yu will be more confident when he takes action. But second brother, you have to live up to your expectations. If your talent in the art of swordsmanship is too poor, Senior Sword Maniac will look down upon you. Then all my efforts will be in vain. Qin Feng was walking in the house, thinking constantly in his mind, and felt that he was too competent for his role as the elder brother. At this moment, he saw a group of people from Yin gathered at the gate of Qin Mansion. Are you leaving? Qin Feng asked curiously. Wang Su nodded. I originally wanted to stay for a while, but the auction of Jubiozai is about to start, and the young master needs to go back in advance to take care of things. Qin Feng understood and looked at Yin, who was dressed in white and disguised as a man. The injury on his right arm had healed, and there was indeed no need to stay here any longer. There is no banquet in the world that lasts forever. I wish Brother Yin a safe journey, Qin Feng said, while opening his arms as if to give the other party a hug. Seeing this, Yin hurriedly took a step back. A trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes, and he shouted softly, What are you going to do? Practice it for you? Does the relationship between Brother Yin and I need to be so close? While speaking, Qin Feng took another step forward. Wang Su and Wang Su raised their hands, but stopped talking. When the maids on the side saw this, they were nervous and expecting. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Yin was quick to think and found a reasonable excuse. Wait! The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. Just keep the friendship between you and me in your heart. There is no need to show it on the surface. You are indeed a scholar. Your mind works so fast. It makes sense. Qin Feng remained calm on the surface, but in his heart, he said it was a pity. He originally wanted to test whether the other party was broad-minded enough. After everyone stepped out of the Qin mansion, Yin looked at Qin Feng, who was seeing him off, feeling a little reluctant in his heart. I will remember the life-saving grace I gave you. I will repay you one day. We will meet again later. See you later. The group of people rode up the horse. Yin took a deep look at Qin Feng and then raised the reins of the horse. Just hearing the neighing of horses and the trampling of horse hooves, the group of people drifted away. Qin Feng didn't feel too sad. He and the other party had met by accident. Moreover, they still have cooperation, and they will definitely meet again in the future. It is just a matter of time. I saved your life, and I haven't asked you for reward yet. Since ancient times, debts of gratitude have been the hardest to repay. Young master of Jubiozai in Yulin City, just wait for me to slowly pick you up. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and entered the Qin mansion again. Chapter 142, A Kiss Under the Moon. The 2 days passed quickly. The weather in the city is constantly changing. Sometimes it is rainy, and sometimes it is extremely hot. It always makes people feel that this is not winter, but summer. Qin Feng took the time these 2 days to practice medicine at the entrance of Baoyatang to accumulate literary talent. In the afternoon, I went to Tinjiaxuan and memorized the books. He had not seen Miss Song in Tinjiaxuan during this period, which made him extremely disappointed. He also asked the bad old man if he knew what Miss Song had been doing these days, but the reply he received was just a sneer. This was quite what he expected. It is worth mentioning that when walking on the streets of the city, you can see the figures of the Shingonfang group from time to time, no matter when they leave Qin Mansion in the morning or return to Qin Mansion at night. Those people are always busy repairing the damaged streets and buildings, working day and night, racing against time. He is worthy of the title of Rolling King. But Qin Feng is still curious. Who invited the people from Shingonfang? Under the guidance of Senior Sword Maniac, my second brother's sword skills indeed have more charm than before, but I always feel a little bit uncomfortable in my heart. It was as if the students he had worked so hard to train were abducted by other teachers. I heard from Hei Tantu that Senior Yu seems to have been in front of Lord Sword Maniac from time to time in the past 2 days, consciously or unconsciously praising his second brother's talent with swords. It seems that the words I hinted at before worked, and Senior Yu has joined the camp that persuades Lord Dao Quang to accept disciples. I just don't know when substantial progress will be made. Speaking of which, all the injuries to the meridians in Lu Jinli's body will be healed tonight. By then, she will be able to stand up again and become the sword god that everyone is looking for. Qin Feng thought of the beautiful figure in white, and his expression became a little dazed. The two were not supposed to cross paths, but the ancestral marriage contract gave them an inexplicable connection when they were born. The Lu family was at its peak, while the Qin family was in despair and left Jinan City. The ancestral marriage contract naturally became a joke. No one thought the two families would consummate their engagement. As a result, Lu Jianli failed to survive the catastrophe and was knocked down from the mortal world. Mr. Lu accepted the engagement and married her away here. Who could guess such a thing? Qin Feng shook his head with emotion, his memory drifting back to the wedding day. The beauty was wearing red makeup, holding a fan in her hand. At this moment, he could still clearly remember the delicacy, softness, and faint warmth when he held the other person's hand. On the wedding night, the beauty changed into white clothes and sat alone in the courtyard, looking up at the sky with empty eyes. That lonely back figure was extremely heart-wrenching to see. He remembered the way the opponent's right hand tactfully controlled the water flow, as if commanding it with his arm. He remembered the elegance with which the other party's jade fingers gently opened her red lips while eating noodles. He remembered the opponent's talent of turning water into a dragon and using water to turn into a sword. He recalled how powerful the opponent's sword was to cut through the bones and the clouds to break through the moon. Shu Shu shivered in the thunderstorm, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with peerless youthfulness. It turned out that the two of them had experienced so much without even realizing it. The fairy in heaven may fall into the mortal world, but that will only stay for a moment. If you are cured, will you leave and try to become the master of swordsmanship again? Qin Feng murmured to himself, feeling a little disappointed at this moment. Look up to the sky. The bright moon is like frost. The good wind is like water, and it is infinitely pure. Unfortunately, no one saw him. When did I become so pretentious? Qin Feng laughed dumbly, then let out a breath and walked towards the lake pavilion. Miss, after tonight, your body will recover and you can stand up again, Lan Ningxuang said excitedly in the lake pavilion. Yes, Lu Jianli responded lightly. The damaged meridians in her body were basically restored. With her ability to control her body, she could actually walk like a normal person. However, if the meridians are not completely repaired, there will eventually be some problems with the flow of energy, which will affect her practice in the Xinwu Dao tradition. She looked up to the sky, and before she knew it, she had been here for nearly 2 months. A lot really happened. At this moment, what slowly emerged in my mind was the figure in black. Lu Jianli seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly asked, Ningxuang, if I want to express my gratitude to someone, what can I do? She used to live an unchanging life, either practicing or practicing swordsmanship. As a result, she didn't know how to do many things in the world. Miss, is the person you are talking about my uncle? Lan Ningxuang asked curiously. Lu Jianli nodded slightly. Lan Ningxuang pondered for a moment and murmured, if you are an ordinary person, just give some gifts and express your gratitude. But the young lady and the uncle are husband and wife, so there is no need to stick to these things. By the way, the Lu family's grandma told me a way. Lan Ningxuang's eyes flashed, and she stepped forward to whisper something to Lu Jianli. When the two of them separated, Lu Jianli's fair face had a faint hint of pink, which was really beautiful. Really? She asked uncertainly. Grandma of the Lu family knows a lot. Since she said so, she must be right. Ah, miss, my uncle is here, Lan Ningxuang reminded in a low voice. Lu Jianli heard the words and sat upright again. The trance just now prevented her from noticing the arrival of the other party. Qin Feng walked to Hutting and felt that the atmosphere here was a bit strange. Lan Ningxuang left for an excuse, and she would not disturb the world that should belong to the two of them. After Qin Feng watched Ningxuang leave, he looked at the beauty in white again. I don't know if it was his imagination, but Lu Jianli's expression seemed a little unnatural tonight, and there seemed to be a hint of pink on his smooth-skinned face. Could it be the light? Qin Feng shook his head, exhaled and said, after tonight, the damage to the meridians in your body will be completely repaired. Yes, Lu Jianli responded lightly. The reaction was the same as usual. Qin Feng sighed secretly. He originally wanted to see some clues from the other party's face. After the injury recovers, will Lu Jianli choose to stay or leave? Although we are called husband and wife, I may just be a passerby on her life road. That's all. Instead of thinking about whether these are all there are, it's better to ask her directly after she is cured. Qin Feng thought like this, then calmed down and calmed down. He took out the healing liquid. His fingertips gathered together, and he concentrated on it. When practicing medicine, it is taboo to have random thoughts. So naturally, he would not make such a mistake. After several long hours passed, Qin Feng put away his hands and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The treatment obviously took a long time. But Qin Feng felt that the time passed very quickly. The damage to the meridians was completely repaired, and all the energy in Lu Jinli's body returned to flow. The powerful energy swept around like a wave, making Qin Feng's hair fly and his clothes rustle. Lu Jinli calmed down the energy in his body easily, and everything returned to calm. Then she stood up slowly under Qin Feng's complicated eyes. "Thank you." The red lips parted slightly, and a sound as crisp as the collision of jade came out. The beauty stood on tiptoes and lifted her hair from her ears. "You're welcome." Before he finished speaking, Qin Feng's eyes widened and he looked stunned. There was a gentle touch on the cheek and a warm breath. A little itchy, but also a little sweet. "Thank you," another murmured. Lu Jinli stepped back. Her face turned crimson under the moonlight. Her green hair fluttered in the night wind, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. Even though Qin Feng was the Chiu Meishan car god in his previous life, his brain also shut down in an instant. Chapter 143. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Looking at the other party's astonished expression, Lu Jinli felt her cheeks feel a little hot. She had never felt like this before. My heart beat faster, and I breathed a little faster. Why is this happening? It was obviously just a simple greeting, as Ningxuang said. Lu Jinli didn't understand. She felt that it was easier to practice swordsmanship, and everything would fall into place. Even if you encounter a bottleneck, you can still find a solution. But there are so many things you need to pay attention to when interacting with others, let alone a couple with a close relationship. When it comes to feelings, she is like a blank sheet of paper, a little at a loss. Qin Feng slowly came back to his senses and touched his cheek. "Are you dreaming?" He pinched his palm hard. It hurt. It was not a dream. Qin Feng opened his mouth but stopped talking. What I originally planned to ask. At this moment, I couldn't even say it. The moonlight is lonely, and the night wind is intoxicating. The two of them just looked at each other quietly, without anyone speaking. Feelings are brewing in this silence. Qin Feng took a deep breath and was about to take the initiative. Outside the lake pavilion, at the corner of the corridor, there were sounds of pushing and whispering. "Why doesn't Feng move? My daughter's family has such a low reputation. Doesn't he know how to take the initiative?" Ernyang said anxiously. "This brat really doesn't have any eyesight. If you don't step forward and hug him right now, what are you waiting for? Thinking of me when I was young." Halfway through his words, his father's voice stopped abruptly. He felt a chill running down his spine and did not dare to say any more. "Sister-in-law is so beautiful, and she and my eldest brother are a perfect match. And, Dad, what were you going to say just now?" the second brother asked curiously, tilting his head. "Yes, Master. What did you just say?" Ernyang's tone was a little cold. "I didn't mean to say anything." Lan Ningxuang looked at the family and smiled helplessly. She originally wanted to secretly watch the progress of the young lady and her uncle. But when she came to her senses, she was already crowded with people. Among them was an unexpected one. "Leader Xingchen, you are a lieutenant in the army. Why not?" Lan Ningxuang seemed to be smiling, but not smiling. Xing Shum coughed dryly. "As a guard. Why should I care about the happiness of young lady? Is it strange? Wait, my uncle seems to be here? What?" Several people were shocked and looked at the lake pavilion again. Sure enough, they saw Qin Feng coming, his face full of resentment. "No, let's run." As soon as the father finished speaking, he looked around again. Apart from him and his wife, where was anyone else? Just as the two of them were stunned, Qin Feng appeared angrily behind them. "Mom and Dad, what are you doing here?" Qin Feng asked coldly. These two people really ruined his big deal. The atmosphere just now was over, and he was planning to stand side by side with Lu Jinli, hold hands, and talk about life and romance. By the way, if you give birth to a child in the future, what will the boy be called and what will the girl be called? In the end, the two of them just peeked and didn't know how to keep the noise down. The good atmosphere was completely ruined. How could he not be angry? Ernyang knew she had done something wrong, smiled apologetically, and tried to think of a way to pass the blame to her father. However, this time, Dad learned to be smart and said directly, "Tonight, I will sleep in the guest room." Returning to hutting again, Qin Feng sighed. Lu Jinli looked at him. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. With her level, she had naturally sensed what was happening around the corner. "My parents are as old as my parents, but they are still like children. It doesn't make people worry," Qin Feng said helplessly. "I think this is good," Lu Jinli said softly. "This family is not like the Lu family,
which follows etiquette, is serious and rigid, and only makes people feel interesting. Maybe she can change her mentality of failing to overcome the tribulation here. And that's why. Qin Feng looked at the beauty's smiling face and was stunned. After a while, he finally summoned up the courage to ask the question. What are your plans in the future? Will continue to stay in Qin Mansion? Or leave and pursue the Supreme Sword? Qin Feng felt unsure. Ning Xuan has asked this question before. Lu Jinli looked up at the moonlit sky. Have you asked? Could it be that she had already made a decision in her mind? What was your original answer? Qin Feng took a deep breath and became nervous for no reason. Since we are called husband and wife, we will never leave each other. When he said this, Lu Jinli's face was slightly red, but his eyes were extremely determined. Her character is as pure as her swordsmanship. Things you know for sure will not change easily. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this, and a stone in his heart finally fell. He remembered the promise made in the thunderstorm, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then I will never leave you. Looking up at the night sky, he was attracted by Lu Jinli's profile. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful. On the beam of another room in the Qin Mansion, Jun Tianyi and Yu Mei stood side by side. Although the guest room they were in was far away from the lake pavilion, with their eyesight, they could see everything just now clearly. Yu Mei glanced quietly at Jun Tianyi beside her, then looked at the two figures in the lake pavilion, and couldn't help but sigh. I don't know when this wood, which only has the way of swordsmanship, will be enlightened? Just as she was thinking this, Jun Tian said, Lu Jinli's talent is unparalleled for hundreds of years. Even if you are not as good as her in the way of swordsmanship, there is no need to sigh in frustration. Yu Mei sighed again when he heard this, only feeling that the future was long and the responsibilities were long and arduous. She calmed down and said calmly, Lu Jinli has already entered the 5th level 10,000 gods realm of sword intent at a young age. No one can reach it, not to mention hundreds of years, even thousands of years. Moreover, she is now at the peak of the 4th level of Shinwu Taoism. Breaking through to the 3rd level is just one opportunity away from her. By then, she will be the true swordsman. Sima Kong has the 3rd level of divine martial arts and the 5th level of spear intention, and is respected as the spear immortal. He is a 3rd level divine martial artist with a 5th level sword intent, and is known as a sword madman. In this case, when Lu Jinli reaches the 3rd level, won't he become a sword god? Is it an opportunity? Jun Tian raised his forehead and smiled. The moment she stood up, I felt a wave of energy fluctuations, which was a precursor to a breakthrough. If she wanted to, she could completely prove the hegemony of heaven and earth here. However, she must have been worried about something and forcibly suppressed the realm. Yu Mei looked shocked and murmured, Is there such a thing? She originally thought that after Lu Jinli's previous failure to cross the border, it would take some time to establish his hegemony again. But I didn't expect. If she really gets the confirmation of hegemony, it would be a bit shocking. Yu Mei sighed with emotion. Yes, even the old man sitting in the Sky Tower in Fontian City may not be able to predict how high a sword god under 20 years old can reach in the future. However, this is a great blessing for Dakian, Jun Tianyi said sincerely. Yu Mei also nodded in approval. After a while, Jun Tianyi's smile faded, and he said seriously, Can you sense the rats that have entered Jinyang City? Someone must have set up a formation here. Ever since I entered the city, the range I can sense has been extremely limited. Yu Mei shook her head. That's such a pity. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. I wanted to kill a few blind people first to add to the fun. Jun Tian touched the broken token in his arms, and said in a cold tone, Chapter 144 If Fenger bullies you, I'll help you teach him a lesson. Qin Feng had a dream, in which he and Lu Jinli lived a happy life. One is responsible for making money to support the family, and the other is responsible for being as beautiful as a flower and invincible in the world. They had a boy and a girl. The boy was as handsome as he was, and the girl was as beautiful as she was. But just as he was immersed in his sweet dream, a voice sounded in his mind and poured cold water on him. You are not allowed to have sex before you reach the 7th rank. You loser! Damn it! Qin Feng woke up suddenly, gasping for air. 7th rank! I must enter 7th rank as soon as possible. He clenched his fists and swore through gritted teeth. Why are you so anxious to enter the 7th rank? Of course it's because if you don't enter the 7th rank, you are not allowed to have sex. Qin Feng sighed, and then suddenly came back to his senses. Where did the sound come from? He turned his head and looked around. Then his eyes widened. In the room, on the chair in front of the table, a beautiful figure in white was sitting.
The green silk is like a waterfall, and the beauty is as natural as nature. It's not Lu Jianli. Why is she in my room? Sex in the same room? Lu Jianli repeated, placing her jade hand in front of her lips, lowering her head and thinking, as if thinking about something. It was so embarrassing. Qin Feng hurriedly said, "Why are you here?" Lu Jianli's thoughts were interrupted, and she slowly stood up. Ningxuang told me that after the wedding, the bride should serve tea to her parents-in-law. I didn't know that at first. Now that I heard about it, I naturally have to make up for it. And I can't lose etiquette. So it turns out that the family didn't care about Lu Jianli's situation at first. Qin Feng nodded and said, "Then I'll get dressed and go with you." "Okay." Lu Jianli nodded slightly, then stood there motionless. "No. I told you to change clothes. So you didn't even try to avoid it." Qin Feng was a little embarrassed. Although the two were known as husband and wife, they had not yet reached the stage of being honest with each other. So he naturally felt a little awkward. However, fortunately, the ancient's pajamas were tighter, and I don't have the habit of sleeping naked. If it were in the previous life. Qin Feng shook his head and stopped thinking. He lifted the quilt and put on his clothes. After washing up, he and Lu Jianli left the room. Lan Ningxuang also stayed at the door of the room. After seeing the two of them, she smiled and nodded. Then the three of them walked towards the Qin mansion lobby together. Qin Jianan was still drinking tea and chatting with his second wife. When he saw the three of them, his eyes widened. The second mother was also surprised and happy. "Why are you here?" She glanced at Lu Jianli, who was able to stand and walk again, feeling full of relief and joy. Qin Feng coughed dryly and told the whole story of the incident. Dad nodded and said with a smile, "That's it." When Erin Yang heard this, her eyes were full of smiles. She called Qinger and said something. The latter heard the words and left in a hurry. Lan Ningxuang brought the freshly brewed tea, slowly handed it to her young lady, and then signaled with her eyes. Lu Jianli understood, stretched out her white wrist and jade hand, picked up the tea, took a few steps forward, and handed it out. "Father, please drink tea." Qin Jianan smiled happily when he saw this. He said a few good words on his face, then took the tea and took a sip. Lu Jianli turned around, picked up another cup of tea, and handed it to Erin Yang. "Mother, please drink tea." Erin Yang was made of water after all. She took the tea with a smile on her face, but her eyes were red. She was so happy. Qin Feng was filled with emotions when he saw this scene. According to his understanding of ancient customs, the next step was for Erin Yang to tell Lu Jianli how to be a good wife. Sure enough, I heard Erin Yang say, "Jianli, since you are willing to call me mother, from now on, we will be a family in the true sense. I will tell you some things. If Fenger bullies you in the future, you must tell me, and I will help you teach him a lesson." There seems to be something wrong with the script. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at Erin Yang with a surprised look on his face. Where is the second mother who loves me so much on weekdays? What's more, how could he, a weak scholar, bully a high-level martial artist? This joke must be a bit big. Fortunately, at this time, my father showed displeasure and spoke. "Madam, what are you talking about?" Sure enough, at this time, his biological father, who is also a man, is still reliable. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. Unexpectedly, my father changed the subject. "Jianli, marrying Fenger really wronged you. But don't worry. If he bullies you in the future, just tell me directly. His mother is soft-hearted and may not be cruel, but I will definitely help you teach him a lesson." When Qin Feng heard this, he was stunned on the spot. He always felt that he was not the eldest young master of the Qin family, but a son-in-law who came to the door, pitiful and helpless. Lan Ningxuang on the side couldn't help laughing when she saw her uncle's expression. At this moment, Qinga hurried back, holding an exquisite wooden box in his hand. Erin Yang took the wooden box and opened it gently. Inside was a beautifully designed golden walking wave with tassels hanging down. "Jianli, come here." Erin Yang greeted. "My mother put this on my head for me when I got married, and now I give it to you." Lu Jianli took Jin Buyao. She had no interest in women's favorite rouge and jewelry, but at this moment, she felt warm in her heart. "Thank you, mother." Qin Jianan on the side saw this. His eyes widened. He touched the money bag in his arms, and then his expression froze. "Madam, you want to give a gift, but why didn't you inform me in advance?" "I'm not prepared." The father leaned close to Erin Yang and whispered in his ear. Erin Yang didn't take it seriously. "Send Qinger to go out
and buy a piece of jewelry and come back. This,
Qin Jian looked embarrassed. Not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't have the financial resources. Now that the Qin family's wealth and power are concentrated in Feng'er's hands, how can he have this spare money? Thinking of this, he raised his head and looked at Qin Feng in the lobby. Thinking about it,
Feng, come out. I have something to tell you.
Dad looked serious and took the lead to step out of the lobby. Qin Feng didn't know why, so he could only follow closely.
How is Wang Yueji's business lately?
Qin Jian asked with a dry cough. Seeing this, Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. As the saying goes, no one knows his son better than his father. The opposite is also true.
Dad, let's be honest. How much do you want?
When the father heard this, he immediately raised his finger.
1,000 taels.
Qin Feng's eyes widened.
Dad, what do you want so much money for? Your mother-in-law gave Jianli a golden walking stick. It is made from the craftsmanship of Yuxiafang in the imperial capital and is expensive. I have to give Jianli a piece of jewelry similar to it.
Right, Dad said plausibly.
That's the truth. But Dad, how can you ask your son for money to buy a gift for your daughter-in-law?
Qin Feng showed a strange look.
You brat. If I had money, why would I need to ask you for it? Get it quickly.
Dad acted like the head of the family. Qin Feng had no choice but to take out 1,000 taels of silver and handed it to the other party. Then glanced at him with disgust and turned to leave.
Wait a minute. After you get in, help me call Qinger out.
Dad ordered. Not long after, Qinger, wearing a green skirt, came outside the hall and asked curiously,
Master, what are your orders?
Qin Jian estimated the price of the golden buyao, took out 500 taels of silver from the purse Qin Feng had given him earlier, and said,
Hurry to the jewelry store in the city and buy the best jewelry.
Okay, sir.
Qinger loaded up the money and left in a hurry. When Qin Jian saw the other party walking away, he carefully put away the remaining money and returned to the lobby pretending to be casual. Chapter 145 The Three Great Masters of Kendo. Qin Feng now enjoys the feeling of being watched by everyone, even if these people's eyes are not focused on him.
This is Jinan City.
A crisp voice sounded from the side, and Lu Jianli's beautiful eyes moved as she looked around. After serving tea in the lobby, his parents gave instructions for him to take Lu Jianli out for a walk. At this moment, most of the people around him were attracted by Lu Jianli's beautiful appearance. I couldn't help but stop and look at it. Qin Feng only felt honored because the person standing next to him was his wife.
Yes, but such a remote town can certainly not be compared with the imperial capital Fengtian City.
Qin Feng replied, Since my father moved his family here when he was young, the original owner's memory of the imperial city is very vague. He only vaguely remembered that the imperial capital was very big, with people coming and going on the streets, all kinds of new things happening, and it was very lively. I don't know what the imperial capital looks like now after so long. Lu Jianli heard this and said calmly,
Although Fengtian City, the imperial capital, is prosperous, I don't have much impression of it. For as long as I can remember, I have stayed in the Lu mansion to practice swordsmanship and rarely left the house. When he was 15 years old, he was brought into the sect by the master of Wanjin sect.
Qin Feng understood and then asked,
Tell me, what is the Wanjin sect like?
There are countless people in Dakian who have established sects in the art of swordsmanship. Since when Wu was not the first and Wu was not the second, they naturally refused to obey anyone. But in today's world, there are three families whose attainments in swordsmanship are recognized by the world as the best. One is to leave home in military force. The second is the Sword Emperor City. The third one is the 10,000 Sword Sect. Lu Jianli's red lips parted slightly.
The Wanjin sect is built on the Piaomu Peak in the Southern Territory, and there are a total of 13 large and small sword peaks. Every sword peak has a peak master, and the one with the strongest strength is equivalent to the 36 stars of the Demon Slayer division. And the current generation sect leader is even more powerful than the 12 divine generals.
Qin Feng took a breath. It was hard to live up to his reputation. It's no wonder that Wanjin sect is respected by the world, and many martial arts warriors who practice swordsmanship yearn to go there to further their studies. Then Lu Jianli talked about many things about Wanjin sect. For example, the environment there, the way of training disciples, and the unique swordsmanship passed down by Wanjin sect. After hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh.
If Wanjin sect continues like this, I am afraid that the younger generation it will train will be unmatched in terms of swordsmanship.
Lu Jianli shook his head.
Sword Emperor City and Bin Wu Lijia both have their own ideas on the training of the younger generation. How could the three Kendo schools that were admired by the world be average? A remarkable figure emerged from Bin Wu Lijia's generation. He was not very young, but he could use the ghost weapon sword box that had been lost for hundreds of years. Back then, he had represented Lijia to inquire about the Wanjin sect. As soon as the ghost weapon sword box came out, the younger generation had to avoid its edge. Is there such a thing?
Qin Feng's eyes widened. One person singled out a younger generation of the sect. How awesome is this? Just thinking about it makes people excited.
But there are many disciples of Wanjin sect, so it's impossible to really let him pretend to fight until the end. Right?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
Master asked me to take action,
Lu Jinli said calmly.
So you took out your sword, fought with him for several rounds, and finally broke his ghost weapon sword box?
Qin Feng guessed. Lu Jinli shook his head slightly.
Master won't let me draw the sword. He said that once I draw the sword, I might destroy the young man's sword heart. So, I only used one finger to knock him off the sword platform.
Although he was defeated, he also protected the heart of his sword.
Qin Feng opened his mouth wide, not knowing how to answer. The master Lu Jinli spoke of must be the master of Wanjin sect. That guy must be petty, seeing that his disciple was being provoked by a young man. He couldn't save his face, so he sent Lu Jinli to regain the place.
Why don't you let Lu Jinli draw the sword? Because you're afraid of destroying the opponent's sword. You just want to slap Bin Wu Lijia hard in the face. It is better to be defeated with a sword than to be knocked away with one finger. But my wife is too simple-minded, and she actually believed this.
Qin Feng was thinking and turned his head to look at Lu Jinli. I just thought that if people like this were placed in modern times, they might be deceived into pyramid schemes.
What happened later? What did the boy do after he was defeated?
Lu Jinli recalled.
I didn't care. After defeating him, I went to the heavy sword peak to practice. However, after hearing the master vaguely mention it, the young man re-entered the sword platform with his head lowered and his whole body trembling. Maybe I took the shot a little too hard.
He lowered his head and trembled all over. This was obviously because he was crying. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. But thinking about it, if he was that young man, he was so prosperous one moment, but was defeated with one finger the next moment. He would probably want to die. The young man was just crying, but his mental quality was quite good.
What's that boy's name?
Qin Feng asked.
I don't know.
Lu Jinli replied lightly. Qin Feng paused and silently mourned for the young man in his heart. It doesn't matter if he was defeated with just one finger. No one even remembers his name. This is too miserable. The two of them were chatting while walking around Jinyang City. During this period, I also met several people from the Shingonfang who were repairing the damaged beams. One of the men was working hard, but his hand movements suddenly stopped. He pointed at the street, opened his mouth wide, and said in disbelief,
That woman.
The muscular and dark-skinned Hui Yuan on the side said displeasedly,
What are you doing? You are seduced by a woman. Where can a woman find any fun in work? No. Boss. That woman is Lu Jinli. She can walk.
The man said in shock. The fact that Lu Jinli failed to cross the border caused an uproar in Fontian City, and the people in Shingonfang naturally knew about it.
What?
Hui Yuan and others looked around. But Qin Feng and his two figures had long since disappeared at the end of the street.
Who are you talking about? Moreover, Lu Jinli's meridians are damaged, and his lower body is paralyzed. Even the imperial doctor cannot cure him. How can he stand up again? You must have seen it wrong.
The man wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Hui Yuan.
Hurry up and work hard. There is no room for failure in this mission.
Hui Yuan reminded him in a low voice in the second half of the sentence. The man glanced at the street and could no longer find the white figure.
Did I really see it wrong?
He muttered something in his mouth, stopped worrying, and continued to do the work in hand. Although these people claim to be repairing the beams, if you look closer, you will find that each of their fingers is wrapped with hair-like threads that are difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. Whenever their fingers moved, those thin lines also moved. Then wires ran from the damaged beams directly into the house. Through the mottled light, it was vaguely visible that the end of the thin line was connected to a human-shaped object, and something was being beaten there. Chapter 146 Mist Song is just my sister friend. Chapter 146 Mist Song is just my sister friend. The two of them came to a cross street. Qin Feng pointed to Ting Yuxuan from a distance and said,
On weekdays, in addition to practicing medicine outside the Bao Medical Hall, I will go there to study. Even though Tinjiuxuan looks like it only has 3 floors, it is actually a treasure. It is 9 stories high and contains an astonishing number of books. Even though I have been reading there for about 2 months, I only saw the 4th floor.
Lu Jinli nodded slightly.
The treasures that contain heaven and earth are not ordinary. How can there be such a treasure in Jinong City?
I don't know the specifics, but Ting Yuxuan has always been guarded by that old man. Wait for it to pass. Try not to speak. That old man has a very vicious mouth. I'm afraid you won't be able to stand it.
Qin Feng warned in a low voice. As the two approached, Qin Feng said respectfully,
Senior Bailey.
Old man Bailey glanced at him and sneered.
Why don't you call me old man?
Qin Feng's eyes widened when he heard this.
Do I have a poisonous mouth?
The old man asked again. Qin Feng was so frightened that he broke into cold sweat. Are you kidding me? How could this bad old man hear it from a street more than 10 feet away? Isn't he a high-quality martial artist?
Senior.
Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. And the other party heard it. What else could he do but keep apologizing? Fortunately, although this old man has a poisonous mouth, he is not very small-minded. If it were Lord Zhou Kai of the demon-slaying department of Qiyuancheng, he would probably have to be skinned even if he did not die. The old man scolded Qin Feng until he finally relieved the anger in his heart. He looked at Lu Jinli aside and nodded.
Yes, we are only 1 step away from becoming the Sword God.
Isn't it just 1 step short of reaching the 5th level 10,000 God realm of Sword and Tint, and the peak of the 4th level Divine Martial Arts? As long as Lu Jinli breaks through to the 3rd level, then she will be the real Sword God. The old man took out a wine bottle from his arms, raised his head and took a sip, and added,
There is no rush. The wine will take a long time to brew.
When he said this, the wrinkles on his face piled up, and his eyes were full of smiles. When Qin Feng heard this, he just felt confused. At this moment, Ting Yuxuan stepped out with a pair of long legs and walked out of a graceful woman. It was Song Filan, who he had longed for.
Miss Song, long time no see. Where have you been these days?
Qin Feng asked excitedly. But as soon as he asked this question, he regretted it. He carefully glanced at the reaction of the beauty next to him, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the latter's expression remained normal.
I went back because of some things,
Song Filan replied lightly, and then looked at Lu Jinli. Their eyes met in the air, and there was an indescribable meaning in their eyes.
Who is this?
They both said in unison, their expressions calm. Qin Feng hurriedly introduced.
This is my wife. Her name is Lu Jinli. This is my friend Song Filan, who has saved me from danger many times.
Lu Jinli nodded slightly to express greetings. Song Filan glanced up and down with an appraising look, and then her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, and a trace of solemnity flashed in her eyes. The old man lying on the wicker chair was enjoying himself while drinking some wine and watching a play. Why do I have a sense of immediacy in Shura Field? No. What am I worried about? Miss Song is just my sister. Qin Feng explained again.
Miss Song and I both like to read, and we will meet by chance in Tinjiuxuan on weekdays.
He pronounced the word accidentally, very strongly, and he only hoped that his wife would not misunderstand it. But this rhetoric aroused Song Filan's dissatisfaction.
It can't be said to be a coincidence. Except for the past few days when I am away. Whenever I come to Tingyuxian, I can always meet him.
Ah. Qin Feng's head shrank. Lu Jinli glanced lightly, with a calm expression.
Now that you've arrived at Tinjiuxuan, you can go in and read a book. I'll go back first.
Lu Jinli left these words, tiptoed, climbed onto the beam, and within a few moments, she disappeared in a few places. In people's field of vision, Qin Feng opened his mouth, only to feel that his mouth was dry. If he had known that Miss Song would be back today, he would not have brought his wife to Tinjiuxuan. Qin Feng felt extremely regretful. In Tinjiuxuan, Qin Feng is memorizing books on the 4th floor. Too many things have happened recently, and his practice has become a little slack. So he must hurry up. I was reading a book seriously when I suddenly felt a scent coming from the tip of my nose. Qin Feng turned his head and looked around, seeing the heroic Song Filan coming to his side with his arms crossed.
What's wrong? Miss Song?
Qin Feng asked curiously. Generally speaking, the two of them are busy in Tinjiuxuan. Only when they leave will they chat for a few words and cultivate their relationship. But Miss Song seems to be a little abnormal today? Song Filan looked at each other quietly. The outline of her lips under the black scarf moved slightly.
You and your wife.
Halfway through the words, the tips of Song Filan's ears turned red, and she shook her head.
It's nothing. Did anything happen in Jinong City while I was away these days? There's nothing specific. It's just that the weather is a little abnormal. It rains from time to time. Sometimes, the weather can be extremely hot and muggy.
Qin Feng complained in a tone of voice. At this time, he noticed that Miss Song frowned tightly when she heard that it was raining, as if she thought of something unhappy.
What's wrong with you?
Qin Feng asked with concern.
I don't like this rain,
Song Filan replied lightly, with complicated eyes. In Jinong City, it was so quiet inside the city lord's palace that even the sound of the wind blowing the grass and leaves was particularly harsh. In the dark lobby, Yi Luoting sat slumped on the ground, her crotch wet. Not far in front of him, his father actually strangled a servant's neck with one hand. The flesh and blood on that servant's body was removed by Yi Hung in the blink of an eye and turned into human skin.
No, Dad, you are not Dad. Who are you?
Yi Luoting asked in a trembling voice. Yi Hung turned his face. His eyes were dark, and his facial skin began to separate, revealing a ghost face inside.
1,000 puppets.
Yi Luoting was extremely shocked.
Want to see your father? Then I will send you to see him.
Qian puppet slowly approached Yi Luoting. After a while, an extra human skin appeared on the ground in the lobby. The stone floor squirmed, and withered hands stretched out, holding the statues of ghosts and Buddhas. The ghost Buddha swayed 3 songs, spread out his 6 arms, and then uttered human words.
We are almost ready. When will we take action?
Qian puppet asked.
3 days later. Daofu and Leiba have arrived at Jinong City, and it is up to them to destroy the seal in the city. As for the others, they will show up on the day of action. We must get that thing before the Huarong Road in the Southern Territory is excavated outside Jinong City.
The ghosts and Buddhas sang 3 poems, and 6 eyes widened.
I know. But who is going to deal with that old guy at the door of Tinjiaxuan?
Gui Buddha chuckled.
I have my own way. So the old guy left it to me. I'll leave the rest to you. So there should be no problem. Right. Can. That's good. If we successfully get that thing, Dakian and the Demon Slayer Division will be busy, and we can implement the plan better.
The ghosts and Buddhas turned into smiles. Chapter 147, How Should Couples Get Along with Each Other? At the door of Tinjiaxuan, Old Man Bailey suddenly felt something in his heart. He closed his eyes, and coughed up a mouthful of blood within a moment.
A formation that conceals the secrets of heaven?
The old man sneered, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The index finger of his right hand traced the outline in the void, and a golden mantra appeared. In the south of Jinong City, there was no place. And suddenly a dark fire appeared and turned into a human form. The fireman sensed his surroundings, dodged and landed somewhere, reached into the soil with his right hand, and within a moment took out a green-black carapace. At the same time, Old Man Bailey raised his eyebrows and sprinkled the wine in the pot into the air. On the other side, the pyro put the carapace back into the soil and disappeared into nothingness. In the simple courtyard, Lao Li was drinking wine when he suddenly discovered that the previously spilled wine stains turned into 3 characters on the ground.
3 days later,
Lao Li murmured in his mouth, and an inexplicable force passed through, erasing the writing on the ground. His expression was complicated, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He held his chest and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. In the Qin mansion, the same scene was also happening. Yume, who was leaning on the pillar of the room, suddenly stood up. In the courtyard, Shintian paused and said to Qinan,
practice by yourself first.
He dodged and came to Yume's side, only to see water vapor appearing on the pillars of the room.
3 days? You won't make me wait too long.
Shintian rubbed his chin, and the wine gourd on the hilt of his sword swayed back and forth inexplicably. In a certain area in the southern region, Yin Zhou was training with Li Luo. He looked at the young man not far away, surrounded by the corpses of monsters and ghosts. With a move of his right hand, Li Luo put away the ghost weapon sword box and rushed to Yin Zhou's side.
Master, why do we keep killing these little characters? I want to take on the big guys.
Hearing this, Yin Zhou smiled helplessly.
The Yin Qi in the southern region is too strong, and it is an excellent place for demons and ghosts to practice. If it is not curbed, at that time, demons and ghosts with high tribulation power will cause disasters everywhere. That would be a catastrophe for the people of the Southern Territory.
Li Luo nodded, but his face was still a little unhappy. He was the youngest 36 star in the history of Dakian. He had his own pride, so naturally he didn't want to keep killing these monsters and monsters under the power of the 5th revolution. At this moment, Yin Zhou felt something in his heart. He took out a kit from his arms and raised his brows. That kit is actually glowing. Yin Zhou opened the kit, But it was empty. But his expression became serious.
Let's go!
Li Luo asked curiously.
Where to go? Outside Tianling Mountain. Jinling Pass.
At the Qin Mansion Lake Pavilion. Although Lu Jinli no longer needs to sit in a wheelchair, she still likes to stay here. She looked at the pool in front of her, a little dazed, until Lan Ningxuang came over and asked curiously.
Miss, what are you thinking about? Why didn't you come back with your uncle? He was reading in Tinjiaquan. So I came back first.
Lu Jinli said lightly.
Later that night. I have to pick up my uncle in case something happens to him.
Lan Ningxuang said without thinking.
No need. There is a girl named Song with him. That girl can protect his safety.
Although Lu Jinli could not confirm Song Filan's strength, she had a vague feeling that the opponent was not weak, or even very strong. But for some reason, there was always something strange in her heart. It's like when you're practicing swordsmanship. You're obviously good at it, but suddenly something goes wrong in the flow of energy somewhere, causing the whole set of swordsmanship to fall flat. It made her quite uncomfortable.
Lan
Ningxuang said anxiously.
Then I have to protect my uncle. Why?
Lu Jinli asked in confusion.
Miss Song is not weak. Miss, I also know Miss Song's strength. But that's not the point. My uncle is your husband-in-law. How can you safely let him stay with other women? Grandma of the Lu family once told me that if a man and a woman stay together often, they will be in love for a long time. The young lady doesn't want her uncle to be fascinated by other women. Right.
When Lu Jinli heard this, she looked a little confused. But the strangeness in her heart was even stronger. She didn't know why she was like this. Ever since she met Qin Feng, she had many feelings in her heart that she had never felt before. Seeing this, Lan Ningxuang sighed helplessly and thought to herself.
Miss has only known about cultivation and sword practice since she was a child. How can she know these things? No. For such an outstanding man as my uncle, I have to help the young lady guard him and prevent other women from getting close to him. Wait. Let's go to Tinjiaquan.
Just when Lan Ningxuang was thinking this, Lu Jinli, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke.
Ningxuang, how should husband and wife get along with each other?
When Lan Ningxuang heard this, she was stunned at first, and then extremely happy. Could it be that the young lady has enlightened herself and actually cares about this? She said happily.
If miss, you want to know, then I will tell you everything that the Lu family's grandma told me.
Lan Ningxuang stepped forward and whispered. Lu Jinli listened attentively, sometimes frowning slightly, sometimes nodding thoughtfully. But when she heard Lan Ningxuang tell the specific details about having sex, her fair face quickly turned pink. In the past, she only thought that having sex meant men and women sleeping in the same room. But she didn't expect that there were so many tricks and tricks.
He just needs to lie still.
Lu Jinli opened her red lips and asked softly.
The Lu family's grandma told me this. It seems that this will make the man feel more comfortable.
Lu Jinli lowered his head and muttered.
This seems to be much more difficult than practicing swordsmanship.
Lan Ningxuang comforted her.
Miss, don't worry. Anyway, my uncle said on the night of the wedding that he would not consider these matters between men and women before reaching the 7th rank. The lady still has enough time to realize it.
When she said this, Lan Ningxuang also thought of the scene that night, and her cheeks turned red. In the future, after the young lady and her uncle live in the same room, she, as the young lady's sword attendant, can also be responsible for attending to the young lady's bed. It's okay not to think about these things. But Lan Ningxuang's face turned redder when she thought about them. Lu Jinli also thought of what Qin Feng had said in the early morning, and her face seemed to be painted with powder.
It turns out that this is what he meant by having sex at that time. 7th grade.
In the evening, Qin Feng and Song Filan walked out of Tinjiaquan together, and immediately saw Lan Ningxuang waiting outside.
Miss Ningxuang, why are you here?
Qin Feng asked in surprise. Lan Ningxuang glanced at Song Filan, whose face was covered by a black scarf, and chuckled.
The young lady asked me to wait for my uncle here and escort you back home safely. Actually, you don't have to come. Miss Song has already said that she will send me back home.
Qin Feng said.
Uncle, since I'm here, there's no need to trouble Miss Song.
Lan Ningxuang said, while looking at Song Filan with a smile. The eyes are intriguing.
That's true.
After Qin Feng thought about it, he turned to Song Fei Lan and said goodbye.
Then let's go back first. Yeah.
Song Filan nodded slightly. It wasn't until Qin Feng's figure disappeared at the corner of the street that she slowly withdrew her gaze. Old Bailey, who had watched a good show, joked.
Are you a little uneasy when you saw that boy's wife today? I don't understand what you are talking about. Song Filan's voice was cold, but her brows were slightly wrinkled. This is what you want. Two things suddenly appeared on the empty palm of her right hand. One of them is a golden-tipped writing brush. The other thing is a golden scale. The moment the scales were taken out, they began to tremble slightly and emit a clear light. Seeing this, the old man touched his right hand, and the transparent barrier blocked the breath, and the golden scales became quiet again. Looking up at the sky, the moon is obscured by clouds and fog. It seems like a storm is coming. Chapter 148. The war begins. 3 days later, dark clouds rolled over the city. Violent rain and thunder. In the sky, the thunder dragon rolled and roared, shaking the people in Jinong City with panic. The intensity of the rain this time was even more exaggerated than the last time it rained heavily. The rain is like a turbulent lake and sea in the sky, rushing down. In the Qin mansion, the water has covered the courtyard and reached the corridor. The lower rooms have been soaked by the rain, up to their ankles. Even though the servants and maids in the mansion kept pouring water outside, the water level did not drop. Qin Feng looked at the lightning and thunder outside the house and frowned. He immediately thought of his wife, who was afraid of thunder, and hurried towards the other party's house. But to his surprise, when he rushed to the room, he saw Lu Jianli sitting at the table with a calm expression. It was completely different from the previous thunderstorm night, when he was shaking and shaking. Qin Feng hesitated to speak. Is something wrong? Lu Jianli asked softly. Lan Ningxuang saw Qin Feng's thoughts, and said with a smile, Miss, I saw the thunder outside, and was afraid that you would be frightened. So I came here to see you. Qin Feng scratched his head when he heard this. Seeing the other person's expression, Lu Jianli's eyebrows crooked like a crescent moon, and she said softly, Thank you. In the lobby of the Qin mansion, Yang looked at the rain outside, and the thunder snakes churning in the sky. Her face turned pale with fright. Master, don't stand there in front of me. It's raining heavily outside. Be careful of getting caught in the rain and cold. Qin Jianan didn't reply. He just looked up at the sky, his brows furrowed and his face solemn. There were almost no people on the streets of Jinong City. Even if there were a few people, they were trying their best to escape home. But that doesn't seem to be the case. A broad figure was walking slowly down the street. He was draped in a black cassock, about 7 feet tall, and had a wide straw hat on his head. The sides of the cassock protrude, making it look extremely unnatural. The 2 arms exposed on the chest have dark skin and are holding handprints. A bolt of thunder flashed across, illuminating the dark sky with a flash of light. It was only then that he could see clearly that there were 3 Buddha heads under the straw hat. One side is angry, the other side is laughing, and the other side is crying. It is the ghost Buddha. He stepped on the water on the street, but it was like walking on flat ground, and walked towards Ting Yushuan step by step. Outside Tinjiuxuan, the old man Bailey was still lying on the wicker chair. The heavy rain poured down, but he could not fall within 3 feet of him. The place where he was seemed to be a different world from Jinong City. Shaking the wine bottle gently in his hand, old man Bailey suddenly raised his head and looked at the other side of the street. Ghosts and Buddhas came in the rain, and all 3 heads turned into smiling faces. Old guy, you don't seem surprised to see me coming? Guifu asked. What's the point of defeating my general? The old man raised his head and took a sip of wine, not taking it seriously. When the ghost Buddha heard this, his eyes widened and turned into angry glares, and then returned to normal. Old guy, if your true form is here, I don't dare to take advantage of the things here. But you are just a clone, and you need the help of a cave treasure to survive forever. How dare you say such arrogant words? The roar started, and the sound waves swept around, and actually shook up the rain curtain covering 100 feet in radius. The ghost Buddha's palms on his chest suddenly clasped together, and the ground shattered into powder like tofu. A chi machine split the earth and rushed straight towards the old man Bailey. But facing such a battle, the old man just tapped his finger on the wicker chair, and the chi attack was defused. Seeing this, the ghost Buddha narrowed his eyes slightly and shouted 3 times at the same time. Do it! The sound was louder than the thunder and rain, and resounded over Jinong City. When ordinary people heard it, they felt their heads buzzing. In the Qin mansion, Qin Feng was shocked. What is the sound? Then he saw, high in the sky, thunder like a dragon, surging down, and Jinong City instantly turned into a sea of thunder. Qin Feng's eyes widened when he saw this apocalyptic scene, and everyone in the mansion was in chaos. At this moment, a huge thunderbolt passed through the sky above the Qin mansion, and it was about to strike down. Lu Jianli turned the palm of his right hand, and the rain turned into a sword, instantly chopping the thunder into pieces. Qin Feng's face was ugly. This kind of thunder didn't look like it was formed naturally. Something terrible must have come to Jinyang City. Miss, there is something wrong with this thunderstorm. Lan Ningxuang frowned. Yes, Lu Jianli responded, glanced at the figure at the door of the house, and took a few steps forward until the distance was less than 10 feet. If danger suddenly arises, only at this distance can she guarantee to protect Qin Feng. Outside Tinjiuxuan, Guifu sneered and said, Old guy, you are good at divination. You might as well do some calculations. Can you defend Jinyang City today? The old man Bailey didn't respond. He flicked his right hand, and a golden light swept into the sky. The ghost Buddha was surprised and hurriedly looked up, only to see a golden scale shining brightly in the air. Dragon scales? Whose dragon scales? As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening wail could be heard coming from somewhere in a mansion in Jinyang City. On the beam of Qin Mansion, Jin Tian's eyes suddenly opened. Is it the guy who killed the hunting envoy? The breath is correct. Yu Mei nodded and responded. Good. The two figures disappeared instantly. In the lobby, Dao Fu looked at the constantly trembling dry well with an ugly expression on his face. Can we actually find its reverse scales when it was alive? Dao Fu clenched his right fist tightly, and the chains outside the dry well became tighter and tighter. The wailing sound suddenly decreased, but the thunder in the sky also stopped and the rain gradually subsided. Lei Ban, what happens next is up to you. Hearing this, the beautiful girl in green opened her hands. The dark clouds dispersed. The sky cleared after the rain, and then came the scorching sun. The accumulated water evaporates at a speed visible to the naked eye. The beams, tiles, and wooden columns are cracked, and the branches and leaves wither. At this moment, Jinyang City is so hot that it feels like it is being cooked on a blazing fire. At this moment, a silver-white sword energy streaked across the sky and struck the lobby hard. Tao Fu in tears felt it and rushed out instantly, hearing a loud roar. Looking back, he saw that the house had been split in half, with a shockingly deep ravine. Jin Tianyi and Yu Mei fell into the courtyard and looked at the two people not far away. The girl belongs to you, and the boy belongs to me. Is there any problem? Be careful. Good. Without further ado, the war is about to begin. Those are the reverse scales of the dragon corpse in the rotten well. The ghost Buddha was shocked and angry. The method of thunder and drought. Do you want to use natural disasters to destroy the seals in Jinyang City? Old man Bailey said calmly. How do you know? As soon as he asked this question, a sword light cut through the sky and the earth trembled. Dao Fu is fighting with others. This power is the 5th level of sword intent and the 10,000 gods realm. Ghost Buddha is also good at divination and knows a lot about the masters in the southern region. In his impression, the only one who could possess such means was Sword Kuang Zitianyi, one of the 12 divine generals. However, how could the 12 god generals, who have unparalleled combat power and travel around the world killing demons and ghosts all year round, appear in the small city of Jinyang? Unless, he suddenly realized, the formation that conceals the secrets of heaven is useless to you? It's a small skill, Old man Bailey said lightly, then raised his right hand, and the dragon whisker pen appeared out of thin air in his hand. I saw him waving his right hand, and the golden words jumped into the void. Immediately afterwards, the white fog enveloped Jinyang City within a moment. Immortal magic. You can see flowers in the mist. Gue Buddha said every word. Chapter 149 Immortal Magic Seeing Flowers in the Smoke. A thick fog that could not be seen a foot away filled the city of Jinyang, and the people in the city were panicked. Earlier there was thunder and lightning and heavy rain. And then, there was a scorching sun that seemed to scorch gold and stone. Now, such a heavy fog has appeared inexplicably again? All the people were trembling with fear, thinking that the end was coming and they would definitely die. And they were even more surprised to find that when their bodies touched the mist, their bodies slowly faded away, and even their consciousness was being swallowed up. Within a few moments, most of the people in Jinyang City disappeared, as if they had evaporated out of thin air. In the Qin Mansion, Qin Feng saw the strange fog and frowned. Oh no! My parents are over there! He was afraid that something would happen to his parents, so he hurried to the lobby. When Lu Jianli and Lan Ningxuang saw this, they also followed closely. While running in the corridor, Qin Feng suddenly saw Qinger in the house next to him. The white mist has spread into the house. The moment Qinger came into contact with the mist, his body was slowly disappearing. Young master! Qinger called out in horror. After her words fell, Her figure was no longer visible. Qin Feng was shocked when he saw it. There was something wrong with the white mist. But the strange thing is that he also encountered white fog on the way. Why was he safe and sound? Qin Feng became more and more anxious and hurried to the lobby. Along the way, the servants and maids in the house could no longer be seen. They must have been swallowed up by the white mist. Approaching the lobby, he suddenly saw a maid with a frightened face when she met Bai Wu. Qin Feng wanted to help her. But before he could get close, the maid disappeared like Qing'er. Just at this moment, there was movement in the lobby. "Mom and Dad?" Qin Feng called. Two figures walked out in response. One was the second brother, and the other was He Tantu. There was no sign of his parents. The second brother looked anxious. Brother Xing and I have searched all over the house. But there is no trace of my parents. Where are Miss and Ningxuang?" He Tantu asked hurriedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of two beautiful figures, one white and one blue, behind him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Ningxuang frowned and said, "There is something wrong with this white mist. But it is useless to us. What is going on?" Lu Jianli on the side turned his head and looked at Bai Wu. Thoughtfully, at this moment, Qin Feng was very worried about his parents' safety. But he still forced himself to calm down. Because the more tense the moment, the less likely you are to lose control. He began to analyze the current situation. We all have cultivation bases. And those people in the house who disappeared after contact with the white mist are ordinary people without cultivation bases. In other words, this white mist only affects ordinary people. But the problem lies precisely here. If someone wants to invade Jinong City and use such a huge trick, but it is not a cultivator, what is the use? How could ordinary people pose a threat to intruders? At this time, Lu Jianli, who had been silent for a long time, slowly said, "I know a trick, which is somewhat similar to the one I am currently using." After hearing this, several people looked at each other and waited for the next step. Immortal magic, seeing flowers in the mist. Immortal magic? Qin Feng looked surprised. What kind of trick is this? What kind of Taoism can be used? He has read countless books, knows literary skills, martial arts, and ghost ways, but has never heard of immortal magic. Lu Jianli spoke slowly. Immortal magic has nothing to do with Taoism, but is a unique skill passed down from ancient times. I know this immortal method, and I accidentally heard Master teach it in advance. Miss, what is the purpose of looking at flowers in the smoke? Where did the disappeared people go? Lan Ningxuang asked aloud. They did not disappear. They were just transferred to another space created by the caster. Lu Jianli's red lips parted slightly. In another dimension? The second brother and He Tantu looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Who on earth can actually use such amazing means? Lan Ningxuang looked surprised. Judging from the scale of this white mist, it may have enveloped the entire Jinong City. Being able to transfer ordinary people in a city to another dimension is no longer a trick that ordinary people can perform, but more like the method of an immortal. It is worthy of the name of immortal law. Qin Feng thoughtfully said. Being able to use such a trick, killing ordinary people is just a snap of the fingers. There is no need for him to spend so much effort. Brother, what do you mean? Are your parents okay? The second brother asked hopefully. Qin Feng nodded. If what I expected is correct, the person who used this magic should be to protect the people in the city from being killed by the invaders. By the way, where are Lord Divine General and Senior Yu? Several people shook their heads, indicating that they had not seen it. Lu Jianli said softly, the moment before the thunderstorm stopped. They left the Qin mansion. It was the moment when the sky-shattering wail sounded. Qin Feng lowered his head and pondered, further strengthening his guess. Master Xinjiang and Senior Yu had known for a long time that Jinong City would be in such a disaster, and they came to the rescue in advance. And they may not be the only ones who come to the rescue. This terrifying magical method may be the work of another big boss. It's really ridiculous to want to protect all the people in the city. It's fine if you don't use this magic technique, but if you do, will you be able to deal with my next move? Outside Tinjiuxuan, the ghost Buddha sneered. As he finished speaking, his black cassock was seen fluttering, and his four arms came out from behind, and his arms instantly formed two seals, with the ghost Buddha as the center. The black light shield expanded rapidly, and in just an instant, it circled nearly 1/3 of Jinong City. The powerful energy dispersed the white fog in the city, restoring clarity to the world. In the black light mask, a black giant Buddha appeared simultaneously in the four directions of southeast, northwest, and the sky, with an angry look on his face. Their eyes were wide open. They were either clenching fists, spreading their palms, or holding demon-conquering pestles. This is magical power. The four Buddhas have no boundaries. Kill! The four Buddhas shouted angrily at the same time, their roar shaking the heaven and the earth. The huge and powerful black arm swung down at the same time. The earth trembled violently, and the surrounding houses collapsed instantly. A wide crack directly separated Jinong City, extending outward for more than 100 feet before it stopped. This earth-shattering scene naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the city. Shi Ziming, the commander of the demon-slaying department, looked up, his expression extremely ugly. This kind of battle is not something that a 5th-grade 100 ghost Taoist like him can intervene in. How are the people in the city? Shi Ziming asked his men. Lord Sijing, all the people in the city have disappeared. They seem to have been swallowed up by the white mist. However, the brothers are not affected by the white mist. Not one of them is missing. A man replied immediately. Shi Ziming can become the chief minister of a city, so naturally he is not an easy person. After thinking for a while, he guessed the reason. Baiwu's tricks were not performed by the enemy. There are people protecting the city. Song Filan stood aside, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she turned her head to look in one direction. That's the direction of Qin Mansion. Chapter 150. You know nothing about power. What the hell is that? The ground trembled suddenly, and the moment the white mist receded, Qin Feng looked for movement, and then his eyes widened. The black translucent light mask is like a barrier, and the four huge black Buddhas are like gods. The black Buddha's every move carried terrifying destructive power, shaking the heavens and the earth. Qin Feng looked at the black Buddha and suddenly thought of what Yin had said before about his encounter in Qiyuan City. At that time, she mentioned a big black Buddha with 3 heads and 6 arms, which directly destroyed 1/5 of Qiyuan City with 2 palms. Although there is some discrepancy between these 4 black Buddhas and what Yin said, with such terrifying methods and the manifestation of the Buddha's body, it is very likely that they are the same group of people. Qin Feng frowned. The invasion of Jinong City this time may have reached the level of a disaster. Wait a minute. The place covered by the black light shield seems to be where Ting Yuxuan is. Could it be that bad old man? Qin Feng suddenly discovered something, and his face turned extremely ugly. Although that bad old man often criticized him, he didn't want anything to happen to him. If the old man was an ordinary person, he would be taken to another dimension by the boss's magic, and he would be able to escape this disaster. Qin Feng comforted himself in his heart. However, he quickly rejected this idea. But the old man is usually so arrogant, and his mouth is so poisonous. If he wasn't a cultivator, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's face became even more ugly. At this moment, with a high-pitched dragon roar, a giant gray dragon broke through the rafters and swept down the street. That huge body is comparable to the 4 black Buddhas. Qin Feng went out looking for fame, and his hair stood on end. The appearance of the dragon is very different from the magical image painted in the book. The dragon scales were no longer visible on the huge gray body, and the damaged body was full of hideous wounds and exposed white bones. On the huge dragon head, the eyes were empty, and beside the eye sockets were blood stains that had dried and turned black. In the center of the dragon's head, a human face can be vaguely seen. The giant gray-white dragon opened its bloody mouth, and black liquid continued to flow down. That terrifying appearance is terrifying. Above its head, dark clouds gathered again. Thunder snakes surged, and rain fell like waterfalls, forming a spectacle. Looking at this scene, it is not difficult to guess that the violent rain and thunder in Jinong City were probably caused by it. It's actually a dragon corpse? He Tantu asked in shock. But how can the dragon corpse move? The second brother was puzzled. No one present could give an answer. The gray-white dragon corpse waved its skinny dragon claws, and 5 thick thunderbolts fell suddenly. Such power seemed to be able to destroy the world. However, a silver-white sword energy entered the air, drew a white line, penetrated 5 thunderbolts, and struck high into the sky. The thunder instantly overturned, and the dark clouds in the sky collapsed. The fiery red figure jumped high and kicked towards the head of the giant dragon corpse. With a deafening cry, the dragon corpse was completely kicked into the sky by this kick. What kind of terrifying power is this? It's Senior Dao Kuang, Qin Feng said excitedly. High in the sky, Shintian glanced at the huge dragon corpse in front of him, frowned and said, Corrupt heretic? A good person doesn't do it, but he wants to be such an evil thing. Corrupt heretics, like insect masters, are evil heretics in the eyes of everyone.
The insect master feeds the body to the natal insect, and then gives the soul to the natal insect. Corrupt heretics are also very similar to their practices. People who practice hereticism will abandon their humanity and body, build their bodies from the corpses of other things, and then attach their souls to the corpses. It is worth mentioning that the strength of the heretic is directly linked to the strength of the corpse. Being able to make a body out of a dragon corpse is already considered a leader among the heretics.
Evil thing?
From the forehead of Longsho's head, Daofu let out a breathtaking laugh.
In this world, strength is everything. So what's the harm in giving up being a human being? When I got this dragon corpse by chance, I locked the dragon well to kill the remaining soul in its body and replaced it. The moment I fused with the dragon corpse, I realized the beauty of being powerful. You can destroy heaven and earth with just a single move of your hands. This is how you feel.
Before he could finish his words, a ray of sword slashed across and chopped the dragon corpse away. Jin Tianyi said coldly,
I have no interest in listening to the nonsense of a dying man.
The huge dragon corpse steadied its figure high in the sky, and Daofu said angrily,
A dying person? If someone hadn't found this dragon corpse with its scales reversed before it was alive, and evoked a trace of its soul, limiting my power, even if you are a divine general, I will still kill you.
When Jin Tian heard this, instead of being angry, he laughed out loud.
Why are you laughing? I shall you know nothing about power.
Jin Tianyi turned his wrist slightly, and a terrifying energy swept around him. In Jinong City, all the practitioners who were not taken away by flowers in the smoke only felt their heartbeats speed up. The blood in their bodies surged, and it seemed as if there was a huge mountain pressing on their shoulders. Everyone in the Qin mansion, except Lu Jinli, who looked as usual, were all pale and breathing rapidly.
Could it be that Senior Dao Quang exerted strong pressure?
Qin Feng said with difficulty. When Jin Tianyi was in the Qin mansion before, he had not reacted like this, so he naturally had such speculations. Hearing this, Lu Jinli shook his head.
A high-level martial artist will overflow with energy from his body, and even if he doesn't exert any pressure, he will put great pressure on others. Therefore, they usually deliberately suppress the energy around them. Is there such a thing?
Qin Feng's eyes widened.
You don't believe it?
Lu Jinli turned her head away, blinked, and then her black hair turned calm. The powerful energy swept forward, and Lan Ningxuang and others were immediately bent. Qin Feng was caught off guard and was directly pressed to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Jinli hurriedly suppressed his energy, and the pressure around him suddenly decreased. Lan Ningxuang smiled bitterly and said,
Miss, it's not that I don't believe it. I'm just surprised. Sorry.
Lu Jinli helped Qin Feng up, his face full of guilt. Qin Feng waved his hand. It wasn't that he didn't want to reply, but that he was speechless. High in the air, Daofu looked horrified. It was clear that the opponent had not taken action yet, but he felt frightened. The huge dragon corpse also trembled slightly. Even though it had died long ago, its body still retained its instinctive fear of the strong.
Tell you something,
Jin Tianyi said slowly.
The 12 generals of Dagon Demon Slayer Division rarely take action seriously, because once they get serious, they cannot control the pressure that leaks out. And this kind of pressure is fatal to ordinary people.
Daofu exclaimed.
What nonsense!
How could he believe that human beings could produce such lethality through coercion alone? If this is the case, what is the purpose of giving up being a human being and practicing corrupt heretics?
That's why I said, you know nothing about power.
Jin Tian shook his head, his right hand open and facing down, with him as the center. The white light shield appropriately enveloped him and the dragon corpse. Daofu was shocked. He wanted to break through the light shield, but as soon as the dragon's body made a move, invisible murderous intent cut its body full of holes. Within this light barrier, even breathing seems to be able to split the internal organs.
Hey, boy from the Qin family, watch carefully from a distance. I only use one knife. How much God and intention you can comprehend depends on your own creation.
Jin Tianyi's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, exploding in the ears of everyone in the Qin mansion. The second brother is still a little confused. After taking a breath, Qin Feng hurriedly said,
Second brother, don't be distracted. Look carefully.
Within the white mask, Jin Tian waved his sword with his right hand, seemingly ordinary and ordinary. There is no terrifying sword aura, no dazzling sword light. It was that simple a wave. A black line seemed to cut through the space. Daofu wanted to dodge, but found that he had lost control of his body. The black line arrived as expected. In the silence, the huge dragon corpse was divided into two.